John. "Othor," announced Sir Jeremy Riker, "beyond a doubt. And this one was Jafer Flowers." He turned the corpse over with his foot, and the dead white face stared up at the overcast sky with blue eyes. "They were Ben Stark's men, both of them." "My uncle's men," John thought numbly. He remembered how he'd pleaded to ride with them. Gods, I was such a green boy. If he had taken me, it might be me lying here. Jafer's right wrist ended in a ruin of torn flesh and splintered bone left by Ghost's jaws. His right hand was floating in a jar of vinegar back in Maester Aemon's tower. His left hand, still at the end of his arm, was as black as his cloak. "Gods have mercy," the old bear muttered. He swung down from his garron, handing his reins to John. The morning was unnaturally warm. Beads of sweat dotted the Lord Commander's broad forehead like dew on a melon. His horse was nervous, rolling her eyes, backing away from the dead men as far as her lead would allow. John led her off a few paces, fighting to keep her from bolting. The horses did not like the feel of this place. For that matter, neither did John. The dogs liked it least of all. Ghost had led the party here. The pack of hounds had been useless. When Bass, the kennel-master, had tried to get them to take the scent from the severed hand, they had gone wild, yowling and barking, fighting to get away. Even now they were snarling and whimpering by turns, pulling at their leashes, while Chet cursed them for curs. "It is only a wood," John told himself, "and they're only dead men." He had seen dead men before. Last night he had dreamt the Winterfell dream again. He was wandering the empty castle, searching for his father, descending into the crypts. Only this time the dream had gone further than before. In the dark he had heard the scrape of stone on stone. When he turned, he saw that the vaults were opening, one after the other. As the dead kings came stumbling from their cold black graves, John had woken in pitch dark, his heart hammering. Even when Ghost leapt up on the bed to nuzzle at his face, he could not shake his deep sense of terror. He dared not go back to sleep. Instead he had climbed the wall and walked restless until he saw the light of the dawn off to the east. "It was only a dream. I am a brother of the Night's Watch now, not a frightened boy." Samuel Tarley huddled beneath the trees, half hidden behind the horses. His round, fat face was the color of curdled milk. So far he had not lurched off to the woods to retch, but he had not so much as glanced at the dead men either. "I can't look," he whispered miserably. "You have to look," John told him, keeping his voice low so the others would not hear. "Master Aemon sent you to be his eyes, didn't he? What good are eyes if they're shut?" "Yes, but I'm such a coward, John." John put a hand on Sam's shoulder. "We have a dozen rangers with us, and the dogs, even Ghost. No one will hurt you, Sam. Go ahead and look." "The first look is the hardest." Sam gave a tremulous nod, working up his courage with a visible effort. Slowly he swiveled his head. His eyes widened, but John held his arm so he could not turn away. "Sir Jeremy," the old bear asked gruffly, "Ben Stark had 6 men with him when he rode from the wall. Where are the others?" Sir Jeremy shook his head. "Would that I knew." Blaney Mormont was not pleased with that answer. 2 of our brothers butchered almost within sight of the wall, yet your rangers heard nothing, saw nothing. Is this what the Night's Watch has fallen to? Do we still sweep these woods? Yes, my lord, but do we still mount watches? We do, but this man wears a hunting horn. Mormont pointed at Othor. Must I suppose that he died without sounding it? Or have your rangers all gone deaf as well as blind? Sir Jeremy bristled, his face taut with anger. No horn was blown, my lord, or my rangers would have heard it. I do not have sufficient men to mount as many patrols as I should like, and since Benjen was lost, we have stayed closer to the wall than we were wont to do before by your own command. The old bear grunted. Yes, well, be that as it may. He made an impatient gesture. Tell me how they died. Squatting beside the dead man he had named Jafer Flowers, Sir Jeremy grasped his head by the scalp. The hair came out between his fingers, brittle as straw. The knight cursed and shoved at the face with the heel of his hand. A great gash in the side of the corpse's neck opened like a mouth, crusted with dried blood. Only a few ropes of pale tendon still attached the head to the neck. "This was done with an axe." "Aye," muttered Tywin, the old forester. "Belike the axe that Othor carried, my lord." John could feel his breakfast churning in his belly, but he pressed his lips together and made himself look at the second body. Othor had been a big, ugly man, and he made a big, ugly corpse. No axe was in evidence. John remembered Othor. He had been the one bellowing the bawdy song as the rangers rode out. His singing days were done. His flesh was blanched white as milk, everywhere but his hands. His hands were black like Jafer's. Blossoms of hard, cracked blood decorated the mortal wounds that covered him like a rash, breast and groin and throat. Yet his eyes were still open. They stared up at the sky, blue as sapphires. Sir Jeremy stood. "The wildlings have axes too." Mormont rounded on him. "So you believe this is Mance Raider's work? This close to the wall?" "Who else, my lord?" John could have told him. He knew, they all knew, yet no man of them would say the words. The others are only a story, a tale to make children shiver. If they ever lived at all, they are gone 8,000 years. Even the thought made him feel foolish. He was a man grown now, a black brother of the Night's Watch, not the boy who'd once sat at old Nan's feet with Bran and Robb and Arya. Yet Lord Commander Mormont gave a snort. "If Ben Stark had come under wildling attack a half-day's ride from Castle Black, he would have returned for more men, chased the killers through all 7 hells, and brought me back their heads." "Unless he was slain as well," Sir Jeremy insisted. The words hurt even now. It had been so long, it seemed folly to cling to the hope that Ben Stark was still alive, but Jon Snow was nothing if not stubborn. "It has been close on half a year since Benjen left us, my lord," Sir Jeremy went on. "The forest is vast. The wildlings might have fallen on him anywhere. I'd wager these two were the last survivors of his party, on their way back to us. But the enemy caught them before they could reach the safety of the wall. The corpses are still fresh. These men cannot have been dead more than a day." "No!" Samwell Tarly squeaked. John was startled. Sam's nervous, high-pitched voice was the last he would have expected to hear. The fat boy was frightened of the officers, and Sir Jeremy was not known for his patience. "I did not ask for your views, boy," Riker said coldly. "Let him speak, sir," John blurted. Mormont's eyes flicked from Sam to John and back again. "If the lad has something to say, I'll hear him out. Come closer, boy. We can't see you behind those horses." Sam edged past John and the Garons, sweating profusely. "My lord, it can't be a day, or... Look, the blood." "Yes?" Mormont growled impatiently. "Blood, what of it?" "He soils his small clothes at the sight of it," Chet shouted out, and the rangers laughed. Sam mopped at the sweat on his brow. You can see where John's direwolf, you can see where he tore off that man's hand, and yet the stump hasn't bled. Look." He waved a hand. "My father, Lord Randall, he made me watch him dress animals sometimes when... after..." Sam shook his head from side to side, his chins quivering. Now that he had looked at the bodies, he could not seem to look away. "A fresh kill. The blood would still flow, my lords. Later it would be clotted like a jelly, thick and... He looked as though he was going to be sick. "This man... Look at the wrist. It's all... crusty... dry... like..." John saw at once what Sam meant. He could see the torn veins in the dead man's wrist, iron worms in the pale flesh. His blood was a black dust. Yet Jeremy Riker was unconvinced. "If they'd been dead much longer than a day, they'd be ripe by now, boy. They don't even smell." Tywin, the gnarled old forester who liked to boast that he could smell snow coming on, sidled closer to the corpses and took a whiff. "Well, They're no pansy flowers, but my lord has the truth of it. There's no corpse stink."
They aren't rotting." Sam pointed, his fat finger shaking only a little. "Look, there's no maggots or worms or anything. They've been lying here in the woods, but they haven't been chewed or eaten by animals. Only ghosts. Otherwise, they're
"Untouched," John said softly. "And ghost is different. The dogs and the horses won't go near them." The rangers exchanged glances. They could see it was true, every man of them. Mormont frowned, glancing from the corpses to the dogs. "Chet, bring the hounds closer." Chet tried, cursing, yanking on the leashes, giving one animal a lick of his boot. Most of the dogs just whimpered and planted their feet. He tried dragging one. The bitch resisted, growling and squirming as if to escape her collar. Finally she lunged at him. Chet dropped the leash and stumbled backward. The dog leapt over him and bounded off into the trees.
This is all wrong," Sam Tarley said earnestly. There's bloodstains on their clothes and their flesh, dry and hard, but there's none on the ground or anywhere. With those...
Sam made himself swallow, took a deep breath.
With those wounds, terrible wounds, there should be blood all over, shouldn't there?"
Tywin sucked at his wooden teeth. "Might be they didn't die here. Might be someone brought 'em and left 'em for us. So warning is like." The old forester peered down suspiciously. "And might be I'm a fool, but I don't know that Othor never had no blue eyes afore."
Sir Jeremy looked startled.
"Neither did Flowers," he blurted, turning to stare at the dead man.
A silence fell over the wood. For a moment all they heard was Sam's heavy breathing and the wet sound of Tywin sucking on his teeth. John squatted beside the ghost.
"Burn them,"
someone whispered. One of the rangers. John could not have said who.
"Yes, burn them,"
a second voice urged. The old bear gave a stubborn shake of his head.
"Not yet. I want Master Aemon to have a look at them. We'll bring them back to the wall."
Some commands are more easily given than obeyed. They wrapped the dead men in cloaks, but when Hake and Tywin tried to tie one onto a horse, the animal went mad, screaming and rearing, lashing out with its hooves, even biting at Ketter when he ran to help. The rangers had no better luck with the other Garons. Not even the most placid wanted any part of these burdens. In the end they were forced to hack off branches and fashion crude slings to carry the corpses back on foot. It was well past midday by the time they started back.
"I will have these woods searched," Mormont commanded Sir Jeremy as they set out. "Every tree, every rock, every bush, and every foot of muddy ground within 10 leagues of here. Use all the men you have, and if you do not have enough, borrow hunters and foresters from the stewards. If Ben and the others are out here, dead or alive, I will have them found, and if there is anyone else in these woods, I will know of it. You are to track them and take them, alive if possible. Is that understood?"
"It is, my lord," Sir Jeremy said. "It will be done." After that Mormont rode in silence, brooding. John followed close behind him. As the Lord Commander's steward, that was his place. The day was grey, damp, overcast, the sort of day that made you wish for rain. No wind stirred the wood. The air hung humid and heavy, and John's clothes clung to his skin. It was warm. Too warm. The wall was weeping copiously, had been weeping for days, and sometimes John even imagined it was shrinking. The old men called this weather spirit summer, and said it meant the season was giving up its ghosts at last. After this the cold would come, they warned, and a long summer always meant a long winter. This summer had lasted 10 years. John had been a babe in arms when it began. Ghost ran with them for a time, and then vanished among the trees. Without the dire wolf, John felt almost naked. He found himself glancing at every shadow with unease. Unbidden, he thought back on the tales that old Nan used to tell them when he was a boy at Winterfell. He could almost hear her voice again, and the click, click, click of her needles. "In that darkness the others came riding," she used to say, dropping her voice lower and lower. "Cold and dead they were, and they hated iron and fire and the touch of the sun, and every living creature with hot blood in its veins. Holdfasts and cities and kingdoms of men all fell before them, as they moved south on pale, dead horses, leading hosts of the slain. They fed their dead servants on the flesh of human children." When he caught his first glimpse of the wall looming above the tops of an ancient gnarled oak, John was vastly relieved. Mormont reined up suddenly and turned in his saddle. "Charlie!" he barked. "Come here!" John saw the start of fright on Sam's face as he lumbered up on his mare. Doubtless he thought he was in trouble. "You're fat, but you're not stupid, boy," the old bear said gruffly. "You did well back there. And you, Snow." Sam blushed a vivid crimson and tripped over his own tongue as he tried to stammer out a courtesy. John had to smile. When they emerged from under the trees, Mormont spurred his tough little Garon to a trot. Ghost came streaking out from the woods to meet them, licking his chops, his muzzle red from prey. High above, the men on the wall saw the column approaching. John heard the deep, throaty call of the watchman's great horn, calling out across the miles, a single long blast that shuddered through the trees and echoed off the ice. The sound faded slowly to silence. One blast meant rangers returning, and John thought, "I was a ranger for one day at least. Whatever may come, they cannot take that away from me." Bowen Marsh was waiting at the first gate as they led their Garons through the icy tunnel. The Lord Steward was red-faced and agitated. "My lord," he blurted at Mormont as he swung open the iron bars, "there's been a bird. You must come at once." "What is it, man?" Mormont said gruffly. Curiously, Marsh glanced at John before he answered. "Maester Aemon has the letter. He's waiting in your solar." "Very well. John, see to my horse, and tell Sir Jeremy to put the dead men in a storeroom until the maester is ready for them." Mormont strode away, grumbling. As they led their horses back to the stable, John was uncomfortably aware that people were watching him. Sir Alistair Thorne was drilling his boys in the yard, but he broke off to stare at John, a faint half-smile on his lips. One-armed Donal Noy stood in the door of the armory. "The gods be with you, Snow," he called out. Something's wrong, John thought. Something's very wrong. The dead men were carried to one of the storerooms along the base of the wall, a dark, cold cell chiseled from the ice and used to keep meat and grain and sometimes even beer. John saw that Mormont's horse was fed and watered and groomed before he took care of his own. Afterward he sought out his friends. Gren and Toad were on watch, but he found Pip in the common hall. "What's happened?" he asked. Pip lowered his voice. "The king's dead." John was stunned. Robert Baratheon had looked old and fat when he visited Winterfell, yet he'd seemed hale enough, and there'd been no talk of illness. "How can you know?" "One of the guards overheard Clytus reading the letter to Maester Aemon." Pip leaned close. "John, I'm sorry. He was your father's friend, wasn't he?" "They were as close as brothers, once." John wondered if Joffrey would keep his father as the king's hand. It did not seem likely. That might mean Lord Eddard would return to Winterfell, and his sisters as well. He might even be allowed to visit them, with Lord Mormont's permission. It would be good to see Arya's grin again, and to talk with his father. "I will ask him about my mother," he resolved. "I am a man now. It is past time he told me. Even if she was a whore, I don't care. I want to know." I heard Hake say the dead men were your uncles, Pip said. Yes, John replied. 2 of the 6 he took with him. They'd been dead a long time, only the bodies are queer. Queer? Pip was all curiosity. How queer? Sam will tell you. John did not want to talk of it. I should see if the old bear has need of me. He walked to the Lord Commander's tower alone, with a curious sense of apprehension. The brothers on guard eyed him solemnly as he approached. "The old bear's in his solar," one of them announced. "He was asking for you." John nodded. He should have come straight from the stable. He climbed the tower steps briskly. "He wants wine or a fire in his hearth, that's all," he told himself. When he entered the solar, Mormont's raven screamed at him. "Corn!" the bird shrieked. "Corn! Corn! Corn!" "Don't you believe it, I just fed him," the old bear growled. He was seated by the window, reading a letter. "Bring me a cup of wine, and pour one for yourself." "For myself, my lord?" Mormont lifted his eyes from the letter to stare at John. There was pity in that look. He could taste it. "You heard me." John poured with exaggerated care, vaguely aware that he was drawing out the act. When the cups were filled, he would have no choice but to face whatever was in that letter. Yet all too soon they were filled. "Sit, boy," Mormont commanded him. "Drink." John remained standing. "It's my father, isn't it?" The old bear tapped the letter with a finger. "Your father and the king," he rumbled. "I won't lie to you, it's grievous news. I never thought to see another king, not at my age, with Robert half my years and strong as a bull." He took a gulp of wine. "They say the king loved to hunt. The things we love destroy us every time, lad. Remember that. My son loved that young wife of his. Vain woman. If not for her, he would never have thought to sell those poachers." John could scarcely follow what he was saying. "My lord, I don't understand. What's happened to my father?" "I told you to sit," Mormont grumbled. "Sit!" the raven screamed. "And have a drink, damn you. That's a command, Snow." John sat and took a sip of wine. "Lord Eddard has been imprisoned. He is charged with treason. It is said he plotted with Robert's brothers to deny the throne to Prince Joffrey." "No," John said at once. "That couldn't be. My father would never betray the king." "Be that as it may," said Mormont, "it is not for me to say, nor for you." "But it's a lie," John insisted. How could they think his father was a traitor? Had they all gone mad? Lord Eddard Stark would never dishonor himself. Would he? "He fathered a bastard," a small voice whispered inside him. "Where was the honor in that? And your mother, what of her? He will not even speak her name." "My lord, what will happen to him? Will they kill him?" "As to that, I cannot say, lad. I mean to send a letter. I knew some of the king's councillors in my youth. Old Bissell, Lord Stannis, Sir Barristan. Whatever your father has done, or hasn't done, he is a great lord. He must be allowed to take the Black and join us here. God knows we need men of Lord Eddard's ability." John knew that other men accused of treason had been allowed to redeem their honor on the wall in days past. Why not Lord Eddard? His father here? That was a strange thought, and strangely uncomfortable. It would be a monstrous injustice to strip him of Winterfell and force him to take the Black, and yet if it meant his life— And would Joffrey allow it? He remembered the prince at Winterfell, the way he'd mocked Robb and Sir Roderick in the yard. John himself he had scarcely even noticed. Bastards were beneath even his contempt. "My lord, will the king listen to you?" The old bear shrugged. "A boy king? I imagine he'll listen to his mother. A pity the dwarf isn't with them. He's the lad's uncle, and he saw our need when he visited us.
It was a bad thing, your lady mother taking him captive.
Lady Stark is not my mother, Jon reminded him sharply. Tyrion Lannister had been a friend to him. If Lord Eddard was killed, she would be as much to blame as the Queen. My lord, what of my sisters? Arya and Sansa, they were with my father, do you know—
Pycelle makes no mention of them, but doubtless they'll be treated gently. I will ask about them when I write.
Mormont shook his head.
This could not have happened at a worse time. If ever the realm needed a strong king— There are dark days and cold nights ahead. I feel it in my bones.
He gave Jon a long, shrewd look.
I hope you are not thinking of doing anything stupid, boy.
He's my father, Jon wanted to say, but he knew that Mormont would not want to hear it. His throat was dry. He made himself take another sip of wine.
Your duty is here now,
the Lord Commander reminded him.
Your old life ended when you took the Black.
His bird made a raucous echo. Black! Mormont took no notice.
Whatever they do in King's Landing is none of our concern.
When Jon did not answer, the old man finished his wine and said,
You're free to go. I'll have no further need of you today. On the morrow you can help me write that letter.
Jon did not remember standing or leaving the solar. The next he knew, he was descending the tower steps, thinking, This is my father, my sisters. How can it be none of my concern? Outside, one of the guards looked at him and said, Be strong, boy. The gods are cruel. They know, Jon realized. My father is no traitor, he said hoarsely. Even the words stuck in his throat as if to choke him. The wind was rising, and it seemed colder in the yard than it had when he'd gone in. Spirit summer was drawing to an end. The rest of the afternoon passed as if in a dream. Jon could not have said where he walked, what he did, who he spoke with. Ghost was with him, he knew that much. The silent presence of the dire wolf gave him comfort. The girls do not even have that much, he thought. Their wolves might have kept them safe, but Lady is dead, and Nymeria is lost. They're all alone. A north wind had begun to blow by the time the sun went down. Jon could hear it skirling against the wall and over the icy battlements as he went to the common hall for the evening meal. Hob had cooked up a venison stew, thick with barley, onions, and carrots. When he spooned an extra portion onto Jon's plate and gave him the crusty heel of the bread, he knew what that meant. He knows. He looked around the hall, saw heads turn quickly, eyes politely averted. They all know. His friends rallied to him. We asked the Septon to light a candle for your father, Mathar told him.
It's a lie. We all know it's a lie. Even Gren knows it's a lie,
Pip chimed in. Gren nodded, and Sam clasped Jon's hand.
You're my brother now, so he's my father too, the fat boy said. If you want to go out to the Weirwoods and pray to the old gods, I'll go with you.
The Weirwoods were beyond the wall, yet he knew Sam meant what he said. They are my brothers, he thought, as much as Robb and Bran and Rickon. And then he heard the laughter, sharp and cruel as a whip, and the voice of Sir Alliser Thorne. Not only a bastard, but a traitor's bastard, he was telling the men around him. In the blink of an eye, Jon had vaulted onto the table, dagger in his hand. Pip made a grab for him, but he wrenched his leg away, and then he was sprinting down the table and kicking the bowl from Sir Alliser's hand. Stew went flying everywhere, spattering the brothers. Thorne recoiled. People were shouting, but Jon Snow did not hear them. He lunged at Sir Alliser's face with the dagger, slashing at those cold onyx eyes. But Sam threw himself between them, and before Jon could get around him, Pip was on his back, clinging like a monkey, and Grin was grabbing his arm while Toad wrenched the knife from his fingers. Later, much later, after they had marched him back to his sleeping cell, Mormont came down to see him, Raven on his shoulder.
I told you not to do anything stupid, boy,
the old bear said.
Boy,
the bird chorused. Mormont shook his head, disgusted.
And to think I had high hopes for you.
They took his knife and his sword and told him he was not to leave his cell until the high officers met to decide what was to be done with him. and then they placed a guard outside his door to make certain he obeyed. His friends were not allowed to see him, but the old bear did relent and permit him Ghost, so he was not utterly alone. "My father is no traitor," he told the dire wolf when the rest had gone. Ghost looked at him in silence. John slumped against the wall, hands around his knees, and stared at the candle on the table beside his narrow bed. The flame flickered and swayed. The shadows moved around him. The room seemed to grow darker and colder. "I will not sleep tonight," John thought. Yet he must have dozed. When he woke, his legs were stiff and cramped, and the candle had long since burned out. Ghost stood on his hind legs, scrabbling at the door. John was startled to see how tall he'd grown. "Ghost, what is it?" he called softly. The dire wolf turned his head and looked down at him, baring his fangs in a silent snarl. "Has he gone mad?" John wondered. "It's me, Ghost," he murmured, trying not to sound afraid. Yet he was trembling violently. When had it gotten so cold? Ghost backed away from the door. There were deep gouges where he'd raked the wood. John watched him with mounting disquiet. "There's someone out there, isn't there?" he whispered. Crouching, the dire wolf crept backward, white fur rising on the back of his neck. "The guard," he thought. "They left a man to guard my door. Ghost smells him through the door, that's all it is." Slowly John pushed himself to his feet. He was shivering uncontrollably, wishing he still had a sword. 3 quick steps brought him to the door. He grabbed the handle and pulled it inward. The creak of the hinges almost made him jump. His guard was sprawled bonelessly across the narrow steps, looking up at him. Looking up at him, even though he was lying on his stomach. His head had been twisted completely around. "It can't be," John told himself. "This is the Lord Commander's tower. It's guarded day and night. This couldn't happen. It's a dream. I'm having a nightmare." Ghost slid past him, out the door. The wolf started up the steps, stopped, looked back at John. That was when he heard it. The soft scrape of a boot on stone. The sound of a latch turning. The sounds came from above, from the Lord Commander's chambers. A nightmare this might be, yet it was no dream. The guard's sword was in its sheath. John knelt and worked it free. The heft of steel in his fist made him bolder. He moved up the steps, Ghost padding silently before him. Shadows lurked in every turn of the stair. John crept up warily, probing any suspicious darkness with the point of his sword. Suddenly he heard the shriek of Mormont's raven. "Corn!" the bird was screaming. "Corn! Corn! 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 Corn!" Ghost bounded ahead, and John came scrambling after. The door to Mormont's solar was wide open. The dire wolf plunged through. John stopped in the doorway, blade in hand, giving his eyes a moment to adjust. Heavy drapes had been pulled across the windows, and the darkness was black as ink. "Who's there?" he called out. Then he saw it. A shadow in the shadows, sliding toward the inner door that led to Mormont's sleeping cell. A man shape, all in black, cloaked and hooded. But beneath the hood, its eyes shone with an icy blue radiance. Ghost leapt. Man and wolf went down together with neither scream nor snarl, rolling, smashing into a chair, knocking over a table laden with papers. Mormont's raven was flapping overhead, screaming, "Corn! Corn! Corn! Corn!" John felt as blind as Maester Aemon. Keeping the wall to his back, he slid toward the window and ripped down the curtain. Moonlight flooded the solar. He glimpsed black hands buried in white fur, swollen dark fingers tightening around his dire wolf's throat. Ghost was twisting and snapping, legs flailing in the air, but he could not break free. John had no time to be afraid. He threw himself forward, shouting, bringing down the long sword with all his weight behind it. Steel sheared through sleeve and skin and bone, yet the sound was wrong, somehow. The smell that engulfed him was so queer and cold, he almost gagged. He saw arm and hand on the floor, black fingers wriggling in a pool of moonlight.
Ghost wrenched free of the other hand and crept away, red tongue lolling from his mouth. The hooded man lifted his pale moon face, and Jon slashed at it without hesitation. The sword laid the intruder open to the bone, taking off half his nose and opening a gash cheek to cheek under those eyes. Eyes like blue stars burning. Jon knew that face. Othor, he thought, reeling back. Gods! He's dead! He's dead! I saw him dead! He felt something scrabble at his ankle. Black fingers clawed at his calf. The arm was crawling up his leg, ripping at woolen flesh. Shouting with revulsion, Jon pried the fingers off his leg with the point of his sword and flipped the thing away. It lay writhing, fingers opening and closing. The corpse lurched forward. There was no blood. One-armed, face cut near in half, it seemed to feel nothing. Jon held the long sword before him. "Stay away!" he commanded, his voice gone shrill. "Con!" screamed the raven. "Con! Con!" The severed arm was wriggling out of its torn sleeve, a pale snake with a black five-fingered head. Ghost pounced and got it between his teeth. Finger bones crunched. Jon hacked at the corpse's neck, felt the steel bite deep and hard. Dead, Othor slammed into him, knocking him off his feet. Jon's breath went out of him as the fallen table caught him between his shoulder blades. The sword! Where was the sword? He'd lost the damned sword! When he opened his mouth to scream, the white jammed its black corpse fingers into Jon's mouth. Gagging, he tried to shove it off, but the dead man was too heavy. Its hand forced itself farther down his throat, icy cold, choking him. Its face was against his own, filling the world. Frost covered its eyes, sparkling blue. Jon raked cold flesh with his nails and kicked at the thing's legs. He tried to bite, tried to punch, tried to breathe. And suddenly the corpse's weight was gone, its fingers ripped from his throat. It was all Jon could do to roll over, retching and shaking. Ghost had it again. He watched as the direwolf buried his teeth in the white's gut and began to rip and tear. He watched, only half-conscious for a long moment before he finally remembered to look for his sword, and saw Lord Mormont, naked and groggy from sleep, standing in the doorway with an oil lamp in hand. Gnawed and fingerless, the arm thrashed on the floor, wriggling toward him. Jon tried to shout, but his voice was gone. Staggering to his feet, he kicked the arm away and snatched the lamp from the old bear's fingers. The flame flickered and almost died. "Bran!" the raven called. "Bran! Bran! Bran!" Spinning, Jon saw the drapes he'd ripped from the window. He flung the lamp into the puddled cloth with both hands. Metal crunched, glass shattered, oil spewed, and the hangings went up in a great whoosh of flame. The heat of it on his face was sweeter than any kiss Jon had ever known. "Ghost!" he shouted. The direwolf wrenched free and came to him as the white struggled to rise, dark snakes spilling from the great wound in its belly. Jon plunged his hand into the flames, grabbed a fistful of the burning drapes, and whipped them at the dead man. "Let it burn," he prayed as the cloth smothered the corpse. "Gods, please, please let it burn." Bran. The Karstarks came in on a cold, windy morning, bringing 300 horsemen and near 2,000 foot from their castle at Carhold. The steel points of their pikes winked in the pale sunlight as the column approached. A man went before them, pounding out a slow, deep-throated, marching rhythm on a drum that was bigger than he was. Boom! 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 Bran watched them come from a guard turret atop the outer wall, peering through Maester Luwin's bronze far-eye, while perched on Hodor's shoulders. Lord Rickard himself led them, his sons Haryon and Eddard and Torrin riding beside him beneath night-black banners emblazoned with the white sunburst of their house. Old Nan said they had Stark blood in them, going back hundreds of years, but they did not look like Starks to Bran. They were big men, and fierce, faces covered with thick beards, hair worn loose past the shoulders. Their cloaks were made of skins, the pelts of bear and seal and wolf. They were the last, he knew. The other lords were already here, with their hosts. Bran yearned to ride out among them, to see the winter houses full to bursting, the jostling crowds in the market square every morning, the streets rutted and torn by wheel and hoof. But Robb had forbidden him to leave the castle.
"We have no men to spare to guard you," his brother had explained.
"I'll take summer,"
Bran argued. "Don't act the boy with me, Bran," Robb said. "You know better than that. Only 2 days ago one of Lord Bolton's men knifed one of Lord Serwyn's at the Smoking Log. Our Lady Mother would skin me for a pelt if I let you put yourself at risk." He was using the voice of Robb the Lord when he said it. Bran knew that meant there was no appeal. It was because of what had happened in the Wolfswood, he knew. The memory still gave him bad dreams. He had been as helpless as a baby, no more able to defend himself than Rickon would have been. Less, even. Rickon would have kicked them, at the least. It shamed him. He was only a few years younger than Robb. If his brother was almost a man grown, so was he. He should have been able to protect himself. A year ago, before, he would have visited the town even if it meant climbing over the walls by himself. In those days he could run downstairs, get on and off his pony by himself, and wield a wooden sword good enough to knock Prince Tommen in the dirt. Now he could only watch, peering out through Maester Luwin's lens tube. The Maester had taught him all the banners, the mailed fist of the Glovers, silver on scarlet, Lady Mormont's black bear, the hideous flayed man that went before Roose Bolton of the Dreadfort, a bull moose for the Hornwoods, a battle-axe for the Serwyns, 3 sentinel trees for the Tallhearts, and the fearsome sigil of House Umber, a roaring giant in shattered chains. And soon enough he learned the faces, too. When the lords and their sons and knights retainer came to Winterfell to feast, even the great hall was not large enough to seat all of them at once, so Robb hosted each of the principal bannermen in turn. Bran was always given the place of honour at his brother's right hand. Some of the lords' bannermen gave him queer, hard stares as he sat there, as if they wondered by what right a green boy should be placed above them, and him a cripple, too. "How many is it now?" Bran asked Maester Luwin as Lord Karstark and his sons rode through the gates in the outer wall.
12,000 men, or near enough, as makes no matter."
"How many knights?"
"Few enough," the Maester said with a touch of impatience. "To be a knight you must stand your vigil in the sept, and be anointed with the 7 oils to consecrate your vows. In the north only a few of the great houses worship the 7. The rest honour the old gods, and name no knights. But those lords and their sons and sworn swords are no less fierce or loyal or honourable. A man's worth is not marked by a ser before his name, as I have told you 100 times before."
"Still," said Bran, "how many knights?"
Maester Luwin sighed. 300, perhaps 4, among 3,000 armoured lancers who are not knights."
"Lord Karstark is the last," Bran said thoughtfully. "Robb will feast him tonight."
"No doubt he will."
"How long before they go?"
"He must march soon, or not at all," Maester Luwin said. "The winter town is full to bursting, and this army of his will eat the countryside clean if it camps here much longer. Others are waiting to join him all along the King's Road, Barrow Knights and Crannogmen and the Lords Manderley and Flint. The fighting has begun in the Riverlands, and your brother has many leagues to go."
"I know."
Bran felt as miserable as he sounded. He handed the bronze tube back to the Maester, and noticed how thin Luwin's hair had grown on top. He could see the pink of scalp showing through. It felt queer to look down on him this way, and when he'd spent his whole life looking up at him, but when you sat on Hodor's back, you looked down on everyone.
"I don't want to watch any more. Hodor, take me back to the keep."
"Hodor,"
said Hodor. Maester Luwin tucked the tube up his sleeve.
"Bran, your lord brother will not have time to see you now. He must greet Lord Karstark and his sons and make them welcome."
"I won't trouble Robb. I want to visit the Godswood." He put his hand on Hodor's shoulder. "Hodor."
A series of chisel-cut handholds made a ladder in the granite of the tower's inner wall. Hodor hummed tunelessly as he went down hand under hand, Bran bouncing against his back in the wicker seat that Maester Luwin had fashioned for him. Luwin had gotten the idea from the baskets the women used to carry firewood on their backs. After that it had been a simple matter of cutting leg holes and attaching some new straps to spread Bran's weight more evenly. It was not as good as riding Dancer, but there were places Dancer could not go, and this did not shame Bran the way it did when Hodor carried him in his arms like a baby. Hodor seemed to like it too, though with Hodor it was hard to tell. The only tricky part was doors. Sometimes Hodor forgot that he had Bran on his back, and that could be painful when he went through a door. For near a fortnight there had been so many comings and goings that Robb ordered both portcullises kept up, and the drawbridge down between them, even in the dead of night. A long column of armoured lancers was crossing the moat between the walls when Bran emerged from the tower, Karstark men following their lords into the castle. They wore black iron half-helms and black woolen cloaks patterned with a white sunburst. Hodor trotted along beside them, smiling to himself, his boots thudding against the wood of the drawbridge. The riders gave them queer looks as they went by, and once Bran heard someone guffaw. He refused to let it trouble him. "Men will look at you," Maester Luwin had warned him the first time they had strapped the wicker basket around Hodor's chest. "They will look, and they will talk, and some will mock you." Let them mock, Bran thought. No one mocked him in his bedchamber, but he would not live his life in bed. As they passed beneath the gatehouse portcullis, Bran put 2 fingers into his mouth and whistled. Summer came loping across the yard. Suddenly the Karstark lancers were fighting for control as their horses rolled their eyes and whickered in dismay. One stallion reared, screaming, his rider cursing and hanging on desperately. The scent of the direwolves sent horses into a frenzy of fear if they were not accustomed to it. But they'd quiet soon enough once Summer was gone. "The gods would," Bran reminded Hodor. Even Winterfell itself was crowded. The yard rang to the sound of sword and axe, the rumble of wagons and the barking of dogs. The armory doors were open, and Bran glimpsed Mikken at his forge, his hammer ringing as sweat dripped off his bare chest. Bran had never seen as many strangers in all his years, not even when King Robert had come to visit father. He tried not to flinch as Hodor ducked through a low door. They walked down a long, dim hallway, Summer padding easily beside them. The wolf glanced up from time to time, eyes smouldering like liquid gold. Bran would have liked to touch him, but he was riding too high for his hand to reach. The Godswood was an island of peace in the sea of chaos that Winterfell had become. Hodor made his way through the dense stands of oak and ironwood and sentinels to the still pool beside the heart-tree. He stopped under the gnarled limbs of the weirwood, humming. Bran reached up over his head and pulled himself out of his seat, drawing the dead weight of his legs up through the holes in the wicker basket. He hung for a moment, dangling, the dark red leaves brushing against his face, until Hodor lifted him and lowered him to the smooth stone beside the water. "I want to be by myself for a while," he said. "You go soak. Go to the pools." "Hodor." Hodor stumped through the trees and vanished. Across the Godswood, beneath the windows of the guest-house, an underground hot spring fed 3 small ponds. Steam rose from the water day and night, and the wall that loomed above was thick with moss. Hodor hated cold water, and would fight like a treed wildcat when threatened with soap, but he would happily immerse himself in the hottest pool and sit for hours, giving a loud burp to echo the spring whenever a bubble rose from the murky green depths to break upon the surface. Summer lapped at the water and settled down at Bran's side. He rubbed the wolf under the jaw, and for a moment boy and beast both felt at peace. Bran had always liked the Godswood, even before, but of late he found himself drawn to it more and more. Even the heart-tree no longer scared him the way it used to. The deep red eyes carved into the pale trunk still watched him, yet somehow he took comfort from that now. The gods were looking over him, he told himself, the old gods, gods of the Starks and the First Men and the children of the forest, his father's gods. He felt safe in their sight, and the deep silence of the trees helped him think. Bran had been thinking a lot since his fall, thinking and dreaming and talking with the gods. "Please make it so Robb won't go away," he prayed softly. He moved his hand through the cold water, sending ripples across the pool. "Please make him stay. Or if he has to go, bring him home safe with Mother and Father and the girls. And make it so Rickon understands." His baby brother had been wild as a winter storm since he learned Robb was riding off to war, weeping and angry by turns. He'd refused to eat, cried and screamed for most of a night, even punched old Nan when she tried to sing him to sleep. And the next day he'd vanished. Robb had set half the castle searching for him, and when at last they'd found him down in the crypt, Rickon had slashed at them with a rusted iron sword he'd snatched from a dead king's hand, and Shaggy Dog had come slavering out of the darkness like a green-eyed demon. The wolf was near as wild as Rickon. He'd bitten Gage on the arm and torn a chunk of flesh from Micken's thigh. It had taken Robb himself and Greywind to bring him to bay. Farlan had the black wolf chained up in the kennels now, and Rickon cried all the more for being without him. Maester Luwin counselled Robb to remain at Winterfell, and Bran pleaded with him too, for his own sake as much as Rickon's. But his brother only shook his head stubbornly and said, "I don't want to go. I have to." It was only half a lie. Someone had to go, to hold the Neck and help the Tullys against the Lannisters. Bran could understand that, but it did not have to be Robb. His brother might have given the command to Hal Mollin or Theon Greyjoy, or to one of his lord's bannermen. Maester Luwin urged him to do just that, but Robb would not hear of it. My lord father would never have sent men off to die while he huddled like a craven behind the walls of Winterfell, he said, all Robb the Lord. Robb seemed half a stranger to Bran now, transformed, a lord in truth, though he had not yet seen his 16th name-day. Even their father's bannermen seemed to sense it. Many tried to test him, each in his own way. Roose Bolton and Robert Glover both demanded the honour of battle command, the first brusquely, the second with a smile and a jest. Stout, grey-haired Meg Mormont, dressed in mail like a man, told Robb bluntly that he was young enough to be her grandson and had no business giving her commands. But, as it happened, she had a granddaughter she would be willing to have him marry. Soft-spoken Lord Serwyn had actually brought his daughter with him, a plump, homely maid of 30 years who sat at her father's left hand and never lifted her eyes from her plate. Jovial Lord Hornwood had no daughters, but he did bring gifts, a horse one day, a haunch of venison the next, a silver chased hunting horn the day after, and he asked nothing in return. Nothing but a certain holdfast taken from his grandfather, and hunting rights north of a certain ridge, and leave to damn the white knife if it pleased the lord. Robb answered each of them with cool courtesy, much as father might have, and somehow he bent them to his will. And when Lord Umber, who was called the Great John by his men and stood as tall as Hodor and twice as wide, threatened to take his forces home if he was placed behind the Hornwoods or the Serwyns in the order of march, Robb told him he was welcome to do so. "And when we are done with the Lannisters," he promised, scratching Greywind behind the ear, "we will march back north, root you out of your keep, and hang you for an oath-breaker." Cursing, the Great John flung a flagon of ale into the fire and bellowed that Robb was so green he must piss grass. When Hallis Mollin moved to restrain him, he knocked him to the floor, kicked over a table, and unsheathed the biggest, ugliest great-sword that Bran had ever seen. All along the benches his sons and brothers and sworn swords leapt to their feet, grabbing for their steel. Yet Robb only said a quiet word, and in a snarl and the blink of an eye Lord Umber was on his back, his sword spinning on the floor 3 feet away, and his hand dripping blood where Greywind had bitten off 2 fingers. "My lord father taught me that it was death to bear steel against your liege lord," Robb said, "but doubtless you only meant to cut my meat." Bran's bowels went to water as the Great John struggled to rise, sucking at the red stumps of fingers. But then, astonishingly, the huge man laughed. "Your meat," he roared, "is bloody tough." And somehow after that the Great John became Robb's right hand, his staunchest champion, loudly telling all and sundry that the boy lord was a Stark after all, and they'd damn well better bend their knees if they didn't fancy having them chewed off. Yet that very night his brother came to Bran's bedchamber, pale and shaken, after the fires had burned low in the great hall. "I thought he was going to kill me," Robb confessed. "Did you see the way he threw down Hal like he was no bigger than Rickon? Gods, I was so scared. And the Great John's not the worst of them, only the loudest. Lord Roose never says a word, he only looks at me,
and all I can think of is that room they have in the Dreadfort, where the Boltons hang the skins of their enemies."
"That's just one of old Nan's stories," Bran said. A note of doubt crept into his voice. "Isn't it?"
"I don't know." He gave a weary shake of his head. "Lord Cerwyn means to take his daughter south with us. To cook for him, he says. Theon is certain I'll find the girl in my bedroll one night. I wish Father was here." That was the one thing they could agree on, Bran and Rickon and Robb the Lord. They all wished Father was here. But Lord Eddard was 1,000 leagues away, a captive in some dungeon, a hunted fugitive running for his life, or even dead. No one seemed to know for certain. Every traveller told a different tale, each more terrifying than the last. The heads of Father's guardsmen were rotting on the walls of the Red Keep, impaled on spikes. King Robert was dead at Father's hands. The Baratheons had laid siege to King's Landing. Lord Eddard had fled south with the king's wicked brother Renly. Arya and Sansa had been murdered by the Hound. Mother had killed Tyrion the Imp and hung his body from the walls of Riverrun. Lord Tywin Lannister was marching on the Eyrie, burning and slaughtering as he went. One wine-sodden tale-teller even claimed that Rhaegar Targaryen had returned from the dead and was marshalling a vast host of ancient heroes on Dragonstone to reclaim his father's throne. When the Raven came, bearing a letter marked with Father's own seal and written in Sansa's hand, the cruel truth seemed no less incredible. Bran would never forget the look on Robb's face as he stared at their sister's words. "She says Father conspired at treason with the king's brothers," he read. "King Robert is dead, and Mother and I are summoned to the Red Keep to swear fealty to Joffrey. She says we must be loyal, and when she marries Joffrey she will plead with him to spare our Lord Father's life." His fingers closed into a fist, crushing Sansa's letter between them. "And she says nothing of Arya. Nothing. Not so much as a word. Damn her, what's wrong with the girl?" Bran felt all cold inside. "She lost her wolf," he said weakly, remembering the day when 4 of his father's guardsmen had returned from the south with ladies' bones. Summer and Grey Wind and Shaggy Dog had begun to howl before they crossed the drawbridge, in voices drawn and desolate. Beneath the shadow of the first keep was an ancient lich-yard, its headstone spotted with pale lichen, where the old kings of winter had laid their faithful servants. It was there they buried Lady, while her brothers stalked between the graves like restless shadows. She had gone south, and only her bones had returned. Their grandfather, old Lord Rickard, had gone as well, with his son Brandon, who was his father's brother, and 200 of his best men. None had ever returned. And Father had gone south, with Arya and Sansa and Jory and Hullen and Fat Tom and the rest, and later Mother and Sir Roderick had gone, and they hadn't come back either. And now Robb meant to go, not to King's Landing, and not to swear fealty, but to Riverrun, with a sword in his hand. And if their Lord Father were truly a prisoner, that could mean his death for a certainty. It frightened Bran more than he could say. "If Robb has to go, watch over him," Bran entreated the old gods, as they watched him with the heart-tree's red eyes. "And watch over his men, Hal and Quent and the rest, and Lord Umber and Lady Mormont and the other lords, and Theon, too, I suppose. Watch them and keep them safe, if it please you, gods. Help them defeat the Lannisters and save Father and bring them home." A faint wind sighed through the gods' wood, and the red leaves stirred and whispered. Summer bared his teeth. "You hear them, boy?" a voice asked. Bran lifted his head. Osha stood across the pool, beneath an ancient oak, her face shadowed by leaves. Even in irons the wildling moved quiet as a cat. Summer circled the pool, sniffed at her. The tall woman flinched. "Summer, to me!" Bran called. The direwolf took one final sniff, spun, and bounded back. Bran wrapped his arms around him. "What are you doing here?" He had not seen Osha since they'd taken her captive in the Wolf's Wood, though he knew she'd been set to working in the kitchens.
"They are my gods, too," Osha said. "Beyond the wall they are the only gods."
Her hair was growing out, brown and shaggy. It made her look more womanly, that and the simple dress of brown rough-spun they'd given her when they took her mail and leather.
Gage lets me have my prayers from time to time when I feel the need, and I let him do as he likes under my skirt when he feels the need. It's nothing to me. I like the smell of flour on his hands, and he's gentler than Stiv."
She gave an awkward bow.
"I'll leave you. There's pots that want scouring."
"No, stay," Bran commanded her. "Tell me what you meant about hearing the gods." Osha studied him.
"You asked them, and they're answering. Open your ears. Listen. You'll hear."
Bran listened. "It's only the wind," he said after a moment, uncertain. "The leaves are rustling."
"Who do you think sends the wind, if not the gods?"
She seated herself across the pool from him, clinking faintly as she moved. Micken had fixed iron manacles to her ankles, with a heavy chain between them. She could walk so long as she kept her strides small, but there was no way for her to run, or climb, or mount a horse.
"They see you, boy. They hear you talking. That rustling, that's them talking back."
"What are they saying?"
"They're sad. Your lord brother will get no help from them, not where he's going. The old gods have no power in the south. The weirwoods there were all cut down thousands of years ago. How can they watch your brother when they have no eyes?"
Bran had not thought of that. It frightened him. If even the gods could not help his brother, what hope was there? Maybe Osha wasn't hearing them right. He cocked his head and tried to listen again. He thought he could hear the sadness now, but nothing more than that. The rustling grew louder. Bran heard muffled footfalls and a low humming, and Hodor came blundering out of the trees, naked and smiling. "Hodor!" "He must have heard our voices," Bran said. "Hodor, you forgot your clothes."
Hodor.
Hodor agreed. He was dripping wet from the neck down, steaming in the chill air. His body was covered with brown hair, thick as a pelt. Between his legs his manhood swung long and heavy. Osha eyed him with a sour smile.
"Now there's a big man," she said. "He has giant's blood in him, or I'm the queen."
"Maester Luwin says there are no more giants. He says they're all dead like the children of the forest. All that's left of them are old bones in the earth that men turn up with ploughs from time to time."
"Let Maester Luwin ride beyond the wall," Osha said. "He'll find giants then, or they'll find him. My brother killed one. 10 foot tall she was, and stunted at that. They've been known to grow big as 12 and 13 feet. Fierce things they are, too, all hair and teeth, and the wives have beards like their husbands, so there's no telling them apart. The women take human men for lovers, and it's from them the half-bloods come. It goes harder on the women they catch. The men are so big, they'll rip a maid apart before they get her with child." She grinned at him. "But you don't know what I mean, do you, boy?"
"Yes, I do," Bran insisted. He understood about mating. He had seen dogs in the yard and watched a stallion mount a mare. But talking about it made him uncomfortable. He looked at Hodor. "Go back and bring your clothes, Hodor," he said. "Go dress."
Hodor.
He walked back the way he had come, ducking under a low-hanging tree limb. He was awfully big, Bran thought as he watched him go. "Are there truly giants beyond the wall?" he asked Osha uncertainly.
"Giants and worse than giants, lordling. I tried to tell your brother when he asked his questions, him and your maester and that smiley boy Greyjoy. The cold winds are rising, and men go out from their fires and never come back. Or if they do, they're not men no more, but only whites with blue eyes and cold black hands. Why do you think I run south with Stiv and Holly and the rest of them fools? Mance thinks he'll fight the brave, sweet, stubborn man, like the White Walkers were no more than rangers. But what does he know? He can call himself king beyond the wall all he likes, but he's still just another old black crow who flew down from the Shadow Tower. He's never tasted winter. I was born up there, child, like my mother and her mother before her, and her mother before her, born of the free folk. We remember."
Osha stood, her chains rattling together.
"I tried to tell your lordling brother. Only yesterday, when I saw him in the yard. 'My Lord Stark,' I called to him. Respectful as you please, but he looked through me, and that sweaty oaf Great John Umber shoves me out of the path." So be it. I'll wear my irons and hold my tongue. A man who won't listen can't hear.
Tell me. Rob will listen to me. I know he will.
Will he now? We'll see. You tell him this, my lord. You tell him he's bound on marching the wrong way. It's north he should be taking his swords. North, not south. You hear me?
Bran nodded. I'll tell him.
But that night, when they feasted in the great hall, Rob was not with them. He took his meal in the solar instead, with Lord Rickard and the great John and the other lords bannermen, to make the final plans for the long march to come. It was left to Bran to fill his place at the head of the table, and act the host to Lord Karstark's sons and honoured friends. They were already at their places when Hodor carried Bran into the hall on his back and knelt beside the high seat. 2 of the serving men helped lift him from his basket. Bran could feel the eyes of every stranger in the hall. It had grown quiet. "My lords," Hallis Mullen announced, "Brandon Stark of Winterfell."
"I welcome you to our fires," Bran said stiffly, "and offer you meat and mead in honor of our friendship."
Haryon Karstark, the oldest of Lord Rickard's sons, bowed, and his brothers after him, yet as they settled back in their places he heard the younger 2 talking in low voices over the clatter of wine-cups. "Sooner die than live like that," muttered one, his father's namesake, Eddard, and his brother Torrin said likely the boy was broken inside as well as out, too craven to take his own life. Broken, Bran thought bitterly as he clutched his knife. Is that what he was now? Bran the Broken? "I don't want to be broken," he whispered fiercely to Maester Luwin, who'd been seated to his right. "I want to be a knight." "There are some who call my order the Knights of the Mind," Luwin replied. "You are a surpassing clever boy when you work at it, Bran. Have you ever thought that you might wear a maester's chain? There is no limit to what you might learn."
"I want to learn magic," Bran told him. "The crow promised that I would fly."
Maester Luwin sighed.
"I can teach you history, healing, herb lore. I can teach you the speech of ravens, and how to build a castle, and the way a sailor steers his ship by the stars. I can teach you to measure the days and mark the seasons. And at the Citadel, an old town, they can teach you 1,000 things more. But, Bran, no man can teach you magic."
"The children could," Bran said. "The children of the forest." That reminded him of the promise he had made to Osha in the Godswood, so he told Luwin what she had said. The maester listened politely.
"The wildling woman could give old Nan lessons in telling tales, I think," he said when Bran was done. "I will talk with her again if you like, but it would be best if you did not trouble your brother with this folly. He has more than enough to concern him without fretting over giants and dead men in the woods. It's the Lannisters who hold your lord, Father Bran, not the children of the forest." He put a gentle hand on Bran's arm. "Think on what I said, child."
And 2 days later, as a red dawn broke across a wind-swept sky, Bran found himself in the yard beneath the gatehouse, strapped atop Dancer as he said his farewells to his brother.
"You are the lord in Winterfell now," Robb told him. He was mounted on a shaggy grey stallion. His shield hung from the horse's side, wood banded with iron, white and grey, and on it the snarling face of a direwolf. His brother wore grey chain-mail over bleached leathers, sword and dagger at his waist, a fur-trimmed cloak across his shoulders. "You must take my place as I took father's, until we come home."
"I know," Bran replied miserably. He had never felt so little or alone or scared. He did not know how to be a lord.
"Listen to Maester Luwin's counsel, and take care of Rickon. Tell him that I'll be back as soon as the fighting is done."
Rickon had refused to come down. He was up in his chamber, red-eyed and defiant.
"No!"
he'd screamed when Bran had asked if he didn't want to say farewell to Robb.
"No farewell!" "I told him," Bran said. "He says no one ever comes back."
"He can't be a baby forever. He's a Stark and near 4. Robb sighed. "Well, Mother will be home soon. And I'll bring back Father, I promise." He wheeled his courser around and trotted away. Grey Wind followed, loping beside the war-horse, lean and swift. Halismollen went before them through the gate, carrying the rippling white banner of House Stark atop a high standard of grey ash. Theon Greyjoy and the Great John fell in on either side of Robb, and their knights formed up in a double column behind them, steel-tipped lances glinting in the sun. Uncomfortably, he remembered Osha's words. "He's marching the wrong way," he thought. For an instant he wanted to gallop after him and shout a warning, but when Robb vanished beneath the portcullis, the moment was gone. Beyond the castle walls a roar of sound went up. The foot soldiers and townsfolk were cheering Robb as he rode past, Bran knew, cheering for Lord Stark, for the Lord of Winterfell on his great stallion, with his cloak streaming and Grey Wind racing beside him. They would never cheer for him that way, he realized with a dull ache. He might be the lord in Winterfell while his brother and father were gone, but he was still Bran the Broken. He could not even get off his own horse, except to fall. When the distant cheers had faded to silence, and the yard was empty at last, Winterfell seemed deserted and dead. Bran looked around at the faces of those who remained, women and children and old men, and Hodor. The huge stable-boy had a lost and frightened look to his face. "Hodor," he said sadly. "Hodor," Bran agreed, wondering what it meant. Daenerys. When he had taken his pleasure, Khal Drogo rose from their sleeping mats to tower above her. His skin shone dark as bronze in the ruddy light from the brazier, the faint lines of old scars visible on his broad chest. Ink-black hair, loose and unbound, cascaded over his shoulders and down his back, well past his waist. His manhood glistened wetly. The Khal's mouth twisted in a frown beneath the droop of his long mustachio. "The stallion who mounts the world has no need of iron chairs." Dany propped herself on an elbow to look up at him, so tall and magnificent. She loved his hair especially. It had never been cut. He had never known defeat. "It was prophesied that the stallion will ride to the ends of the earth," she said.
"The earth ends at the black salt sea,"
Drogo answered at once. He wet a cloth in a basin of warm water to wipe the sweat and oil from his skin.
"No horse can cross the poison water."
"In the free cities there are ships by the thousand," Dany told him, as she had told him before. "Wooden horses with 100 legs that fly across the sea on wings full of wind." Khal Drogo did not want to hear it.
"We will speak no more of wooden horses and iron chairs."
He dropped the cloth and began to dress.
"This day I will go to the grass and hunt, woman-wife,"
he announced as he shrugged into a painted vest and buckled on a wide belt with heavy medallions of silver, gold, and bronze. "Yes, my sun and stars," Dany said. Drogo would take his blood riders and ride in search of Hrakkar, the great white lion of the plains. If they returned triumphant, her lord husband's joy would be fierce, and he might be willing to hear her out. Savage beasts he did not fear, nor any man who had ever drawn breath, but the sea was a different matter. To the Dothraki, water that a horse could not drink was something foul. The heaving grey-green plains of the ocean filled them with superstitious loathing. Drogo was a bolder man than the other horse-lords in 100 ways, she had found, but not in this. If only she could get him onto a ship. After the Khal and his blood riders had ridden off with their bows, Dany summoned her handmaids. Her body felt so fat and ungainly now that she welcomed the help of their strong arms and deft hands, whereas before she had often been uncomfortable with the way they fussed and fluttered about her. They scrubbed her clean and dressed her in sand-silk, loose and flowing. As Doria combed out her hair, she sent Jickwy to find Sir Jorah Mormont. The knight came at once. He wore horsehair leggings and painted vest, like a rider. Coarse black hair covered his thick chest and muscular arms. "My princess, may I serve you?" "You must talk to my lord husband," Dany said. "Drogo says the stallion who mounts the world will have all the lands of the earth to rule, and no need to cross the poison water. He talks of leading his khalasar east after Rhaego was born, to plunder the lands around the Jade Sea." The knight looked thoughtful. "The carle has never seen the 7 kingdoms," he said. "They are nothing to him. If he thinks of them at all, no doubt he thinks of islands, a few small cities clinging to rocks in the manner of Lorath or Lys, surrounded by stormy seas. The riches of the East must seem a more tempting prospect."
"But he must ride west," Dany said, despairing. "Please help me make him understand."
She had never seen the 7 kingdoms either, no more than Drogo, yet she felt as though she knew them from all the tales her brother had told her. Viserys had promised her 1,000 times that he would take her back one day, but he was dead now, and his promises had died with him.
"The Dothraki do things in their own time, for their own reasons," the knight answered. "Have patience, princess. Do not make your brother's mistake. We will go home, I promise you."
Home? The word made her feel sad. Ser Jorah had his Bear Island, but what was home to her? A few tales, names recited as solemnly as the words of a prayer, the fading memory of a red door. Was Vaes Dothrak to be our home forever? When she looked at the crones of the Dosh Khaleen, was she looking at her future? Ser Jorah must have seen the sadness on her face.
"A great caravan arrived during the night, Khaleesi. 400 horses from Pentos by way of Norvos and Qohor, under the command of merchant captain Bion Votiris. Illyrio may have sent a letter. Would you care to visit the western market?"
Dany stirred.
"Yes," she said, "I would like that."
The markets came alive when a caravan had come in. You could never tell what treasures the traders might bring this time, and it would be good to hear men speaking Valyrian again, as they did in the free cities.
"Irri, have them prepare a litter."
"I shall tell your Cass," Ser Jorah said, withdrawing. If Khal Drogo had been with her, Dany would have ridden her silver. Among the Dothraki, mothers stayed on horseback almost up to the moment of birth, and she did not want to seem weak in her husband's eyes. But with the Khal off hunting, it was pleasant to lie back on soft cushions and be carried across Vaes Dothrak, with red silk curtains to shield her from the sun. Ser Jorah saddled up and rode beside her, with the 4 young men of her Cass and her handmaids. The day was warm and cloudless, the sky a deep blue. When the wind blew, she could smell the rich scents of grass and earth. As her litter passed beneath the stolen monuments, she went from sunlight to shadow and back again. Dany swayed along, studying the faces of dead heroes and forgotten kings. She wondered if the gods of burned cities could still answer prayers.
"If I were not the blood of the dragon," she thought wistfully, "this could be my home."
She was Khaleesi. She had a strong man and a swift horse, handmaids to serve her, warriors to keep her safe, an honored place in the Dosh Khaleen awaiting her when she grew old. And in her womb grew a son who would one day bestride the world. That should be enough for any woman, but not for the dragon. With Viserys gone, Daenerys was the last, the very last. She was the seed of kings and conquerors, and so too the child inside her. She must not forget. The western market was a great square of beaten earth surrounded by warrens of mud-baked brick, animal pens, whitewashed drinking halls. Hummocks rose from the ground like the backs of great subterranean beasts breaking the surface, yawning black mouths leading down to cool and cavernous storerooms below. The interior of the square was a maze of stalls and crook-back aisles, shaded by awnings of woven grass. 100 merchants and traders were unloading their goods and setting up in stalls when they arrived. Yet even so, the great market seemed hushed and deserted compared to the teeming bazaars that Dany remembered from Pentos and the other free cities. The caravans made their way to Vaes Dothrak from east and west, not so much to sell to the Dothraki as to trade with each other, Ser Jorah had explained. The riders let them come and go unmolested, so long as they observed the peace of the sacred city, did not profane the mother of mountains or the womb of the world, and honored the crones of the Dosh Khaleen with the traditional gifts of salt, silver, and seed. The Dothraki did not truly comprehend this business of buying and selling.
Dany liked the strangeness of the Eastern market, too, with all its queer sights and sounds and smells. She often spent her mornings there, nibbling tree eggs, locust pie, and green noodles, listening to the high, ululating voices of the spell-singers, gaping at manticores and silver cages and immense grey elephants and the striped black and white horses of the Jogosnai. She enjoyed watching all the people, too, dark, solemn Ashai, and tall, pale Carthene, the bright-eyed men of Yiti in monkey-tail hats, warrior maids from Biasabad, Shemiriana and Kayanaya, with iron rings in their nipples and rubies in their cheeks, even the dour and frightening shadow men, who covered their arms and legs and chests with tattoos and hid their faces behind masks. The Eastern market was a place of wonder and magic for Dany. But the Western market smelled of home. As Eerie and Jiqui helped her from her litter, she sniffed and recognized the sharp odors of garlic and pepper, scents that reminded Dany of days long gone in the alleys of Tyrosh and Myr, and brought a fond smile to her face. Under that she smelled the heady, sweet perfumes of Lys. She saw slaves carrying bolts of intricate Myrish lace and fine wools in a dozen rich colors. Caravan guards wandered among the aisles in copper helmets and knee-length tunics of quilted yellow cotton, empty scabbards swinging from their woven leather belts. Behind one stall an armourer displayed steel breastplates worked with gold and silver in ornate patterns, and helms hammered in the shapes of fanciful beasts. Next to him was a pretty young woman selling Lannisport goldwork, rings and brooches and torques and exquisitely wrought medallions suitable for belting. A huge eunuch guarded her stall, mute and hairless, dressed in sweat-stained velvets and scowling at anyone who came close. Across the aisle a fat cloth trader from Yiti was haggling with a Pentoshi over the price of some green dye, the monkey tail on his hat swaying back and forth as he shook his head. "When I was a little girl, I loved to play in the bazaar," Dany told Ser Jorah as they wandered down the shady aisle between the stalls. "It was so alive there, all the people shouting and laughing, so many wonderful things to look at, though we seldom had enough coin to buy anything. Well, except for a sausage now and again, or honey fingers." "Do they have honey fingers in the Seven Kingdoms, the kind they bake in Tyrosh?"
"Cakes, are they?" "I could not say, Princess." The knight bowed. "If you would pardon me for a time, I will seek out the captain and see if he has letters for us."
"Very well. I'll help you find him."
"There is no need for you to trouble yourself." Ser Jorah glanced away impatiently. "Enjoy the market. I will rejoin you when my business is concluded."
Curious, Dany thought as she watched him stride off through the throngs. She didn't see why she should not go with him. Perhaps Ser Jorah meant to find a woman after he met with the merchant captain. Whores frequently travelled with the caravans, she knew, and some men were queerly shy about their couplings. She gave a shrug. "Come," she told the others. Her handmaids trailed along as Dany resumed her stroll through the market. "Oh, look!" she exclaimed to Doria. "Those are the kind of sausages I meant." She pointed to a stall where a wizened little woman was grilling meat and onions on a hot firestone. "They make them with lots of garlic and hot peppers." Delighted with her discovery, Dany insisted the others join her for a sausage. Her handmaids wolfed theirs down, giggling and grinning, though the men of her caste sniffed at the grilled meat suspiciously. "They taste different than I remember," Dany said after her first few bites.
"In Pentos I make them with pork," the old woman said, "but all my pigs died on the Dothraki Sea. These are made of horse meat, Khaleesi, but I spice them the same."
"Oh." Dany felt disappointed, but Quarro liked his sausage so well he decided to have another one, and Rakharo had to outdo him and eat 3 more, belching loudly. Dany giggled. "You have not laughed since your brother the Khal Raghat was crowned by Drogo," said Eerie. "It is good to see Khaleesi." Dany smiled shyly. It was sweet to laugh. She felt half a girl again. They wandered for half the morning. She saw a beautiful feathered cloak from the Summer Isles, and took it for a gift. In return she gave the merchant a silver medallion from her belt. That was how it was done among the Dothraki. A bird-seller taught a green and red pirate to say her name, and Dany laughed again, yet still refused to take him. What would she do with a green and red parrot in a khalasar? She did take a dozen flasks of scented oils, the perfumes of her childhood. She had only to close her eyes and sniff them, and she could see the big house with a red door once more. When Doria looked longingly at a fertility charm at a magician's booth, Dany took that too, and gave it to the handmaid, thinking that now she should find something for Eerie and Jiqui as well. Turning a corner, they came upon a wine merchant, offering thimble-sized cups of his wares to the passers-by.
"Sweet reds," he cried in fluent Dothraki. "I have sweet reds from Lys and Volantis and the Arbor, whites from Lys, Tarashi pear brandy, fire wine, pepper wine, the pale green nectars of Myr, smokeberry browns and Andalish sours. I have them, I have them."
He was a small man, slender and handsome, his flaxen hair curled and perfumed after the fashion of Lys. When Dany paused before his stall, he bowed low.
"A taste for the Khaleesi. I have a sweet red from Dawn, my lady. It sings of plums and cherries and rich dark oak. A cask, a cup, a swallow. One taste, and you will name your child after me."
Dany smiled. "My son has his name, but I will try your summer wine," she said in Valyrian as they spoke it in the Free Cities. The words felt strange on her tongue after so long. "Just a taste, if you would be so kind." The merchant must have taken her for Dothraki, with her clothes and her oiled hair and sun-browned skin. When she spoke, he gaped at her in astonishment.
"My lady, you are Tirashi? Can it be so?"
"My speech may be Tirashi, and my garb Dothraki, but I am of Westeros, of the Sunset Kingdoms," Dany told him. Doria stepped up beside her. "You have the honor to address Daenerys of the House Targaryen, Daenerys Stormborn, Khaleesi of the Riding Men, and Princess of the Seven Kingdoms." The wine merchant dropped to his knees.
"Princess," he said, bowing his head.
"Rise," Dany commanded him. "I would still like to taste that summer wine you spoke of."
The man bounded to his feet. "That? Dornish swill! It is not worthy of a princess. I have a dry red from the Arbor, crisp and delectable. Please let me give you a cask."
Khal Drogo's visits to the Free Cities had given him a taste for good wine, and Dany knew that such a noble vintage would please him. "You honor me, sir," she murmured sweetly.
"The honor is mine." The merchant rummaged about in the back of his stall and produced a small oaken cask. Burned into the wood was a cluster of grapes. "The red wine sigil," he said, pointing, "for the Arbor. There is no finer drink."
"Khal Drogo and I will share it together. Aggo, take this back to my litter, if you'd be so kind."
The wine-seller beamed as the Dothraki hefted the cask.
She did not realize that Ser Jorah had returned until she heard the knight say,
"No!"
His voice was strange, brusque.
"Aggo, put down that cask."
Aggo looked at Dany. She gave a hesitant nod. "Ser Jorah, is something wrong?"
"I have a thirst. Open it, wine-seller." The merchant frowned. "The wine is for the Khaleesi, not for the likes of you, sir."
Ser Jorah moved closer to the stall.
"If you don't open it, I'll crack it open with your head."
He carried no weapons here in the sacred city, save his hands. Yet his hands were enough, big, hard, dangerous, his knuckles covered with coarse dark hairs. The wine-seller hesitated a moment, then took up his hammer and knocked the plug from the cask.
"Pour,"
Ser Jorah commanded. The 4 young warriors of Dany's Khas arrayed themselves behind him, frowning, watching with their dark, almond-shaped eyes.
"It would be a crime to drink this rich a wine without letting it breathe."
The wine-seller had not put his hammer down. Drogo reached for the whip coiled at his belt, but Dany stopped him with a light touch on the arm. "Do as Ser Jorah says," she said. People were stopping to watch. The man gave her a quick, sullen glance.
"As the princess commands."
He had to set aside his hammer to lift the cask. He filled 2 thimble-sized tasting cups, pouring so deftly he did not spill a drop. Ser Jorah lifted a cup and sniffed at the wine, frowning.
"Sweet, isn't it?" the wine-seller said, smiling. "Can you smell the fruit, sir? The perfume of the Arbor. Taste it, my lord, and tell me it isn't the finest, richest wine that's ever touched your tongue."
Ser Jorah offered him the cup. "You taste it first."
"Me?
The man laughed. "I am not worthy of this vintage, my lord, and it's a poor wine merchant who drinks up his own wares." His smile was amiable, yet she could see the sheen of sweat on his brow. "You will drink," Dany said, cold as ice. "Empty the cup, or I will tell them to hold you down while Ser Jorah pours the whole cask down your throat." The wine-seller shrugged, reached for the cup, and grabbed the cask instead, flinging it at her with both hands. Ser Jorah bowled into her, knocking her out of the way. The cask bounced off his shoulder and smashed open on the ground. Dany stumbled and lost her feet. "No!" she screamed, thrusting her hands out to break her fall, and Doria caught her by the arm and wrenched her backward so she landed on her legs and not her belly. The trader vaulted over the stall, darting between Aggo and Rakaro. Quarrel reached for his arak that was not there as the blond man slammed him aside. He raced down the aisle. Dany heard the snap of Jogo's whip, saw the leather lick out and coil around the wine-seller's leg. The man sprawled face first in the dirt. A dozen caravan guards had come running. With them was the master himself, Merchant Captain Bayan Votiris, a diminutive Norvoshi with skin like old leather and a bristling blue mustachio that swept up to his ears. He seemed to know what had happened without a word being spoken. "Take this one away to await the pleasure of the call," he commanded, gesturing at the man on the ground. 2 guards hauled the wine-seller to his feet. "His goods I gift to you as well, princess," the merchant captain went on. "Small token of regret that one of mine would do this thing." Doria and Jikwi helped Dany back to her feet. The poisoned wine was leaking from the broken cask into the dirt. "How did you know?" she asked Ser Jorah, trembling. "How?" "I did not know, Khaleesi, not until the man refused to drink, but once I read Magister Illyrio's letter, I feared." His dark eyes swept over the faces of the strangers in the market. "Come, best not to talk of it here." Dany was near tears as they carried her back. The taste in her mouth was one she had known before. Fear. For years she had lived in terror of Viserys, afraid of waking the dragon. This was even worse. It was not just for herself that she feared now, but for her baby. He must have sensed her fright, for he moved restlessly inside her. Dany stroked the swell of her belly gently, wishing she could reach him, touch him, soothe him. "You are the blood of the dragon, little one," she whispered, as her litter swayed along, curtains drawn tight. "You are the blood of the dragon, and the dragon does not fear." Under the hollow hummock of earth that was her home in Vaestothrok, Dany ordered them to leave her, all but Ser Jorah. "Tell me," she commanded, as she lowered herself onto her cushions, "was it the usurper?" "Yes." The knight drew out a folded parchment. "A letter to Viserys from Magister Illyrio. Robert Baratheon offers lands and lordships for your death or your brother's." "My brother?" Her sob was half a laugh. "He does not know yet, does he? The usurper owes Drogo a lordship." This time her laugh was half a sob. She hugged herself protectively. "And me, you said. Only me?"
"You and the child," Ser Jorah said, grim.
"No, he cannot have my son."
She would not weep, she decided. She would not shiver with fear. "The usurper has woken the dragon now," she told herself, and her eyes went to the dragon's eggs resting in their nest of dark velvet. The shifting lamplight limned their stony scales, and shimmering motes of jade and scarlet and gold swam in the air around them, like courtiers around a king. Was it madness that seized her then, born of fear, or some strange wisdom buried in her blood? Dany could not have said. She heard her own voice saying, "Ser Jorah, light the brazier."
"Khaleesi?" The knight looked at her strangely. "It is so hot. Are you certain?"
She had never been so certain.
"Yes, I have a chill. Light the brazier."
He bowed. "As you command."
When the coals were afire, Dany sent Ser Jorah from her. She had to be alone to do what she must do.
"This is madness,"
she told herself as she lifted the black and scarlet egg from the velvet.
"It will only crack and burn, and it's so beautiful. Ser Jorah will call me a fool if I ruin it, and yet...
Cradling the egg with both hands, she carried it to the fire and pushed it down amongst the burning coals. The black scales seemed to glow as they drank the heat. Flames licked against the stone with small red tongues. Dany placed the other 2 eggs beside the black one in the fire. As she stepped back from the brazier, the breath trembled in her throat. She watched until the coals had turned to ashes. Drifting sparks floated up and out of the smoke-hole. Heat shimmered in waves around the dragon's eggs. And that was all. "Your brother Rhaegar was the last dragon," Ser Jorah had said. Dany gazed at her eggs sadly. What had she expected? 1,000 years ago they had been alive, but now they were only pretty rocks. They could not make a dragon. A dragon was air and fire, living flesh, not dead stone. The brazier was cold again by the time Khal Drogo returned. Kaholo was leading a pack-horse behind him, with the carcass of a great white lion slung across its back. Above, the stars were coming out. The Khal laughed as he swung down off his stallion and showed her the scars on his leg where the Hrakkar had raked him through his leggings.
"I shall make you a cloak of its skin, moon of my life," he swore.
When Dany told him what had happened to the market, all laughter stopped, and Khal Drogo grew very quiet.
"This poisoner was the first," Ser Jorah Mormont warned him, "but he will not be the last. Men will risk much for a lordship."
Drogo was silent for a time. Finally he said,
"This seller of poisons ran from the moon of my life. Better he should run after her. So he will. Drogo, Jorah the Andal, to each of you I say, choose any horse you wish for my herds, and it is yours. Any horse save my red, and the silver that was my bride gift to the moon of my life. I make this gift to you for what you did. And to Rhaego, son of Drogo, the stallion who will mount the world, to him I also pledge a gift. To him I will give this iron chair his mother's father sat in. I will give him 7 kingdoms. I, Drogo, Khal, will do this thing."
His voice rose, and he lifted his fist to the sky.
"I will take my Khalasar west to where the world ends, and ride the wooden horses across the black salt water as no Khal has done before. I will kill the men in the iron suits and tear down their stone houses. I will rape their women, take their children as slaves, and bring their broken gods back to Vaes Dothrak to bow down beneath the Mother of Mountains. This I vow, I, Drogo, son of Barabo. This I swear before the Mother of Mountains, as the stars look down in witness."
His Khalasar left Vaes Dothrak 2 days later, striking south and west across the plains. Khal Drogo led them on his great red stallion, with Daenerys beside him on her silver. The wine-seller hurried behind them, naked, on foot, chained at throat and wrists. His chains were fastened to the halter of Dany's silver. As she rode, he ran after her, barefoot and stumbling. No harm would come to him, so long as he kept up. Catelyn. It was too far to make out the banners clearly, but even through the drifting fog she could see that they were white, with a dark smudge in their centre that could only be the direwolf of Stark, grey upon its icy field. When she saw it with her own eyes, Catelyn reined up her horse and bowed her head in thanks. The gods were good. She was not too late.
"They await our coming, my lady," Sir Willis Manderly said, "as my lord father swore they would." "Let us not keep them waiting any longer, sir."
Sir Brendan Tully put the spurs to his horse and trotted briskly toward the banners. Catelyn rode beside him. Sir Willis and his brother Sir Wendell followed, leading their levies, near 1,500 men, some 20-odd knights and as many squires, 200 mounted lances, swordsmen and free-riders, and the rest foot, armed with spears, pikes, and tridents. Lord Wyman had remained behind to see to the defences of White Harbour. A man of near 60 years, he had grown too stout to sit a horse.
"If I had thought to see war again in my lifetime, I should have eaten a few less eels," he'd told Catelyn when he met her ship, slapping his massive belly with both hands. His fingers were fat as sausages. My boys will see you safe to your son, though. Have no fear."
His boys were both older than Catelyn, and she might have wished that they did not take after their father quite so closely. Sir Willis was only a few eels short of not being able to mount his own horse. She pitied the poor animal. Sir Wendell, the younger boy, would have been the fattest man she'd ever known, had she only neglected to meet his father and brother. Willis was quiet and formal, Wendell loud and boisterous. Both had ostentatious walrus moustaches and heads as bare as a baby's bottom. Neither seemed to own a single garment that was not spotted with food stains. Yet she liked them well enough. They had gotten her to rob, as their father had vowed, and nothing else mattered. She was pleased to see that her son had sent eyes out even to the east. The Lannisters would come from the south when they came, but it was good that Robb was being careful. "My son is leading a host to war," she thought, still only half believing it. She was desperately afraid for him, and for Winterfell, yet she could not deny feeling a certain pride as well. A year ago, he had been a boy. What was he now? She wondered. Outriders spied the Manderley banners, the white merman with trident in hand rising from a blue-green sea, and hailed them warmly. They were led to a spot of high ground dry enough for a camp. Sir Willis called a halt there, and remained behind with his men to see the fires laid and the horses tended, while his brother Wendell rode on with Catelyn and her uncle to present their father's respects to their liege lord. The ground under their horses' hoofs was soft and wet. It fell away slowly beneath them as they rode past smoky peat fires, lines of horses and wagons heavy laden with hard bread and salt beef. On a stony outcrop of land, higher than the surrounding country, they passed a lord's pavilion with walls of heavy sailcloth. Catelyn recognized the banner, the bull moose of the Hornwoods, brown on its dark orange field. Just beyond, through the mists, she glimpsed the walls and towers of Moat Cailin, or what remained of them. Immense blocks of black basalt, each as large as a crofter's cottage, lay scattered and tumbled like a child's wooden blocks, half sunk in the soft, boggy soil. Nothing else remained of a curtain wall that had once stood as high as Winterfell's. The wooden keep was gone entirely, rotted away 1,000 years past, with not so much as a timber to mark where it had stood. All that was left of the great stronghold of the first men were 3 towers, 3 where there had once been 20. If the tale-tellers could be believed. The gatehouse tower looked sound enough, and even boasted a few feet of standing wall to either side of it. The drunkard's tower, off in the bog where the south and west walls had once met, leaned like a man about to spew a bellyful of wine into the gutter. And the tall, slender children's tower, where legend said the children of the forest had once called upon their nameless gods to send the hammer of the waters, had lost half its crown. It looked as if some great beast had taken a bite out of the crenellations along the tower-top and spit the rubble across the bog. All 3 towers were green with moss. A tree was growing out between the stones on the north side of the gatehouse tower, its gnarled limbs festooned with ropey white blankets of ghost skin.
"Gods have mercy,"
Sir Brynden exclaimed when he saw what lay before them.
"This is Moat Cailin? It's no more than a—"
"Death-trap," Catelyn finished. "I know how it looks, uncle. I thought the same the first time I saw it, but Ned assured me that this ruin is more formidable than it seems. The 3 surviving towers command the causeway from all sides, and any enemy must pass between them. The bogs here are impenetrable, full of quicksands and suckholes, and teeming with snakes. To assault any of the towers, an army would need to wade through waist-deep black muck, cross a moat full of lizard-lions, and scale walls slimy with moss, all the while exposing themselves to fire from archers in the other towers." She gave her uncle a grim smile. "And when night falls, there are said to be ghosts, cold, vengeful spirits of the north, who hunger for Southron blood." Sir Brynden chuckled. "Remind me not to linger here. Last I looked, I was Southron myself." Standards had been raised atop all 3 towers. The Karstark sunburst hung from the drunkard's tower, beneath the direwolf. On the children's tower it was the great John's giant and shattered chains. But on the gatehouse tower the stark banner flew alone. That was where Robb had made his seat. Catelyn made for it with Sir Brynden and Sir Wendell behind her, their horses stepping slowly down the log and plank road that had been laid across the green and black fields of mud. She found her son surrounded by his father's lords bannermen in a draughty hall with a peat fire smoking in a black hearth. He was seated at a massive stone table, a pile of maps and papers in front of him, talking intently with Roose Bolton and the Great John. At first he did not notice her, but his wolf did. The great grey beast was lying near the fire, but when Catelyn entered he lifted his head, and his golden eyes met hers. The lords fell silent one by one, and Robb looked up at the sudden quiet and saw her. "Mother," he said, his voice thick with emotion. Catelyn wanted to run to him, to kiss his sweet brow, to wrap him in her arms and hold him so tightly that he would never come to harm. But here, in front of his lords, she dared not. He was playing a man's part now, and she would not take that away from him. So she held herself at the far end of the basalt slab they were using for a table. The direwolf got to his feet and padded across the room to where she stood. It seemed bigger than a wolf ought to be. "You've grown a beard," she said to Robb, while Grey Wind sniffed her hand. He rubbed his stubbled jaw, suddenly awkward. "Yes." His chin hairs were redder than the ones on his head. "I like it." Catelyn stroked the wolf's head gently. "It makes you look like my brother Edmure." Grey Wind nipped at her fingers, playful, and trotted back to his place by the fire. Sir Helman Tallheart was the first to follow the direwolf across the room to pay his respects, kneeling before her and pressing his brow to her hand. "Lady Catelyn," he said, "you are fair as ever, a welcome sight in troubled times." The Glovers followed, Galbart and Robert, and Great John Umber, and the rest, one by one. Theon Greyjoy was the last. "I had not looked to see you here, my lady," he said as he knelt. "I had not thought to be here," Catelyn said, "until I came ashore at White Harbour, and Lord Wyman told me that Robb had called the banners." "You know his son, Sir Wendell?" Wendell Manderley stepped forward and bowed as low as his girth would allow. "And my uncle, Sir Brynden Tully, who has left my sister's service for mine." "The Blackfish," Robb said. "Thank you for joining us, sir. We need men of your courage. And you, Sir Wendell, I am glad to have you here. Is Sir Roderick with you as well, Mother? I've missed him." "Sir Roderick is on his way north from White Harbour. I have named him Castellan, and commanded him to hold Winterfell till our return. Maester Lewin is a wise counsellor, but unskilled in the arts of war."
"Have no fear on that count, Lady Stark,"
the Great John told her in his bass rumble.
"Winterfell is safe. We'll shove our swords up Tywin Lannister's bunghole soon enough, begging your pardons, and then it's on to the Red Keep to free Ned."
"My lady, a question, as it please you." Roose Bolton, Lord of the Dreadfort, had a small voice, yet when he spoke larger men quieted to listen. His eyes were curiously pale, almost without colour, and his look disturbing. "It is said that you hold Lord Tywin's dwarf son as captive. Have you brought him to us? I vow we should make good use of such a hostage." "I did hold Tyrion Lannister, but no longer," Catelyn was forced to admit. A chorus of consternation greeted the news. "I was no more pleased than you, my lords. The gods saw fit to free him, with some help from my fool of a sister." She ought not to be so open in her contempt, she knew, but her parting from the Eyrie had not been pleasant. She had offered to take Lord Robert with her, to foster him at Winterfell for a few years. The company of other boys would do him good, she had dared to suggest. Lisa's rage had been frightening to behold. "Sister or no," she had replied, "if you try to steal my son, you will leave by the moon door." After that there was no more to be said. The lords were anxious to question her further, but Catelyn raised a hand. "No doubt we will have time for all this later, but my journey has fatigued me. I would speak with my son alone. I know you will forgive me, my lords." She gave them no choice. Led by the ever-obliging Lord Hornwood, the bannermen bowed and took their leave. "And you, Theon," she added when Greyjoy lingered. He smiled and left them. There was ale and cheese on the table. Catelyn filled a horn, sat, sipped, and studied her son. He seemed taller than when she'd left, and the wisps of beard did make him look older. Edmure was 16 when he grew his first whiskers. "I will be 16 soon enough," Robb said. "And you are 15 now. 15, and leading a host to battle. Can you understand why I might fear Robb?" His look grew stubborn. "There was no one else." "No one?" she said. "Pray, who were those men I saw here a moment ago? Roose Bolton, Rickard Karstark, Galbart and Robert Glover, the great John Helman Tallheart? You might have given the command to any of them. Gods be good! You might even have sent Theon, though he would not be my choice." "They are not Starks," he said. "They are men, Robb, seasoned in battle. You are fighting with wooden swords less than a year past." She saw anger in his eyes at that, but it was gone as quick as it came, and suddenly he was a boy again. "I know," he said, abashed. Are you sending me back to Winterfell?" Catelyn sighed. "I should. You ought never have left. Yet I dare not now. You have come too far. Some day these lords will look to you as their liege. If I pack you off now, like a child being sent to bed without his supper, they will remember, and laugh about it in their cups. The day will come when you need them to respect you, even fear you a little. Laughter is poison to fear. I will not do that to you, much as I might wish to keep you safe." "You have my thanks, Mother," he said, his relief obvious beneath the formality. She reached across his table and touched his hair. "You are my firstborn, Robb. I have only to look at you to remember the day you came into the world, red-faced and squalling." He rose, clearly uncomfortable with her touch, and walked to the hearth. Grey Wind rubbed his head against his leg. "You know about Father?" "Yes. The reports of Robert's sudden death and Ned's fall had frightened Catelyn more than she could say, but she would not let her son see her fear. Lord Manderley told me when I landed at White Harbour. Have you had any word of your sisters?" "There was a letter," Robb said, scratching his direwolf under the jaw. "One for you as well, but it came to Winterfell with mine." He went to the table, rummaged among some maps and papers, and returned with a crumpled parchment. "This is the one she wrote me. I never thought to bring yours." Something in Robb's tone troubled her. She smoothed out the paper and read. Concern gave way to disbelief, then to anger, and lastly to fear. "This is Cersei's letter, not your sister's," she said when she was done. "The real message is in what Sansa does not say. All this about how kindly and gently the Lannisters are treating her. I know the sound of a threat, even whispered. They have Sansa hostage, and they mean to keep her." "There's no mention of Arya," Robb pointed out, miserable. No, Catelyn did not want to think what that might mean. Not now. Not here. "I had hoped, if you still held the imp, a trade of hostages He took Sansa's letter and crumpled it in his fist, and she could tell from the way he did it that it was not the first time. "Is there word from the Eyrie? I wrote to Aunt Lisa asking help. Has she called Lord Arryn's banners, do you know? Will the Knights of the Vale come join us?" "Only one," she said. "The best of them, my uncle. But Brynden Blackfish was a Tully first. My sister is not about to stir beyond her bloody gate." Robb took it hard. "Mother, what are we going to do? I brought this whole army together, 18,000 men, but I'm not certain—" He looked to her, his eyes shining. The proud young lord melted away in an instant, and quick as that he was a child again, a 15-year-old boy, looking to his mother for answers. It would not do. "What are you so afraid of, Robb?" she asked gently. He turned his head away to hide the first tear. "If we march, even if we win, the Lannisters hold Sansa and Father. They'll kill them, won't they?" "They want us to think so." "You mean they're lying?" "I do not know, Robb. What I do know is that you have no choice. If you go to King's Landing and swear fealty, you will never be allowed to leave. If you turn your tail and retreat to Winterfell, your lords will lose all respect for you. Some may even go over to the Lannisters. Then the Queen, with that much less to fear, can do as she likes with her prisoners. Our best hope, our only true hope, is that you can defeat the foe in the field. If you should chance to take Lord Tywin or the Kingslayer captive, why, then a trade might very well be possible. But that is not the heart of it. So long as you have power enough that they must fear you, Ned and your sister should be safe. Cersei is wise enough to know that she may need them to make her peace, should the fighting go against her." "What if the fighting doesn't go against her?" Robb asked. "What if it goes against us?" Catelyn took his hand. "Robb, I will not soften the truth for you. If you lose, there is no hope for any of us. They say there is naught but stone at the heart of Casterly Rock. Remember the fate of Rhaegar's children." She saw the fear in his young eyes then, but there was a strength as well. "Then I will not lose," he vowed. "Tell me what you know of the fighting in the Riverlands," she said. She had to learn if he was truly ready. "Less than a fortnight past they fought a battle in the hills below the Golden Tooth," Robb said. "Uncle Edmure had sent Lord Vance and Lord Piper to hold the pass, but the Kingslayer descended on them and put them to flight. Lord Vance was slain. The last word we had was that Lord Piper was falling back to join your brother and his other bannermen at River Run, with Jaime Lannister on his heels. That's not the worst of it, though. All the time they were battling in the pass, Lord Tywin was bringing a second Lannister army around from the south. It's said to be even larger than Jaime's host. Father must have known that, because he sent out some men to oppose them under the king's own banner. He gave the command to some Southron lordling, Lord Eric or Derek or something like that, but Sir Raymond Darry rode with him, and the letter said there were other knights as well, and a force of Father's own guardsmen. Only it was a trap. Lord Derek had no sooner crossed the Red Fork than the Lannisters fell upon him. The king's banner be damned, and Gregor Clegane took them in the rear as they tried to pull back across the Mummers' Ford. This Lord Derek and a few others may have escaped, no one is certain, but Sir Raymond was killed, and most of our men from Winterfell. Lord Tywin has closed off the King's Road, it said, and now he's marching north toward Harrenhal, burning as he goes." Grim and grimmer, thought Catelyn. It was worse than she'd imagined. "You mean to meet him here?" she asked. "If he comes so far, but no one thinks he will," Robb said. "I've sent word to Howland Reed, father's old friend at Greywater Watch. If the Lannisters come up the neck, the Cranach men will bleed them every step of the way, but Galbart Glover says Lord Tywin is too smart for that, and Roose Bolton agrees. He'll stay close to the Trident, they believe, taking the castles of the River Lords one by one, until Riverrun stands alone. We need to march south to meet him." The very idea of it chilled Catelyn to the bone. What chance would a 15-year-old boy have against seasoned battle commanders like Jaime and Tywin Lannister? "Is that wise? You are strongly placed here. It's said that the old kings in the north could stand at Moat Cailin and throw back hosts 10 times the size of their own." "Yes, but our food and supplies are running low, and this is not land we can live off easily. We've been waiting for Lord Manderley, but now that his sons have joined us, we need to march." She was hearing the Lord's bannermen speaking with her son's voice, she realized. Over the years she had hosted many of them at Winterfell, and been welcomed with Ned to their own hearths and tables. She knew what sorts of men they were, each one. She wondered if Robb did. And yet there was sense in what they said. This host her son had assembled was not a standing army such as the free cities were accustomed to maintain, nor a force of guardsmen paid in coin. Most of them were small folk, crofters, field hands, fishermen, sheep-herders, the sons of innkeeps and traders and tanners, leavened with a smattering of sellswords and free-riders hungry for plunder. When their lords called, they came, but not forever. "Marching is all very well," she said to her son, "but where, and to what purpose? What do you mean to do?" Robb hesitated. "The Great John thinks we should take the battle to Lord Tywin and surprise him," he said, "but the Glovers and the Karstarks feel we'd be wiser to go around his army and join up with Uncle Sir Edmure against the Kingslayer." He ran his fingers through his shaggy mane of auburn hair, looking unhappy. "Though by the time we reach Riverrun, I'm not certain—" "Be certain," Catelyn told her son, "or go home and take up that wooden sword again. You cannot afford to seem indecisive in front of men like Roose Bolton and Rickard Karstark. Make no mistake, Robb. These are your bannermen, not your friends. You named yourself battle commander. Command." Her son looked at her, startled, as if he could not credit what he was hearing. "As you say, Mother." "I'll ask you again. What do you mean to do?" Robb drew a map across the table, a ragged piece of old leather covered with lines of faded paint. One end curled up from being rolled. He weighed it down with his dagger. "Both plans have virtues, but... Look, if we try to swing around Lord Tywin's host, we take the risk of being caught between him and the Kingslayer. And if we attack him, by all reports he has more men than I do, and a lot more armored horse. The Great John says that won't matter if we catch him with his breeches down, but it seems to me that a man who has fought as many battles as Tywin Lannister won't be so easily surprised." "Good," she said. She could hear echoes of Ned in his voice as he sat there puzzling over the map. "Tell me more." "I'd leave a small force here to hold Moat Cailin, archers mostly, and march the rest down the causeway," he said. "But once we're below the neck, I'd split our host in two. The foot can continue down the King's Road, while our horsemen cross the Green Fork at the Twins." He pointed. "When Lord Tywin gets word that we've come south, he'll march north to engage our main host, leaving our riders free to hurry down the west bank to Riverrun." Robb sat back, not quite daring to smile, but pleased with himself and hungry for her praise. Catelyn frowned down at the map. "You'd put a river between the two parts of your army." "And between Jaime and Lord Tywin," he said eagerly. The smile came at last. There's no crossing on the Green Fork above the Ruby Ford, where Robert won his crown. Not until the twins, all the way up here. And Lord Frey controls that bridge. He's your father's bannerman, isn't that so?" "The late Lord Frey," Catelyn thought. "He is," she admitted, "but my father has never trusted him. Nor should you." "I won't," Robb promised. "What do you think?" She was impressed despite herself. "He looks like a Tully," she thought. "Yet he's still his father's son, and Ned taught him well." "Which force would you command?" "The horse," he answered at once. Again, like his father, Ned would always take the more dangerous task himself. "And the other?" "The great John is always saying that we should smash Lord Tywin. I thought I'd give him the honour." It was his first misstep, but how to make him see it without wounding his fledgling confidence? "Your father once told me that the great John was as fearless as any man he had ever known." Robb grinned. Grey Wind ate 2 of his fingers, and he laughed about it. "So you agree, then?" "Your father is not fearless," Catelyn pointed out. "He is brave, but that is very different." Her son considered that for a moment. "The eastern host will be all that stands between Lord Tywin and Winterfell," he said thoughtfully. "Well, them and whatever few bowmen I leave here at the moat. So I don't want someone fearless, do I? No. You want cold cunning, I should think, not courage." "Roose Bolton," Robb said at once. "That man scares me." "Then let us pray he will scare Tywin Lannister as well." Robb nodded and rolled up the map. "I'll give the commands and assemble an escort to take you home to Winterfell." Catelyn had fought to keep herself strong for Ned's sake, and for this stubborn, brave son of theirs. She had put despair and fear aside, as if they were garments she did not choose to wear. But now she saw that she had donned them after all. "I am not going to Winterfell," she heard herself say, surprised at the sudden rush of tears that blurred her vision. "My father may be dying behind the walls of River Run. My brother is surrounded by foes. I must go to them." Tyrion. Chella, daughter of Chaek of the Black Ears, had gone ahead to scout, and it was she who brought back word of the army at the crossroads. "By their fires I call them 20,000 strong," she said. "Their banners are red with a golden lion." "Your father?" Bran asked.
"Well, my brother Jaime," Tyrion said. "We shall know soon enough."
He surveyed his ragged band of brigands. Near 300 Stone Crows, Moon Brothers, Black Ears, and Burned Men, and those just the seed of the army he hoped to grow. Gunther, son of Gurn, was raising the other clans even now. He wondered what his lord father would make of them in their skins and bits of stolen steel. If truth be told, he did not know what to make of them himself. Was he their commander or their captive? Most of the time it seemed to be a little of both.
"It might be best if I rode down alone," he suggested.
"Best for Tyrion, son of Tywin," said Ulf, who spoke for the Moon Brothers. Shagga glowered, a fearsome sight to see.
"Shagga, son of Dolf, likes this not. Shagga will go with the boy-man. And if the boy-man lies, Shagga will chop off his manhood
and feed it to the goats, yes," Tyrion said wearily. "Shagga, I give you my word as a Lannister, I will return." "Why should we trust your word?" Chella was a small, hard woman, flat as a boy, and no fool. "Lowland lords have lied to the clans before."
"You wound me, Chella," Tyrion said. "Here I thought we had become such friends. But as you will. You shall ride with me, and Shagga and Khan for the Stone Crows, Ulf for the Moon Brothers, and Timett, son of Timett, for the Burned Men."
The clansmen exchanged wary looks as he named them.
"The rest shall wait here until I send for you." Try not to kill and maim each other while I'm gone."
He put his heels to his horse and trotted off, giving them no choice but to follow or be left behind. Either was fine with him, so long as they did not sit down to talk for a day and a night. That was the trouble with the clans. They had an absurd notion that every man's voice should be heard in council, so they argued about everything, endlessly. Even their women were allowed to speak. Small wonder that it had been hundreds of years since they last threatened the Vale with anything beyond an occasional raid. Tyrion meant to change that. Bran rode with him. Behind them, after a quick bit of grumbling, the 5 clansmen followed on their undersized garrons, scrawny things that looked like ponies and scrambled up rock walls like goats. The Stone Crows rode together, and Chella and Ulf stayed close as well, as the Moon Brothers and Black-Ears had strong bonds between them. Timett, son of Timett, rode alone. Every clan in the Mountains of the Moon feared the Burned Men, who mortified their flesh with fire to prove their courage, and, the others said, roasted babies at their feasts. And even the other Burned Men feared Timett, who had put out his own left eye with a white-hot knife when he reached the age of manhood. Tyrion gathered that it was more customary for a boy to burn off a nipple, a finger, or, if he was truly brave or truly mad, an ear. Timett's fellow Burned Men were so awed by his choice of an eye that they promptly named him a Red Hand, which seemed to be some sort of a war chief.
"I wonder what their king burned off," Tyrion said to Bran when he heard the tale.
Grinning, the sellsword had tugged at his crotch, but even Bran kept a respectful tongue around Timett. If a man was mad enough to put out his own eye, he was unlikely to be gentle to his enemies. Distant watchers peered down from towers of unmortared stone as the party descended through the foothills, and once Tyrion saw a raven take wing. Where the high road twisted between 2 rocky outcrops, they came to the first strong point. A low earthen wall, 4 feet high, closed off the road, and a dozen crossbowmen manned the heights. Tyrion halted his followers out of range and rode to the wall alone.
"Who commands here?"
he shouted up. The captain was quick to appear, and even quicker to give them an escort when he recognized his lord's son. They trotted past blackened fields and burned holdfasts, down to the riverlands and the green fork of the Trident. Tyrion saw no bodies, but the air was full of ravens and carrion crows. There had been fighting here, and recently. Half a league from the crossroads, a barricade of sharpened stakes had been erected, manned by pikemen and archers. Behind the line, the camp spread out to the far distance. Thin fingers of smoke rose from hundreds of cook fires, mailed men sat under trees and honed their blades, and familiar banners fluttered from staffs thrust into the muddy ground. A party of mounted horsemen rode forward to challenge them as they approached the stakes. The knight who led them wore silver armor inlaid with amethysts and a striped purple and silver cloak. His shield bore a unicorn sigil, and a spiral horn 2 feet long jutted up from the brow of his horsehead helm. Tyrion reined up to greet him. "Sir Flement." Sir Flement Brax lifted his visor.
"Tyrion,"
he said in astonishment.
"My lord, we all feared you dead on—"
He looked at the clansmen uncertainly.
"These companions of yours—"
"Bosom friends and loyal retainers," Tyrion said. "Where would I find my lord father?"
"He has taken the inn at the crossroads for his quarters." Tyrion laughed. The inn at the crossroads. Perhaps the gods were just, after all.
"I will see him at once."
"As you say, my lord."
Sir Flement wheeled his horse about and shouted commands. 3 rows of stakes were pulled from the ground to make a hole in the line. Tyrion led his party through. Lord Tywin's camp spread over leagues. Chella's estimate of 20,000 men could not be far wrong. The common men camped out in the open, but the knights had thrown up tents, and some of the high lords had erected pavilions as large as houses. Tyrion spied the red ox of the Presters, Lord Cracall's brindled boar, the burning tree of Marbrand, the badger of Liddon. Knights called out to him as he cantered past, and men-at-arms gaped at the clansmen in open astonishment. Shagga was gaping back, beyond a certainty. He had never seen so many men, horses, and weapons in all his days. The rest of the mountain brigands did a better job of guarding their faces, but Tyrion had no doubts that they were full as much in awe. Better and better. The more impressed they were with the power of the Lannisters, the easier they would be to command. The inn and its stables were much as he remembered, though little more than tumbled stones and blackened foundations remained where the rest of the village had stood. A gibbet had been erected in the yard, and the body that swung there was covered with ravens. At Tyrion's approach they took to the air, squawking and flapping their black wings. He dismounted and glanced up at what remained of the corpse. The birds had eaten her lips and eyes and most of her cheeks, baring her stained red teeth in a hideous smile. "A room, a meal, and a flagon of wine, that was all I asked," he reminded her with a sigh of reproach. Boys emerged hesitantly from the stables to see to their horses. Shagga did not want to give his up. "The lad won't steal your mare," Tyrion assured him. "He only wants to give her some oats and water and brush out her coat." Shagga's coat could have used a good brushing too, but it would have been less than tactful to mention it. "You have my word, the horse will not be harmed." Glaring, Shagga let go his grip on the reins. "This is the horse of Shagga, son of Dolf," he roared at the stable-boy. "If he doesn't give her back, chop off his manhood and feed it to the goats," Tyrion promised, "provided you can find some." A pair of house guards in crimson cloaks and lion-crested helms stood under the inn's sign, on either side of the door. Tyrion recognized their captain. "My father?" "In the common room, my lord." "My men will want meat and mead," Tyrion told him. "See that they get it." He entered the inn, and there was father. Tywin Lannister, Lord of Casterly Rock and Warden of the West, was in his middle 50s, yet hard as a man of 20. Even seated he was tall, with long legs, broad shoulders, a flat stomach. His thin arms were corded with muscle. When his once thick golden hair had begun to recede, he had commanded his barber to shave his head. Lord Tywin did not believe in half-measures. He razored his lip and chin as well, but kept his side-whiskers, two great thickets of wiry golden hair that covered most of his cheeks from ear to jaw. His eyes were a pale green, flecked with gold. A fool more foolish than most had once jested that even Lord Tywin's shit was flecked with gold. Some said the man was still alive, deep in the bowels of Casterly Rock. Sir Kevin Lannister, his father's only surviving brother, was sharing a flagon of ale with Lord Tywin when Tyrion entered the common room. His uncle was portly and balding, with a close-cropped yellow beard that followed the line of his massive jaw. Sir Kevin saw him first. "Tyrion!" he said in surprise. "Uncle," Tyrion said, bowing, "and my lord father, what a pleasure to find you here." Lord Tywin did not stir from his chair, but he did give his dwarf son a long, searching look. "I see that the rumors of your demise were unfounded." "Sorry to disappoint you, father," Tyrion said. "No need to leap up and embrace me. I wouldn't want you to strain yourself." He crossed the room to their table, acutely conscious of the way his stunted legs made him waddle with every step. Whenever his father's eyes were on him, he became uncomfortably aware of all his deformities and shortcomings. "Kind of you to go to war for me," he said as he climbed into a chair and helped himself to a cup of his father's ale.
"By my lights, it was you who started this," Lord Tywin replied. "Your brother Jaime would never have meekly submitted to capture at the hands of a woman."
"That's one way we differ, Jaime and I. He's taller as well, you may have noticed."
His father ignored the sally.
"The honor of our house was at stake. I had no choice but to ride. No man sheds Lannister blood with impunity."
"Hear me roar," Tyrion said, grinning.
The Lannister words.
"Truth be told, none of my blood was actually shed, although it was a close thing once or twice. Morrick and Jick were killed."
"I suppose you will be wanting some new men."
"Don't trouble yourself, father. I've acquired a few of my own."
He tried a swallow of the ale. It was brown and yeasty, so thick you could almost chew it. Very fine, in truth. A pity his father had hanged the innkeep.
"How is your war going?"
His uncle answered.
"Well enough for the nonce. Sir Edmure had scattered small troops of men along his borders to stop our raiding, and your lord father and I were able to destroy most of them piecemeal before they could regroup." "Your brother has been covering himself with glory," his father said. "He smashed the Lords Vance and Piper at the Golden Tooth, and met the massed power of the Tullys under the walls of Riverrun. The Lords of the Trident have been put to rout. Sir Edmure Tully was taken captive, with many of his knights and bannermen. Lord Blackwood led a few survivors back to Riverrun, where Jaime has them under siege. The rest fled to their own strongholds. Your father and I have been marching on each in turn," Sir Kevin said. "With Lord Blackwood gone, Raventree fell at once, and Lady Whent yielded Harrenhal for want of men to defend it. Sir Gregor burnt out the Pipers and the Brackens."
"Leaving you unopposed?"
Tyrion said.
"Not wholly," Sir Kevin said. "The Mallisters still hold Seaguard, and Walder Frey is marshalling his levies at the Twins." "No matter," Lord Tywin said. "Frey only takes the field when the scent of victory is in the air, and all he smells now is ruin. And Jason Mallister lacks the strength to fight alone. Once Jaime takes Riverrun, they will both be quick enough to bend the knee. Unless the Starks and the Arryns come forth to oppose us, this war is good as won."
"I would not fret overmuch about the Arryns if I were you," Tyrion said. "The Starks are another matter.
Lord Eddard is our hostage," his father said. "He will lead no armies while he rots in a dungeon under the Red Keep." "No," Sir Kevin agreed. "But his son has called the banners and sits at Moat Cailin with a strong host around him." "No sword is strong until it's been tempered," Lord Tywin declared. "The Stark boy is a child. No doubt he likes the sound of war horns well enough, and the sight of his banners fluttering in the wind. But in the end it comes down to butcher's work. I doubt he has the stomach for it."
Things had gotten interesting while he'd been away, Tyrion reflected.
"And what is our fearless monarch doing whilst all this butcher's work is being done?" he wondered. "How has my lovely and persuasive sister gotten Robert to agree to the imprisonment of his dear friend Ned?"
"Robert Baratheon is dead," his father told him. "Your nephew reigns in King's Landing."
That did take Tyrion aback.
"My sister, you mean?"
He took another gulp of ale. The realm would be a much different place with Cersei ruling in place of her husband.
"If you have a mind to make yourself of use, I will give you a command," his father said. "Mark Piper and Carol Vance are loose in our rear, raiding our lands across the Red Fork."
Tyrion made a tisking sound.
"The gall of them fighting back! Ordinarily I'd be glad to punish such rudeness, father, but the truth is I have pressing business elsewhere."
"Do you?"
Lord Tywin did not seem awed.
"We also have a pair of Ned Stark's afterthoughts, making a nuisance of themselves by harassing my foraging parties. Beric Dondarrion, some young lordling with delusions of valor. He has that fat jape of a priest with him, the one who likes to set his sword on fire. Do you think you might be able to deal with them as you scamper off, without making too much a botch of it?"
Tyrion wiped his mouth with the back of his hand and smiled.
"Father, it warms my heart to think that you might entrust me with, 20 men? 50? Are you sure you can spare so many? Well, no matter. If I should come across Thoros and Lord Beric, I shall spank them both."
He climbed down from his chair and waddled to the sideboard, where a wheel of veined white cheese sat surrounded by fruit.
"First, though, I have some promises of my own to keep,"
he said as he sliced off a wedge.
"I shall require 3,000 helms and as many hauberks, plus swords, pikes, steel spearheads, maces, battle-axes, gauntlets, gorgets, greaves, breastplates, wagons to carry all this."
The door behind him opened with a crash so violently that Tyrion almost dropped his cheese. Sir Kevin leapt up swearing as the captain of the guard went flying across the room to smash against the hearth. As he tumbled down into the cold ashes, his lion helm askew, Shagga snapped the man's sword in two over a knee thick as a tree trunk, threw down the pieces, and lumbered into the common room. He was preceded by his stench, riper than the cheese and overpowering in the closed space.
"Little red cape," he snarled, "when next you bear steel on Shagga, son of Dolph, I will chop off your manhood and roast it in the fire."
"What, no goats?" Tyrion said, taking a bite of cheese. The other clansmen followed Shagga into the common room, Bran with them. The sellsword gave Tyrion a rueful shrug.
"Who might you be?"
Lord Tywin asked, cool as snow.
"They followed me home, father," Tyrion explained. "May I keep them? They don't eat much."
No one was smiling.
"By what right do you savages intrude on our councils?" demanded Sir Kevin.
"Savages, Lowlander? Khan might have been handsome if you washed him."
"We are free men, and free men by rights sit on all war councils."
"Which one is the Lion Lord?"
Chella asked.
"We are both old men,"
announced Timett, son of Timett, who had yet to see his 20th year. Sir Kevin's hand went to his sword hilt, but his brother placed 2 fingers on his wrist and held him fast. Lord Tywin seemed unperturbed.
"Tyrion, have you forgotten your courtesies? Kindly acquaint us with our honoured guests."
Tyrion licked his fingers.
"With pleasure," he said. "The fair maid is Chella, daughter of Chayek of the Black Ears."
"I'm no maid," Chella protested. "My sons have taken 50 years among them."
"May they take 50 more."
Tyrion waddled away from her.
"This is Khan, son of Korat. Shagga, son of Dolph, is the one who looks like Casterly Rock with hair. They are Stonecrows. Here is Ulf, son of Umar of the Moon Brothers. And here, Timett, son of Timett, a red hand of the Burned Men. And this is Bran, a sellsword of no particular allegiance. He has already changed sides twice in the short time I've known him. You and he ought to get on famously, father."
To Bran and the clansmen he said,
"May I present my lord father, Tywin, son of Tytos of House Lannister, Lord of Casterly Rock, Warden of the West, Shield of Lannisport, and once and future Hand of the King."
Lord Tywin rose, dignified and correct.
"Even in the West we know the prowess of the warrior clans of the Mountains of the Moon. What brings you down from your strongholds, my lords?" "Horses," said Shagga.
"A promise of silk and steel," said Timett, son of Timett.
Tyrion was about to tell his lord father how he proposed to reduce the Vale of Arryn to a smoking wasteland, but he was never given the chance. The door banged open again. The messenger gave Tyrion's clansmen a quick, queer look as he dropped to one knee before Lord Tywin.
"My lord," he said, "Sir Adam bid me tell you that the Stark host is moving down the causeway."
Lord Tywin Lannister did not smile. Lord Tywin never smiled, but Tyrion had learned to read his father's pleasure all the same, and it was there on his face. "So the wolfling is leaving his den to play among the lions," he said in a voice of quiet satisfaction. "Splendid. Return to Sir Adam and tell him to fall back. He is not to engage the Northerners until we arrive, but I want him to harass their flanks and draw them farther south." "It will be as you command." The rider took his leave.
"We are well situated here," Sir Kevin pointed out, "close to the ford and ringed by pits and spikes. If they are coming south, I say let them come and break themselves against us."
"The boy may hang back or lose his courage when he sees our numbers," Lord Tywin replied. "The sooner the Starks are broken, the sooner I shall be free to deal with Stannis Baratheon. Tell the drummers to beat assembly, and send word to Jaime that I am marching against Robb Stark."
"As you will," Sir Kevin said.
Tyrion watched with a grim fascination as his lord father turned next to the half-wild clansmen.
"It is said that the men of the mountain clans are warriors without fear."
"It is said truly,"
Khan of the Stone Crows answered.
"And the women," Chella added.
"Ride with me against my enemies, and you shall have all my son promised you and more," Lord Tywin told them.
"Would you pay us with our own coin?"
Ulf, son of Umar, said.
"Why should we need the father's promise when we have the son's?"
"I said nothing of need," Lord Tywin replied. "My words were courtesy, nothing more. You need not join us. The men of the Winterlands are made of iron and ice, and even my boldest knights fear to face them."
"Oh, deftly done," Tyrion thought, smiling crookedly.
"The burned men fear nothing. Timett, son of Timett, will ride with the lions."
"Wherever the burned men go, the Stone Crows have been there first," Khan declared hotly. "We ride as well."
"Shagga, son of Dolph, will chop off their manhoods and feed them to the crows."
"We will ride with you, Lion Lord," Chella, daughter of Chayek, agreed. "But only if your half-man son goes with us. He has bought his breath with promises. Until we hold the steel he has pledged us. His life is ours." Lord Tywin turned his gold-flecked eyes on his son.
"Joy,"
Tyrion said with a resigned smile. Sansa. The walls of the throne-room had been stripped bare, the hunting tapestries that King Robert loved taken down and stacked in the corner in an untidy heap. Sir Mandan Moore went to take his place under the throne beside two of his fellows of the Kingsguard. Sansa hovered by the door, for once unguarded. The Queen had given her freedom of the castle as a reward for being good, yet even so she was escorted everywhere she went. "Honor guards for my daughter-to-be," the Queen called them, but they did not make Sansa feel honored. Freedom of the castle meant that she could go wherever she chose within the Red Keep, so long as she promised not to go beyond the walls, a promise Sansa had been more than willing to give. She couldn't have gone beyond the walls anyway. The gates were watched day and night by Janos Slent's gold-cloaks, and Lannister houseguards were always about as well. Besides, even if she could leave the castle, where would she go? It was enough that she could walk in the yard, pick flowers in Myrcella's garden, and visit the Sept to pray for her father. Sometimes she prayed in the Gods' Wood as well, since the Starks kept the old gods. This was the first court session of Joffrey's reign, so Sansa looked about nervously. A line of Lannister houseguards stood beneath the western windows, a line of gold-cloaked city watchmen beneath the east. Of small folk and commoners she saw no sign, but under the gallery a cluster of lords, great and small, milled restlessly. There were no more than 20, where 100 had been accustomed to wait upon King Robert. Sansa slipped in among them, murmuring greetings as she worked her way toward the front. She recognized black-skinned Jalabar Shoal, gloomy Sir Auron Santagar, the Redwine twins Hora and Slobber, only none of them seemed to recognize her. Or, if they did, they shied away as if she had the grey plague. Sickly Lord Giles covered his face at her approach, and feigned a fit of coughing. And when funny, drunken Sir Dantos started to hail her, Sir Balin Swan whispered in his ear, and he turned away. And so many others were missing. Where had the rest of them gone? Sansa wondered. Vainly she searched for friendly faces. Not one of them would meet her eyes. It was as if she had become a ghost, dead before her time. Grand Maester Purcell was seated alone at the council table, seemingly asleep, his hands clasped together atop his beard. She saw Lord Varys hurry into the hall, his feet making no sound. A moment later Lord Baelish entered through the tall doors in the rear, smiling. He chatted amiably with Sir Balon and Sir Dantos as he made his way to the front. Butterflies fluttered nervously in Sansa's stomach. "I shouldn't be afraid," she told herself. "I have nothing to be afraid of. It will all come out well. Joff loves me, and the Queen does too. She said so." A herald's voice rang out. "All hail his grace, Joffrey of the houses Baratheon and Lannister, the first of his name, King of the Andals, the Rhoynar, and the First Men, and Lord of the Seven Kingdoms. All hail his lady mother, Cersei of House Lannister, Queen Regent, Light of the West, and Protector of the Realm." Sir Barristan Selmy, resplendent in white plate, led them in. Sir Arys Oakhart escorted the Queen, while Sir Boros Blount walked beside Joffrey. So 6 of the Kingsguard were now in the hall, all the white swords save Jaime Lannister alone. Her prince, no, her king now, took the steps of the Iron Throne 2 at a time, while his mother was seated with the council. Joff wore plush black velvets slashed with crimson, a shimmering cloth of gold cape with a high collar, and on his head a golden crown crusted with rubies and black diamonds. When Joffrey turned to look out over the hall, his eye caught Sansa's. He smiled, seated himself, and spoke. "It is a king's duty to punish the disloyal and reward those who are true. Grand Maester Purcell, I command you to read my decrees." Purcell pushed himself to his feet. He was clad in a magnificent robe of thick red velvet, with an ermine collar and shiny gold fastenings. From a drooping sleeve, heavy with gilded scroll-work, he drew a parchment, unrolled it, and began to read a long list of names, commanding each in the name of king and council to present themselves and swear their fealty to Joffrey. Failing that, they would be adjudged traitors, their lands and titles forfeit to the throne. The names he read made Sansa hold her breath. Lord Stannis Baratheon, his lady wife, his daughter. Lord Renly Baratheon, both Lord Royces and their sons. Sir Loras Tyrell. Lord Mace Tyrell, his brothers, uncles, sons. The Red Priest Thoros of Myr. Lord Beric Dondarrion. Lady Lysa Arryn and her son, the little Lord Robert. Lord Hoster Tully, his brother Sir Brynden, his son Sir Edmure. Lord Jason Mallister, Lord Bryce Caron of the Marches, Lord Titos Blackwood, Lord Walder Frey and his heir Sir Stevron, Lord Carol Vance, Lord Jonas Bracken, Lady Shella Whent, Doran Martell, Prince of Dorne, and all his sons. So many, she thought as Purcell read on and on. It will take a whole flock of ravens to send out these commands. And at the end, near last, came the names Sansa had been dreading. Lady Catelyn Stark, Robb Stark, Brandon Stark, Rickon Stark, Arya Stark. Sansa stifled a gasp. Arya! They wanted Arya to present herself and swear an oath. It must mean her sister had fled on the galley. She must be safe at Winterfell by now. Grand Maester Purcell rolled up the list, tucked it up his left sleeve, and pulled another parchment from his right. He cleared his throat and resumed. In the place of the traitor Eddard Stark, It is the wish of his grace that Tywin Lannister, Lord of Casterly Rock and Warden of the West, take up the office of Hand of the King, to speak with his voice, lead his armies against his enemies, and carry out his royal will. So the king has decreed. The small council consents. In the place of the traitor Stannis Baratheon, it is the wish of his grace that his lady mother, the Queen Regent Cersei Lannister, who has ever been his staunchest support, be seated upon his small council, that she may help him rule wisely and with justice. So the king has decreed. The small council consents.
Sansa heard a soft murmuring from the lords around her, but it was quickly stilled. Pycelle continued.
It is also the wish of his grace that his loyal servant, Janos Slynt, commander of the city watch of King's Landing, be at once raised to the rank of lord, and granted the ancient seat of Harrenhal, with all its attendant lands and incomes, and that his sons and grandsons shall hold these honours after him until the end of time. It is, moreover, his command that Lord Slynt be seated immediately upon his small council, to assist in the governance of the realm. So the king has decreed. The small council consents.
Sansa glimpsed motion from the corner of her eye as Janos Slynt made his entrance. This time the muttering was louder and angrier. Proud lords, whose houses went back thousands of years, made way reluctantly for the balding, frog-faced commoner as he marched past. Golden scales had been sewn onto the black velvet of his doublet and rang together softly with each step. His cloak was checked black and gold satin. Two ugly boys, who must have been his sons, went before him, struggling with the weight of a heavy metal shield as tall as they were. For his sigil he had taken a bloody spear, gold on a night-black field. The sight of it raised goose-prickles up and down Sansa's arms. As Lord Slynt took his place, Grand Maester Pycelle resumed. Lastly, in these times of treason and turmoil, with our beloved Robert so lately dead, it is the view of the Council that the life and safety of King Joffrey is of paramount importance. He looked to the Queen. Cersei stood. Sir Barristan Selmy, stand forth. Sir Barristan had been standing at the foot of the Iron Throne, as still as any statue, but now he went to one knee and bowed his head. Your Grace, I am yours to command. Rise, Sir Barristan, Cersei Lannister said. You may remove your helm. My lady. Standing, the old knight took off his high white helm, though he did not seem to understand why. You have served the realm long and faithfully, good sir, and every man and woman in the 7 kingdoms owes you thanks. Yet now I fear your service is at an end. It is the wish of king and council that you lay down your heavy burden. My burden? I fear I do not. The new-made lord, Janos Slynt, spoke up, his voice heavy and blunt. Her Grace is trying to tell you that you are relieved as Lord Commander of the King's Guard. The tall, white-haired knight seemed to shrink as he stood there, scarcely breathing. Your Grace, he said at last, the King's Guard is a sworn brotherhood. Our vows are taken for life. Only death may relieve the Lord Commander of his sacred trust. Whose death, Sir Barristan? The Queen's voice was soft as silk, but her words carried the whole length of the hall. Yours, or your king's? You let my father die, Joffrey said accusingly from atop the Iron Throne. You're too old to protect anybody. Sansa watched as the knight peered up at his new king. She had never seen him look his years before, yet now he did. Your Grace, he said, I was chosen for the White Swords in my 23rd year. It was all I had ever dreamed, from the moment I first took sword in hand.
I gave up all claim to my ancestral keep. The girl I was to wed married my cousin in my place. I had no need of land or sons. My life would be lived for the realm. Sir Gerald Hightower himself heard my vows. To ward the king with all my strength, to give my blood for his. I fought beside the White Bull and Prince Lewin of Dorne, beside Sir Arthur Dane, the Sword of the Morning. Before I served your father, I helped shield King Aerys, and his father Jaehaerys before him. 3 kings.
And all of them dead, Littlefinger pointed out.
Your time is done, Cersei Lannister announced. Joffrey requires men around him who are young and strong. The council has determined that Sir Jaime Lannister will take your place as the Lord Commander of Sworn Brothers of the White Swords.
The Kingslayer, Sir Barristan said, his voice hard with contempt. A false knight who profaned his blade with the blood of the king he had sworn to defend.
Have a care for your words, sir, the Queen warned. You are speaking of our beloved brother, your king's own blood. Lord Varys spoke, gentler than the others.
Oh, you're not unmindful of your service, good sir. Lord Tywin Lannister has generously agreed to grant you a handsome tract of land north of Lannisport, beside the sea, with gold and men sufficient to build you a stout keep, and servants to see to your every need.
Sir Barristan looked up sharply. A hall to die in, and men to bury me. I thank you, my lords, but I spit upon your pity.
He reached up and undid the clasps that held his cloak in place, and the heavy white garment slithered from his shoulders to fall in a heap on the floor. His helmet dropped with a clang.
I am a knight,
he told them. He opened the silver fastenings of his breastplate and let that fall as well.
I shall die a knight.
A naked knight, it would seem, quipped Littlefinger. They all laughed then, Joffrey on his throne, and the lords standing attendants, Janos Slynt and Queen Cersei and Sandor Clegane, and even the other men of the Kingsguard, the 5 who had been his brothers until a moment ago. Surely that must have hurt the most, Sansa thought. Her heart went out to the gallant old man as he stood shamed and red-faced, too angry to speak. Finally he drew his sword. Sansa heard someone gasp. Sir Boros and Sir Meryn moved forward to confront him, but Sir Barristan froze them in place with a look that dripped contempt.
Have no fear, sirs. Your king is safe. No thanks to you. Even now I could cut through the 5 of you as easy as a dagger cuts cheese. If you would serve under the Kingslayer, not a one of you is fit to wear the white. He flung his sword at the foot of the Iron Throne. Here, boy. Melt it down and add it to the others, if you like. It will do you more good than the swords in the hands of these 5. Perhaps Lord Stannis will chance to sit on it when he takes your throne.
He took the long way out, his steps ringing loud against the floor and echoing off the bare stone walls. Lords and ladies parted to let him pass. Not until the pages had closed the great oak and bronze doors behind him did Sansa hear sounds again. Soft voices, uneasy stirrings, the shuffle of papers from the council table.
"He called me boy,"
Joffrey said peevishly, sounding younger than his years.
"He talked about my Uncle Stannis, too."
"Idle talk," said Varys the eunuch, "without meaning."
"He could be making plots with my uncles. I want him seized and questioned."
No one moved. Joffrey raised his voice.
"I said I want him seized."
Janos Slynt rose from the council table.
"My gold cloaks will see to it, your grace."
"Good,"
said King Joffrey. Lord Janos strode from the hall, his ugly sons double-stepping to keep up as they lugged the great metal shield with the arms of House Slynt.
"Your grace," Littlefinger reminded the king, "if we might resume, the 7 are now 6.
We find ourselves in need of a new sword for your Kingsguard.
Joffrey smiled. Tell them, mother. The king and council have determined that no man in the Seven Kingdoms is more fit to guard and protect his grace than his sworn shield, Sandor Clegane.
How do you like that, dog? King Joffrey asked.
The hound's scarred face was hard to read. He took a long moment to consider. Why not? I have no lands, no wife to forsake, and who'd care if I did? The burned side of his mouth twisted. But I warn you, I'll say no knight's vows. The sworn brothers of the Kingsguard have always been knights, Sir Boros said firmly. Until now, the hound said in his deep rasp, and Sir Boros fell silent. When the king's herald moved forward, Sansa realized the moment was almost at hand. She smoothed down the cloth of her skirt nervously. She was dressed in mourning, as a sign of respect for the dead king, but she had taken special care to make herself beautiful. Her gown was the ivory silk that the queen had given her, the one Arya had ruined, but she'd had them dye it black, and you couldn't see the stain at all. She had fretted over her jewelry for hours, and finally decided upon the elegant simplicity of a plain silver chain. The herald's voice boomed out. If any man in this hall has other matters to set before his grace, let him speak now, or go forth and hold his silence. Sansa quailed. Now, she told herself, I must do it now. Gods give me courage. She took one step, then another. Lords and knights stepped aside silently to let her pass, and she felt the weight of their eyes on her. I must be as strong as my lady mother. Your Grace, she called out in a soft, tremulous voice. The height of the Iron Throne gave Joffrey a better vantage point than anyone else in the hall. He was the first to see her. Come forward, my lady, he called out, smiling. His smile emboldened her, made her feel beautiful and strong. He does love me. He does. Sansa lifted her head and walked toward him, not too slow and not too fast. She must not let them see how nervous she was. The Lady Sansa of House Stark, the herald cried. She stopped under the throne, at the spot where Sir Barristan's white cloak lay puddled on the floor beside his helm and breastplate. Do you have some business for king and council, Sansa? The queen asked from the council table. I do. She knelt on the cloak, so as not to spoil her gown, and looked up at her prince on his fearsome black throne. As it please your grace, I ask mercy for my father, Lord Eddard Stark, who was the hand of the king. She had practised the words 100 times. The queen sighed. Sansa, you disappoint me. What did I tell you about traitor's blood? Your father has committed grave and terrible crimes, my lady, Grand Maester Pycelle intoned. Ah, poor sad thing, sighed Varys. She is only a babe, my lords. She does not know what she asks. Sansa had eyes only for Joffrey. He must listen to me. He must, she thought. The king shifted on his seat. Let her speak, he commanded. I want to hear what she says. Thank you, your grace. Sansa smiled, a shy, secret smile, just for him. He was listening. She knew he would. Treason is a noxious weed, Pycelle declared solemnly. It must be torn up, root and stem and seed, lest new traitors sprout from every roadside. Do you deny your father's crime? Lord Baelish asked. No, my lords. Sansa knew better than that. I know he must be punished. All I ask is mercy. I know my lord father must regret what he did. He was King Robert's friend, and he loved him. You all know he loved him. He never wanted to be hanged until the king asked him. They must have lied to him, Lord Renly or Lord Stannis, or somebody. They must have lied, otherwise— King Joffrey leaned forward, hands grasping the arms of the throne. Broken sword points fanned out between his fingers.
He said I wasn't the king. Why did he say that?" "His leg was broken," Sansa replied eagerly. "It hurt ever so much. Maester Purcell was giving him milk of the poppy, and they say that milk of the poppy fills your head with clouds. Otherwise he would never have said it."
Varys said, "A child's faith. Such a sweet innocence. And yet they say wisdom oft comes from the mouths of babes."
"Treason is treason," Purcell replied at once. Joffrey rocked restlessly on the throne.
"Mother?" Cersei Lannister considered Sansa thoughtfully.
"If Lord Eddard were to confess his crime," she said at last, "we would know he had repented his folly."
Joffrey pushed himself to his feet.
"Please," Sansa thought, "please, please, be the king I know you are, good and kind and noble, please."
"Do you have any more to say?" he asked her.
"Only that as you love me, you do me this kindness, my prince,"
Sansa said. King Joffrey looked her up and down. "Your sweet words have moved me," he said gallantly, nodding as if to say all would be well. "I shall do as you ask. But first your father has to confess. He has to confess and say that I'm the king, or there will be no mercy for him."
"He will,"
Sansa said, heart soaring.
"Oh, I know he will."
Eddard. The straw on the floor stank of urine. There was no window, no bed, not even a slop bucket. He remembered walls of pale red stone festooned with patches of nitre, a grey door of splintered wood, 4 inches thick and studded with iron. He had seen them briefly, a quick glimpse as they shoved him inside. Once the door had slammed shut, he had seen no more. The dark was absolute. He had as well been blind. Or dead. Buried with his king. "Ah, Robert," he murmured as his groping hand touched a cold stone wall, his leg throbbing with every motion. He remembered the jest the king had shared in the crypts of Winterfell, as the kings of winter looked on with cold stone eyes. "The king eats," Robert had said, "and the hand takes the ship." How he had laughed, yet he had gotten it wrong. "The king dies," Ned Stark thought, "and the hand is buried." The dungeon was under the Red Keep, deeper than he dared imagine. He remembered the old stories about Maegor the Cruel, who murdered all the masons who laboured on his castle, so they might never reveal its secrets. He damned them all, Littlefinger, Janos Slynt and his gold cloaks, the Queen, the Kingslayer, Purcell and Varys, and Sir Barristan, even Lord Renly, Robert's own blood, who had run when he was needed most. Yet in the end he blamed himself. "Fool!" he cried to the darkness. "Thrice damned, blind fool!" Cersei Lannister's face seemed to float before him in the darkness. Her hair was full of sunlight, but there was mockery in her smile. "When you play the Game of Thrones, you win or you die," she whispered. Ned had played and lost, and his men had paid the price of his folly with their life's blood. When he thought of his daughters, he would have wept gladly, but the tears would not come. Even now he was a Stark of Winterfell, and his grief and his rage froze hard inside him. When he kept very still, his leg did not hurt so much, so he did his best to lie unmoving. For how long he could not say. There was no sun and no moon. He could not see to mark the walls. Ned closed his eyes and opened them. It made no difference. He slept and woke and slept again. He did not know which was more painful, the waking or the sleeping. When he slept he dreamed, dark, disturbing dreams of blood and broken promises. When he woke there was nothing to do but think, and his waking thoughts were worse than nightmares. The thought of Kate was as painful as a bed of nettles.
He wondered where she was, what she was doing. He wondered whether he would ever see her again. Hours turned to days, or so it seemed. He could feel a dull ache in his shattered leg, an itch beneath the plaster. When he touched his thigh, the flesh was hot to his fingers. The only sound was his breathing. After a time he began to talk aloud, just to hear a voice. He made plans to keep himself sane, built castles of hope in the dark. Robert's brothers were out in the world, raising armies at Dragonstone and Storm's End. Allen and Harwin would return to King's Landing with the rest of his household guard, once they had dealt with Sir Gregor. Catelyn would raise the north when the word reached her, and the lords of river and mountain and vale would join her. He found himself thinking of Robert more and more. He saw the king as he had been in the flower of his youth, tall and handsome, his great antlered helm on his head, his war-hammer in hand, sitting his horse like a horned god. He heard his laughter in the dark, saw his eyes, blue and clear as mountain lakes.
"Look at us, Ned," Robert said. "Gods, how did we come to this? You here, and me killed by a pig. We won a throne together."
"I failed you, Robert," Ned thought. He could not say the words. "I lied to you, hid the truth. I let them kill you." The king heard him.
"You stiff-necked fool," he muttered, "too proud to listen. Can you eat pride, Stark? Will honor shield your children?"
Cracks ran down his face, fissures opening in the flesh, and he reached up and ripped the mask away. It was not Robert at all. It was Littlefinger, grinning, mocking him. When he opened his mouth to speak, his lies turned to pale grey moths and took wing. Ned was half asleep when the footsteps came down the hall. At first he thought he dreamt them. It had been so long since he had heard anything but the sound of his own voice. Ned was feverish by then, his leg a dull agony, his lips parched and cracked. When the heavy wooden door creaked open, the sudden light was painful to his eyes. A jailer thrust a jug at him. The clay was cool and beaded with moisture. Ned grasped it with both hands and gulped eagerly. Water ran from his mouth and dripped down through his beard. He drank until he thought he would be sick. "How long?" he asked weakly when he could drink no more. The jailer was a scarecrow of a man with a rat's face and frayed beard, clad in a mail shirt and a leather half-cape. "Now talking," he said, as he wrenched the jug from Ned's hands.
"Please," Ned said. "My daughters."
The door crashed shut. He blinked as the light vanished, lowered his head to his chest, and curled up on the straw. It no longer stank of urine and shit. It no longer smelled at all. He could no longer tell the difference between waking and sleeping. The memory came creeping upon him in the darkness, as vivid as a dream. It was the year of fall spring, and he was 18 again, down from the Eyrie to the tourney at Harrenhal. He could see the deep green of the grass and smell the pollen on the wind. Warm days and cool nights and the sweet taste of wine. He remembered Brandon's laughter and Robert's berserk valor in the melee, the way he laughed as he unhorsed men left and right. He remembered Jaime Lannister, a golden youth in scaled white armor, kneeling on the grass in front of the king's pavilion and making his vows to protect and defend King Aerys. Afterward, Sir Oswell Went helped Jaime to his feet, and the White Bull himself, Lord Commander Sir Gerald Hightower, fastened the snowy cloak of the king's guard about his shoulders. All 6 white swords were there to welcome their newest brother. Yet when the jousting began, the day belonged to Rhaegar Targaryen. The crown prince wore the armor he would die in, gleaming black plate with the 3-headed dragon of his house wrought in rubies on the breast. A plume of scarlet silk streamed behind him when he rode, and it seemed no lance could touch him. Brandon fell to him, and bronze Yohn Royce, and even the splendid Sir Arthur Dane, the Sword of the Morning. Robert had been jesting with John and old Lorne Hunter as the prince circled the field after unhorsing Sir Barristan in the final tilt to claim the champion's crown. Ned remembered the moment when all the smiles died, when Prince Rhaegar Targaryen urged his horse past his own wife, the Dornish princess Elia Martell, to lay the Queen of Beauty's laurel in Lyanna's lap. He could see it still, a crown of winter roses, blue as frost. Ned Stark reached out his hand to grasp the flowery crown, but beneath the pale blue petals the thorns lay hidden. He felt them clawing at his skin, sharp and cruel, saw the slow trickle of blood run down his fingers, and woke trembling in the dark. "Promise me, Ned," his sister had whispered from her bed of blood. She had loved the scent of winter roses.
"God save me," Ned wept. "I am going mad."
The gods did not deign to answer. Each time the turnkey brought him water, he told himself another day had passed. At first he would beg the man for some word of his daughters and the world beyond his cell. Grunts and kicks were his only replies. Later, when the stomach cramps began, he begged for food instead. It made no matter. He was not fed. Perhaps the Lannisters meant for him to starve to death. No, he told himself. If Cersei had wanted him dead, he would have been cut down in the throne-room with his men. She wanted him alive. Weak, desperate, yet alive. Catelyn held her brother. She dare not kill him, or the imp's life would be forfeit as well. From outside his cell came the rattle of iron chains. As the door creaked open, Ned put a hand to the damp wall and pushed himself toward the light. The glare of a torch made him squint. "Food," he croaked. "Wine," a voice answered. It was not the rat-faced man. This jailer was stouter, shorter, though he wore the same leather half-cape and spiked steel cap. "Drink, Lord Eddard." He thrust the wineskin into Ned's hands. The voice was strangely familiar, yet it took Ned Stark a moment to place it. "Varys," he said groggily when it came. He touched the man's face. "I'm not dreaming this. You're here." The eunuch's plump cheeks were covered with a dark stubble of beard. Ned felt the coarse hair with his fingers. Varys had transformed himself into a grizzled turnkey, reeking of sweat and sour wine.
"Did you? What sort of magician are you?"
"A thirsty one," Varys said. "Drink, my lord." Ned's hands fumbled at the skin.
"Is this the same poison they gave Robert?"
"You wrong me," Varys said sadly. "Truly no one loves a eunuch. Give me the skin." He drank, a trickle of red leaking from the corner of his plump mouth. "Not the equal of the vintage you offered me the night of the tourney, but no more poisonous than most," he concluded, wiping his lips. "Here." Ned tried to swallow. "Dregs." He felt as though he were about to bring the wine back up. "All men must swallow the sour with the sweet, high lords and eunuchs alike. Your hour has come, my lord."
"My daughters?"
"The younger girl escaped Sir Meryn and fled," Varys told him. "I have not been able to find her, nor have the Lannisters. A kindness there. Our new king loves her not. Your older girl is still betrothed to Joffrey. Cersei keeps her close. She came to court a few days ago to plead that you be spared. A pity you couldn't have been there. You would have been touched." He leaned forward intently. "I trust you realize that you are a dead man, Lord Eddard?"
"The Queen will not kill me," Ned said.
His head swam. The wine was strong, and it had been too long since he'd eaten.
Kate holds her brother."
"The wrong brother," Varys sighed. "And lost to her in any case. She let the imp slip through her fingers. I expect he is dead by now, somewhere in the Mountains of the Moon."
If that is true, slit my throat and have done with it.
He was dizzy from the wine, tired and heartsick. Your blood is the last thing I desire. Ned frowned.
When they slaughtered my guard, you stood beside the Queen and watched and said not a word.
And would again. I seem to recall that I was unarmed, unarmoured, and surrounded by Lannister swords. The eunuch looked at him curiously, tilting his head. When I was a young boy, before I was cut, I travelled with a troop of mummers through the free cities. They taught me that each man has a role to play, in life as well as mummery. So it is at court. The king's justice must be fearsome, the master of coin must be frugal, the lord commander of the king's guard must be valiant, and the master of whisperers must be sly and obsequious, and without scruple. A courageous informer would be as useless as a cowardly knight. He took the wineskin back and drank. Ned studied the eunuch's face, searching for truth beneath the mummer's scars and false stubble. He tried some more wine. This time it went down easier.
Can you free me from this pit?
I could. But will I? No. Questions would be asked, and the answers would lead back to me.
Ned had expected no more.
You are blunt.
A eunuch has no honour, and a spider does not enjoy the luxury of scruples, my lord.
Would you at least consent to carry a message out for me?
That would depend on the message. I will gladly provide you with paper and ink, if you like. And when you have written what you will, I will take the letter and read it, and deliver it or not, as best serves my own ends.
Your own ends? What ends are those, Lord Varys?
Peace, Varys replied without hesitation. If there was one soul in King's Landing who was truly desperate to keep Robert Baratheon alive, it was me. He sighed. For 15 years I protected him from his enemies, but I could not protect him from his friends. What strange fit of madness led you to tell the Queen that you had learned the truth of Joffrey's birth?
The madness of mercy,
Ned admitted. Ah, said Varys. To be sure. You are an honest and honourable man, Lord Eddard. Oft times I forget that. I have met so few of them in my life. He glanced around the cell. When I see what honesty and honour have won you, I understand why. Ned Stark laid his head back against the damp stone wall and closed his eyes. His leg was throbbing.
The king's wine. Did you question Lancel?
Oh, indeed. Cersei gave him the wineskins and told him it was Robert's favourite vintage. The eunuch shrugged. A hunter lives a perilous life. If the boar had not done for Robert, it would have been a fall from a horse, the bite of a wood adder, an arrow gone astray. The forest is the abattoir of the gods. It was not wine that killed the king. It was your mercy.
Ned had feared as much. Gods forgive me.
If there are gods, Varys said, I expect they will. The Queen would not have waited long in any case. Robert was becoming unruly, and she needed to be rid of him to free her hands to deal with his brothers. They are quite a pair, Stannis and Renly. The iron gauntlet and the silk glove. He wiped his mouth with the back of his hand. You have been foolish, my lord. You ought to have heeded Littlefinger when he urged you to support Joffrey's succession.
How could you know of that?
Varys smiled. I know. That's all that need concern you. I also know that on the morrow the Queen will pay you a visit. Slowly Ned raised his eyes. Why? Cersei is frightened of you, my lord. But she has other enemies she fears even more. Her beloved Jaime is fighting the river lords even now. Lisa Arryn sits in the eyrie, ringed in stone and steel, and there is no love lost between her and the Queen. In Dorne the Martells still brood on the murder of Princess Elia and her babes. And now your son marches down the neck with a northern host at his back.
Robb is only a boy,
Ned said, aghast. A boy with an army, Varys said. Yet only a boy, as you say. The king's brothers are the ones giving Cersei sleepless nights, Lord Stannis in particular. His claim is the true one. He is known for his prowess as a battle commander, and he is utterly without mercy. There is no creature on earth half so terrifying as a truly just man. No one knows what Stannis has been doing on Dragonstone, but I will wager you that he's gathered more swords than seashells. So here is Cersei's nightmare. While her father and brother spend their power battling Starks and Tullys, Lord Stannis will land, proclaim himself king, and lop off her son's curly blonde head. And her own in the bargain, though I truly believe she cares more about the boy.
Stannis Baratheon is Robert's true heir, Ned said. The throne is his by rights. I would welcome his assent.
Varys tisked. Cersei will not want to hear that, I promise you. Stannis may win the throne, but only your rotting head will remain to cheer unless you guard that tongue of yours. Sansa begged so sweetly, it would be a shame if you threw it all away. You are being given your life back, if you'll take it. Cersei is no fool. She knows a tame wolf is of more use than a dead one.
You want me to serve the woman who murdered my king, butchered my men, and crippled my son?
Ned's voice was thick with disbelief. I want you to serve the realm, Varys said. Tell the Queen that you will confess your vile treason, command your son to lay down his sword, and proclaim Joffrey as the true heir. Offer to denounce Stannis and Renly as faithless usurpers. Our green-eyed lioness knows you are a man of honour. If you will give her the peace she needs and the time to deal with Stannis, and pledge to carry her secret to your grave, I believe she will allow you to take the black and live out the rest of your days on the wall, with your brother and that base-born son of yours. The thought of Jon filled Ned with a sense of shame and a sorrow too deep for words. If only he could see the boy again, sit and talk with him. Pain shot through his broken leg, beneath the filthy grey plaster of his cast. He winced, his fingers opening and closing helplessly.
Is this your own scheme? He gasped out at Varys. Or are you in league with Littlefinger?
That seemed to amuse the eunuch. I would sooner wed the black goat of Qohor. Littlefinger is the second most devious man in the 7 kingdoms. Oh, I feed him choice whispers, sufficient so that he thinks I am his, just as I allow Cersei to believe I am hers.
And just as you let me believe that you were mine. Tell me, Lord Varys, who do you truly serve?
Varys smiled thinly. Why, the realm, my good lord. However could you doubt that? I swear it by my lost manhood. I serve the realm, and the realm needs peace. He finished the last swallow of wine and tossed the empty skin aside. So what is your answer, Lord Eddard? Give me your word that you'll tell the Queen what she wants to hear when she comes calling.
If I did, my word would be as hollow as an empty suit of armour. My life is not so precious to me as that.
Pity. The eunuch stood. And your daughter's life, my lord? How precious is that?" A chill pierced Ned's heart.
"My daughter."
"Surely you did not think I'd forgotten about your sweet innocent, my lord. The Queen most certainly has not."
"No," Ned pleaded, his voice cracking. "Varys, gods, have mercy. Do as you like with me, but leave my daughter out of your schemes. Sansa's no more than a child."
"Rhaenys was a child, too. Prince Rhaegar's daughter. A precious little thing, younger than your girls. She had a small black kitten she called Balerion, did you know? I always wondered what happened to him. Rhaenys liked to pretend he was the true Balerion, the Black Dread of old, but I imagine the Lannisters taught her the difference between a kitten and a dragon quick enough, the day they broke down her door." Varys gave a long, weary sigh, the sigh of a man who carried all the sadness of the world in a sack upon his shoulders. "The High Septon once told me that as we sin, so do we suffer. If that's true, Lord Eddard, tell me, why is it always the innocents who suffer most, when you high lords play your Game of Thrones? Ponder it, if you would, while you wait upon the Queen. And spare a thought for this as well. The next visitor who calls on you could bring you bread and cheese and the milk of the poppy for your pain. Or he could bring you Sansa's head. The choice, my dear Lord Hand, is entirely yours."
Catelyn. As the host trooped down the causeway through the black bogs of the Neck and spilled out into the riverlands beyond, Catelyn's apprehensions grew. She masked her fears behind a face kept still and stern, yet they were there, all the same, growing with every league they crossed. Her days were anxious, her nights restless, and every raven that flew overhead made her clench her teeth. She feared for her Lord Father, and wondered at his ominous silence. She feared for her brother Edmure, and prayed that the gods would watch over him if he must face the Kingslayer in battle. She feared for Ned and her girls, and for the sweet sons she had left behind at Winterfell. And yet there was nothing she could do for any of them, and so she made herself put all thought of them aside. "You must save your strength for Robb," she told herself. "He is the only one you can help. You must be as fierce and hard as the North, Catelyn Tully. You must be a Stark for true now, like your son." Robb rode at the front of the column, beneath the flapping white banner of Winterfell. Each day he would ask one of his lords to join him, so they might confer as they marched. He honored every man in turn, showing no favorites, listening as his Lord Father had listened, weighing the words of one against the other. "He has learned so much from Ned," she thought as she watched him, "but has he learned enough?" The Blackfish had taken 100 picked men and 100 swift horses, and raced ahead to screen their movements and scout the way. The reports Sir Bryndon's riders brought back did little to reassure her. Lord Tywin's host was still many days to the south, but Walder Frey, Lord of the Crossing, had assembled a force of near 4,000 men at his castles on the Green Fork. "Late again," Catelyn murmured when she heard. It was the Trident all over. Damn the man. Her brother Edmure had called the banners. By rights, Lord Frey should have gone to join the Tully host at River Run, yet here he sat. 4,000 men, Robb repeated, more perplexed than angry. Lord Frey cannot hope to fight the Lannisters by himself. Surely he means to join his power to ours? Does he? Catelyn asked. She had ridden forward to join Robb and Robert Glover, his companion of the day. The vanguard spread out behind them, a slow-moving forest of lances and banners and spears. I wonder. Expect nothing of Walder Frey, and you will never be surprised. He's your father's bannerman. Some men take their oaths more seriously than others, Robb, and Lord Walder was always friendlier with Casterly Rock than my father would have liked. One of his sons is wed to Tywin Lannister's sister.
That means little of itself, to be sure. Lord Walder has sired a great many children over the years, and they must needs marry someone. Still—
Do you think he means to betray us to the Lannisters, my lady?
Robert Glover asked gravely. Catelyn sighed. If truth be told, I doubt even Lord Frey knows what Lord Frey intends to do. He has an old man's caution and a young man's ambition, and has never lacked for cunning.
We must have the twins, Mother, Robb said heatedly. There is no other way across the river. You know that.
Yes, and so does Walder Frey, you can be sure of that. That night they made camp on the southern edge of the bogs, halfway between the King's Road and the river. It was there Theon Greyjoy brought them further word from her uncle.
Sir Brynden says to tell you he's crossed swords with the Lannisters. There are a dozen scouts who won't be reporting back to Lord Tywin any time soon. Or ever. He grinned. Sir Adam Marbrand commands their outriders, and he's pulling back south, burning as he goes. He knows where we are, more or less, but the Blackfish vows he will not know when we split.
Unless Lord Frey tells him, Catelyn said sharply. Theon, when you return to my uncle, tell him he is to place his best bowmen around the twins, day and night, with orders to bring down any raven they see leaving the battlements. I want no birds bringing word of my son's movements to Lord Tywin.
Sir Brynden has seen to it already, my lady, Theon replied with a cocky smile. A few more blackbirds, and we should have enough to bake a pie. I'll save you their feathers for a hat. She ought to have known that Brynden Blackfish would be well ahead of her.
What have the Freys been doing while the Lannisters burn their fields and plunder their holdfasts?
There's been some fighting between Sir Adam's men and Lord Walder's, Theon answered. Not a day's ride from here we found 2 Lannister scouts feeding the crows where the Freys had strung them up. Most of Lord Walder's strength remains massed at the twins, though.
That bore Walder Frey's seal beyond a doubt, Catelyn thought bitterly. Hold back, wait, watch, take no risk unless forced to it.
If he's been fighting the Lannisters, perhaps he does mean to hold to his vows, Robb said.
Catelyn was less encouraged. Defending his own lands is one thing, open battle against Lord Tywin quite another.
Robb turned back to Theon Greyjoy. Has the Blackfish found any other way across the Green Fork?
Theon shook his head.
The river's running high and fast. Sir Brynden says it can't be forded, not this far north. I must have that crossing, Robb declared, fuming. Oh, our horses might be able to swim the river, I suppose, but not with armored men on their backs. We'd need to build rafts to pole our steel across, helms and mail and lances, and we don't have the trees for that. Or the time. Lord Tywin is marching north. He balled his hand into a fist. Lord Frey would be a fool to try and bar our way, Theon Greyjoy said with his customary easy confidence. We have 5 times his numbers. You can take the twins if you need to, Robb.
Not easily, Catelyn warned them, and not in time. While you were mounting your siege, Tywin Lannister would bring up his host and assault you from the rear. Robb glanced from her to Greyjoy, searching for an answer and finding none. For a moment he looked even younger than his 15 years, despite his mail and sword and the stubble on his cheeks.
"What would my lord father do?" he asked her.
"Find a way across," she told him, whatever it took. The next morning it was Sir Brynden Tully himself who rode back to them. He had put aside the heavy plate and helm he'd worn as the Knight of the Gate for the lighter leather and mail of an outrider, but his obsidian fish still fastened his cloak. Her uncle's face was grave as he swung down off his horse.
"There has been a battle under the walls of River Run," he said, his mouth grim. "We had it from a Lannister outrider we took captive. The Kingslayer has destroyed Edmure's host, and sent the lords of the Trident reeling in flight."
A cold hand clutched at Catelyn's heart. "And my brother?"
"Wounded and taken prisoner," Sir Brynden said. "Lord Blackwood and the other survivors are under siege inside River Run, surrounded by Jaime's host."
Robb looked fretful.
"We must get across this accursed river if we're to have any hope of relieving them in time." "That will not be easily done," her uncle cautioned. Lord Frey has pulled his whole strength back inside his castles, and his gates are closed and barred."
"Damn the man!" Robb swore. "If the old fool does not relent and let me cross, he'll leave me no choice but to storm his walls. I'll pull the twins down around his ears if I have to. We'll see how well he likes that."
"You sound like a sulky boy, Robb," Catelyn said sharply. "A child sees an obstacle, and his first thought is to run around it or knock it down. A lord must learn that sometimes words can accomplish what swords cannot." Robb's neck reddened at the rebuke. "Tell me what you mean, mother," he said meekly. "The Freys have held the crossing for 600 years, and for 600 years they have never failed to exact their toll."
"What toll? What does he want?"
She smiled. "That is what we must discover."
"And what if I do not choose to pay this toll?"
"Then you had best retreat back to Moat Cailin, deploy to meet Lord Tywin in battle. Or grow wings. I see no other choices." Catelyn put her heels to her horse and rode off, leaving her son to ponder her words. It would not do to make him feel as if his mother were usurping his place. "Did you teach him wisdom as well as valor, Ned?" she wondered. "Did you teach him how to kneel?" The graveyards of the Seven Kingdoms were full of brave men who had never learned that lesson. It was near midday when their vanguard came in sight of the twins, where the lords of the crossing had their seat. The Green Fork ran swift and deep here, but the Freys had spanned it many centuries past and grown rich off the coin men paid them to cross. Their bridge was a massive arch of smooth grey rock, wide enough for 2 wagons to pass abreast. The water tower rose from the centre of the span, commanding both road and river with its arrow slits, murder holes, and portcullises. It had taken the Freys 3 generations to complete their bridge. When they were done, they'd thrown up stout timber keeps on either bank, so no one might cross without their leave. The timber had long since given way to stone. The twins, 2 squat, ugly, formidable castles, identical in every respect, with the bridge arching between, had guarded the crossing for centuries. High curtain walls, deep moats, and heavy oak and iron gates protected the approaches. The bridge footings rose from within stout inner keeps. There was a barbican and portcullis on either bank, and the water tower defended the span itself. One glance was sufficient to tell Catelyn that the castle would not be taken by storm. The battlements bristled with spears and swords and scorpions. There was an archer at every crenel and arrow slit. The drawbridge was up, the portcullis down, the gates closed and barred. The great John began to curse and swear as soon as he saw what awaited them. Lord Rickard Karstark glowered in silence. "That cannot be assaulted, my lords," Roose Bolton announced.
"Nor can we take it by siege, without an army on the far bank to invest the other castle,"
Helman Tallheart said gloomily. Across the deep-running green waters the western twin stood like a reflection of its eastern brother.
"Even if we had the time, which, to be sure, we do not."
As the northern lords studied the castle, a sally-port opened. A plank bridge slid across the moat, and a dozen knights rode forth to confront them, led by 4 of Lord Walder's many sons. Their banner bore twin towers, dark blue on a field of pale silver-grey. Sir Stevron Frey, Lord Walder's heir, spoke for them. The Freys all looked like weasels. Sir Stevron, past 60, with grandchildren of his own, looked like an especially old and tired weasel, yet he was polite enough. "My lord father has sent me to greet you, and inquire as to who leads this mighty host."
"I do."
Robb spurred his horse forward. He was in his armour, with the dire wolf shield of Winterfell strapped to his saddle and Grey Wind padding by his side. The old knight looked at her son with a faint flicker of amusement in his watery grey eyes, though his gelding whickered uneasily and sidled away from the direwolf. "My lord father would be most honoured if you would share meat and mead with him in the castle, and explain your purpose here." His words crashed among the lord's bannermen like a great stone from a catapult.
Not one of them approved. They cursed, argued, shouted down each other. "You must not do this, my lord," Galbart Glover pleaded with Robb. "Lord Walder is not to be trusted." Roose Bolton nodded. "Go in there alone, and you're his. He can sell you to the Lannisters, throw you in a dungeon, or slit your throat as he likes."
"If he wants to talk to us, let him open his gates, and we will all share his meat and mead," declared Sir Wendell Manderley.
"Or let him come out and treat with Robb here in plain sight of his men and ours," suggested his brother, Sir Willis. Catelyn Stark shared all their doubts, but she had only to glance at Sir Stevron to see that he was not pleased by what he was hearing. A few more words, and the chance would be lost. She had to act, and quickly. "I will go," she said loudly.
"You, my lady?"
The great John furrowed his brow.
"Mother, are you certain?"
Clearly Robb was not. "Nevermore," Catelyn lied glibly. "Lord Walder is my father's bannerman. I have known him since I was a girl. He would never offer me any harm." "Unless he saw some profit in it," she added silently. But some truths did not bear saying, and some lies were necessary. "I am certain my lord father would be pleased to speak to the Lady Catelyn," Sir Stevron said. "To vouchsafe for our good intentions, my brother Sir Perwyn will remain here until she is safely returned to you."
"He shall be our honoured guest,"
said Robb. Sir Perwyn, the youngest of the 4 Freys in the party, dismounted and handed the reins of his horse to a brother.
"I require my lady mother's return by evenfall, Sir Stevron," Robb went on. "It is not my intent to linger here long."
Sir Stevron Frey gave a polite nod. "As you say, my lord." Catelyn spurred her horse forward and did not look back. Lord Walder's sons and envoys fell in around her. Her father had once said of Walder Frey that he was the only lord in the 7 kingdoms who could field an army out of his breeches. When the Lord of the Crossing welcomed Catelyn in the great hall of the East Castle, surrounded by 20 living sons, minus Sir Perwyn, who would have made 21, 36 grandsons, 19 great-grandsons, and numerous daughters, granddaughters, bastards, and grandbastards, she understood just what he had meant. Lord Walder was 90, a wizened pink weasel with a bald spotted head, too gouty to stand unassisted. His newest wife, a pale, frail girl of 16 years, walked beside his litter when they carried him in. She was the 8th Lady Frey. "It is a great pleasure to see you again after so many years, my lord," Catelyn said. The old man squinted at her suspiciously. "Is it? I doubt that. Spare me your sweet words, Lady Catelyn. I am too old. Why are you here? Is your boy too proud to come before me himself? What am I to do with you?" Catelyn had been a girl the last time she had visited the twins, but even then Lord Walder had been irascible, sharp of tongue, and blunt of manner. Age had made him worse than ever, it would seem. She would need to choose her words with care, and do her best to take no offence from his.
"Father,"
Sir Stevron said reproachfully, "you forget yourself. Lady Stark is here at your invitation." "Did I ask you? You are not Lord Frey yet, not until I die. Do I look dead? I'll hear no instructions from you."
"This is no way to speak in front of our noble guest, father," one of his younger sons said.
"Now my bastards presume to teach me courtesy," Lord Walder complained. "I'll speak any way I like, damn you. I've had 3 kings to guest in my life, and queens as well. Do you think I require lessons from the likes of you, Ryger? Your mother was milking goats the first time I gave her my seed." He dismissed the red-faced youth with a flick of his fingers and gestured to 2 of his other sons. "Danwell, Wayland, help me to my chair." They shifted Lord Walder from his litter and carried him to the high seat of the Freys, a tall chair of black oak whose back was carved in the shape of 2 towers linked by a bridge. His young wife crept up timidly and covered his legs with a blanket. When he was settled, the old man beckoned Catelyn forward and planted a papery dry kiss on her hand.
"There," he announced. "Now that I have observed the courtesies, my lady, perhaps my sons will do me the honour of shutting their mouths. Why are you here?"
"To ask you to open your gates, my lord," Catelyn replied politely. "My son and his lord's bannermen are most anxious to cross the river and be on their way."
"To River Run?"
He snickered.
"Oh, no need to tell me, no need. I'm not blind yet. The old man can still read a map."
"To River Run," Catelyn confirmed. She saw no reason to deny it. "Where I might have expected to find you, my lord. You are still my father's bannerman, are you not?"
said Lord Walter, a noise halfway between a laugh and a grunt. "I called my swords, yes I did. Here they are. You saw them on the walls. It was my intent to march as soon as all my strength was assembled. Well, to send my sons, I am well past marching myself, Lady Catelyn."
He looked around for likely confirmation and pointed to a tall, stooped man of 50 years.
"Tell her, Jared. Tell her that was my intent."
"It was, my lady,"
said Sir Jared Frey, one of his sons by his second wife.
"on my honour."
"Is it my fault that your fool brother lost his battle before we could march?"
He leaned back against his cushions and scowled at her, as if challenging her to dispute his version of events.
"I am told that Kingslayer went through him like an axe through ripe cheese. Why should my boys hurry south to die? All those who did go south are running north again."
Catelyn would gladly have spitted the querulous old man and roasted him over a fire, but she had only till evenfall to open the bridge. Calmly she said, "All the more reason that we must reach River Run, and soon. Where can we go to talk, my lord?"
"We're talking now,"
Lord Frey complained. The spotted pink head snapped around.
"What are you all looking at?"
He shouted at his kin.
"Get out of here! Lady Stark wants to speak to me in private. Might be she has designs on my fidelity, eh? Go, all of you. Find something useful to do. Yes, you too, woman. Out, out, out!"
As his sons and grandsons and daughters and bastards and nieces and nephews streamed from the hall, he leaned close to Catelyn and confessed,
"They're all waiting for me to die. Stevron's been waiting for 40 years, but I keep disappointing him. Why should I die just so he can be a lord? I ask you. I won't do it."
"I have every hope that you will live to be 100.
"That would boil them, to be sure. Oh, to be sure. Now, what do you want to say?"
"We want to cross," Catelyn told him.
"Oh, do you? That's blunt. Why should I let you?"
For a moment her anger flared. "If you were strong enough to climb your own battlements, Lord Frey, you would see that my son has 20,000 men outside your walls."
"There'll be 20,000 fresh corpses when Lord Tywin gets here,"
the old man shot back.
"Don't you try and frighten me, my lady. Your husband's in some traitor's cell under the Red Keep. Your father's sick, might be dying, and Jaime Lannister's got your brother in chains. What do you have that I should fear? That son of yours? I'll match you son for son, and I'll still have 18 when yours are all dead."
"You swore an oath to my father," Catelyn reminded him. He bobbed his head side to side, smiling.
"Oh, yes, I said some words, but I swore oaths to the crown, too, it seems to me. Joffrey's the king now, and that makes you and your boy and all those fools out there no better than rebels. If I had the sense the gods gave a fish, I'd help the Lannisters boil you all."
"Why don't you?" she challenged him. Lord Walter snorted with disdain.
"Lord Tywin the proud and splendid, Warden of the West, Hand of the King. Oh, what a great man that one is! Him and his gold this and gold that, and lions here and lions there. I'll wager you he eats too many beans, he breaks wind just like me. but you'll never hear him admit it, no. What's he got to be so puffed up about, anyway? Only 2 sons, and one of them's a twisted little monster. I'll match him son for son, and I'll still have 19 and a half left when all of his are dead. He cackled. If Lord Tywin wants my help, he can bloody well ask for it.
That was all Catelyn needed to hear. "I am asking for your help, my lord," she said humbly. "And my father and my brother and my lord husband and my sons are asking with my voice." Lord Walder jabbed a bony finger at her face.
"Save your sweet words, my lady, sweet words I get from my wife. Did you see her? 16 she is, a little flower, and her honey's only for me. I wager she gives me a son by this time next year. Perhaps I'll make him heir. Wouldn't that boil the rest of them?"
"I'm certain she will give you many sons." His head bobbed up and down.
"Your Lord Father did not come to the wedding. An insult, as I see it, even if he is dying. He never came to my last wedding, either. He calls me the late Lord Frey, you know. Does he think I'm dead? I'm not dead, and I promise you I'll outlive him as I outlived his father. Your family has always pissed on me. Don't deny it. Don't lie. You know it's true. Years ago I went to your father and suggested a match between his son and my daughter. Why not? I had a daughter in mind, sweet girl, only a few years older than Edmure. But if your brother didn't warm to her, I had others he might have had, young ones, old ones, virgins, widows, whatever he wanted. No, Lord Hoster would not hear of it. Sweet words he gave me, excuses, but what I wanted was to get rid of a daughter. And your sister, that one, she's full as bad. It was a year ago, no more. John Arryn was still the king's hand, and I went to the city to see my sons ride in the tourney. Stevron and Jared are too old for the lists now, but Danwell and Hostine rode. Perwyn as well, and a couple of my bastards tried the melee. If I'd known how they'd shame me, I would never have troubled myself to make the journey. Why did I need to ride all that way to see Hostine knocked off his horse by that Tyrell whelp? I ask you. The boy's half his age. Sir Daisy, they call him, something like that. And Danwell was unhorsed by a hedge knight. Some days I wonder if those 2 are truly mine. My 3rd wife was a Craycall. All of the Craycall women are sluts. Well, never mind about that. She died before you were born. What do you care? I was speaking of your sister. I proposed that Lord and Lady Arryn foster 2 of my grandsons at court, and offered to take their own son to ward here at the Twins. Are my grandsons unworthy to be seen at the king's court? They are sweet boys, quiet and mannerly. Walder is Merritt's son, named after me, and the other one, I don't recall. He might have been another Walder. They're always naming them Walder, so I'll favour them. But his father... Which one was his father now? His face wrinkled up. Well, whoever he was, Lord Arryn wouldn't have him, or the other one, and I blame your lady sister for that. She frosted up as if I'd suggested selling her boy to a mummers' show or making a eunuch out of him. And when Lord Arryn said the child was going to Dragonstone to foster with Stannis Baratheon, she stormed off without a word of regrets, and all the hand could give me was apologies. What good are apologies, I ask you?
Catelyn frowned, disquieted. I had understood that Lisa's boy was to be fostered with Lord Tywin at Casterly Rock.
No, it was Lord Stannis,
Walder Frey said irritably.
Do you think I can't tell Lord Stannis from Lord Tywin? They're both bungholes who think they're too noble to shit. But never mind about that. I know the difference. Or do you think I'm so old I can't remember? I'm 90, and I remember very well. I remember what to do with a woman, too. That wife of mine will give me a son before this time next year, I'll wager. Or a daughter, that can't be helped. Boy or girl, it will be red, wrinkled and squalling, and like as not she'll want to name it Walder or Walda.
Catelyn was not concerned with what Lady Frey might choose to name her child. John Arryn was going to foster his son with Lord Stannis? You are quite certain of that?
Yes, the old man said. Only he died, so what does it matter? You say you want to cross the river?
We do.
Well, you can't,
Lord Walder announced crisply.
not unless I allow it. And why should I? The Tullys and the Starks had never been friends of mine.
He pushed himself back in his chair and crossed his arms, smirking, waiting for her answer. The rest was only haggling. A swollen red sun hung low against the western hills when the gates of the castle opened. The drawbridge creaked down, the portcullis winched up, and Lady Catelyn Stark rode forth to rejoin her son and his lord's bannermen. Behind her came Sir Jared Frey, Sir Hostine Frey, Sir Danwell Frey, and Lord Walder's bastard son, Ronel Rivers, leading a long column of pikemen, rank on rank of shuffling men in blue steel ringmail and silvery grey cloaks. Robb galloped out to meet her, with Grey Wind racing beside his stallion. "It's done," she told him. "Lord Walder will grant you your crossing. His swords are yours as well, less 400 he means to keep back to hold the twins. I suggest that you leave 400 of your own, a mixed force of archers and swordsmen. He can scarcely object to an offer to augment his garrison, but make certain you give the command to a man you can trust. Lord Walder may need help keeping faith."
"As you say, Mother," Robb answered, gazing at the ranks of pikemen. "Perhaps Sir Helman Tallheart, do you think?"
"A fine choice."
What did he want of us?"
"If you can spare a few of your swords, I need some men to escort 2 of Lord Frey's grandsons north to Winterfell," she told him. "I have agreed to take them as wards. They are young boys, aged 8 years and 7. It would seem they are both named Walder. Your brother Bran will welcome the companionship of lads near his own age, I should think."
"Is that all? 2 fosterlings? That's a small enough price to—"
"Lord Frey's son, Oliver, will be coming with us," she went on. "He is to serve as your personal squire. His father would like to see him knighted in good time."
"A squire?" He shrugged. "Fine, that's fine, if he's—"
"Also, if your sister Arya is returned to us safely, it is agreed that she will marry Lord Walder's youngest son, Elmar, when the 2 of them come of age."
Robb looked nonplussed. "Arya won't like that one bit."
"And you are to wed one of his daughters, once the fighting is done," she finished. "His lordship has graciously consented to allow you to choose whichever girl you prefer. He has a number he thinks might be suitable." To his credit, Robb did not flinch.
"I see.
Do you consent?"
Can I refuse?"
"Not if you wish to cross."
"I consent," Robb said solemnly. He had never seemed more manly to her than he did in that moment. Boys might play with swords, but it took a lord to make a marriage pact, knowing what it meant. They crossed at evenfall as a horned moon floated upon the river. The double column wound its way through the gate of the eastern twin like a great steel snake, slithering across the courtyard into the keep and over the bridge, to issue forth once more from the second castle on the west bank. Catelyn rode at the head of the serpent, with her son and her uncle Sir Brendan and Sir Stevron Frey. Behind followed 9/10 of their horse, knights, lancers, free riders, and mounted bowmen. It took hours for them all to cross. Afterward, Catelyn would remember the clatter of countless hoofs on the drawbridge, the sight of Lord Walder Frey and his litter watching them pass, the glitter of eyes peering down through the slats of the murder holes on the ceiling as they rode through the water tower. The larger part of the northern host, pikes and archers and great masses of men-at-arms on foot, remained upon the east bank under the command of Roose Bolton. Robb had commanded him to continue the march south, to confront the huge Lannister army coming north under Lord Tywin. For good or ill, her son had thrown the dice. John. "Are you well, Snow?" Lord Mormont asked, scowling.
"Well," his raven squawked. "Well."
"I am, my lord,"
John lied, loudly, as if that could make it true.
"And you?"
Mormont frowned.
"A dead man tried to kill me. How well could I be?"
He scratched under his chin. His shaggy grey beard had been singed in the fire, and he'd hacked it off. The pale stubble of his new whiskers made him look old, disreputable, and grumpy.
"You do not look well. How is your hand?"
"Healing." John flexed his bandaged fingers to show him. He had burned himself more badly than he knew, throwing the flaming drapes, and his right hand was swathed in silk halfway to the elbow. At the time he'd felt nothing. The agony had come after. His cracked red skin oozed fluid, and fearsome blood blisters rose between his fingers, big as roaches. "The maester says I'll have scars, but otherwise the hand should be as good as it was before."
"A scarred hand is nothing. On the wall you'll be wearing gloves often as not."
"As you say, my lord." It was not the thought of scars that troubled John. It was the rest of it. Maester Aemon had given him milk of the poppy, yet even so the pain had been hideous. At first it had felt as if his hand was still aflame, burning day and night. Only plunging it into basins of snow and shaved ice gave any relief at all. John thanked the gods that no one but Ghost saw him writhing on his bed, whimpering from the pain. And when at last he did sleep, he dreamt, and that was even worse. In the dream, the corpse he fought had blue eyes, black hands, and his father's face. But he dared not tell Mormont that.
"Tywin and Hake returned last night," the old bear said. "They found no sign of your uncle, no more than the others did."
"I know." John had dragged himself to the common hall to sup with his friends, and the failure of the Rangers' search had been all the men had been talking of.
"You know," Mormont grumbled. "How is it that everyone knows everything around here?"
He did not seem to expect an answer.
"It would seem there were only the two of those creatures, whatever they were. I will not call them men, and thank the gods for that. Any more, and, well, that doesn't bear thinking of. There will be more, though. I can feel it in these old bones of mine. Maester Aemon agrees. The cold winds are rising. Summer is at an end, and a winter is coming such as this world has never seen."
Winter is coming. The stark words had never sounded so grim or ominous to John as they did now. "My lord," he asked hesitantly, "it's said there was a bird last night."
"There was? What of it?"
"I had hoped for some word of my father."
"Father?"
taunted the old raven, bobbing its head as it walked across Mormont's shoulders.
"Father?"
The Lord Commander reached up to pinch its beak shut, but the raven hopped up on his head, fluttered its wings, and flew across the chamber to light above a window.
"Grief and noise," Mormont grumbled. "That's all they're good for, ravens. Why, I put up with that pestilential bird. If there was news of Lord Eddard, don't you think I would have sent for you? Bastard or no, you're still his blood. The message concerned Sir Barristan Selmy. It seems he's been removed from the Kingsguard. They gave his place to that black dog Clegane, and now Selmy's wanted for treason. The fools sent some watchmen to seize him, but he slew 2 of them and escaped." Mormont snorted, leaving no doubt of his view of men who'd send gold cloaks against a knight as renowned as Barristan the Bold. "We have white shadows in the woods, and unquiet dead stalking our halls, and a boy sits the Iron Throne," he said in disgust.
The raven laughed shrilly.
"Boy, boy, boy, boy."
Sir Barristan had been the old bear's best hope, John remembered. If he had fallen, what chance was there that Mormont's letter would be heeded? He curled his hand into a fist. Pain shot through his burned fingers. "What of my sisters?"
"The message made no mention of Lord Eddard or the girls."
He gave an irritated shrug.
"Perhaps they never got my letter. Aemon sent 2 copies with his best birds, but who can say? More like, Purcell did not deign to reply. It would not be the first time nor the last. I fear we count for less than nothing in King's Landing. They tell us what they want us to know, and that's little enough."
"And you tell me what you want me to know, and that's less," John thought resentfully. His brother Rob had called the banners and ridden south to war, yet no word of that had been breathed to him, save by Samwell Tarley, who'd read the letter to Maester Aemon and whispered its contents to John that night in secret, all the time saying how he shouldn't. Doubtless they thought his brother's war was none of his concern. It troubled him more than he could say. Rob was marching, and he was not. No matter how often John told himself that his place was here now, with his new brothers on the wall, he still felt craven.
"Corn!"
the raven was crying. "Corn, corn!"
"Oh, be quiet," the old bear told it. "Snow, how soon does Maester Aemon say you'll have use of that hand back?"
"Soon," John replied.
"Good."
On the table between them, Lord Mormont laid a large sword in a black metal scabbard banded with silver.
"Here. You'll be ready for this, then."
The raven flapped down and landed on the table, strutting toward the sword, head cocked curiously. John hesitated. He had no inkling what this meant. "My lord?"
"The fire melted the silver off the pommel and burnt the crossguard and grip. Well, dry leather and old wood, what could you expect? The blade, now. You'd need a fire 100 times as hot to harm the blade."
Mormont shoved the scabbard across the rough oak planks.
"I had the rest made anew. Take it."
"Take it,"
echoed his raven, preening.
"Take it, take it."
Awkwardly, John took the sword in hand. His left hand, his bandaged right, was still too raw and clumsy. Carefully he pulled it from its scabbard and raised it level with his eyes. The pommel was a hunk of pale stone weighted with lead to balance the long blade. It had been carved into the likeness of a snarling wolf's head, with chips of garnet set into the eyes. The grip was virgin leather, soft and black, as yet unstained by sweat or blood. The blade itself was a good half-foot longer than those John was used to, tapered to thrust as well as slash, with 3 fullers deeply incised in the metal. Where ice was a true 2-handed greatsword, this was a hand-and-a-halfer, sometimes named a bastard sword. Yet the wolf sword actually seemed lighter than the blades he had wielded before. When John turned it sideways, he could see the ripples in the dark steel where the metal had been folded back on itself again and again.
"This is Valyrian steel, my lord," he said wonderingly.
His father had let him handle ice often enough. He knew the look, the feel.
"It is," the old bear told him. "It was my father's sword, and his father's before him. The Mormonts have carried it for 5 centuries. I wielded it in my day and passed it on to my son when I took the black."
"He is giving me his son's sword." John could scarcely believe it. The blade was exquisitely balanced. The edges glimmered faintly as they kissed the light.
"Your son?" "My son brought dishonor to House Mormont. But at least he had the grace to leave the sword behind when he fled. My sister returned it to my keeping, but the very sight of it reminded me of Jorah's shame, so I put it aside, and thought no more of it until we found it in the ashes of my bedchamber. The original pommel was a bear's head, silver, yet so worn its features were all but indistinguishable. For you, I thought a white wolf more apt. One of our builders is a fair stone carver."
When John had been Bran's age, he had dreamed of doing great deeds, as boys always did. The details of his feats changed with every dreaming, but quite often he imagined saving his father's life. Afterward, Lord Eddard would declare that John had proved himself a true Stark, and place ice in his hand. Even then he had known it was only a child's folly. No bastard could ever hope to wield a father's sword. Even the memory shamed him. What kind of man stole his own brother's birthright? "I have no right to this," he thought, "no more than to ice." He twitched his burned fingers, feeling a throb of pain deep under the skin. "My lord, you honour me, but—"
"Spare me your butts, boy,"
Lord Mormont interrupted.
"I would not be sitting here were it not for you and that beast of yours. You fought bravely, and more to the point, you thought quickly. Fire! Yes, damn it, we ought to have known. We ought to have remembered. The long night has come before. 8,000 years is a good while, to be sure. Yet if the night's watch does not remember, who will?" "Who will?"
chimed the talkative raven.
"Who will?"
Truly the gods had heard Jon's prayer that night. The fire had caught in the dead man's clothing and consumed him as if his flesh were candle wax, and his bones old dry wood. Jon had only to close his eyes to see the thing staggering across the solar, crashing against the furniture and flailing at the flames. It was the face that haunted him most, surrounded by a nimbus of fire, hair blazing like straw, the dead flesh melting away and sloughing off its skull to reveal the gleam of bone beneath. Whatever demonic force moved Othor had been driven out by the flames. The twisted thing they had found in the ashes had been no more than cooked meat and charred bone. Yet in his nightmare he faced it again, and this time the burning corpse wore Lord Eddard's features. It was his father's skin that burst and blackened, his father's eyes that ran liquid down his cheeks like jellied tears. Jon did not understand why that should be, or what it might mean, but it frightened him more than he could say.
"A sword's small payment for a life," Mormont concluded. "Take it. I'll hear no more of it. Is that understood?"
"Yes, my lord." The soft leather gave beneath Jon's fingers as if the sword were moulding itself to his grip already. He knew he should be honored, and he was, and yet he is not my father. The thought leapt unbidden to Jon's mind. Lord Eddard Stark is my father. I will not forget him, no matter how many swords they give me. Yet he could scarcely tell Lord Mormont that it was another man's sword he dreamt of.
"I want no courtesies either," Mormont said, "so thank me no thanks. Honour the steel with deeds, not words."
Jon nodded. "Does it have a name, my lord?"
"It did, once. Longclaw, it was called." "Claw!" the raven cried. "Claw!"
Longclaw is an apt name. Jon tried a practice cut. He was clumsy and uncomfortable with his left hand, yet even so the steel seemed to flow through the air, as if it had a will of its own. Wolves have claws as much as bears. The old bear seemed pleased by that.
"I suppose they do. You'll want to wear that over the shoulder, I imagine. It's too long for the hip, at least until you've put on a few inches. And you'll need to work at your two-handed strikes as well. Sir Endru can show you some moves when your burns have healed."
"Sir Endru?" Jon did not know the name.
"Sir Endru Tarth, a good man. He's on his way from the Shadow Tower to assume the duties of Master-at-Arms. Sir Alistair Thorne left yestermorn for Eastwatch by the Sea."
Jon lowered the sword.
"Why?"
he said stupidly.
Mormont snorted. "Because I sent him. Why do you think? He's bringing the hand your ghost tore off the end of Jafer Flowers' wrist. I have commanded him to take ship to King's Landing and lay it before this boy king. That should get young Joffrey's attention, I'd think. And Sir Alistair's a knight, high-born, anointed, with old friends at court. Altogether harder to ignore than a glorified crow." "Crow?"
Jon thought the raven sounded faintly indignant.
"As well," the Lord Commander continued, ignoring the bird's protest. "It puts 1,000 leagues twixt him and you, without it seeming a rebuke."
He jabbed a finger up at Jon's face.
"And don't think this means I approve of that nonsense in the common hall. Valor makes up for a fair amount of folly, but you're not a boy any more, however many years you've seen. That's a man's sword you have there, and it will take a man to wield her. I'll expect you to act the part henceforth."
"Yes, my lord." John slid the sword back into the silver-banded scabbard. If not the blade he would have chosen, it was none the less a noble gift, and freeing him from Alistair Thorne's malignance was nobler still. The old bear scratched at his chin.
"I had forgotten how much a new beard itches," he said. "I'll no help for that. Is that hand of yours healed enough to resume your duties?"
"Yes, my lord."
"Good. The night will be cold. I'll want hot spice wine. Find me a flagon of red, not too sour, and don't skimp on the spices. And tell Hob that if he sends me boiled mutton again, I'm like to boil him. That last haunch was grey. Even the bird wouldn't touch it."
He stroked the raven's head with his thumb, and the bird made a contented quarking sound.
"Away with you, I've work to do."
The guards smiled at him from their niches as he wound his way down the turret stair, carrying the sword in his good hand.
"Sweet steel," one man said.
"You earned that, Snow," another told him. John made himself smile back at them, but his heart was not in it. He knew he should be pleased, yet he did not feel it. His hand ached, and the taste of anger was in his mouth, though he could not have said who he was angry with, or why. A half-dozen of his friends were lurking outside when he left the King's Tower, where Lord Commander Mormont now made his residence. They had hung a target on the granary doors, so they could seem to be honing their skills as archers, but he knew lurkers when he saw them. No sooner did he emerge than Pip called out, "Well, come about, let's have a look." "At what?" John said. Toad sidled close. "Your rosy butt-cheeks, what else?"
"The sword," Gren stated. "We want to see the sword."
John raked them with an accusing look.
"You knew."
Pip grinned. "We're not all as dumb as Gren."
"You are so," insisted Gren. "You're dumber."
Halder gave an apologetic shrug. "I helped Pate carve the stone for the pommel," the builder said, "and your friend Sam bought the garnets in Molestown."
"We knew even before that, though," Gren said. "Rudge has been helping Donal Noy in the forge. He was there when the old bear brought him the burnt blade."
"The sword!" Matt insisted. The others took up the chant. "The sword! The sword! The sword!" John unsheathed Longclaw and showed it to them, turning it this way and that so they could admire it. The bastard blade glittered in the pale sunlight, dark and deadly. "Valyrian steel," he declared solemnly, trying to sound as pleased and proud as he ought to have felt. "I heard of a man who had a razor made of Valyrian steel," declared Toad. "He cut his head off trying to shave." Pip grinned. "The Night's Watch is thousands of years old," he said, "but I'll wager Lord Snow's the first brother ever honored for burning down the Lord Commander's tower." The others laughed, and even John had to smile. The fire he'd started had not in truth burned down that formidable stone tower, but it had done a fair job of gutting the interior of the top 2 floors, where the old bear had his chambers. No one seemed to mind that very much, since it had also destroyed Othor's murderous corpse. The other wight, the one-handed thing that had once been a ranger named Jafer Flowers, had also been destroyed, cut near to pieces by a dozen swords, but not before it had slain Sir Jeremy Riker and 4 other men. Sir Jeremy had finished the job of hacking its head off, yet had died all the same when the headless corpse pulled his own dagger from its sheath and buried it in his bowels. Strength and courage did not avail much against foemen who would not fall because they were already dead. Even arms and armor offered small protection. That grim thought soured John's fragile mood. "I need to see Hob about the old bear's supper," he announced brusquely, sliding Longclaw back into its scabbard. His friends meant well, but they did not understand. It was not their fault, truly. They had not had to face Othor. They had not seen the pale glow of those dead blue eyes, had not felt the cold of those dead black fingers. Nor did they know of the fighting in the Riverlands. How could they hope to comprehend? He turned away from them abruptly and strode off, sullen. Pip called after him, but John paid him no mind. They had moved him back to his old cell in tumble-down Harden's Tower after the fire, and it was there he returned. Ghost was curled up asleep beside the door, but he lifted his head at the sound of John's boots. The dire wolf's red eyes were darker than garnets and wiser than men. John knelt, scratched his ear, and showed him the pommel of the sword. "Look, it's you." Ghost sniffed at his carved stone likeness and tried a lick. John smiled. "You're the one deserves an honor," he told the wolf. And suddenly he found himself remembering how he'd found him, that day in the late summer snow. They had been riding off with the other pups, but John had heard a noise and turned back, and there he was, white fur almost invisible against the drifts. He was all alone, he thought, apart from the others in the litter. He was different, so they drove him out. "John?" He looked up. Samuel Tarley stood rocking nervously on his heels. His cheeks were red, and he was wrapped in a heavy fur cloak that made him look ready for hibernation. "Sam," John stood. "What is it? Do you want to see the sword?" If the others had known, no doubt Sam did too. The fat boy shook his head. "I was heir to my father's blade once," he said mournfully. "Heartsbane. Lord Randall let me hold it a few times, but it always scared me. It was Valyrian steel, beautiful but so sharp I was afraid I'd hurt one of my sisters. Dickon will have it now." He wiped sweaty hands on his cloak. Maester Aemon wants to see you." It was not time for his bandages to be changed. John frowned suspiciously. "Why?" he demanded. Sam looked miserable. That was answer enough. "You told him, didn't you?" John said angrily. "You told him that you told me." John, I didn't want to. He asked. I think he knew. He sees things no one else sees. He's blind," John pointed out forcefully, disgusted. "I can find the way myself." He left Sam standing there, open-mouthed and quivering. He found Maester Aemon up in the rookery, feeding the ravens. Clytus was with him, carrying a bucket of chopped meat as they shuffled from cage to cage. "Sam said you wanted me?" The maester nodded. "I did indeed. Clytus, give John the bucket. Perhaps he will be kind enough to assist me." The hunched, pink-eyed brother handed John the bucket and scurried down the ladder. "Toss the meat into the cages," Aemon instructed him. "The birds will do the rest." John shifted the bucket to his right hand and thrust his left down into the bloody bits. The ravens began to scream noisily and fly at the bars, beating at the metal with night-black wings. The meat had been chopped into pieces no larger than a finger joint. He filled his fist and tossed the raw red morsels into the cage, and the squawking and squabbling grew hotter. Feathers flew as two of the larger birds fought over a choice piece. Quickly John grabbed a second handful and threw it in after the first. "Lord Mormont's raven likes fruit and corn." "He is a rare bird," the maester said. "Most ravens will eat grain, but they prefer flesh. It makes them strong, and I fear they relish the taste of blood. In that they are like men. And, like men, not all ravens are alike." John had nothing to say to that. He threw meat, wondering why he'd been summoned. No doubt the old man would tell him in his own good time. Maester Aemon was not a man to be hurried. "Doves and pigeons can also be trained to carry messages," the maester went on, "though the raven is a stronger flyer, larger, bolder, far more clever, better able to defend itself against hawks. Yet ravens are black, and they eat the dead, so some godly men abhor them. Baelor the Blessed tried to replace all the ravens with doves, did you know?" The maester turned his white eyes on John, smiling. "The Night's Watch prefers ravens." John's fingers were in the bucket, blood up to the wrist. "Tywin says the wildlings call us crows," he said uncertainly. "The crow
is the raven's poor cousin. They are both beggars and black, hated and misunderstood.
John wished he understood what they were talking about, and why. What did he care about ravens and doves? If the old man had something to say to him, why couldn't he just say it?
John, did you ever wonder why the men of the Night's Watch take no wives and father no children?
Maester Aemon asked. John shrugged. No. He scattered more meat. The fingers of his left hand were slimy with blood, and his right throbbed from the weight of the bucket.
So they will not love,
the old man answered.
For love is the bane of honor, the death of duty.
That did not sound right to John, yet he said nothing. The maester was 100 years old, and a high officer of the Night's Watch. It was not his place to contradict him. The old man seemed to sense his doubts.
Tell me, John, if the day should ever come when your Lord Father must needs choose between honor on the one hand and those he loves on the other, what would he do?
John hesitated. He wanted to say that Lord Eddard would never dishonor himself, not even for love. Yet inside a small, sly voice whispered, "He fathered a bastard. Where was the honor in that? And your mother, what of his duty to her? He will not even say her name." "He would do whatever was right," he said, ringingly, to make up for his hesitation. "No matter what."
Then Lord Eddard is a man in 10,000. Most of us are not so strong. What is honor compared to a woman's love? What is duty against the feel of a newborn son in your arms, or the memory of a brother's smile? Wind and words. Wind and words. We are only human, and the gods have fashioned us for love. That is our great glory, and our great tragedy. The men who formed the Night's Watch knew that only their courage shielded the realm from the darkness to the north. They knew they must have no divided loyalties to weaken their resolve. So they vowed they would have no wives nor children. Yet brothers they had, and sisters, mothers who gave them birth, fathers who gave them names. They came from 100 quarrelsome kingdoms, and they knew times may change, but men do not. So they pledged as well that the Night's Watch would take no part in the battles of the realms it guarded. They kept their pledge. When Aegon slew Black Harren and claimed his kingdom, Harren's brother was Lord Commander on the wall, with 10,000 swords to hand. He did not march. In the days when the 7 kingdoms were 7 kingdoms, not a generation passed that 3 or 4 of them were not at war. The Watch took no part. When the Andals crossed the narrow sea and swept away the kingdoms of the first men, the sons of the fallen kings held true to their vows and remained at their posts. So it has always been, for years beyond counting. Such is the price of honor. A craven can be as brave as any man when there is nothing to fear, and we all do our duty when there is no cost to it. How easy it seems, then, to walk the path of honor. Yet soon or late in every man's life comes a day when it is not easy, a day when he must choose.
Some of the ravens were still eating, long, stringy bits of meat dangling from their beaks. The rest seemed to be watching him. John could feel the weight of all those tiny black eyes. "And this is my day? Is that what you're saying?" Maester Aemon turned his head and looked at him with those dead white eyes. It was as if he were seeing right into his heart. John felt naked and exposed. He took the bucket in both hands and flung the rest of the slops through the bars. Strings of meat and blood flew everywhere, scattering the ravens. They took to the air, shrieking wildly. The quicker birds snatched morsels on the wing and gulped them down greedily. John let the empty bucket clang to the floor. The old man laid a withered, spotted hand on his shoulder. "It hurts, boy," he said softly. "Oh, yes. Choosing, it has always hurt. And always will. I know."
"You don't know," John said bitterly. "No one knows. Even if I am his bastard, he's still my father."
Maester Aemon sighed.
"Have you heard nothing I've told you, John? Do you think you are the first?"
He shook his ancient head, a gesture weary beyond words.
3 times the gods saw fit to test my vows. Once when I was a boy, once in the fullness of my manhood, and once when I had grown old. By then my strength was fled, my eyes grown dim, yet that last choice was as cruel as the first. My ravens would bring the news from the south, words darker than their wings, the ruin of my house, the death of my kin, disgrace and desolation. What could I have done, old, blind, frail? I was helpless as a suckling babe, yet still it grieved me to sit forgotten as they cut down my brother's poor grandson, and his son, and even the little children."
John was shocked to see the shine of tears in the old man's eyes.
"Who are you?"
he asked quietly, almost in dread. A toothless smile quivered on the ancient lips.
"Only a maester of the citadel, bound in service to Castle Black and the Night's Watch. In my order we put aside our house names when we take our vows and don the collar."
The old man touched the maester's chain that hung loosely around his thin, fleshless neck.
"My father was Maekar, the first of his name, and my brother Aegon reigned after him in my stead. My grandfather named me for Prince Aemon the Dragon Knight, who was his uncle, or his father, depending on which tale you believe. Aemon, he called me."
"Aemon Targaryen?"
John could scarcely believe it.
"Once,"
the old man said.
"once. So you see, John, I do know. And knowing I will not tell you stay or go. You must make that choice yourself, and live with it all the rest of your days. As I have."
His voice fell to a whisper.
"As I have."
Daenerys. When the battle was done, Dany rode her silver through the fields of the dead. Her handmaids and the men of her caste came after, smiling and jesting among themselves. Dothraki hooves had torn the earth and trampled the rye and lentils into the ground, while axe and arrows had sown a terrible new crop and watered it with blood. Dying horses lifted their heads and screamed at her as she rode past. Wounded men moaned and prayed. Jaqaran moved among them, the mercy men with their heavy axes, taking a harvest of heads from the dead and dying alike. After them would scurry a flock of small girls, pulling arrows from the corpses to fill their baskets. Last of all, the dogs would come sniffing, lean and hungry, the feral pack that was never far behind the Khalasar. The sheep had been dead longest. There seemed to be thousands of them, black with flies, arrow shafts bristling from each carcass. Khal Ogo's riders had done that, Dany knew. No man of Drogo's Khalasar would be such a fool as to waste his arrows on sheep when there were shepherds yet to kill. The town was afire, black plumes of smoke roiling and tumbling as they rose into a hard blue sky. Beneath broken walls of dried mud, riders galloped back and forth, swinging their long whips as they herded the survivors from the smoking rubble. The women and children of Ogo's Khalasar walked with a sullen pride, even in defeat and bondage. They were slaves now, but they seemed not to fear it. It was different with the townsfolk. Dany pitied them. She remembered what terror felt like. Mothers stumbled along with blank, dead faces, pulling sobbing children by the hand. There were only a few men among them, cripples and cowards and grandfathers. Ser Jorah said the people of this country named themselves the Lazarene, but the Dothraki called them Haeshraki, the Lamb Men. Once Dany might have taken them for Dothraki, for they had the same copper skin and almond-shaped eyes. Now they looked alien to her, squat and flat-faced, their black hair cropped unnaturally short. They were herders of sheep and eaters of vegetables, and Khal Drogo said they belonged south of the river bend. The grass of the Dothraki Sea was not meant for sheep. Dany saw one boy bolt and run for the river. A rider cut him off and turned him, and the others boxed him in, cracking their whips in his face, running him this way and that. One galloped behind him, lashing him across the buttocks until his thighs ran red with blood. Another snared his ankle with a lash and sent him sprawling. Finally, when the boy could only crawl, they grew bored of the sport and put an arrow through his back. Ser Jorah met her outside the shattered gate. He wore a dark green surcoat over his mail. His gauntlets, greaves, and great helm were dark grey steel. The Dothraki had mocked him for a coward when he donned his armour, but the knight had spit insults right back in their teeth. Tempers had flared, longsword had clashed with a rock, and the rider whose taunts had been loudest had been left behind to bleed to death. Ser Jorah lifted the visor of his flat-topped great helm as he rode up.
"Your lord husband awaits you within the town."
Drogo took no harm?
"A few cuts," Ser Jorah answered. "Nothing of consequence. He slew 2 Khals this day, Khal Ogo first, and then the son Fogo, who became Khal when Ogo fell. His blood riders cut the bells from their hair, and now Khal Drogo's every step rings louder than before."
Ogo and his son had shared the high bench with her lord husband at the naming feast, where Viserys had been crowned, but that was in Vaes Dothrak, beneath the Mother of Mountains, where every rider was a brother and all quarrels were put aside. It was different out in the grass. Ogo's Khalasar had been attacking the town when Khal Drogo caught him. She wondered what the Lamb Men had thought when they first saw the dust of their horses from atop those cracked mud walls. Perhaps a few, the younger and more foolish, who still believed that the gods heard the prayers of desperate men, took it for deliverance. Across the road, a girl no older than Dany was sobbing in a high, thin voice as a rider shoved her over a pile of corpses, face down, and thrust himself inside her. Other riders dismounted to take their turns. That was the sort of deliverance the Dothraki brought the Lamb Men. "I am the blood of the dragon," Daenerys Targaryen reminded herself as she turned her face away. She pressed her lips together and hardened her heart and rode on toward the gate.
"Most of Ogo's riders fled," Ser Jorah was saying. "Still, there may be as many as 10,000 captives."
Slaves, Dany thought. Khal Drogo would drive them downriver to one of the towns on Slaver's Bay. She wanted to cry, but she told herself that she must be strong. This is war. This is what it looks like. This is the price of the Iron Throne.
"I've told the Khal he ought to make for Meereen," Ser Jorah said. "They'll pay a better price than he'd get from a slaving caravan. Illyria writes that they had a plague last year, so the brothels are paying double for healthy young girls and triple for boys under 10. If enough children survive the journey, the gold will buy us all the ships we need and hire men to sail them." Behind them, the girl, being raped, made a heart-rending sound, a long, sobbing wail that went on and on and on. Dany's hand clenched hard around the reins, and she turned the Silver's head. "Make them stop," she commanded Ser Jorah. "Khaleesi?"
The knight sounded perplexed.
"You heard my words," she said. "Stop them."
She spoke to her Khas in the harsh accents of Dothraki.
"Drogo, Quarrel, you will aid Ser Jorah. I want no rape."
The warriors exchanged a baffled look. Jorah Mormont spurred his horse closer.
"Princess," he said, "you have a gentle heart, but you do not understand. This is how it has always been. Those men have shed blood for the call. Now they claim their reward."
Across the road the girl was still crying, her high sing-song tongue strange to Dany's ears. The first man was done with her now, and a second had taken his place.
"She is a lamb girl," Quarro said in Dothraki. "She is nothing, Khaleesi. The riders do her honor. The lamb men lay with sheep, it is known."
"It is known," her handmaid Iri echoed.
"It is known,"
agreed Jogo, astride the tall grey stallion that Drogo had given him.
"If her wailing offends your ears, Khaleesi, Jogo will bring you her tongue."
He drew his arak.
"I will not have her harmed," Dany said. "I claim her. Do as I command you, or Khal Drogo will know the reason why."
"Aye, Khaleesi," Jogo replied, kicking his horse. Quarro and the others followed his lead, the bells in their hair chiming.
"Go with them,"
she commanded Ser Jorah.
"As you command."
The knight gave her a curious look.
"You are your brother's sister in truth."
"Viserys?"
She did not understand.
"No," he answered. "Rhaegar."
He galloped off.
Dany heard Jogo shout. The rapers laughed at him. One man shouted back. Jogo's arak flashed, and the man's head went tumbling from his shoulders. Laughter turned to curses as the horsemen reached for weapons, but by then Quarro and Aggo and Rakara were there. She saw Aggo point across the road to where she sat upon her silver. The riders looked at her with cold, black eyes. One spat. The others scattered to their mounts, muttering. All the while the man atop the lamb girl continued to plunge in and out of her, so intent on his pleasure that he seemed unaware of what was going on around him. Ser Jorah dismounted and wrenched him off with a mailed hand. The Dothraki went sprawling in the mud, bounced up with a knife in hand, and died with Aggo's arrow through his throat. Mormont pulled the girl off the pile of corpses and wrapped her in his blood-spattered cloak. He led her across the road to Dany. "What do you want done with her?" The girl was trembling, her eyes wide and vague. Her hair was matted with blood.
"Doria, see to her hurts. You do not have a rider's look. Perhaps she will not fear you. The rest with me."
She urged the silver through the broken wooden gate.
It was worse inside the town. Many of the houses were afire, and the Jaqaran had been about their grisly work. Headless corpses filled the narrow, twisty lanes. They passed other women being raped. Each time Dany reined up, sent her cost to make an end to it, and claimed the victim as slave. One of them, a thick-bodied, flat-nosed woman of 40 years, blessed Dany haltingly in the common tongue, but from the others she got only flat, black stares. They were suspicious of her, she realized with sadness, afraid that she had saved them for some worse fate. "You cannot claim them all, child," Ser Jorah said the fourth time they stopped, while the warriors of her caste herded her new slaves behind her.
"I am Khaleesi, heir to the 7 kingdoms, the blood of the dragon,"
Dany reminded him.
"It is not for you to tell me what I cannot do."
Across the city a building collapsed in a great gout of fire and smoke, and she heard distant screams and the wailing of frightened children. They found Khal Drogo seated before a square, windowless temple with thick mud walls and a bulbous dome like some immense brown onion. Beside him was a pile of heads taller than he was. One of the short arrows of the lamb men stuck through the meat of his upper arm, and blood covered the left side of his bare chest like a splash of paint. His 3 blood riders were with him. Jikwi helped Dany dismount. She had grown clumsy as her belly grew larger and heavier. She knelt before the Khal.
"My son in stars is wounded."
The arak cut was wide but shallow. His left nipple was gone, and a flap of bloody flesh and skin dangled from his chest like a wet rag. "His scratch, moon of life, from arak of one blood rider to Khal Ogo," Khal Drogo said in the common tongue. "I kill him for it, and Ogo too." He turned his head, the bells in his braid ringing softly. "Is Ogo you hear, and Fogo his Kalaka, who was Khal when I slew him?"
"No man can stand before the son of my life," Dany said. "The father of the stallion who mounts the world."
A mounted warrior rode up and vaulted from his saddle. He spoke to Haggo, a stream of angry Dothraki, too fast for Dany to understand. The huge blood rider gave her a heavy look before he turned to his Khal.
This one is Mago, who rides in the Cass of Kojaqua. He says the Khaleesi has taken his spoils, a daughter of the lambs who was his to mount.
Khal Drogo's face was still and hard, but his black eyes were curious as they went to Dany.
"Tell me the truth of this moon of my life," he commanded in Dothraki.
Dany told him what she had done in his own tongue so that Khal would understand her better, her words simple and direct. When she was done, Drogo was frowning.
"This is the way of war. These women are our slaves now, to do with as we please."
"It pleases me to hold them safe," Dany said, wondering if she had dared too much. "If your warriors would mount these women, let them take them gently and keep them for wives. Give them places in the Khalasar and let them bear you sons." Kotho was ever the cruelest of the blood riders. It was he who laughed.
"Does the horse breed with a sheep?"
Something in his tone reminded her of Viserys. Dany turned on him angrily. "The dragon feeds on horse and sheep alike." Khal Drogo smiled.
"See how fierce she grows," he said. "It is my son inside her, the stallion who mounts the world, filling her with his fire. Ride slowly, Kotho. If the mother does not burn you where you sit, the son will trample you into the mud. And you, Mago, hold your tongue and find another lamb to mount. These belong to my Khaleesi."
He started to reach out a hand to Daenerys, but as he lifted his arm, Drogo grimaced in sudden pain and turned his head. Dany could almost feel his agony. The wounds were worse than Ser Jorah had led her to believe. "Where are the healers?" she demanded. The Khalasar had two sorts, barren women and eunuch slaves. The herb women dealt in potions and spells, the eunuchs in knife, needle, and fire. "Why do they not attend the Khal?"
"The Khal sent the hairless men away, Khaleesi," old Kohola assured her.
Dany saw the blood rider had taken a wound himself, a deep gash in his left shoulder.
"Many riders are hurt," Khal Drogo said stubbornly. "Let them be healed first. This arrow is no more than the bite of a fly. This little cut only a new scar to boast of to my son."
Dany could see the muscles in his chest where the skin had been cut away. A trickle of blood ran from the arrow that pierced his arm. "It is not for Khal Drogo to wait," she proclaimed. "Drogo, seek out these eunuchs and bring them here at once." "Silver Lady," a woman's voice said behind her, "I can help the great rider with his hurts." Dany turned her head. The speaker was one of the slaves she had claimed, the heavy, flat-nosed woman who had blessed her.
"The Khal needs no help from women who lie with sheep," barked Kotho. "Argo, cut out her tongue."
Argo grabbed her hair and pressed a knife to her throat. Dany lifted a hand. "No, she is mine. Let her speak." Argo looked from her to Kotho. He lowered his knife. "I meant no wrong, fierce riders." The woman spoke Dothraki well. The robes she wore had once been the lightest and finest of woolens, rich with embroidery, but now they were mud-caked and bloody and ripped. She clutched the torn cloth of her bodice to her heavy breasts. "I have some small skill in the healing arts." "Who are you?" Dany asked her. "I am named Mirri Maz Dur. I am God's wife of this temple."
"Magi,"
grunted Argo, fingering his rock. His look was dark. Dany remembered the word from a terrifying story that Chiqui had told her one night by the cook fire. A magi was a woman who lay with demons and practiced the blackest of sorceries, a vile thing, evil and soulless, who came to men in the dark of night and sucked life and strength from their bodies. "I am a healer," Mirri Maz Dur said.
"A healer of sheeps," sneered Kotho. "Blood of my blood, I say kill this magi and wait for the hairless men."
Dany ignored the blood rider's outburst. This old, homely, thick-bodied woman did not look like a magi to her. "Where did you learn your healing, Mirri Maz Dur?" "My mother was God's wife before me, and taught me all the songs and spells most pleasing to the great shepherd, and how to make the sacred smokes and ointments from leaf and root and berry. When I was younger and more fair, I went in caravan to Ashai by the Shadow, to learn from their mages. Ships from many lands come to Ashai, so I lingered long to study the healing ways of distant peoples, A moon singer of the Jogos Nai gifted me with her birthing songs. A woman of your own riding people taught me the magics of grass and corn and horse, and a maester from the Sunset Lands opened a body for me and showed me all the secrets that hide beneath the skin.
Sir Jorah Mormont spoke up. A maester?
Marwyn he named himself, the woman replied in the common tongue. From the sea, beyond the sea. The 7 lands, he said, Sunset Lands, where men are iron and dragons rule. He taught me this speech.
A maester and a shy, Sir Jorah mused. Tell me, God's wife, what did this Marwyn wear about his neck?
A chain so tight it was like to choke him, Iron Lord, with links of many metals.
The knight looked at Dany. Only a man trained in the citadel of Oldtown wears such a chain, he said. And such men do know much of healing.
Why should you want to help my Carl? All men are one flock, or so we are taught, replied Mirri Maz Duur. The great shepherd sent me to earth to heal his lambs wherever I might find them.
Cotho gave her a stinging slap. We are no sheep, Magi.
Stop it, Dany said angrily. She is mine. I will not have her harmed.
Khal Drogo grunted. The arrow must come out, Cotho.
Yes, great rider, Mirri Maz Duur answered, touching her bruised face. And your breast must be washed and sewn, lest the wound fester.
Do it, then,
Khal Drogo commanded. Great rider, the woman said, my tools and potions are inside the god's house, where the healing powers are strongest.
I will carry you, blood of my blood, Hago offered.
Khal Drogo waved him away.
I need no man's help, he said, in a voice proud and hard.
He stood, unaided, towering over them all. A fresh wave of blood ran down his breast from where Ogo's arak had cut off his nipple. Dany moved quickly to his side. I am no man, she whispered, so you may lean on me. Drogo put a huge hand on her shoulder. She took some of his weight as they walked toward the great mud temple. The 3 blood riders followed. Dany commanded Sir Jorah and the warriors of her caste to guard the entrance and make certain no one set the building afire while they were still inside. They passed through a series of anterooms into the high central chamber under the onion. Faint light shone down through hidden windows above. A few torches burnt smokily from sconces on the walls. Sheepskins were scattered across the mud floor. There, Mirri Maz Duur said, pointing to the altar, a massive blue-veined stone carved with images of shepherds and their flocks. Khal Drogo lay upon it. The old woman threw a handful of dried leaves onto a brazier, filling the chamber with fragrant smoke. Best if you wait outside, she told the rest of them.
We are blood of his blood, Kaholo said. Here we wait.
Cotho stepped close to Mirri Maz Duur. Know this, wife of the Lamb God. Harm the Khal, and you suffer the same. He drew his skinning knife and showed her the blade. She will do no harm. Dany felt she could trust this old, plain-faced woman with her flat nose. She had saved her from the hard hands of her rapers, after all. If you must stay, then help, Mirri told the blood riders. The great rider is too strong for me. Hold him still while I draw the arrow from his flesh. She let the rags of her gown fall to her waist as she opened a carved chest and busied herself with bottles and boxes, knives and needles. When she was ready, she broke off the barbed arrowhead and pulled out the shaft, chanting in the sing-song tongue of the Lazarene. She heated a flagon of wine to boiling on the brazier and poured it over his wounds. Khal Drogo cursed her, but he did not move. She bound the arrow wound with a plaster of wet leaves and turned to the gash on his breast, smearing it with a pale green paste before she pulled the flap of skin back in place. The Khal ground his teeth together and swallowed a scream. The god's wife took out a silver needle and a bobbin of silk thread and began to close the flesh. When she was done, she painted the skin with red ointment, covered it with more leaves, and bound the breast in a ragged piece of lambskin. You must say the prayers I give you, and keep the lambskin in place for 10 days and 10 nights, she said. There will be fever and itching, and a great scar when the healing is done. Khal Drogo sat, bells ringing.
I sing of my scars, sheep-woman.
He flexed his arm and scowled. Drink neither wine nor the milk of the poppy, she cautioned him. Pain you will have, but you must keep your body strong to fight the poison spirits.
I am Khal, Drogo said. I spit on pain and drink what I like. Kaholo, bring my vest.
The older man hastened off. Before, Dany said to the ugly Lazarene woman, I heard you speak of birthing songs. I know every secret of the bloody bed, Silver Lady, nor have I ever lost a babe, Mirri Maz Dur replied. My time is near, Dany said. I would have you attend me when he comes, if you would.
Khal Drogo laughed. Moon of my life, you do not ask a slave, you tell her. She will do as you command.
He jumped down from the altar.
Come, my blood. The stallions call, this place is ashes, it is time to ride.
Hago followed the call from the temple, but Kotho lingered long enough to favor Mirri Maz Dur with a stare. Remember, Magi, as the call fares, so shall you. As you say, Rider, the woman answered him, gathering up her jars and bottles. The great shepherd guards the flock.
Tyrion.
On a hill overlooking the King's Road, a long trestle table of rough-hewn pine had been erected beneath an elm tree and covered with a golden cloth. There, beside his pavilion, Lord Tywin took his evening meal with his chief knights and lords bannermen, his great crimson and gold standard waving overhead from a lofty pike. Tyrion arrived late, saddle-sore and sour, all too vividly aware of how amusing he must look as he waddled up the slope to his father. The day's march had been long and tiring. He thought he might get quite drunk tonight. It was twilight, and the air was alive with drifting fireflies. The cooks were serving the meat course. 5 suckling pigs, skins seared and crackling, a different fruit in every mouth. The smell made his mouth water. "My pardons," he began, taking his place on the bench beside his uncle.
"Perhaps I'd best charge you with burying our dead, Tyrion," Lord Tywin said. "If you are as late to battle as you are to table, the fighting will all be done by the time you arrive."
"Oh, surely you can save me a peasant or two, father," Tyrion replied. "Not too many. I wouldn't want to be greedy." He filled his wine-cup and watched a serving-man carve into the pig. The crisp skin crackled under his knife, and hot juice ran from the meat. It was the loveliest sight Tyrion had seen in ages.
"Sir Adam's outriders say the Stark host has moved south from the Twins," his father reported as his trencher was filled with slices of pork. "Lord Frey's levies have joined them. They are likely no more than a day's march north of us."
"Please, father," Tyrion said, "I'm about to eat."
"Does the thought of facing the Stark boy unman you, Tyrion?" "Your brother Jaime would be eager to come to grips with him." "I'd sooner come to grips with that pig. Robb Stark is not half so tender, and he never smelled as good." Lord Lefford, the sour bird who had charge of their stores and supplies, leaned forward. "I hope your savages do not share your reluctance, else we've wasted our good steel on them." "My savages will put your steel to excellent use, my lord," Tyrion replied. When he had told Lefford he needed arms and armor to equip the 300 men Ulf had fetched down out of the foothills, you would have thought he'd asked the man to turn his virgin daughters over to their pleasure. Lord Lefford frowned. "I saw that great hairy one today, the one who insisted that he must have 2 battle-axes, the heavy black steel ones with twin crescent blades." "Shagga likes to kill with either hand,"
Tyrion said as a trencher of steaming pork was laid in front of him. "He still had that wood-axe of his strapped to his back."
"Shagga is of the opinion that 3 axes are even better than 2.
Tyrion reached a thumb and forefinger into the salt dish and sprinkled a healthy pinch over his meat. Sir Kevin leaned forward. "We had a thought to put you and your wildlings in the vanguard when they come to battle." Sir Kevin seldom had a thought that Lord Tywin had not had first. Tyrion had skewered a chunk of meat on the point of his dagger and brought it to his mouth. Now he lowered it.
"The vanguard?"
he repeated dubiously. Either his lord father had a new respect for Tyrion's abilities, or he'd decided to rid himself of his embarrassing get for good. Tyrion had the gloomy feeling he knew which.
"They seem ferocious enough,"
Sir Kevin said.
"Ferocious?"
Tyrion realized he was echoing his uncle like a trained bird. His father watched, judging him, weighing every word.
"Let me tell you how ferocious they are. Last night a moon brother stabbed a stone crow over a sausage. So today, as we made camp, 3 stone crows seized the man and opened his throat for him. Perhaps they were hoping to get the sausage back, I couldn't say. Bran managed to keep Shagga from chopping off the dead man's cock, which was fortunate, but even so, Ulf is demanding blood money, which Khan and Shagga refused to pay."
"When soldiers lack discipline, the fault lies with their Lord Commander," his father said.
His brother Jaime had always been able to make men follow him eagerly, and die for him if need be. Tyrion lacked that gift. He bought loyalty with gold, and compelled obedience with his name.
"A bigger man would be able to put the fear in them. Is that what you're saying, my lord?"
Lord Tywin Lannister turned to his brother.
"If my son's men will not obey his commands, perhaps the vanguard is not the place for him. No doubt he would be more comfortable in the rear, guarding our baggage train."
"Do me no kindnesses, father," he said angrily. "If you have no other command to offer me, I'll lead your van."
Lord Tywin studied his dwarf son.
"I said nothing about command. You will serve under Sir Gregor."
Tyrion took one bite of pork, chewed a moment, and spit it out angrily.
"I find I am not hungry after all," he said, climbing awkwardly off the bench. "Pray excuse me, my lords."
Lord Tywin inclined his head, dismissing him. Tyrion turned and walked away. He was conscious of their eyes on his back as he waddled down the hill. A great gust of laughter went up from behind him, but he did not look back. He hoped they all choked on their suckling pigs. Dusk had settled, turning all the banners black. The Lannister camp sprawled for miles between the river and the King's Road. In amongst the men and the horses and the trees it was easy to get lost, and Tyrion did. He passed a dozen great pavilions and 100 cook fires. Fireflies drifted amongst the tents like wandering stars. He caught the scent of garlic sausage, spiced and savory, so tempting it made his empty stomach growl. Away in the distance he heard voices raised in some bawdy song. A giggling woman raced past him, naked beneath a dark cloak, her drunken pursuer stumbling over tree roots. Farther on, 2 spearmen faced each other across a little trickle of a stream, practicing their thrust and parry in the fading light, their chests bare and slick with sweat. No one looked at him. No one spoke to him. No one paid him any mind. He was surrounded by men sworn to House Lannister, a vast host 20,000 strong. And yet he was alone. When he heard the deep rumble of Shagga's laughter booming through the dark, he followed it to the stone crows in their small corner of the night. Khan, son of Korat, waved a tankard of ale.
"Tyrion, half-man! Come sit by our fire, share meat with the stone crows. We have an ox."
"I can see that, Khan, son of Korat." The huge red carcass was suspended over a roaring fire, skewered on a spit the size of a small tree. No doubt it was a small tree. Blood and grease dripped down into the flames as 2 stone crows turned the meat.
"I thank you. Send for me when the ox is cooked."
From the look of it, that might even be before the battle. He walked on. Each clan had its own cook fire. Black-ears did not eat with stone crows did not eat with moon brothers, and no one ate with burned men. The modest tent he had coaxed out of Lord Lefford's stores had been erected in the centre of the 4 fires. Tyrion found Bran sharing a skin of wine with the new servants. Lord Tywin had sent him a groom and a body-servant to see to his needs, and even insisted he take a squire. They were seated around the embers of a small cook-fire. A girl was with them, slim, dark-haired, no more than 18 by the look of her. Tyrion studied her face for a moment before he spied fish bones in the ashes.
"What did you eat?"
"Trout, my lord," said his groom. "Bran caught them." "Trout," he thought. "Suckling pig. Damn my father." He stared mournfully at the bones, his belly rumbling. His squire, a boy with the unfortunate name of Podrick Payne, swallowed whatever he had been about to say. The lad was a distant cousin to Sir Ilan Payne, the king's headsman, and almost as quiet, although not for want of a tongue. Tyrion had made him stick it out once, just to be certain. "Definitely a tongue," he had said. "Some day you must learn to use it." At the moment he did not have the patience to try and coax a thought out of the lad, whom he suspected had been inflicted on him as a cruel jape. Tyrion turned his attention back to the girl. "Is this her?" he asked Bran. She rose gracefully and looked down at him from the lofty height of 5 feet or more.
"It is, my lord, and she can speak for herself, if it please you."
He cocked his head to one side.
"I am Tyrion, of House Lannister. Men call me the Imp."
"My mother named me Shay. Men call me Orphan."
Bran laughed, and Tyrion had to smile.
"Into the tent, Shay, if you would be so kind."
He lifted the flap and held it for her. Inside he knelt to light a candle. The life of a soldier was not without certain compensations. Wherever you have a camp, you are certain to have camp followers. At the end of the day's march, Tyrion had sent Bran back to find him a likely whore.
"I would prefer one who is reasonably young, with as pretty a face as you can find," he had said. "If she has washed some time this year, I shall be glad. If she hasn't, wash her. Be certain that you tell her who I am, and warn her of what I am."
Jick had not always troubled to do that. There was a look the girls got in their eyes sometimes when they first beheld the lordling they'd been hired to pleasure, a look that Tyrion Lannister did not ever care to see again. He lifted the candle and looked her over. Bran had done well enough. She was doe-eyed and slim, with small, firm breasts, and a smile that was by turns shy, insolent, and wicked. He liked that.
"Shall I take my gown off, my lord?"
she asked.
"In good time. Are you a maiden, Shay?"
"If it please you, my lord,"
she said demurely.
"What would please me would be the truth of you, girl."
"Aye, but that will cost you double."
Tyrion decided they would get along splendidly.
"I am a Lannister. Gold I have in plenty, and you'll find me generous. But I'll want more from you than what you've got between your legs, though I'll want that too. You'll share my tent, pour my wine, laugh at my jests, rub the ache from my legs after each day's ride. And whether I keep you a day or a year, for so long as we are together, you will take no other men into your bed."
"Fair enough."
She reached down to the hem of her thin, rough-spun gown and pulled it up over her head in one smooth motion, tossing it aside. There was nothing underneath but Shay.
"If he don't put down that candle, my lord will burn his fingers."
Tyrion put down the candle, took her hand in his, and pulled her gently to him. She bent to kiss him. Her mouth tasted of honey and cloves, and her fingers were deft and practised as they found the fastenings of his clothes. When he entered her, she welcomed him with whispered endearments and small shuddering gasps of pleasure. Tyrion suspected her delight was feigned, but she did it so well that it did not matter. That much truth he did not crave. He had needed her, Tyrion realized afterward, as she lay quietly in his arms. Her, or someone like her. It had been nigh on a year since he'd lain with a woman, since before he had set out for Winterfell in company with his brother and King Robert. He could well die on the morrow, or the day after, and if he did, he would sooner go to his grave thinking of Shay than of his lord father, Lisa Arryn, or the Lady Catelyn Stark. He could feel the softness of her breasts pressed against his arm as she lay beside him. That was a good feeling. A song filled his head. Softly, quietly, he began to whistle.
"What's that, my lord?"
Shay murmured against him. "Nothing," he told her. "A song I learned as a boy, that's all. Go to sleep, sweetling." When her eyes were closed and her breathing deep and steady, Tyrion slid out from beneath her, gently, so as not to disturb her sleep. Naked, he crawled outside, stepped over his squire, and walked around behind his tent to make water. Bran was seated cross-legged under a chestnut tree near where they tied the horses. He was honing the edge of his sword, wide awake. The sellsword did not seem to sleep like other men.
"Where did you find her?"
Tyrion asked him as he pissed.
"I took her from a knight. The man was loath to give her up, but your name changed his thinking somewhat. That and my dirk at his throat."
"Splendid," Tyrion said dryly, shaking off the last drops.
"I seem to recall saying, 'Find me a whore, not make me an enemy.'" "The pretty ones are all claimed," Bran said. "I'll be pleased to take her back if you prefer a toothless drab."
Tyrion limped closer to where he sat.
"My lord father would call that insolence, and send you to the mines for impertinence." "Good for me you're not your father," Bran replied. "I saw one with boils all over her nose. Would you like her?" "What, and break your heart?" Tyrion shot back. "I shall keep Shay. Did you perchance note the name of this knight you took her from? I'd rather not have him beside me in the battle."
Bran rose, cat-quick and cat-graceful, turning his sword in his hand.
"You'll have me beside you in the battle, dwarf."
Tyrion nodded. The night air was warm on his bare skin.
"See that I survive this battle, and you can name your reward."
Bran tossed the long sword from his right hand to his left and tried a cut.
"Who'd want to kill the likes of you?" "My lord father, for one. He's put me in the van." "I'd do the same. A small man with a big shield. You'll give the archers fits." "I find you oddly cheering," Tyrion said. "I must be mad."
Bran sheathed his sword.
"Beyond a doubt."
When Tyrion returned to his tent, Shay rolled onto her elbow and murmured sleepily, "I woke, and my lord was gone."
"My lord is back now."
He slid in beside her. Her hand went between his stunted legs and found him hard. "Yes, he is," she whispered, stroking him. He asked her about the man Bran had taken her from, and she named the minor retainer of an insignificant lordling. "You need not fear his like, my lord," the girl said, her fingers busy at his cock. "He is a small man."
"And what am I, pray?" Tyrion asked her. "A giant?"
"Oh, yes," she purred. "My giant of Lannister." She mounted him then, and for a time she almost made him believe it. Tyrion went to sleep smiling.
And woke in darkness to the blare of trumpets. Shay was shaking him by the shoulder.
"My lord," she whispered. "Wake up, my lord. I'm frightened."
Groggy, he sat up and threw back the blanket. The horns called through the night, wild and urgent, a cry that said, "Hurry, hurry, hurry!" He heard shouts, the clatter of spears, the whicker of horses, though nothing yet that spoke to him of fighting. "My lord father's trumpets," he said. "Battle assembly. I thought Stark was yet a day's march away."
Shay shook her head, lost. Her eyes were wide and white. Groaning, Tyrion lurched to his feet and pushed his way outside, shouting for his squire. Wisps of pale fog drifted through the night, long white fingers off the river. Men and horses blundered through the pre-dawn chill. Saddles were being cinched, wagons loaded, fires extinguished. The trumpets blew again. "Hurry, hurry, hurry!" Knights vaulted onto snorting coursers, while men-at-arms buckled their sword-belts as they ran. When he found Pod, the boy was snoring softly. Tyrion gave him a sharp poke in the ribs with his toe. "My armor," he said, "and be quick about it." Bran came trotting out of the mists, already armored in a horse, wearing his battered half-helm. "Do you know what's happened?" Tyrion asked him. "The Stark boy stole a march on us," Bran said. "He crept down the King's Road in the night, and now his host is less than a mile north of here, forming up in battle array." "Hurry!" the trumpets called. "Hurry, hurry, hurry!" "See that the clansmen are ready to ride." Tyrion ducked back inside his tent. "Where are my clothes?" He barked at Shay. "There! No, the leather, damn it! Yes, bring me my boots." By the time he was dressed, his squire had laid out his armor, such that it was. Tyrion owned a fine suit of heavy plate, expertly crafted to fit his misshapen body. Alas, it was safe at Casterly Rock, and he was not. He had to make do with oddments assembled from Lord Lefford's wagons, mail, hauberk, and coif, a dead knight's gorget, lobstered greaves and gauntlets, and pointed steel boots. Some of it was ornate, some plain, not a bit of it matched, or fit as it should. His breastplate was meant for a bigger man. For his oversized head they found a huge bucket-shaped great helm topped with a foot-long triangular spike. Shay helped Pod with the buckles and clasps. "If I die, weep for me," Tyrion told the whore.
"How will you know? You'll be dead."
"I'll know."
"I believe you would."
Shay lowered the great helm down over his head, and Pod fastened it to his gorget. Tyrion buckled on his belt, heavy with the weight of short sword and dirk. By then his groom had brought up his mount, a formidable brown courser, armoured as heavily as he was. He needed help to mount. He felt as though he weighed 1,000 stone. Pod handed him up his shield, a massive slab of heavy ironwood banded with steel. Lastly they gave him his battle-axe. Shay stepped back and looked him over.
"My lord looks fearsome."
"My lord looks a dwarf in mismatched armour," Tyrion answered sourly, "but I thank you for the kindness. Podrick, should the battle go against us, see the lady safely home."
He saluted her with his axe, wheeled his horse about, and trotted off. His stomach was a hard knot, so tight it pained him. Behind, his servants hurriedly began to strike his tent. Pale crimson fingers fanned out to the east as the first rays of the sun broke over the horizon. The western sky was a deep purple, speckled with stars. Tyrion wondered whether this was the last sunrise he would ever see, and whether wondering was a mark of cowardice. Did his brother Jaime ever contemplate death before a battle? A war-horn sounded in the far distance, a deep, mournful note that chilled the soul. The clansmen climbed onto their scrawny mountain horses, shouting curses and rude jokes. Several appeared to be drunk. The rising sun was burning off the drifting tendrils of fog as Tyrion led them off. What grass the horses had left was heavy with dew, as if some passing god had scattered a bag of diamonds over the earth. The mountain men fell in behind him, each clan arrayed behind its own leaders. In the dawnlight, the army of Lord Tywin Lannister unfolded like an iron rose, thorns gleaming. His uncle would lead the centre. Sir Kevin had raised his standards above the King's Road. Quivers hanging from their belts, the foot archers arrayed themselves into 3 long lines, to east and west of the road, and stood calmly stringing their bows. Between them pikemen formed squares. Behind were rank on rank of men-at-arms with spear and sword and axe. 300 heavy horse surrounded Sir Kevin and the lords bannermen Lefford, Liddon, and Serret, with all their sworn retainers. The right wing was all cavalry, some 4,000 men, heavy with the weight of their armour. More than 3/4 of the knights were there, massed together like a great steel fist. Sir Adam Marbrand had the command. Tyrion saw his banner unfurl as his standard-bearer shook it out, a burning tree, orange and smoke. Behind him flew Sir Flement's purple unicorn, the brindled boar of Crakehall, the bantam rooster of Swift, and more. His lord father took his place on the hill where he had slept. Around him the reserve assembled, a huge force, half-mounted and half-foot, 5,000 strong. Lord Tywin almost always chose to command the reserve. He would take the high ground and watch the battle unfold below him, committing his forces when and where they were needed most. Even from afar his lord father was resplendent. Tywin Lannister's battle armour put his son Jaime's gilded suit to shame. His great cloak was sewn from countless layers of cloth of gold, so heavy that it barely stirred even when he charged, so large that its drape covered most of his stallion's hindquarters when he took the saddle. No ordinary clasp would suffice for such a weight, so the great cloak was held in place by a matched pair of miniature lionesses, crouching on his shoulders, as if poised to spring. Their mate, a male with a magnificent mane, reclined atop Lord Tywin's great helm, one paw raking the air as he roared. All 3 lions were wrought in gold, with ruby eyes. His armour was heavy steel plate, enamelled in a dark crimson, greaves and gauntlets inlaid with ornate gold scroll-work. His rondels were golden sunbursts, all his fastenings were gilded, and the red steel was burnished to such a high sheen that it shone like fire in the light of the rising sun. Tyrion could hear the rumble of the foemen's drums now. He remembered Robb Stark as he had last seen him, in his father's high seat in the great hall of Winterfell, a sword naked and shining in his hands. He remembered how the dire wolves had come at him out of the shadows, and suddenly he could see them again, snarling and snapping, teeth bared in his face. Would the boy bring his wolves to war with him? The thought made him uneasy. The Northerners would be exhausted after their long, sleepless march. Tyrion wondered what the boy had been thinking. Did he think to take them unawares while they slept? Small chance of that. Whatever else might be said of him, Tywin Lannister was no man's fool. The van was massing on the left. He saw the standard first, 3 black dogs on a yellow field. Sir Gregor sat beneath it, mounted on the biggest horse Tyrion had ever seen. Bran took one look at him and grinned. "Always follow a big man into battle." Tyrion threw him a hard look. "And why is that?" "They make such splendid targets. That one, he'll draw the eyes of every bowman on the field." Laughing, Tyrion regarded the mountain with fresh eyes. "I confess I had not considered it in that light." Clegane had no splendor about him. His armor was steel plate, dull gray, scarred by hard use, and showing neither sigil nor ornament. He was pointing men into position with his blade, a 2-handed greatsword that Sir Gregor waved about with one hand as a lesser man might wave a dagger. "Any man runs, I'll cut him down myself," he was roaring when he caught sight of Tyrion. "Imp, take the left. Hold the river, if you can." The left of the left. To turn their flank, the Starks would need horses that could run on water. Tyrion led his men toward the river bank. "Look," he shouted, pointing with his axe. "The river!" A blanket of pale mist still clung to the surface of the water, the murky green current swirling past underneath. The shallows were muddy and choked with reeds. "That river is ours. Whatever happens, keep close to the water. Never lose sight of it. Let no enemy come between us and our river. If they dirty our waters, hack off their cocks and feed them to the fishes." Shagga had an axe in either hand. He smashed them together and made them ring. "Halfman!" he shouted. Other stone crows picked up the cry, and the Black-Ears and Moon Brothers as well. The burned men did not shout, but they rattled their swords and spears. "Halfman! Halfman! Halfman!" Tyrion turned his courser in a circle to look over the field. The ground was rolling and uneven here, soft and muddy near the river, rising in a gentle slope toward the King's Road, stony and broken beyond it, to the east. A few trees spotted the hillsides, but most of the land had been cleared and planted. His heart pounded in his chest in time to the drums, and under his layers of leather and steel his brow was cold with sweat. He watched Sir Gregor as the mountain rode up and down the line, shouting and gesticulating. This wing, too, was all cavalry, but where the right was a mailed fist of knights and heavy lancers, the vanguard was made up of the sweepings of the west, mounted archers in leather jerkins, a swarming mass of undisciplined free-riders and sellswords, field hands on plough-horses armed with scythes and their fathers' rusted swords, half-trained boys from the stews of Lannisport, and Tyrion and his mountain clansmen. "Crow food," Bran muttered beside him, giving voice to what Tyrion had left unsaid. He could only nod. Had his lord-father taken leave of his senses? No pikes, too few bowmen, a bare handful of knights, the ill-armed and unarmored, commanded by an unthinking brute who led with his rage. How could his father expect this travesty of a battle to hold his left? He had no time to think about it. The drums were so near that the beat crept under his skin and set his hands to twitching. Bran drew his longsword, and suddenly the enemy was there before them, boiling over the tops of the hills, advancing with measured tread behind a wall of shields and pikes. "Gods be damned, look at them all," Tyrion thought, though he knew his father had more men on the field. Their captains led them on armored war-horses, standard-bearers riding alongside with their banners. He glimpsed the bull-moose of the Hornwoods, the Karstark sunburst, Lord Serwyn's battle-axe, and the mailed fist of the Glovers. And the twin towers of Frey, blue on grey. So much for his father's certainty that Lord Walder would not bestir himself. The white of House Stark was seen everywhere, the grey dire wolves seeming to run and leap as the banner swirled and streamed from the high staffs. Where is the boy? Tyrion wondered. A war horn blew. "Aroo!" it cried, its voices long and low and chilling as a cold wind from the north. The Lannister trumpets answered, "Da-da, da-da, da-da-da!" Brazen and defiant, it had seemed to Tyrion that they sounded somehow smaller, more anxious. He could feel a fluttering in his bowels, a queasy, liquid feeling. He hoped he was not going to die sick. As the horns died away, a hissing filled the air. A vast flight of arrows arched up from his right, where the archers stood flanking the road. The Northerners broke into a run, shouting as they came, but the Lannister arrows fell on them like hail, hundreds of arrows, thousands, and shouts turned to screams as men stumbled and went down. By then a second flight was in the air, and the archers were fitting a third arrow to their bowstrings. The trumpets blared again. Da-da, 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 da-da. Sir Gregor waved his huge sword and bellowed a command, and 1,000 other voices screamed back at him. Tyrion put his spurs to his horse and added one more voice to the cacophony, and the van surged forward. "The river!" he shouted at his clansmen as they rode. "Remember, hew to the river!" He was still leading when they broke a canter, until Chella gave a blood-curdling shriek and galloped past him, and Shagga howled and followed. The clansmen charged after them, leaving Tyrion in their dust. A crescent of enemy spearmen had formed ahead, a double hedgehog bristling with steel, waiting behind tall oaken shields marked with the sunburst of Karstark. Gregor Clegane was the first to reach them, leading a wedge of armoured veterans. Half the horses shied at the last second, breaking their charge before the row of spears. The others died, sharp steel points ripping through their chests. Tyrion saw a dozen men go down. The Mountain's stallion reared, lashing out with iron-shod hooves as a barbed spearhead raked across his neck. Maddened, the beast lunged into the ranks. Spears thrust at him from every side, but the shield wall broke beneath his weight. The Northerners stumbled away from the animal's death throes. As his horse fell, snorting blood and biting with his last red breath, the Mountain rose untouched, laying about him with his two-handed greatsword. Shagga went bursting through the gap before the shields could close, other stone crows hard behind him. Tyrion shouted, "Band men! Moon brothers! After me!" But most of them were ahead of him. He glimpsed Timett, son of Timett, vault free as his mount died under him in full stride, saw a moon brother impaled on a Karstark spear, watched Khan's horse shatter a man's ribs with a kick. A flight of arrows descended on them. Where they came from he could not say, but they fell on Stark and Lannister alike, rattling off armor or finding flesh. Tyrion lifted his shield and hid beneath it. The hedgehog was crumbling, the Northerners reeling back under the impact of the mounted assault. Tyrion saw Shagga catch a spearman full in the chest as the fool came on at a run, saw his axe shear through mail and leather and muscle and lungs. The man was dead on his feet, the axe had lodged in his breast, yet Shagga rode on, cleaving a shield in two with his left-hand battle-axe, while the corpse was bouncing and stumbling bonelessly along on his right. Finally the dead man slid off. Shagga smashed the two axes together and roared. By then the enemy was on him, and Tyrion's battle shrunk to the few feet of ground around his horse. A man-at-arms thrust at his chest, and his axe lashed out, knocking the spear aside. The man danced back for another try, but Tyrion spurred his horse and rode right over him. Bran was surrounded by 3 foes, but he lopped the head off the first spear that came at him, and raked his blade across a second man's face on his backslash. A thrown spear came hurtling at Tyrion from the left, and lodged in his shield with a woody chunk. He wheeled and raced after the thrower, but the man raised his own shield over his head. Tyrion circled around him, raining axe blows down on the wood. Chips of oak went flying until the Northerner lost his feet and slipped, falling flat on his back with his shield on top of him. He was below the reach of Tyrion's axe, and it was too much bother to dismount, so he left him there and rode after another man, taking him from behind with a sweeping down-cut that sent a jolt of impact up his arm. That won him a moment's respite. Reining up, he looked for the river. There it was, off to the right. Somehow he had gotten turned around. A burned man rode past, slumped against his horse. A spear had entered his belly and come out through his back. He was past any help, but when Tyrion saw one of the Northerners run up and make a grab for his reins, he charged. His quarry met him sword in hand. He was tall and spare, wearing a long chain-mail hauberk and gauntlets of lobstered steel, but he'd lost his helm, and blood ran down into his eyes from a gash across his forehead. Tyrion aimed a swipe at his face, but the tall man slammed it aside. "Dwarf!" he screamed. "Die!" He turned in a circle as Tyrion rode around him, hacking at his head and shoulders. Steel rang on steel, and Tyrion soon realized that the tall man was quicker and stronger than he was. Where in the seven hells was Bran? "Die!" the man grunted, chopping at him savagely. Tyrion barely got his shield up in time, and the wood seemed to explode inward under the force of the blow. The shattered pieces fell away from his arm. "Die!" the swordsman bellowed, shoving in close and whanging Tyrion across the temple so hard his head rang. The blade made a hideous scraping sound as he drew it back over the steel. The tall man grinned, until Tyrion's destrier bit, quick as a snake, laying his cheek bare to the bone. Then he screamed. Tyrion buried his axe in his head. "You die," he told him, and he did. As he wrenched the blade free, he heard a shout. "Eddard!" a voice rang out. "For Eddard and Winterfell!" The knight came thundering down on him, swinging the spiked ball of a morning star around his head. Their war horses slammed together before Tyrion could so much as open his mouth to shout for Bran. His right elbow exploded with pain as the spikes punched through the thin metal around the joint. His axe was gone as fast as that. He clawed for his sword, but the morning star was circling again, coming at his face. A sickening crunch, and he was falling. He did not recall hitting the ground, but when he looked up there was only sky above him. He rolled onto his side and tried to find his feet, but pain shuddered through him and the world throbbed. The knight who had felled him drew up above him. "Tyrion the imp!" he boomed down. "You are mine! Do you yield, Lannister?" Yes, Tyrion thought, but the word caught in his throat. He made a croaking sound and fought his way to his knees, fumbling for a weapon. His sword, his dirk, anything. "Do you yield?" The knight loomed overhead on his armored war-horse. Man and horse both seemed immense. The spiked ball swung in a lazy circle. Tyrion's hands were numb, his vision blurred, his scabbard empty. "Yield or die!" the knight declared, his flail whirling faster and faster. Tyrion lurched to his feet, driving his head into the horse's belly. The animal gave a hideous scream and reared. It tried to twist away from the agony. A shower of blood and viscera poured down over Tyrion's face, and the horse fell like an avalanche. The next he knew, his visor was packed with mud, and something was crushing his foot. He wriggled free, his throat so tight he could scarce talk. "Yield," he managed to croak faintly. "Yes," a voice moaned, thick with pain. Tyrion scraped the mud off his helm so he could see again. The horse had fallen away from him, on to its rider. The knight's leg was trapped, the arm he'd used to break his fall twisted at a grotesque angle. "Yield," he repeated. Fumbling at his belt with his good hand, he drew a sword and flung it at Tyrion's feet. "I yield, my lord." Dazed, the dwarf knelt and lifted the blade. Pain hammered through his elbow when he moved his arm. The battle seemed to have moved beyond him. No one remained on his part of the field, save a large number of corpses. Ravens were already circling and landing to feed. He saw that Sir Kevin had brought up his centre in support of the van. His huge mass of pikemen had pushed the Northerners back against the hills. They were struggling on the slopes, pikes thrusting against another wall of shields, these oval and reinforced with iron studs. As he watched, the air filled with arrows again, and the men behind the oak wall crumbled beneath a murderous fire. "I believe you are losing, sir," he told the knight under the horse. The man made no reply. The sound of hooves coming up behind him made him whirl, though he could scarcely lift the sword he held for the agony in his elbow. Bran reined up and looked down on him. "Small use you turned out to be," Tyrion told him. "It would seem you did well enough on your own," Bran answered. "You've lost the spike off your helm, though." Tyrion groped at the top of the great helm. The spike had snapped off clean. "I haven't lost it. I know just where it is. Do you see my horse?" By the time they found it, the trumpets had sounded again, and Lord Tywin's reserve came sweeping up along the river. Tyrion watched his father fly past, the crimson and gold banner of Lannister rippling over his head as he thundered across the field. 500 knights surrounded him, sunlight flashing off the points of their lances. The remnants of the Stark lines shattered like glass beneath the hammer of their charge. With his elbows swollen and throbbing inside his armor, Tyrion made no attempt to join the slaughter. He and Bran went looking for his men. Many he found among the dead. Ulf, son of Umar, lay in a pool of congealing blood, his arm gone at the elbow. A dozen of his moon brothers sprawled around him. Shagga was slumped beneath a tree, riddled with arrows, Khan's head in his lap. Tyrion thought they were both dead, but as he dismounted, Shagga opened his eyes and said, "They have killed Khan, son of Korat." Handsome Khan had no mark but for the red stain over his breast, where the spear thrust had killed him. When Bran pulled Shagga to his feet, the big man seemed to notice the arrows for the first time. He plucked them out one by one, cursing the holes they had made in his layers of mail and leather, and yowling like a babe at the few that had buried themselves in his flesh. Chella, daughter of Chaek, rode up as they were yanking arrows out of Shagga, and showed them 4 ears she had taken. Timid, they discovered, looting the bodies of the slain with his burned men. Of the 300 clansmen who had ridden to battle behind Tyrion Lannister, perhaps half had survived. He left the living to look after the dead, sent Bran to take charge of his captive knight, and went alone in search of his father. Lord Tywin was seated by the river, sipping wine from a jewelled cup as his squire undid the fastenings on his breastplate. "A fine victory," Sir Kevin said when he saw Tyrion. "Your wild men fought well." His father's eyes were on him, pale green flecked with gold, so cool they gave Tyrion a chill.
"Did that surprise you, father?" he asked. "Did it upset your plans? We were supposed to be butchered, were we not?"
Lord Tywin drained his cup, his face expressionless. "I put the least disciplined men on the left, yes. I anticipated that they would break. Robb Stark is a green boy, more like to be brave than wise. I'd hoped that if he saw our left collapse, he might plunge into the gap, eager for a rout. Once he was fully committed, Sir Kevin's pikes would wheel and take him in the flank, driving him into the river while I brought up the reserve."
"And you thought it best to place me in the midst of this carnage, yet keep me ignorant of your plans?"
"A feigned rout is less convincing," his father said, "and I am not inclined to trust my plans to a man who consorts with sellswords and savages."
"A pity my savages ruined your dance."
Tyrion pulled off his steel gauntlet and let it fall to the ground, wincing at the pain that stabbed up his arm. "The Stark boy proved more cautious than I expected for one of his years," Lord Tywin admitted. "But a victory is a victory." "You appear to be wounded." Tyrion's right arm was soaked with blood.
"Good of you to notice, father," he said through clenched teeth. "Might I trouble you to send for your maesters, unless you relish the notion of having a one-armed dwarf for a son?"
An urgent shout of "Lord Tywin!" turned his father's head before he could reply. Tywin Lannister rose to his feet as Sir Adam Marbrand leapt down off his courser. The horse was lathered and bleeding from the mouth. Sir Adam dropped to one knee, a rangy man with dark copper hair that fell to his shoulders, armoured in burnished bronzed steel, with the fiery tree of his house etched black on his breastplate. "My liege, we have taken some of their commanders. Lord Serwyn, Sir Willis Manderley, Harry Karstark, 4 Freys. Lorne Hornwood is dead, and I fear Roose Bolton has escaped us." "And the boy?" Lord Tywin asked. Sir Adam hesitated. "The Stark boy was not with them, my lord. They say he crossed at the Twins with a great part of his horse, riding hard for River Run."
A green boy, Tyrion remembered, more like to be brave than wise. He would have laughed if he hadn't hurt so much. Catelyn. The woods were full of whispers. Moonlight winked on the tumbling waters of the stream below as it wound its rocky way along the floor of the valley. Beneath the trees, war-horses whickered softly and pawed at the moist, leafy ground, while men made nervous jests in hushed voices. Now and again she heard the chink of spears.
the faint metallic slither of chain mail, but even those sounds were muffled.
"It shall not be long now, my lady,"
Hallis Mullen said. He had asked for the honour of protecting her in the battle to come. It was his right, as Winterfell's captain of guards, and Robb had not refused it to him. She had 30 men around her, charged to keep her unharmed and see her safely home to Winterfell if the fighting went against them. Robb had wanted 50. Catelyn had insisted that 10 would be enough, that he would need every sword for the fight. They made their peace at 30, neither happy with it. "It will come when it comes," Catelyn told him. When it came, she knew it would mean death. Hal's death, perhaps, or hers, or Robb's. No one was safe. No life was certain. Catelyn was content to wait, to listen to the whispers in the woods and the faint music of the brook, to feel the warm wind in her hair. She was no stranger to waiting, after all. Her men had always made her wait.
"Watch for me, little cat,"
her father would always tell her when he rode off to court or fair or battle. And she would, standing patiently on the battlements of River Run as the waters of the Red Fork and the Tumblestone flowed by. He did not always come when he said he would, and days would oft-times pass as Catelyn stood her vigil, peering out between crenels and through arrow loops, until she caught a glimpse of Lord Hoster on his old brown gelding, trotting along the river shore toward the landing.
"Did you watch for me?"
he'd ask when he bent to hug her.
"Did you, little cat?"
Brandon Stark had bid her wait as well. "I shall not be long, my lady," he had vowed. "We will be wed on my return." Yet when the day came at last, it was his brother Eddard who stood beside her in the sept. Ned had lingered scarcely a fortnight with his new bride before he too had ridden off to war with promises on his lips. At least he had left her with more than words. He had given her a son. 9 moons had waxed and waned, and Robb had been born in River Run while his father still warred in the south. She had brought him forth in blood and pain, not knowing whether Ned would ever see him. Her son. He had been so small. And now it was for Robb that she waited. For Robb, and for Jaime Lannister, the gilded knight who men said had never learned to wait at all.
"The Kingslayer is restless and quick to anger,"
her uncle Brynden had told Robb, and he had wagered their lives and their best hope of victory on the truth of what he said. If Robb was frightened, he gave no sign of it. Catelyn watched her son as he moved among the men, touching one on the shoulder, sharing a jest with another, helping a third to gentle an anxious horse. His armour clinked softly when he moved. Only his head was bare. Catelyn watched a breeze stir his auburn hair, so like her own, and wondered when her son had grown so big. 15, and near as tall as she was. "Let him grow taller," she asked the gods. "Let him know 16, and 20, and 50. Let him grow as tall as his father and hold his own son in his arms. Please, please, please." As she watched him, this tall young man with a new beard and the dire wolf prowling at his heels, all she could see was the babe they had laid at her breast at River Run so long ago. The night was warm, but the thought of River Run was enough to make her shiver. Where are they? She wondered. Could her uncle have been wrong? So much rested on the truth of what he had told them. Robb had given the Blackfish 300 picked men, and sent them ahead to screen his march.
"Jaime does not know," Sir Brynden said when he rode back. "I'll stake my life on that. No bird has reached him. My archers have seen to that. We've seen a few of his outriders, but those that saw us did not live to tell of it. He ought to have sent out more. He does not know."
"How large is his host?" her son asked.
12,000 foot, scattered around the castle in 3 separate camps, with the rivers between,
her uncle said, with a craggy smile she remembered so well.
"There is no other way to besiege River Run, yet still that will be their undoing. 2,000 or 3,000 horse."
"The Kingslayer has us 3 to 1, said Galbart Glover.
"True enough," Sir Brynden said. "Yet there is one thing Sir Jaime lacks."
"Yes?" Robb asked.
"Patience."
Their host was greater than it had been when they left the twins. Lord Jason Mallister had brought his power out from Seaguard to join them as they swept around the headwaters of the Blue Fork and galloped south, and others had crept forth as well. Hedge knights and small lords and masterless men-at-arms who had fled north when her brother Edmure's army was shattered beneath the walls of River Run. They had driven their horses as hard as they dared to reach this place before Jaime Lannister had word of their coming, and now the hour was at hand. Catelyn watched her son mount up. Oliver Frey held his horse for him, Lord Walder's son, 2 years older than Robb, and 10 years younger and more anxious. He strapped Robb's shield in place and handed up his helm. When he lowered it over the face she loved so well, a tall young knight sat on his grey stallion where her son had been. It was dark among the trees, where the moon did not reach. When Robb turned his head to look at her, she could see only black inside his visor. "I must ride down the line, mother," he told her. "Father says you should let the men see you before a battle." "Go then," she said. "Let them see you." "It will give them courage," Robb said. "And who will give me courage?" she wondered, yet she kept her silence and made herself smile for him. Robb turned the big grey stallion and walked him slowly away from her, grey wind shadowing his steps. Behind him his battle-guard formed up. When he'd forced Catelyn to accept her protectors, she had insisted that he be guarded as well, and the Lord's bannermen had agreed. Many of their sons had clamoured for the honour of riding with the young wolf, as they had taken to calling him. Torrin Karstark and his brother Eddard were among his 30, and Patrick Mallister, Small John Umber, Darren Hornwood, Theon Greyjoy, no less than 5 of Walder Frey's vast brood, along with older men like Sir Wendell Manderley and Robin Flint. One of his companions was even a woman, Daisy Mormont, Lady Meg's eldest daughter and heir to Bear Island, a lanky 6-footer who had been given a morning star at an age when most girls were given dolls. Some of the other lords muttered about that, but Catelyn would not listen to their complaints. "This is not about the honour of your houses," she told them. "This is about keeping my son alive and whole." And if it comes to that, she wondered, will 30 be enough? Will 6,000 be enough? A bird called faintly in the distance, a high, sharp trill that felt like an icy hand on Catelyn's neck. Another bird answered, a third, a fourth. She knew their call well enough, from her years at Winterfell. Snow-shrikes. Sometimes you saw them in the deep of winter, when the gods' wood was white and still. They were northern birds. "They are coming," Catelyn thought. "They're coming, my lady," Hal Mullen whispered. He was always a man for stating the obvious. "Gods be with us." She nodded as the woods grew still around them. In the quiet she could hear them, far off, yet moving closer, the tread of many horses, the rattle of swords and spears and armour, the murmur of human voices, with here a laugh, and there a curse. Eons seemed to come and go. The sounds grew louder. She heard more laughter, a shouted command, splashing as they crossed and recrossed the little stream. A horse snorted, a man swore, and then at last she saw him. Only for an instant, framed between the branches of the trees as she looked down at the valley floor, yet she knew it was him. Even at a distance, Sir Jaime Lannister was unmistakable. The moonlight had silvered his armour and the gold of his hair, and turned his crimson cloak to black. He was not wearing a helm. He was there, and he was gone again, his silvery armour obscured by the trees once more. Others came behind him, long columns of them, knights and sworn swords and free riders, 3/4 of the Lannister horse. "He is no man for sitting in a tent while his carpenters build siege towers," Sir Brynden had promised. "He has ridden out with his knights thrice already to chase down raiders or storm a stubborn holdfast." Nodding, Robb had studied the map her uncle had drawn him. Ned had taught him to read maps. "Raid him here," he said, pointing. "A few hundred men, no more. Tully banners. When he comes after you, we will be waiting—" His finger moved an inch to the left. "Here." Here was a hush in the night, moonlight and shadows, a thick carpet of dead leaves underfoot, densely wooded ridges sloping gently down to the stream bed, the underbrush thinning as the ground fell away. Here was her son on his stallion, glancing back at her one last time and lifting his sword in salute. Here was the call of Meg Mormont's war-horn, a long, low blast that rolled down the valley from the east to tell them that the last of Jaime's riders had entered the trap. And Greywind threw back his head and howled. The sound seemed to go right through Catelyn Stark, and she found herself shivering. It was a terrible sound, a frightening sound, yet there was music in it too. For a second she felt something like pity for the Lannisters below. So this is what death sounds like, she thought. "Arr!" came the answer from the far ridge as the great John winded his own horn. To east and west the trumpets of the Mallisters and Freys blew vengeance. North, where the valley narrowed and bent like a cocked elbow, Lord Karstark's war-horns added their own deep, mournful voices to the dark chorus. Men were shouting and horses rearing in the stream below. The whispering wood let out its breath all at once, as the bowmen Robb had hidden in the branches of the trees let fly their arrows, and the night erupted with the screams of men and horses. All around her the riders raised their lances, and the dirt and leaves that had buried the cruel bright points fell away to reveal the gleam of sharpened steel. "Winterfell!" she heard Robb shout as the arrows sighed again. He moved away from her at a trot, leading his men downhill. Catelyn sat on her horse, unmoving, with Hal Mullen and her guard around her, and she waited as she had waited before, for Brandon and Ned and her father. She was high on the ridge, and the trees hid most of what was going on beneath her. A heartbeat, 2, 4, and suddenly it was as if she and her protectors were alone in the wood. The rest were melted away into the green. Yet when she looked across the valley to the far ridge, she saw the great John's riders emerge from the darkness beneath the trees. They were in a long line, an endless line, and as they burst from the wood there was an instant, the smallest part of a heartbeat, when all Catelyn saw was the moonlight on the points of their lances, as if 1,000 will-o'-wisps were coming down the ridge, wreathed in silver flame. Then she blinked, and they were only men, rushing down to kill or die. Afterward she could not claim she had seen the battle. Yet she could hear, and the valley rang with echoes, the crack of a broken lance, the clash of swords, the cries of "Lannister!" and "Winterfell!" and "Tully! Riverrun and Tully!" When she realized there was no more to see, she closed her eyes and listened. The battle came alive around her. She heard hoof-beats, iron boots splashing in shallow water, the woody sound of swords on oaken shields, and the scrape of steel against steel, the hiss of arrows, the thunder of drums, the terrified screaming of 1,000 horses. Men shouted curses and begged for mercy, and got it, or not, and lived or died. The ridges seemed to play queer tricks with sound. Once she heard Robb's voice, as clear as if he'd been standing at her side, calling, "To me! To me!" And she heard his dire-wolf, snarling and growling, heard the snap of those long teeth, the tearing of flesh, shrieks of fear and pain from man and horse alike. Was there only one wolf? It was hard to be certain. Little by little the sounds dwindled and died, until at last there was only the wolf. As a red dawn broke in the east, Greywind began to howl again. Robb came back to her on a different horse, riding a piebald gelding in the place of the grey stallion he had taken down into the valley. The wolf's head on his shield was slashed half to pieces, raw wood showing where deep gouges had been hacked in the oak, but Robb himself seemed unhurt. Yet when he came closer, Catelyn saw that his mailed glove and the sleeve of his surcoat were black with blood. "You're hurt," she said. Robb lifted his hand, opened and closed his fingers. "No," he said. "This is Torrhen's blood, perhaps, or—" He shook his head. "I do not know." A mob of men followed him up the slope, dirty and dented and grinning, with Theon and the great John at their head. Between them they dragged Sir Jaime Lannister. They threw him down in front of her horse. "The Kingslayer," Hal announced unnecessarily. Lannister raised his head. "Lady Stark," he said from his knees. Blood ran down one cheek from a gash across his scalp, but the pale light of dawn had put the glint of gold back in his hair. "I would offer you my sword, but I seem to have mislaid it. It is not your sword I want, sir, she told him. Give me my father and my brother Edmure. Give me my daughters. Give me my lord husband.
I have mislaid them as well, I fear.
A pity, Catelyn said coldly.
Kill him, Robb, Theon Greyjoy urged. Take his head off.
No, her son answered, peeling off his bloody glove. He's more use alive than dead, and my lord father never condoned the murder of prisoners after a battle.
A wise man,
Jaime Lannister said, and honourable. Take him away and put him in irons, Catelyn said.
Do as my lady mother says, Robb commanded, and make certain there's a strong guard around him. Lord Karstark will want his head on a pike.
That he will, the great Jon agreed, gesturing. Lannister was led away to be bandaged and chained.
Why should Lord Karstark want him dead? Catelyn asked. Robb looked away into the woods with the same brooding look that Ned often got.
He killed them. Lord Karstark's sons,
Galbart Glover explained.
Both of them, said Robb. Torrin and Eddard, and Darren Hornwood as well. No one can fault Lannister on his courage, Glover said. When he saw that he was lost, he rallied his retainers and fought his way up the valley, hoping to reach Lord Robb and cut him down, and almost did. He mislaid his sword in Eddard Karstark's neck, after he took Torrin's hand off and split Darren Hornwood's skull open, Robb said. All the time he was shouting for me. If they hadn't tried to stop him—
I should then be mourning in place of Lord Karstark, Catelyn said. Your men did what they were sworn to do, Robb. They died protecting their liege lord. Grieve for them. Honour them for their valour. But not now. You have no time for grief. You may have lopped the head off the snake, but 3/4 of the body is still coiled around my father's castle. We have won a battle, not a war.
But such a battle, said Theon Greyjoy eagerly. My lady, the realm has not seen such a victory since the Field of Fire. I vow the Lannisters lost 10 men for every one of ours that fell. We've taken close to 100 knights captive, and a dozen lords bannermen, Lord Westerling, Lord Banefort, Sir Garth Greenfield, Lord Estrin, Sir Tytos Brax, Malor the Dornishman, and 3 Lannisters besides Jaime, Lord Tywin's own nephews, 2 of his sister's sons, and 1 of his dead brothers—
And Lord Tywin? Catelyn interrupted. Have you perchance taken Lord Tywin, Theon?
No,
Greyjoy answered, brought up short. Until you do, this war is far from done.
Robb raised his head and pushed his hair back out of his eyes. My mother is right. We still have Riverrun.
Daenerys. The flies circled Khal Drogo slowly, their wings buzzing, a low thrum at the edge of hearing that filled Dany with dread. The sun was high and pitiless. Heat shimmered in waves off the stony outcrops of low hills. A thin finger of sweat trickled slowly between Dany's swollen breasts. The only sounds were the steady clop of their horses' hoofs, the rhythmic tingle of the bells in Drogo's hair, and the distant voices behind them. Dany watched the flies. They were as large as bees, gross, purplish, glistening. The Dothraki called them blood flies. They lived in marshes and stagnant pools, sucked blood from man and horse alike, and laid their eggs in the dead and dying. Drogo hated them. Whenever one came near him, his hand would shoot out quick as a striking snake to close around it. She had never seen him miss. He would hold the fly inside his huge fist long enough to hear its frantic buzzing, then his fingers would tighten, and when he opened his hand again, the fly would be only a red smear on his palm. Now one crept across the rump of his stallion, and the horse gave an angry flick of its tail to brush it away. The others flitted about Drogo, closer and closer. The Khal did not react. His eyes were fixed on distant brown hills, the reins loose in his hands. Beneath his painted vest, a plaster of fig leaves and caked blue mud covered the wound on his breast. The herb women had made it for him. Mirri Mazder's poultice had itched and burned, and he had torn it off 6 days ago, cursing her for a magi. The mud plaster was more soothing, and the herb women made him poppy wine as well. He'd been drinking it heavily these past 3 days. When it was not poppy wine, it was fermented mare's milk or pepper beer. Yet he scarcely touched his food, and he thrashed and groaned in the night. Dany could see how drawn his face had become. Rhaego was restless in her belly, kicking like a stallion, yet even that did not stir Drogo's interest as it had. Every morning her eyes found fresh lines of pain on his face when he woke from his troubled sleep, and now this silence. It was making her afraid. Since they had mounted up at dawn, he had said not a word. When she spoke, she got no answer but a grunt, and not even that much since midday. One of the blood-flies landed on the bare skin of the carle's shoulder. Another, circling, touched down on his neck and crept up toward his mouth. Khal Drogo swayed in the saddle, bells ringing as his stallion kept onward at a steady walking pace. Dany pressed her heels into her silver and rode closer. "My lord," she said softly. "Drogo, my sun and stars." He did not seem to hear. The blood-fly crawled up under his drooping moustache and settled on his cheek in the crease beside his nose. Dany gasped. "Drogo!" Clumsily she reached over and touched his arm. Khal Drogo reeled in the saddle, tilted slowly, and fell heavily from his horse. The flies scattered for a heartbeat, and then circled back to settle on him where he lay. "No!" Dany said, reining up. Heedless of her belly for once, she scrambled off her silver and ran to him. The grass beneath him was brown and dry. Drogo cried out in pain as Dany knelt beside him. His breath rattled harshly in his throat, and he looked at her without recognition. "My horse!" he gasped. Dany brushed the flies off his chest, smashing one as he would have. His skin burned beneath her fingers. The carle's blood riders had been following just behind them. She heard Hoggo shout as they galloped up. Kaholo vaulted from his horse. "Blood of my blood!" he said as he dropped to his knees. The other two kept to their mounts. "No!" Khal Drogo groaned, struggling in Dany's arms. "Must ride! Ride! No!" "He fell from his horse," Hoggo said, staring down. His broad face was impassive, but his voice was leaden. "You must not say that," Dany told him. "We have ridden far enough today. We will camp here." "Here?" Hoggo looked around them. The land was brown and sere, inhospitable. "This is no camping ground." "It is not for a woman to bid us halt," said Cotho. "Not even a Khaleesi." "We camp here," Dany repeated. "Hoggo, tell them Khal Drogo commanded the halt. If any ask why, say to them that my time is near and I could not continue. Kaholo, bring up the slaves. They must put up the Khal's tent at once. Cotho!" "You do not command me, Khaleesi," Cotho said. "Find Mirri Maz Dur," she told him. The god's wife would be walking among the other lamb men in the long column of slaves. "Bring her to me with her chest." Cotho glared down at her, his eyes hard as flint. "The Magi," he spat. "This I will not do." "You will," Dany said. "Oh, when Drogo wakes he will hear why you defied me." Furious, Cotho wheeled his stallion around and galloped off in anger. But Dany knew he would return with Mirri Maz Dur, however little he might like it. The slaves erected Khal Drogo's tent beneath a jagged outcrop of black rock, whose shadow gave some relief from the heat of the afternoon sun. Even so, it was stifling under the sand-silk as Irri and Arya helped Dany walk Drogo inside. Thick patterned carpets had been laid down over the ground, and pillows scattered in the corners. Eroa, the timid girl Dany had rescued outside the mud walls of the lamb men, set up a brazier. They stretched Drogo out on a woven mat. "No," he muttered in the common tongue. "No, no." It was all he said, all he seemed capable of saying. Doria unhooked his medallion belt and stripped off his vest and leggings, while Jikwi knelt by his feet to undo the laces of his riding sandals. Irri wanted to leave the tent flaps open to let in the breeze, but Dany forbade it. She would not have any see Drogo this way, in delirium and weakness. When her costs came up, she posted them outside at guard. "Admit no one without my leave," she told Drogo. "No one?" Eroa stared fearfully at Drogo where he lay. "He dies," she whispered. Dany slapped her. "The Khal cannot die. He is the father of the stallion who mounts the world. His hair has never been cut. He still wears the bells his father gave him." "Khaleesi," Jikwi said. "He fell from his horse." Trembling, her eyes full of sudden tears, Dany turned away from them. He fell from his horse. It was so. She had seen it, and the blood riders, and no doubt her handmaids, and the men of her coss as well. And how many more? They could not keep it secret, and Dany knew what that meant. A carle who could not ride could not rule, and Drogo had fallen from his horse. "We must bathe him," she said stubbornly. She must not allow herself to despair. "Eerie, have the tub brought at once. Doria, Eroa, find water, cool water. He's so hot." He was a fire in human skin. The slaves set up the heavy copper tub in the corner of the tent. When Doria brought the first jar of water, Dany wet a length of silk to lay across Drogo's brow, over the burning skin. His eyes looked at her, but he did not see. When his lips opened, no words escaped them, only a moan. "Where is Mirri Maz Dur?" she demanded, her patience rubbed raw with fear. "Cotho will find her," Eerie said. Her handmaids filled the tub with tepid water that stank of sulphur, sweetening it with jars of bitter oil and handfuls of crushed mint leaves. While the bath was being prepared, Dany knelt awkwardly beside her lord husband, her belly great with their child within. She undid his braid with anxious fingers, as she had on the night he'd taken her for the first time beneath the stars. His bells she laid aside carefully, one by one. He would want them again when he was well, she told herself. A breath of air entered the tent as Aggo poked his head through the silk. "Khaleesi," he said, "the Andal has come and begs leave to enter." The Andal was what the Dothraki called Ser Jorah. "Yes," she said, rising clumsily. "Send him in." She trusted the knight. He would know what to do, if anyone did. Ser Jorah Mormont ducked through the door-flap and waited a moment for his eyes to adjust to the dimness. In the fierce heat of the south he wore loose trousers of mottled sand-silk and open-toed riding sandals that laced up to his knee. His scabbard hung from a twisted horsehair belt. Under a bleached white vest he was bare-chested, skin reddened by the sun. "Talk goes from mouth to ear all over the Khalasar," he said. "It is said Khal Drogo fell from his horse." "Help him," Dany pleaded. "For the love you say you bear me, help him now." The knight knelt beside her. He looked at Drogo long and hard, and then at Dany. "Send your maids away." Wordlessly, her throat tight with fear, Dany made a gesture. Eerie herded the other girls from the tent. When they were alone, Ser Jorah drew his dagger. Deftly, with a delicacy surprising in such a big man, he began to scrape away the black leaves and dried blue mud from Drogo's chest. The plaster had caked hard as the mud walls of the lamb-min, and like those walls it cracked easily. Ser Jorah broke the dry mud with his knife, pried the chunks from the flesh, peeled off the leaves one by one. A foul, sweet smell rose from the wound, so thick it almost choked her. The leaves were crusted with blood and pus, Drogo's breast black and glistening with corruption. "No," Dany whispered as tears ran down her cheeks. "No, please, gods, hear me, no!" Khal Drogo thrashed, fighting some unseen enemy. Black blood ran slow and thick from his open wound. "Your Khal is good as dead, Princess." "No, he can't die. He mustn't. It was only a cut." Dany took his large calloused hand in her own small ones, and held it tight between them. "I will not let him die." Ser Jorah gave a bitter laugh.
"Khaleesi, or Queen, that command is beyond your power. Save your tears, child. Weep for him tomorrow or a year from now. We do not have time for grief. We must go, and quickly, before he dies."
Dany was lost. "Go? Where should we go?"
"Asshai, I would say. It lies far to the south, at the end of the known world, yet men say it is a great port. We will find a ship to take us back to Pentos. It will be a hard journey, make no mistake. Do you trust your Cass? Will they come with us?" "Khal Drogo commanded them to keep me safe," Dany replied uncertainly. "But if he dies—" She touched the swell of her belly. "I don't understand. Why should we flee? I am Khaleesi. I carry Drogo's heir.
He will be Carl after Drogo.
Sir Jorah frowned. Princess, hear me. The Dothraki will not follow a suckling babe. Drogo's strength was what they bowed to, and only that. When he is gone, Jocko and Pono and the other Caws will fight for his place, and this Khalasar will devour itself. The winner will want no more rivals. The boy will be taken from your breast the moment he is born. They will give him to the dogs.
Dany hugged herself. But why? She cried plaintively. Why should they kill a little baby?
He is Drogo's son, and the crones say he will be the stallion who mounts the world. It was prophesied. Better to kill the child than to risk his fury when he grows to manhood.
The child kicked inside her as if he had heard. Dany remembered the story Viserys had told her, of what the usurper's dogs had done to Rhaegar's children. His son had been a babe as well, yet they had ripped him from his mother's breast and dashed his head against a wall. That was the way of men. "They must not hurt my son," she cried. "I will order my cost to keep him safe, and Drogo's blood riders will—"
Sir Jorah held her by the shoulders. "A blood rider dies with his call. You know that, child. They will take you to Vaes Dothrak, to the crones. That is the last duty they owe him in life. When it is done, they will join Drogo in the Nightlands."
Dany did not want to go back to Vaes Dothrak and live the rest of her life among those terrible old women, yet she knew that the knight spoke the truth. Drogo had been more than her son in stars. He had been the shield that kept her safe. "I will not leave him," she said stubbornly, miserably. She took his hand again. "I will not." A stirring at the tent flap made Dany turn her head. Mirri Maz Dur entered, bowing low. Days on the march, trailing behind the Khalasar, had left her limping and haggard, with blistered and bleeding feet and hollows under her eyes. Behind her came Cotho and Hago, carrying the god's wife's chest between them. When the blood riders caught sight of Drogo's wound, the chest slipped from Hago's fingers and crashed to the floor of the tent, and Cotho swore an oath so foul it seared the air. Mirri Maz Dur studied Drogo, her face still and dead. "The wound has festered."
"This is your work, Magi,"
Cotho said. Hago laid his fist across Mirri's cheek with a meaty smack that drove her to the ground. Then he kicked her where she lay. "Stop it!" Dany screamed. Cotho pulled Hago away, saying,
"Kicks are too merciful for a Magi. Take her outside. We will stake her to the earth to be the mount of every passing man. And when they are done with her, the dogs will use her as well. Weasels will tear out her entrails, and carrion crows feast upon her eyes. The flies off the river shall lay their eggs in her womb and drink pus from the ruins of her breasts." He dug iron-hard fingers into the soft, wobbly flesh under the god's wife's arm and hauled her to her feet. "No," Dany said. "I will not have her harmed." Cotho's lips skinned back from his crooked brown teeth in a terrible mockery of a smile. "No? You say me, no? Better you should pray that we do not stake you out beside your Magi. You did this as much as the other."
Sir Jorah stepped between them, loosening his long sword in its scabbard.
"Rein in your tongue, blood rider. The princess is still your Khaleesi." "Only while the blood of my blood still lives," Cotho told the knight. "When he dies, she is nothing." Dany felt a tightness inside her. "Before I was Khaleesi, I was the blood of the dragon. Sir Jorah, summon my Khas." "No," said Cotho. "We will go. For now, Khaleesi."
Hago followed him from the tent, scowling.
"That one means you no good, princess," Mormont said. "The Dothraki say a man and his blood riders share one life, and Cotho sees it ending. A dead man is beyond fear."
"No one has died," Dany said. "Sir Jorah, I may have need of your blade. Best go don your armor." She was more frightened than she dared admit even to herself. The knight bowed.
"As you say."
He strode from the tent. Dany turned back to Mirri Maz Dur. The woman's eyes were wary. "So you have saved me once more." "And now you must save him," Dany said. "Please."
"You do not ask a slave," Mirri replied sharply. "You tell her."
She went to Drogo burning on his mat and gazed long at his wound.
"Ask or tell, it makes no matter. He is beyond a healer's skills."
The Carl's eyes were closed. She opened one with her fingers.
"He has been dulling the hurt with milk of the poppy."
"Yes," Dany admitted.
I made him a poultice of firepot and sting-me-not, and bound it in a lambskin. It burned, he said. He tore it off. The herb women made him a new one, wet and soothing. It burned, yes. There is great healing magic in fire. Even your hairless men know that. Make him another poultice, Dany begged. This time I will make certain he wears it. The time for that is past, my lady, Mary said. All I can do now is ease the dark road before him, so he might ride painless to the Nightlands. He will be gone by morning. Her words were a knife through Dany's breast. What had she ever done to make the gods so cruel? She had finally found a safe place, had finally tasted love and hope. She was finally going home. And now to lose it all? No, she pleaded. Save him, and I will free you. I swear it. You must know a way. Some magic, some... Mary Malsdur sat back on her heels and studied Daenerys through eyes as black as night. There is a spell. Her voice was quiet, scarcely more than a whisper. But it is hard, lady, and dark. Some would say that death is cleaner. I learned the way in a shy, and paid dear for the lesson. My teacher was a blood mage from the Shadowlands. Dany went cold all over. Then you truly are a magi? Am I? Mary Malsdur smiled. Only a magi can save your rider now, Silver Lady. Is there no other way? No other. Khal Drogo gave a shuddering gasp. Do it, Dany blurted. She must not be afraid. She was the blood of the dragon. Save him. There is a price, the god's wife warned her. You'll have gold, horses, whatever you like. It is not a matter of gold or horses. This is blood magic, lady. Only death may pay for life. Death? Dany wrapped her arms around herself protectively, rocked back and forth on her heels. My death? She told herself she would die for him if she must. She was the blood of the dragon. She would not be afraid. Her brother Rhaegar had died for the woman he loved. No, Mary Malsdur promised, not your death, Khaleesi. Dany trembled with relief. Do it. The Magi nodded solemnly. As you speak, so it shall be done. Call your servants. Khal Drogo writhed feebly as Rakharo and Quarro lowered him into the bath. No, he muttered, no, must ride. Once in the water, all the strength seemed to leak out of him. Bring his horse, Mary Malsdur commanded, and so it was done. Drogo led the great red stallion into the tent. When the animal caught the scent of death, he screamed and reared, rolling his eyes. It took 3 men to subdue him. What do you mean to do? Dany asked her. We need the blood, Miri answered. That is the way. Drogo edged back, his hand on his arak. He was a youth of 16 years, whip-thin, fearless, quick to laugh, with a faint shadow of his first mustachio on his upper lip. He fell to his knees before her. Khaleesi, he pleaded, you must not do this thing. Let me kill this Magi. Kill her and you kill your Khal, Dany said. This is blood magic, he said. It is forbidden. I am Khaleesi, and I say it is not forbidden. In Vaes Dothrak, Khal Drogo slew a stallion, and I ate his heart, to give our son strength and courage. This is the same. The same. The stallion kicked and reared as Rakharo, Quarro, and Aggo pulled him close to the tub, where the Khal floated like one already dead, pus and blood seeping from his wound to stain the bath-waters. Miri Malsdur chanted words in a tongue that Dany did not know, and a knife appeared in her hand. Dany never saw where it came from. It looked old, hammered red bronze, leaf-shaped, its blade covered with ancient glyphs. The Magi drew it across the stallion's throat, under the noble head, and the horse screamed and shuddered as the blood poured out of him in a red rush. He would have collapsed, but the men of her cast held him up. Strength of the mount, go into the rider, Miri sang as horse blood swirled into the waters of Drogo's bath. Strength of the beast, go into the man. Drogo looked terrified as he struggled with the stallion's weight, afraid to touch the dead flesh, yet afraid to let go as well. Only a horse, Dany thought. If she could buy Drogo's life with the death of a horse, she would pay 1,000 times over. When they let the stallion fall, the bath was a dark red, and nothing showed of Drogo but his face. Mary Malsdur had no use for the carcass. Burn it, Dany told them. It was what they did, she knew. When a man died, his mount was killed and placed beneath him on the funeral pyre to carry him to the Nightlands. The men of her caste dragged the carcass from the tent. The blood had gone everywhere. Even the sand-silk walls were spotted with red, and the rugs underfoot were black and wet. Braziers were lit. Mirri Maz Dur tossed a red powder onto the coals. It gave the smoke a spicy scent, a pleasant enough smell, yet Eroa fled sobbing, and Dany was filled with fear. But she had gone too far to turn back now. She sent her handmaids away. "Go with them, Silver Lady," Mirri Maz Dur told her. "I will stay," Dany said. "The man took me under the stars and gave life to the child inside me. I will not leave him." "You must. Once I begin to sing, no one must enter this tent. My song will wake powers old and dark. The dead will dance here this night. No living man must look on them." Dany bowed her head helpless. "No one will enter." She bent over the tub, over Drogo in his bath of blood, and kissed him lightly on the brow. "Bring him back to me," she whispered to Mirri Maz Dur before she fled. Outside the sun was low on the horizon, the sky a bruised red. The Khalasar had made camp. Tents and sleeping mats were scattered as far as the eye could see. A hot wind blew. Jogo and Aggo were digging a fire-pit to burn the dead stallion. A crowd had gathered to stare at Dany with hard black eyes, their faces like masks of beaten copper. She saw Ser Jorah Mormont, wearing mail and leather now, sweat beading on his broad, balding forehead. He pushed his way through the Dothraki to Dany's side. When he saw the scarlet footprints her boots had left on the ground, the colour seemed to drain from his face. "What have you done, you little fool?" he asked hoarsely. "I had to save him." "We could have fled," he said. "I would have seen you safe to Ashai, princess. There was no need." "Am I truly your princess?" she asked him. "You know you are. God save us both." "Then help me now." Ser Jorah grimaced. "Would that I knew how." Mirri Maz Dur's voice rose to a high, ululating wail that sent a shiver down Dany's back. Some of the Dothraki began to mutter and back away. The tent was aglow with the light of braziers within. Through the blood-spattered sand-silk she glimpsed shadows moving. Mirri Maz Dur was dancing, and not alone. Dany saw naked fear on the faces of the Dothraki. "This must not be," Cotho thundered. She had not seen the Blood Rider return. Aggo and Coholo were there with him. They had brought the hairless men, the eunuchs who healed with knife and needle and fire. "This will be," Dany replied. "Magi," Aggo growled. And old Coholo who had bound his life to Drogo's on the day of his birth, Coholo who had always been kind to her, Coholo spat full in her face. "You will die, Magi," Cotho promised, "but the other must die first." He drew his arak and made for the tent. "No!" she shouted. "You mustn't!" She caught him by the shoulder, but Cotho shoved her aside. Dany fell to her knees, crossing her arms over her belly to protect the child within. "Stop him!" she commanded her Khas. "Kill him!" Rakaro and Quaro stood beside the tent flap. Quaro took a step forward, reaching for the handle of his whip, but Cotho spun graceful as a dancer, the curved arak rising. It caught Quaro low under the arm, the bright, sharp steel biting up through leather and skin, through muscle and rib bone. Blood fountained as the young rider reeled backward, gasping. Cotho wrenched the blade free. "Horse Lord," Ser Jorah Mormont called. "Try me." His long sword slid from its scabbard. Cotho whirled, cursing. The arak moved so fast that Quaro's blood flew from it in a fine spray like rain in a hot wind. The long sword caught it a foot from Ser Jorah's face and held it quivering for an instant as Cotho howled in fury. The knight was clad in chainmail, with gauntlets and greaves of lobstered steel and a heavy gorget around his throat, but he had not thought to don his helm. Cotho danced backward, arak whirling around his head in a shining blur, flickering out like lightning as the knight came on in a rush. Ser Jorah parried as best he could, but the slashes came so fast that it seemed to Dany that Cotho had 4 araks and as many arms. She heard the crunch of sword on mail, saw sparks fly as the long curved blade glanced off a gauntlet. Suddenly it was Mormont stumbling backward, and Cotho leaping to the attack. The left side of the knight's face ran red with blood, and a cut to the hip opened a gash in his mail and left him limping. Cotho screamed taunts at him, calling him a craven, a milkman, a eunuch in an iron suit. "You die now," he promised, arak shivering through the red twilight. Inside Dany's womb, her son kicked wildly. The curved blade slipped past the straight one and bit deep into the knight's hip, where the mail gaped open. Mormont grunted, stumbled. Dany felt a sharp pain in her belly, a wetness on her thighs. Cotho shrieked triumph, but his arak had found bone, and for a half a heartbeat it caught. It was enough. Ser Jorah brought his long sword down with all the strength left him, through flesh and muscle and bone, and Cotho's forearm dangled loose, flopping on a thin cord of skin and sinew. The knight's next cut was at the Dothraki's ear, so savage that Cotho's face seemed almost to explode. The Dothraki were shouting, Mirri Maz Dur wailing inside the tent like nothing human, Quarro pleading for water as he died. Dany cried out for help, but no one heard. Rakara was fighting Hago, Arak dancing with Arak until Jogo's whip cracked, loud as thunder, the lash coiling around Hago's throat. A yank, and the Blood Rider stumbled backward, losing his feet and his sword. Rakaro sprang forward, howling, swinging his Arak down with both hands through the top of Hago's head. The point caught between his eyes, red and quivering. Someone threw a stone, and when Dany looked, her shoulder was torn and bloody. "No," she wept. "No, please stop it. It's too high. The price is too high." More stones came flying. She tried to crawl toward the tent, but Kaholo caught her. Fingers in her hair, he pulled her head back, and she felt the cold touch of his knife at her throat. "My baby!" she screamed. And perhaps the gods heard, for as quick as that Kaholo was dead. Argo's arrow took him under the arm, to pierce his lungs and heart. When at last Daenerys found the strength to raise her head, she saw the crowd dispersing, the Dothraki stealing silently back to their tents and sleeping mats. Some were saddling horses and riding off. The sun had set. Fires burned throughout the Khadasar, great orange blazes that crackled with fury and spit embers at the sky. She tried to rise, and agony seized her and squeezed her like a giant's fist. The breath went out of her. It was all she could do to gasp. The sound of Mirri Maz Dur's voice was like a funeral dirge. Inside the tent the shadows whirled. An arm went under her waist, and then Ser Jorah was lifting her off her feet. His face was sticky with blood, and Dany saw that half his ear was gone. She convulsed in his arms as the pain took her again, and heard the knight shouting for her handmaids to help him. "Are they all so afraid?" She knew the answer. Another pain grasped her, and Dany bit back a scream. It felt as if her son had a knife in each hand, as if he were hacking at her to cut his way out. "Varia, curse you!" Ser Jorah roared. "Come here! Fetch the birthing women!" "They will not come. They say she is accursed." "They'll come, or I'll have their heads." Doria wept. "They are gone, my lord." "The Magi," someone else said. Was that Aggo? "Take her to the Magi." "No," Dany wanted to say. "No, not that. You mustn't." But when she opened her mouth, a long wail of pain escaped, and the sweat broke over her skin. What was wrong with them? Couldn't they see? Inside the tent the shapes were dancing, circling the brazier in the bloody bath, dark against the sand silk, and some did not look human. She glimpsed the shadow of a great wolf, and another like a man wreathed in flames. "The lamb woman knows the secrets of the birthing bed," Irri said. "She said so. I heard her." "Yes," Doria agreed. "I heard her too." "No," she shouted, or perhaps she only thought it, for no whisper of sound escaped her lips. She was being carried. Her eyes opened to gaze up at a flat, dead sky, black and bleak and starless. "Please, no." The sound of Mirri Maz Dur's voice grew louder, until it filled the world. "The shapes!" she screamed. "The dancers!" Ser Jorah carried her inside the tent. Arya. The scent of hot bread drifting from the shops along the street of flour was sweeter than any perfume Arya had ever smelled. She took a deep breath and stepped closer to the pigeon. It was a plump one, speckled brown, busily pecking at a crust that had fallen between two cobblestones, but when Arya's shadow touched it, it took to the air. Her stick-sword whistled out and caught it 2 feet off the ground, and it went down in a flurry of brown feathers. She was on it in a blink of an eye, grabbing a wing as the pigeon flapped and fluttered. It pecked at her hand. She grabbed its neck and twisted until she felt the bone snap. Compared with catching cats, pigeons were easy. A passing septon was looking at her askance. "Here's the best place to find Pigeon," Arya told him as she brushed herself off and picked up her fallen stick-sword. "They come for the crumbs." He hurried away. She tied the pigeon to her belt and started down the street. A man was pushing a load of tarts by on a two-wheeled cart. The smells sang of blueberries and lemons and apricots. Her stomach made a hollow, rumbly noise. "Could I have one?" she heard herself say. "A lemon or any kind?" The push-cart man looked her up and down. Plainly, he did not like what he saw. 3 coppers. Arya tapped her wooden sword against the side of her boot. "I'll trade you a fat pigeon," she said. "The others take your pigeon," the push-cart man said. The tarts were still warm from the oven. The smells were making her mouth water, but she did not have 3 coppers. Or 1. She gave the push-cart man a look, remembering what Syrio had told her about seeing. He was short, with a little round belly, and when he moved he seemed to favor his left leg a little. She was just thinking that if she snatched a tart and ran, he would never be able to catch her, when he said, "You be keeping your filthy hands off. The gold cloaks know how to deal with thieving little gutter rats, that they do." Arya glanced warily behind her. 2 of the city watch were standing at the mouth of an alley. Their cloaks hung almost to the ground. The heavy wool dyed a rich gold. Their mail and boots and gloves were black. One wore a long sword at his hip, the other an iron cudgel. With a last wistful glance at the tarts, Arya edged back from the cart and hurried off. The gold cloaks had not been paying her any special attention, but the sight of them tied her stomach in knots. Arya had been staying as far from the castle as she could get, yet even from a distance she could see the heads rotting atop the high red walls. Flocks of crows squabbled noisily over each head, thick as flies. The talk in Flea Bottom was that the gold cloaks had thrown in with the Lannisters, their commander raised to a lord, with lands on the Trident and a seat on the King's Council. She had also heard other things, scary things, things that made no sense to her. Some said her father had murdered King Robert, and been slain in turn by Lord Renly. Others insisted that Renly had killed the king in a drunken quarrel between brothers. Why else should he have fled in the night like a common thief? One story said the king had been killed by a boar while hunting, another that he'd died eating a boar, stuffing himself so full that he'd ruptured at the table. No, the king had died at table, others said, but only because Varys the spider poisoned him. No, it had been the queen who poisoned him. No, he had died of a pox. No, he had choked on a fishbone. One thing all the stories agreed on, King Robert was dead. The bells in the 7 towers of the great sept of Baelor had tolled for a day and a night, the thunder of their grief rolling across the city in a bronze tide. They only rang the bells like that for the death of a king, a tanner's boy told Arya. All she wanted was to go home, but leaving King's Landing was not so easy as she had hoped. Talk of war was on every lip, and gold cloaks were as thick on the city walls as fleas on, well, her, for one. She had been sleeping in Flea Bottom, on rooftops and in stables, wherever she could find a place to lie down, and it hadn't taken her long to learn that the district was well named. Every day since her escape from the Red Keep, Arya had visited each of the 7 city gates in turn. The Dragon Gate, the Lion Gate, and the Old Gate were closed and barred. The Mud Gate and the Gate of the Gods were open, but only to those who wanted to enter the city. The guards let no one out. Those who were allowed to leave left by the King's Gate or the Iron Gate, but Lannister men-at-arms in crimson cloaks and lion-crested helms manned the guard-posts there. Spying down from the roof of an inn by the King's Gate, Arya saw them searching wagons and carriages, forcing riders to open their saddlebags, and questioning everyone who tried to pass on foot. Sometimes she thought about swimming the river, but the Blackwater Rush was wide and deep, and everyone agreed that its currents were wicked and treacherous. She had no coin to pay a ferryman, or take passage on a ship. Her lord father had taught her never to steal, but it was growing harder to remember why. If she did not get out soon, she would have to take her chances with the gold cloaks. She hadn't gone hungry much since she learned to knock down birds with her stick-sword, but she feared so much pigeon was making her sick. A couple she'd eaten raw before she found Flea Bottom. In the bottom there were pot shops along the alleys where huge tubs of stew had been simmering for years, and you could trade half your bird for a heel of yesterday's bread and a bowl of brown, and they'd even stick the other half in the fire and crisp it up for you, so long as you plucked the feathers yourself. Arya would have given anything for a cup of milk and a lemon cake, but the brown wasn't so bad. It usually had barley in it, and chunks of carrot and onion and turnip, and sometimes even apple, with a film of grease swimming on top. Mostly she tried not to think about the meat. Once she had gotten a piece of fish. The only thing was, the pot shops were never empty, and even as she bolted down her food, Arya could feel them watching. Some of them stared at her boots or her cloak, and she knew what they were thinking. With others she could almost feel their eyes crawling under her leathers. She didn't know what they were thinking, and that scared her even more. A couple times she was followed out into the alleys and chased, but so far no one had been able to catch her. The silver bracelet she'd hoped to sell had been stolen her first night out of the castle, along with her bundle of good clothes, snatched while she slept in a burnt-out house off Pig Alley. All they left her was the cloak she had been huddled in, the leathers on her back, her wooden practice sword, and Needle. She'd been lying on top of Needle, or else it would have been gone too. It was worth more than all the rest together. Since then Arya had taken to walking around with her cloak draped over her right arm, to conceal the blade at her hip. The wooden sword she carried in her left hand, out where everybody could see it, to scare off robbers, but there were men in the pot shops who wouldn't have been scared off if she'd had a battle-axe. It was enough to make her lose her taste for pigeon and stale bread. Often as not, she went to bed hungry rather than risk the stairs. Once she was outside the city, she would find berries to pick, or orchards she might raid for apples and cherries. Arya remembered seeing some from the King's Road on the journey south, and she could dig for roots in the forest, even run down some rabbits. In the city the only things to run down were rats and cats and scrawny dogs. The pot shops would give you a fistful of coppers for a litter of pups, she'd heard, but she didn't like to think about that. Down below the Street of Flower was a maze of twisting alleys and cross-streets. Arya scrambled through the crowds, trying to put distance between her and the gold cloaks. She had learned to keep to the center of the street. Sometimes she had to dodge wagons and horses, but at least you could see them coming. If you walked near the buildings, people grabbed you. In some alleys you couldn't help but brush against the walls. The buildings leaned in so close they almost met. A whooping gang of small children went running past, chasing a rolling hoop. Arya stared at them with resentment, remembering the times she'd played at hoops with Bran and Jon and their baby brother Rickon. She wondered how big Rickon had grown, and whether Bran was sad. She would have given anything if Jon had been here to call her little sister and muss her hair. Not that it needed mussing. She'd seen her reflection in puddles, and she didn't think hair got any more mussed than hers. She had tried talking to the children she saw in the street, hoping to make a friend who would give her a place to sleep, but she must have talked wrong or something. The little ones only looked at her with quick, wary eyes and ran away if she came too close. Their big brothers and sisters asked questions Arya couldn't answer, called her names, and tried to steal from her. Only yesterday a scrawny, barefoot girl, twice her age, had knocked her down and tried to pull the boots off her feet, but Arya gave her a crack on her ear with her stick-sword that sent her off sobbing and bleeding. A gull wheeled overhead as she made her way down the hill toward Flea Bottom. Arya glanced at it thoughtfully, but it was well beyond the reach of her stick. It made her think of the sea. Maybe that was the way out. Old Nan used to tell stories of boys who stowed away on trading galleys and sailed off into all kinds of adventures. Maybe Arya could do that too. She decided to visit the riverfront. It was on the way to the Mudgate anyway. and she hadn't checked that one today. The wharfs were oddly quiet when Arya got there. She spied another pair of gold cloaks walking side by side to the fish market, but they never so much as looked at her. Half the stalls were empty, and it seemed to her that there were fewer ships at dock than she remembered. Out on the Blackwater, 3 of the king's war galleys moved in formation, gold-painted hulls splitting the water as their oars rose and fell. Arya watched them for a bit, then began to make her way along the river. When she saw the guardsmen on the 3rd pier in grey woolen cloaks trimmed with white satin, her heart almost stopped in her chest. The sight of Winterfell's colours brought tears to her eyes. Behind them, a sleek 3-banked trading galley rocked at her moorings. Arya could not read the name painted on the hull. The words were strange: Mirish, Bravosi, perhaps even High Valyrian. She grabbed a passing longshoreman by the sleeve. "Please," she said, "what ship is this?"
"She's the Wind Witch out of Myr," the man said.
"She's still here,"
Arya blurted.
The longshoreman gave her a queer look, shrugged, and walked away.
Arya ran toward the pier. The Wind Witch was the ship Father had hired to take her home. Still waiting. She'd imagined it had sailed ages ago. 2 of the guardsmen were dicing together, while the 3rd walked round, his hand on the pommel of a sword. Ashamed to let them see her crying like a baby, she stopped to rub at her eyes. Her eyes, her eyes, her eyes, why did— "Look with your eyes," she heard Syrio whisper. Arya looked. She knew all of her father's men. The 3 in the grey cloaks were strangers.
"You!"
the one walking rounds called out.
"What do you want here, boy?"
The other 2 looked up from their dice. It was all Arya could do not to bolt and run, but she knew that if she did they would be after her at once. She made herself walk closer. They were looking for a girl. But he thought she was a boy. She'd be a boy, then.
"Want to buy a pigeon?"
She showed him the dead bird.
"Get out of here,"
the guardsman said. Arya did as he told her. She did not have to pretend to be frightened. Behind her, the men went back to their dice. She could not have said how she got back to Flea Bottom, but she was breathing hard by the time she reached the narrow, crooked, unpaved streets between the hills. The bottom had a stench to it, a stink of pigsties and stables and tanners' sheds, mixed in with the sour smell of wine sinks and cheap whorehouses. Arya wound her way through the maze dully. It was not until she caught a whiff of bubbling brown coming through a pot-shop door that she realized her pigeon was gone. It must have slipped from her belt as she ran, or someone had stolen it, and she'd never noticed. For a moment she wanted to cry again. She'd have to walk all the way back to the Street of Flower to find another one that plump. Far across the city, bells began to ring. Arya glanced up, listening, wondering what the ringing meant this time.
"What's this now?"
a fat man called from the pot-shop.
"The bells again, God's a mercy,"
wailed an old woman. A red-haired whore in a wisp of painted silk pushed open a second-story window.
"Is it the boy king that's died now?"
she shouted down, leaning out over the street.
"Ah, that's a boy for you. They never last long."
As she laughed, a naked man slid his arms around her from behind, biting her neck and rubbing the heavy white breasts that hung loose beneath her shift.
"Stupid slut!" the fat man shouted up. "The king's not dead. That's only summoning bells. 1 tower tolling. When the king dies, they ring every bell in the city."
"Here, quit your biting or I'll ring your bells,"
the woman in the window said to the man behind her, pushing him off with an elbow.
"So who was it died, if not the king?"
"It's a summoning,"
the fat man repeated. 2 boys, close to Arya's age, scampered past, splashing through a puddle. The old woman cursed them, but they kept right on going. Other people were moving too, heading up the hill to see what the noise was about. Arya ran after the slower boy.
"Where you going?"
she shouted when she was right behind him.
"What's happening?"
He glanced back without slowing.
"The gold cloaks is carrying them to the sept." "Who?"
she yelled, running hard.
"The hand. They'll be taking his head off, Boo says."
A passing wagon had left a deep rut in the street. The boy leapt over, but Arya never saw it. She tripped and fell, face first, scraping her knee open on a stone and smashing her fingers when her hands hit the hard-packed earth. Needle tangled between her legs. She sobbed as she struggled to her knees. The thumb of her left hand was covered with blood. When she sucked on it, she saw that half the thumbnail was gone, ripped off in her fall. Her hands throbbed, and her knee was all bloody too.
"Make way!" someone shouted from the cross-street. "Make way for my lords of red wine!"
It was all Arya could do to get out of the road before they ran her down, 4 guardsmen on huge horses pounding past at a gallop. They wore checked cloaks, blue and burgundy. Behind them 2 young lordlings rode side by side on a pair of chestnut mares, alike as peas in a pod. Arya had seen them in the bailey 100 times. The red wine twins, Sir Horace and Sir Hobber, homely youths with orange hair and square freckled faces. Sansa and Jane Poole used to call them Sir Horror and Sir Slobber, and giggle whenever they caught sight of them. They did not look funny now. Everyone was moving in the same direction, all in a hurry to see what the ringing was all about. The bells seemed louder now, clanging, calling. Arya joined the stream of people. Her thumb hurt so bad where the nail had broken that it was all she could do not to cry. She bit her lip as she limped along, listening to the excited voices around her.
"The King's Hand, Lord Stark! They're carrying him up to Baelor's Sept. I heard he was dead. Soon enough, soon enough. Here, I got me a silver stag, says they lop his head off. Past time, the traitor!" The man spat.
Arya struggled to find a voice.
"He never—"
she started, but she was only a child, and they talked right over her.
"Fool! They ain't neither going to lop him. Since when do they nick traitors on the steps of the great Sept? Well, they don't mean to anoint him no knight. I heard it was Stark killed old King Robert, slit his throat in the woods, and when they found him, he stood there as cool as you please and said it was some old boar did for his grace.
Now, that's not true. It was his own brother did him, that Renly, him with his gold antlers."
"You shut your lying mouth, woman. You don't know what you're saying. His lordship's a fine, true man."
By the time they reached the Street of the Sisters, they were packed in shoulder to shoulder. Arya let the human current carry her along, up to the top of Visenya's hill. The white marble plaza was a solid mass of people, all yammering excitedly at each other and straining to get closer to the great Sept of Baelor. The bells were very loud here. Arya squirmed through the press, ducking between the legs of horses and clutching tight to her sword-stick. From the middle of the crowd all she could see were arms and legs and stomachs, and the 7 slender towers of the Sept looming overhead. She spotted a wood wagon and thought to climb up on the back where she might be able to see, but others had the same idea. The teamster cursed at them and drove them off with a crack of his whip. Arya grew frantic. Forcing her way to the front of the crowd, she was shoved up against the stone of a plinth. She looked up at Baelor, the Blessed, the Septon King. Sliding her stick-sword through her belt, Arya began to climb. Her broken thumbnail left smears of blood on the painted marble, but she made it up and wedged herself in between the king's feet. That was when she saw her father. Lord Eddard stood on the high Septon's pulpit outside the doors of the Sept, supported between 2 of the gold cloaks. He was dressed in a rich grey velvet doublet with a white wolf sewn on the front in beads and a grey wool cloak trimmed with fur. But he was thinner than Arya had ever seen him, his long face drawn with pain. He was not standing so much as being held up. The cast over his broken leg was grey and rotten. The high Septon himself stood behind him, a squat man, grey with age and ponderously fat, wearing long white robes and an immense crown of spun gold and crystal that wreathed his head with rainbows whenever he moved. Clustered around the doors of the Sept, in front of the raised marble pulpit, were a knot of knights and high lords. Joffrey was prominent among them, his raiment all crimson, silk and satin patterned with prancing stags and roaring lions, a gold crown on his head. His queen mother stood beside him in a black mourning gown slashed with crimson, a veil of black diamonds in her hair. Arya recognized the Hound, wearing a snowy white cloak over his dark grey armour, with 4 of the Kingsguard around him. She saw Varys the eunuch gliding among the lords in soft slippers and a patterned damask robe, and she thought the short man with the silvery cape and pointed beard might be the one who had once fought a duel for mother. And there, in their midst, was Sansa, dressed in sky-blue silk, with her long auburn hair washed and curled and silver bracelets on her wrists. Arya scowled, wondering what her sister was doing here, why she looked so happy. A long line of gold-cloaked spearmen held back the crowd, commanded by a stout man in elaborate armor, all black lacquer and gold filigree. His cloak had the metallic shimmer of true cloth of gold. When the bell ceased to toll, a quiet slowly settled across the great plaza, and her father lifted his head and began to speak, his voice so thin and weak she could scarcely make him out. People behind her began to shout out, "What?" and "Louder!" The man in the black and gold armor stepped up behind father and prodded him sharply.
"You leave him alone!"
Arya wanted to shout, but she knew no one would listen. She chewed her lip. Her father raised his voice and began again. "I am Eddard Stark, Lord of Winterfell and Hand of the King," he said more loudly, his voice carrying across the plaza. "And I come before you to confess my treason in the sight of gods and men."
"No,"
Arya whimpered. Below her, the crowd began to scream and shout. Taunts and obscenities filled the air. Sansa had hidden her face in her hands. Her father raised his voice still higher, straining to be heard. "I betrayed the faith of my king and the trust of my friend Robert," he shouted. "I swore to defend and protect his children, yet before his blood was cold, I plotted to depose and murder his son and seize the throne for myself. Let the High Septon and Baelor the Beloved and the Seven bear witness to the truth of what I say. Joffrey Baratheon is the one true heir to the Iron Throne, and by the grace of all the gods, Lord of the Seven Kingdoms and Protector of the Realm." A stone came sailing out of the crowd. Arya cried out as she saw her father hit. The gold cloaks kept him from falling. Blood ran down his face from a deep gash across his forehead. More stones followed. One struck the guard to father's left. Another went clanging off the breastplate of the knight in the black and gold armor. Two of the king's guards stepped in front of Joffrey and the queen, protecting them with their shields. Her hand slid beneath her cloak and found a needle in its sheath. She tightened her fingers around the grip, squeezing as hard as she had ever squeezed anything. "Please, gods, keep him safe," she prayed. "Don't let them hurt my father." The High Septon knelt before Joffrey and his mother. "As we sin, so do we suffer," he intoned in a deep, swelling voice, much louder than father's. "This man has confessed his crimes in the sight of gods and men here in this holy place." Rainbows danced around his head as he lifted his hands in entreaty. "The gods are just, yet blessed Baelor taught us that they are also merciful. What shall be done with this traitor, your grace?" 1,000 voices were screaming, but Arya never heard them. Prince Joffrey, no, King Joffrey, stepped out from behind the shields of his Kingsguard. "My mother bids me let Lord Eddard take the black, and Lady Sansa has begged mercy for her father." He looked straight at Sansa then, and smiled. And for a moment Arya thought that the gods had heard her prayer, until Joffrey turned back to the crowd and said, "But they have the soft hearts of women. So long as I am your king, treason shall never go unpunished. Sir Ilyn, bring me his head." The crowd roared, and Arya felt the statue of Baelor rock as they surged against it. The High Septon clutched at the king's cape, and Varys came rushing over, waving his arms, and even the queen was saying something to him, but Joffrey shook his head. Lords and knights moved aside as he stepped through, tall and fleshless, a skeleton in iron mail. The king's justice. Dimly, as if from far off, Arya heard her sister scream. Sansa had fallen to her knees, sobbing hysterically. Sir Ilyn Payne climbed the steps of the pulpit. Arya wriggled between Baelor's feet and threw herself into the crowd, drawing needle. She landed on a man in a butcher's apron, knocking him to the ground. Immediately someone slammed into her back, and she almost went down herself. Bodies closed in around her, stumbling and pushing, trampling on the poor butcher. Arya slashed at them with the needle. High atop the pulpit Sir Ilyn Payne gestured, and the knight in black and gold gave a command. The gold cloaks flung Lord Eddard to the marble with his head and chest out over the edge. "Hey, you! An angry voice shouted at Arya, but she bowled past, shoving people aside, squirming between them, slamming into anyone in her way. A hand fumbled at her leg, and she hacked at it, kicked at shins. A woman stumbled, and Arya ran up her back, cutting to both sides, but it was no good, no good. There were too many people. No sooner did she make a hole than it closed again. Someone buffeted her aside. She could still hear Sansa screaming. Sir Ilyn drew a two-handed greatsword from the scabbard on his back. As he lifted the blade above his head, sunlight seemed to ripple and dance down the dark metal, glinting off an edge sharper than any razor. "Ice," she thought. "He has ice." Her tears streamed down her face, blinding her. And then a hand shot out of the press and closed round her arm like a wolf-trap, so hard that needle went flying from her hand. Arya was wrenched off her feet. She would have fallen if he hadn't held her up, as easy as if she were a doll. A face pressed close to hers, long black hair and tangled beard and rotten teeth. "Don't look!" a thick voice snarled at her. I... Arya sobbed. The old man shook her so hard her teeth rattled. "Shut your mouth and close your eyes, boy!" Dimly, as if from far away, she heard a noise. A soft, sighing sound, as if a million people had let out their breath at once. The old man's fingers dug into her arm, stiff as iron. "Look at me. Yes, that's the way of it, at me." Sour wine perfumed his breath. "Remember, boy?" It was the smell that did it. Arya saw the matted, greasy hair, the patched, dusty black cloak that covered his twisted shoulders, the hard, black eyes squinting at her, and she remembered the black brother who had come to visit her father. "Know me now, do you? There's a bright boy." He spat. "They're done here. You'll be coming with me, and you'll be keeping your mouth shut." When she started to reply, he shook her again, even harder. "Shut, I said." The plaza was beginning to empty. The press dissolved around them as people drifted back to their lives. But Arya's life was gone. Numb, she trailed along beside... Yoren, yes, his name is Yoren. She did not recall him finding Needle until he handed the sword back to her. "Hope you can use that, boy." "I'm not—" she started. He shoved her into a doorway, thrust dirty fingers through her hair, and gave it a twist, yanking her head back. "Not a smart boy? That what you mean to say?" He had a knife in his other hand. As the blade flashed toward her face, Arya threw herself backward, kicking wildly, wrenching her head from side to side. But he had her by the hair, so strong she could feel her scalp tearing, and on her lips the salt taste of tears. Bran. The oldest were men grown, 17 and 18 years from the day of their naming. One was past 20. Most were younger, 16 or less. Bran watched them from the balcony of Maester Luwin's turret, listening to them grunt and strain and curse as they swung their staves and wooden swords. The yard was alive to the clack of wood on wood, punctuated all too often by thwacks and yowls of pain when a blow struck leather or flesh. Sir Roderick strode among the boys, face reddening beneath his white whiskers, muttering at them one and all. Bran had never seen the old knight look so fierce. "No," he kept saying. "No, no, no!" "They don't fight very well," Bran said dubiously. He scratched Summer idly behind the ears as the dire wolf tore at a haunch of meat. Bones crunched between his teeth. "For a certainty," Maester Luwin agreed with a deep sigh. The maester was peering through his big mirrorish lens tube, measuring shadows and noting the position of the comet that hung low in the morning sky. "At given time, Sir Roderick has the truth of it. We need men to walk the walls. Your Lord Father took the cream of his guard to King's Landing, and your brother took the rest, along with all the likely lads for leagues around. Many will not come back to us, and we must needs find the men to take their places." Bran stared resentfully at the sweating boys below. "If I still had my legs, I could beat them all." He remembered the last time he'd held a sword in his hand, when the king had come to Winterfell. It was only a wooden sword, yet he'd knocked Prince Tommen down 100 times. Sir Roderick should teach me to use a poleaxe. If I had a poleaxe with a big long haft, Hodor could be my legs. We could be a knight together."
"I think that's unlikely," Maester Luwin said. "Bran, when a man fights, his arms and legs and thoughts must be as one."
Below in the yard, Sir Roderick was yelling, "You fight like a goose! He pecks you, and you peck him harder! Parry! Block the blow! Goose fighting will not suffice. If those were real swords, the first peck would take your arm off." One of the other boys laughed, and the old knight rounded on him. "You laugh, you! Now that is gall. You fight like a hedgehog."
"There was a knight once who couldn't see," Bran said stubbornly, as Sir Roderick went on below. "Old Nan told me about him. He had a long staff with blades at both ends, and he could spin it in his hands and chop 2 men at once."
"Simeon Stareyes," Luwin said, as he marked numbers in a book. "When he lost his eyes, he put star sapphires in the empty sockets, or so the singers claim. Bran, that is only a story, like the tales of Florian the Fool, a fable from the age of heroes." The maester tisked. "You must put these dreams aside. They will only break your heart."
The mention of dreams reminded him.
"I dreamed about the crow again last night. The one with 3 eyes. He flew into my bedchamber and told me to come with him, so I did. We went down to the crypts. Father was there, and we talked. He was sad."
"And why was that?" Luwin peered through his tube.
"It was something to do about Jon, I think."
The dream had been deeply disturbing, more so than any of the other crow dreams.
"Hodor won't go down into the crypts."
The maester had only been half listening. Bran could tell. He lifted his eye from the tube, blinking.
"Hodor won't—"
"Go down into the crypts. When I woke, I told him to take me down to see if Father was truly there. At first he didn't know what I was saying, but I got him to the steps by telling him to go here and go there. Only then he wouldn't go down. He just stood on the top step and said, 'Hodor,' like he was scared of the dark. But I had a torch. It made me so mad I almost gave him a swat in the head, like old Nan is always doing."
He saw the way the maester was frowning, and hurriedly added,
"I didn't, though."
"Good. Hodor is a man, not a mule to be beaten."
"In the dream I flew down with the crow, but I can't do that when I'm awake,"
Bran explained.
"Why would you want to go down to the crypts?"
"I told you to look for Father."
The maester tugged at the chain around his neck, as he often did when he was uncomfortable.
"Bran, sweet child, one day Lord Eddard will sit below in stone, beside his father and his father's father, and all the Starks back to the old kings in the north. But that will not be for many years, gods be good. Your father is a prisoner of the Queen in King's Landing. You will not find him in the crypts."
"He was there last night. I talked to him."
"Stubborn boy," the maester sighed, setting his book aside. "Would you like to go see?"
"I can't. Hodor won't go, and the steps are too narrow and twisty for Dancer."
"I believe I can solve that difficulty."
In place of Hodor, the wildling woman Osha was summoned. She was tall and tough and uncomplaining, willing to go wherever she was commanded.
"I lived my life beyond the wall. A hole in the ground won't fret me none, my lords," she said.
"Summer, come," Bran called, as she lifted him in wiry, strong arms. The dire wolf left his bone and followed as Osha carried Bran across the yard and down the spiral steps to the cold vault under the earth. Maester Luwin went ahead with a torch. Bran did not even mind, too badly, that she carried him in her arms and not on her back. Sir Roderick had ordered Osha's chain struck off, since she had served faithfully and well since she had been at Winterfell. She still wore the heavy iron shackles around her ankles, a sign that she was not yet wholly trusted, but they did not hinder her sure strides down the steps. Bran could not recall the last time he had been in the crypts. It had been before, for certain. When he was little, he used to play down here with Rob and John and his sisters. He wished they were here now. The vault might not have seemed so dark and scary. Summer stalked out in the echoing gloom, then stopped, lifted his head, and sniffed the chill dead air. He bared his teeth and crept backward, eyes glowing golden in the light of the maester's torch. Even Osha, hard as old iron, seemed uncomfortable. "Grim folk, by the look of them," she said as she eyed the long row of granite Starks on their stone thrones.
"They were the kings of winter,"
Bran whispered. Somehow it felt wrong to talk too loudly in this place.
Osha smiled. "Winter's got no king. If you'd seen it, you'd know that, Summer boy." "They were the kings in the north for thousands of years," Maester Luwin said, lifting the torch high so the light shone on the stone faces. Some were hairy and bearded, shaggy men, fierce as the wolves that crouched by their feet. Others were shaved clean, their features gaunt and sharp-edged as the iron longswords across their laps. "Hard men for a hard time. Come." He strode briskly down the vault, past the procession of stone pillars and the endless carved figures. A tongue of flame trailed back from the upraised torch as he went. The vault was cavernous, longer than Winterfell itself, and Jon had told him once that there were other levels underneath, vaults even deeper and darker, where the older kings were buried. It would not do to lose the light. Summer refused to move from the steps even when Osha followed the torch, Bran in her arms. "Do you recall your history, Bran?" the maester said as they walked. "Tell Osha who they were and what they did, if you can." He looked at the passing faces, and the tales came back to him. The maester had told him the stories, and old Nan had made them come alive. "That one is Jon Stark. When the Sea Raiders landed in the east, he drove them out and built the castle at White Harbor. His son was Rickard Stark, not my father's father, but another Rickard. He took the neck away from the Marsh King and married his daughter. Theon Stark's the real thin one with the long hair and the skinny beard. They called him the Hungry Wolf because he was always at war." "That's a Brandon, the tall one with a dreamy face. He was Brandon the Shipwright because he loved the sea. His tomb is empty. He tried to sail west across the Sunset Sea and was never seen again. His son was Brandon the Burner because he put the torch to all his father's ships in grief. There's Roderick Stark, who won Bear Island in a wrestling match and gave it to the Mormonts. And that's Torrhen Stark, the king who knelt. He was the last king in the north and the first lord of Winterfell, after he yielded to Aegon the Conqueror. Oh, there, he's Cregan Stark. He fought with Prince Aemon once, and the Dragon Knight said he'd never faced a finer swordsman." They were almost to the end now, and Bran felt a sadness creeping over him. "And there's my grandfather, Lord Rickard, who was beheaded by mad King Aerys. His daughter Lyanna and his son Brandon are in the tombs beside him. Not me, another Brandon, my father's brother. They're not supposed to have statues, that's only for the lords and the kings, but my father loved them so much he had them done." "The maid's a fair one," Osha said. "Robert was betrothed to marry her, but Prince Rhaegar carried her off and raped her," Bran explained. "Robert fought a war to win her back. He killed Rhaegar on the Trident with his hammer, but Lyanna died and he never got her back at all." "A sad tale," said Osha, "but those empty halls are sadder." "Lord Eddard's tomb, for when his time comes," Maester Luwin said. "Is this where you saw your father in your dream, Bran?" "Yes." The memory made him shiver. He looked around the vault uneasily, the hairs on the back of his neck bristling. Had he heard a noise? Was there someone here? Maester Luwin stepped toward the open sepulchre, torch in hand. "As you see, he's not here, nor will he be for many a year.
Dreams are only dreams, child." He thrust his arm into the blackness inside the tomb, as into the mouth of some great beast. "Do you see? It's quite empty." The darkness sprang at him, snarling. Bran saw eyes like green fire, a flash of teeth, fur as black as the pit around them. Maester Luwin yelled and threw up his hands. The torch went flying from his fingers, caromed off the stone face of Brandon Stark, and tumbled to the statue's feet, the flames licking up his legs. In the drunken, shifting torchlight, they saw Luwin struggling with the dire wolf, beating at his muzzle with one hand while the jaws closed on the other. "Summer!" Bran screamed. And Summer came, shooting from the dimness behind them, a leaping shadow. He slammed into Shaggy Dog and knocked him back, and the two dire wolves rolled over and over in a tangle of grey and black fur, snapping and biting at each other, while Maester Luwin struggled to his knees, his arm torn and bloody. Osha propped Bran up against Lord Rickard's stone wolf as she hurried to assist the maester. In the light of the guttering torch, shadow wolves 20 feet tall fought on the wall and roof.
"Shaggy,"
a small voice called. When Bran looked up, his little brother was standing in the mouth of Father's tomb. With one final snap at Summer's face, Shaggy Dog broke off and bounded to Rickon's side.
"You let my father be,"
Rickon warned Luwin.
"You let him be."
"Rickon," Bran said softly, "Father's not here."
"Yes, he is. I saw him."
Tears glistened on Rickon's face.
"I saw him last night."
"In your dream?" Rickon nodded.
"You leave him. You leave him be. He's coming home now like he promised. He's coming home."
Bran had never seen Maester Luwin look so uncertain before. Blood dripped down his arm where Shaggy Dog had shredded the wool of his sleeve and the flesh beneath. "Osha, the torch," he said, biting through his pain, and she snatched it up before it went out. Soot stains blackened both legs of his uncle's likeness. That beast," Luwin went on, "is supposed to be chained up in the kennels." Rickon patted Shaggy Dog's muzzle, damp with blood.
"I let him loose. He doesn't like chains."
He licked at his fingers. "Rickon," Bran said, "would you like to come with me?"
"No. I like it here."
"It's dark here, and cold."
"I'm not afraid. I have to wait for Father."
"You can wait with me," Bran said. "We'll wait together, you and me, and our wolves." Both of the dire wolves were licking wounds now, and would bear close watching. "Bran," the maester said firmly, "I know you mean well, but Shaggy Dog is too wild to run loose. I'm the third man he's savaged. Give him the freedom of the castle, and it's only a question of time before he kills someone. The truth is hard, but the wolf has to be chained, or—" He hesitated. "Or killed," Bran thought, but what he said was, "He was not made for chains. We will wait in your tower, all of us." "That is quite impossible," Maester Luwin said. Osha grinned. "The boy is the lordling here, as I recall." She handed Luwin back his torch and scooped Bran up into her arms again. "The maester's tower it is." "Will you come, Rickon?" His brother nodded.
"If Shaggy comes too,"
he said, running after Osha and Bran, and there was nothing Maester Luwin could do but follow, keeping a wary eye on the wolves. Maester Luwin's turret was so cluttered that it seemed to Bran a wonder that he ever found anything. Tottering piles of books covered tables and chairs, rows of stoppered jars lined the shelves, candle stubs and puddles of dried wax dotted the furniture. The bronze Mirish lens tube sat on a tripod by the terrace door. Star charts hung from the walls. Shadow maps lay scattered among the rushes. Papers, quills, and pots of inks were everywhere, and all of it was spotted with droppings from the ravens in the rafters. Their strident quarks drifted down from above as Osha washed and cleaned and bandaged the maester's wounds, under Luwin's terse instruction. "This is folly," the small grey man said, while she dabbed at the wolf bites with a stinging ointment. I agree that it is odd that both you boys dreamed the same dream, yet when you stop to consider it, it's only natural. You miss your Lord Father, and you know that he is a captive. Fear can fever a man's mind and give him queer thoughts. Rickon is too young to comprehend.
I'm 4 now,
Rickon said. He was peeking through the lens tube at the gargoyles on the first keep. The dire-wolves sat on opposite sides of the large round room, licking their wounds and gnawing on bones.
Too young, and... Ooh, 7 hells! That burns. No, don't stop. More. Too young, as I say. But you, Bran, you're old enough to know that dreams are only dreams.
Some are, some aren't.
Osha poured pale red fire-milk into a long gash. Lewin gasped.
The children of the forest could tell you a thing or two about dreaming.
Tears were streaming down the maester's face, yet he shook his head doggedly. The children live only in dreams. Now, dead and gone. Enough, that's enough. Now the bandages. Pads, and then wrap, and make it tight. I'll be bleeding.
Old Nan says that children knew the songs of the trees, that they could fly like birds and swim like fish and talk to the animals, Bran said. She says that they made music so beautiful that it made you cry like a little baby just to hear it.
And all this they did with magic, Maester Lewin said, distracted. I wish they were here now. A spell would heal my arm less painfully, and they could talk to Shaggy Dog and tell him not to bite. He gave the big black wolf an angry glance out of the corner of his eye. Take a lesson, Bran. The man who trusts in spells is dueling with a glass sword, as the children did. Here, let me show you something. He stood abruptly, crossed the room, and returned with a green jar in his good hand. Have a look at these, he said as he pulled the stopper and shook out a handful of shiny black arrowheads. Bran picked one up.
It's made of glass.
Curious, Rickon drifted closer to peer over the table.
Dragon glass, Osha named it. She sat down beside Lewin, bandagings in hand.
Obsidian, Maester Lewin insisted, holding out his wounded arm. Forged in the fires of the gods, far below the earth. The children of the forest hunted with that, thousands of years ago. The children worked no metal. In place of mail, they wore long shirts of woven leaves and bound their legs in bark, so they seemed to melt into the wood. In place of swords, they carried blades of obsidian. And still do. Osha placed soft pads over the bites on the maester's forearm and bound them tight with long strips of linen. Bran held the arrowhead up close. The black glass was slick and shiny. He thought it beautiful.
Can I keep one?
As you wish, the maester said.
I want one too,
Rickon said.
I want 4. I'm 4.
Lewin made him count them out. Careful, they're still sharp. Don't cut yourself.
Tell me about the children,
Bran said. It was important. What do you wish to know?
Everything.
Maester Lewin tugged at his chain collar where it chafed against his neck. They were people of the Dawn Age, the very first, before kings and kingdoms, he said. In those days there were no castles or holdfasts, no cities, not so much as a market town to be found between here and the Sea of Dawn. There were no men at all. Only the children of the forest dwelt in the lands we now call the 7 Kingdoms. They were a people dark and beautiful, small of stature, no taller than children even when grown to manhood. They lived in the depths of the wood, in caves and crannigs and secret tree towns. Slight as they were, the children were quick and graceful. Male and female hunted together, with weirwood bows and flying snares. Their gods were the gods of the forest, stream and stone, the old gods whose names are secret. Their wise men were called green seers, and carved strange faces in the weirwoods to keep watch on the woods. How long the children reigned here, or where they came from, no man can know. But some 12,000 years ago, the first men appeared from the east, crossing the broken arm of dawn before it was broken. They came with bronze swords and great leathern shields, riding horses. No horse had ever been seen on this side of the narrow sea. No doubt the children were as frightened by the horses as the first men were by the faces in the trees. As the first men carved out holdfasts and farms, they cut down the faces and gave them to the fire. Horror-struck, the children went to war. The old songs say that the green seers used dark magics to make the seas rise and sweep away the land, shattering the arm, but it was too late to close the door. The wars went on until the earth ran red with blood of men and children both, but more children than men, for men were bigger and stronger, and wood and stone and obsidian make a poor match for bronze. Finally, the wise of both races prevailed, and the chiefs and heroes of the first men met the green seers and wood dancers amidst the weirwood groves of a small island in the great lake called God's Eye. There they forged the pact. The first men were given the coastlands, the high plains and bright meadows, the mountains and bogs, but the deep woods were to remain forever the children's, and no more weirwoods were to be put to the axe anywhere in the realm. So the gods might bear witness to the signing, every tree on the island was given a face, and afterward the sacred order of green men was formed to keep watch over the Isle of Faces. The pact began 4,000 years of friendship between men and children. In time the first men even put aside the gods they had brought with them, and took up the worship of the secret gods of the wood. The signing of the pact ended the Dawn Age, and began the Age of Heroes.
Bran's fist curled around the shiny black arrowhead. "But the children of the forest are all gone now, you said."
"Here they are," said Osha, as she bit off the end of the last bandage with her teeth. "North of the wall things are different. That's where the children went, and the giants, and the other old races."
Maester Luwin sighed. "Women, by rights you ought to be dead or in chains. The Starks have treated you more gently than you deserve. It is unkind to repay them for their kindness by filling the boys' heads with folly."
"Tell me where they went," Bran said. "I want to know."
"Me too,"
Rickon echoed.
"Oh, very well," Luwin muttered. "So long as the kingdoms of the first men held sway, the pact endured, all through the Age of Heroes and the Long Night and the birth of the Seven Kingdoms. Yet finally there came a time, many centuries later, when other peoples crossed the narrow sea. The Andals were the first, a race of tall, fair-haired warriors who came with steel and fire and the seven-pointed star of the new gods painted on their chests. The wars lasted hundreds of years, but in the end the 6 Southron kingdoms all fell before them. Only here, where the king in the north threw back every army that tried to cross the neck, did the rule of the first men endure. The Andals burnt out the weirwood groves, hacked down the faces, slaughtered the children where they found them, and everywhere proclaimed the triumph of the 7 over the old gods. So the children fled north.
Summer began to howl. Maester Luwin broke off, startled. When Shaggy Dog bounded to his feet and added his voice to his brother's, dread clutched at Bran's heart. "It's coming," he whispered, with the certainty of despair. He had known it since last night, he realized, since the crow had led him down into the crypt to say farewell. He had known it, but he had not believed. He had wanted Maester Luwin to be right. "The crow," he thought. "The three-eyed crow." The howling stopped as suddenly as it had begun. Summer padded across the tower floor to Shaggy Dog and began to lick at a mat of bloody fur on the back of his brother's neck. From the window came a flutter of wings. A raven landed on the grey stone sill, opened its beak, and gave a harsh, raucous rattle of distress.
Rickon began to cry. His arrowheads fell from his hand one by one and clattered on the floor. Bran pulled him close and hugged him. Maester Luwin stared at the blackbird as if it were a scorpion with feathers. He rose, slow as a sleepwalker, and moved to the window. When he whistled, the raven hopped onto his bandaged forearm. There was dried blood on its wings. "A hawk," Luwin murmured. "Perhaps an owl. Poor thing, I wonder it got through." He took the letter from its leg. Bran found himself shivering as the maester unrolled the paper. "What is it?" he said, holding his brother all the harder. "You know what it is, boy," Osha said, not unkindly. She put her hand on his head. Maester Luwin looked up at them numbly. A small grey man with blood on the sleeve of his grey wool robe and tears in his bright grey eyes. "My lords," he said to the sons, in a voice gone hoarse and shrunken, we shall need to find a stone carver who knew his likeness well." Sansa. In the tower room at the heart of Maegor's holdfast, Sansa gave herself to the darkness. She drew the curtains around her bed, slept, woke weeping, and slept again. When she could not sleep, she lay under her blankets, shivering with grief. Servants came and went, bringing meals, but the sight of food was more than she could bear. The dishes piled up on the table beneath her window, untouched and spoiling, until the servants took them away again. Sometimes her sleep was leaden and dreamless, and she woke from it more tired than when she had closed her eyes. Yet those were the best times, for when she dreamed of father. Waking or sleeping, she saw him, saw the gold cloaks fling him down, saw Sir Ilyn striding forward, unsheathing ice from the scabbard on his back, saw the moment when she had wanted to look away. She had wanted to. Her legs had gone out from under her, and she had fallen to her knees, yet somehow she could not turn her head, and all the people were screaming and shouting, and her prince had smiled at her. He'd smiled, and she'd felt safe, but only for a heartbeat, until he said those words. And her father's legs, that was what she remembered. His legs, the way they jerked when Sir Ilyn, when the sword... "Perhaps I will die too," she told herself, and the thought did not seem so terrible to her. If she flung herself from the window, she could put an end to her suffering, and in the years to come the singers would write songs of her grief. Her body would lie on the stones below, broken and innocent, shaming all those who had betrayed her. Sansa went so far as to cross the bedchamber and throw open the shutters. But then her courage left her, and she ran back to her bed sobbing. The serving girls tried to talk to her when they brought her meals, but she never answered them. Once Grand Maester Pycelle came with a box of flasks and bottles to ask if she was ill. He felt her brow, made her undress, and touched her all over while her bedmaid held her down. When he left, he gave her a potion of honey water and herbs, and told her to drink a swallow every night. She drank it all right then, and went back to sleep. She dreamt of footsteps on the tower stair, an ominous scraping of leather on stone as a man climbed slowly toward her bedchamber, step by step. All she could do was huddle behind her door and listen, trembling as he came closer and closer. It was Sir Ilyn Payne, she knew, coming for her with ice in his hand, coming to take her head. There was no place to run, no place to hide, no way to bar the door. Finally the footsteps stopped, and she knew he was just outside, standing there, silent, with his dead eyes and his long, pocked face. That was when she realized she was naked. She crouched down, trying to cover herself with her hands, as her door began to swing open, creaking, the point of the great sword poking through. She woke, murmuring,
Please, please, I'll be good. I'll be good. Please, don't.
But there was no one to hear. When they finally came for her in truth, Sansa never heard their footsteps. It was Joffrey who opened her door, not Sir Ilyn, but the boy who had been her prince. She was in bed, curled up tight, her curtains drawn, and she could not have said if it was noon or midnight. The first thing she heard was the slam of the door. Then her bed-hangings were yanked back, and she threw up a hand against the sudden light and saw them standing over her.
"You will attend me in court this afternoon," Joffrey said. "See that you bathe and dress as befits my betrothed."
Sandor Clegane stood at his shoulder in a plain brown doublet and green mantle, his burned face hideous in the morning light. Behind them were 2 knights of the King's Guard in long white satin cloaks. Sansa drew her blanket up to her chin to cover herself.
"No," she whimpered. "Please, leave me be."
"If you won't rise and dress yourself, my hound will do it for you," Joffrey said.
"I beg of you, my prince."
"I'm king now. Dog, get her out of bed."
Sandor Clegane scooped her up around the waist and lifted her off the feather-bed. As she struggled feebly, her blanket fell to the floor. Underneath she had only a thin bedgown to cover her nakedness.
"Do as you're bid, child," Clegane said. "Dress."
He pushed her toward her wardrobe, almost gently.
Sansa backed away from them.
"I did as the Queen asked. I wrote the letters. I wrote what she told me. You promised you'd be merciful. Please, let me go home. I won't do any treason. I'll be good. I swear it. I don't have traitor's blood. I don't. I only want to go home."
Remembering her courtesies, she lowered her head.
"Does it please you?"
she finished weakly.
"It does not please me," Joffrey said. "Mother says I'm still to marry you, so you'll stay here and you'll obey."
"I don't want to marry you,"
Sansa wailed.
"You chopped off my father's head."
"He was a traitor. I never promised to spare him, only that I'd be merciful, and I was. If he hadn't been your father, I would have had him torn or flayed, but I gave him a clean death."
Sansa stared at him, seeing him for the first time. He was wearing a padded crimson doublet patterned with lions and a cloth of gold cape with a high collar that framed his face. She wondered how she could ever have thought him handsome. His lips were as soft and red as the worms you found after a rain, and his eyes were vain and cruel.
"I hate you," she whispered.
King Joffrey's face hardened.
"My mother tells me that it isn't fitting that a king should strike his wife. Cimmerian?"
The knight was on her before she could think, yanking back her hand as she tried to shield her face and backhanding her across the ear with a gloved fist. Sansa did not remember falling, yet the next she knew she was sprawled on one knee amongst the rushes. Her head was ringing. Sir Meryn Trant stood over her, with blood on the knuckles of his white silk glove.
"Will you obey now, or shall I have him chastise you again?"
Sansa's ear felt numb. She touched it, and her fingertips came away wet and red.
As you command, my lord."
"Your Grace," Joffrey corrected her. "I shall look for you in court."
He turned and left. Sir Meryn and Sir Aerys followed him out, but Sandor Clegane lingered long enough to yank her roughly to her feet.
"Save yourself some pain, girl, and give him what he wants."
What does he want? Please tell me."
"He wants you to smile and smell sweet and be his lady love," the hound rasped. "He wants to hear you recite all your pretty little words the way the scepter taught you. He wants you to love him and fear him."
After he was gone, Sansa sank back onto the rushes, staring at the wall until 2 of her bedmaids crept timidly into the chamber.
"I will need hot water for my bath, please," she told them, "and perfume and some powder to hide this bruise."
The right side of her face was swollen and beginning to ache, but she knew Joffrey would want her to be beautiful. The hot water made her think of Winterfell. and she took strength from that. She had not washed since the day her father died, and she was startled at how filthy the water became. Her maids sluiced the blood off her face, scrubbed the dirt from her back, washed her hair, and brushed it out until it sprang back in thick auburn curls. Sansa did not speak to them, except to give them commands. They were Lannister servants, not her own, and she did not trust them. When the time came to dress, she chose the green silk gown that she had worn to the tourney. She recalled how gallant Joff had been to her that night at the feast. Perhaps it would make him remember as well, and treat her more gently. She drank a glass of buttermilk and nibbled at some sweet biscuits as she waited, to settle her stomach. It was midday when Sir Meryn returned. He had donned his white armour, a shirt of enamelled scales chased with gold, a tall helm with a golden sunburst crest, greaves and gorget and gauntlet, and boots of gleaming plate, a heavy wool cloak clasped with a golden lion. His visor had been removed from his helm, to better show his dour face, pouchy bags under his eyes, a wide, sour mouth, rusty hair spotted with grey. "My lady," he said, bowing, as if he had not beaten her bloody only 3 hours past, "His Grace has instructed me to escort you to the throne-room."
"Did he instruct you to hit me if I refused to come?"
"Are you refusing to come, my lady?" The look he gave her was without expression. He did not so much as glance at the bruise he had left her. He did not hate her, Sansa realized. Neither did he love her. He felt nothing for her at all. She was only a thing to him.
"No,"
she said, rising. She wanted to rage, to hurt him as he'd hurt her, to warn him that when she was queen she would have him exiled if he ever dared strike her again. But she remembered what the hound had told her, so all she said was,
"I shall do whatever his Grace commands."
"As I do," he replied.
"Yes, but you are no true knight, Sir Meryn."
Sandor Clegane would have laughed at that, Sansa knew. Other men might have cursed her, warned her to keep silent, even begged for her forgiveness. Sir Meryn Trant did none of these. Sir Meryn Trant simply did not care. The balcony was deserted, save for Sansa. She stood with her head bowed, fighting to hold back her tears, while below Joffrey sat on his iron throne and dispensed what it pleased him to call justice. 9 cases out of 10 seemed to bore him. Those he allowed his council to handle, squirming restlessly while Lord Baelish, Grand Maester Pycelle, or Queen Cersei resolved the matter. When he did choose to make a ruling, not even his queen mother could sway him. A thief was brought before him, and he had Sir Ilyn chop his hand off, right there in court. 2 knights came to him with a dispute about some land, and he decreed that they should duel for it on the morrow. "To the death," he added. A woman fell to her knees to plead for the head of a man executed as a traitor. She had loved him, she said, and she wanted to see him decently buried. "If you loved a traitor, you must be a traitor too," Joffrey said. 2 gold cloaks dragged her off to the dungeons. Frog-faced Lord Slint sat at the end of the council table, wearing a black velvet doublet and a shiny cloth of gold cape, nodding with approval every time the king pronounced a sentence. Sansa stared hard at his ugly face, remembering how he had thrown down her father for Sir Ilyn to behead, wishing she could hurt him, wishing that some hero would throw him down and cut off his head. But a voice inside her whispered, "There are no heroes." And she remembered what Lord Peter had said to her, here in this very hall. "Life is not a song, sweetling," he'd told her. "You may learn that one day, to your sorrow."
"In life, the monsters win,"
she told herself, and now it was the hound's voice she heard, a cold rasp, metal on stone. "Save yourself some pain, girl, and give him what he wants." The last case was a plump tavern singer accused of making a song that ridiculed the late King Robert. Joff commanded them to fetch his wood harp and ordered him to perform the song for the court. The singer wept and swore he would never sing that song again, but the king insisted. It was sort of a funny song, all about Robert fighting with a pig. The pig was the boar who'd killed him, Sansa knew, but in some verses it almost sounded as if he were singing about the queen. When the song was done, Joffrey announced that he'd decided to be merciful. The singer could keep either his fingers or his tongue. He would have a day to make his choice. Janos Slynt nodded. That was the final business of the afternoon, Sansa saw with relief, but her ordeal was not yet done. When the herald's voice dismissed the court, she fled the balcony, only to find Joffrey waiting for her at the base of the curving stairs. The hound was with him, and Sir Meryn as well. The young king examined her critically, top to bottom. "You look much better than you did." "Thank you, Your Grace," Sansa said. Hollow words, but they made him nod and smile. "Walk with me," Joffrey commanded, offering her his arm. She had no choice but to take it. The touch of his hand would have thrilled her once. Now it made her flesh crawl. "My name day will be here soon," Joffrey said as they slipped out the rear of the throne-room. "There will be a great feast and gifts. What are you going to give me?" I had not thought, my lord." "Your Grace," he said sharply. "You truly are a stupid girl, aren't you? My mother says so." "She does?" After all that had happened, his words should have lost their power to hurt her, yet somehow they had not. The Queen had always been so kind to her. "Oh, yes. She worries about our children, whether they'll be stupid like you. But I told her not to trouble herself." The king gestured, and Sir Meryn opened a door for them. "Thank you, Your Grace," she murmured. The hound was right, she thought. I am only a little bird, repeating the words they taught me. The sun had fallen below the western wall, and the stones of the Red Keep glowed dark as blood. "I'll get you with child as soon as you're able," Joffrey said, as he escorted her across the practice yard. "If the first one is stupid, I'll chop off your head and find a smarter wife. When do you think you'll be able to have children?" Sansa could not look at him. He shamed her so. "Septa Mordain says most high-born girls have their flowering at 12 or 13. Joffrey nodded. "This way." He led her into the gatehouse, to the base of the steps that led up to the battlements. Sansa jerked back away from him, trembling. Suddenly she knew where they were going. "No," she said, her voice a frightened gasp. "Please, no, don't make me. I beg you." Joffrey pressed his lips together. "I want to show you what happens to traitors." Sansa shook her head wildly. "I won't! I won't!" "I can have Sir Meryn drag you up," he said. "You won't like that. You had better do what I say." Joffrey reached for her, and Sansa cringed away from him, backing into the hound. "Do it, girl," Sandor Clegane told her, pushing her back toward the king. His mouth twitched on the burned side of his face, and Sansa could almost hear the rest of it. "He'll have you up there no matter what, so give him what he wants." She forced herself to take King Joffrey's hand. The climb was something out of a nightmare. Every step was a struggle, as if she were pulling her feet out of ankle-deep mud. And there were more steps than she would have believed, 1,000,000 steps, and horror waiting on the ramparts. From the high battlements of the gatehouse, the whole world spread out below them. Sansa could see the great sept of Baelor on Visenya's hill, where her father had died. At the other end of the street of the sisters stood the fire-blackened ruins of the dragon pit. To the west, the swollen red sun was half hidden behind the gate of the gods. The salt sea was at her back, and to the south was the fish market and the docks and the swirling torrent of the Blackwater rush. And to the north— She turned that way, and saw only the city, streets and alleys and hills and bottoms and more streets and more alleys, and the stone of distant walls. Yet she knew that beyond them was open country, farms and fields and forests. And beyond that, north and north and north again, stood Winterfell.
"What are you looking at?" Joffrey said. "This is what I wanted you to see, right here."
A thick stone parapet protected the outer edge of the rampart, reaching as high as Sansa's chin, with crenellations cut into it every 5 feet for archers. Their heads were mounted between the crenels, along the top of the wall, impaled on iron spikes, so they faced out over the city. Sansa had noted them the moment she'd stepped out onto the wall walk, but the river and the bustling streets and the setting sun were ever so much prettier. "He can make me look at the heads," she told herself, "but he can't make me see them."
"This one is your father," he said. "This one here. Dog, turn it around so she can see him."
Sandor Clegane took the head by the hair and turned it. The severed head had been dipped in tar to preserve it longer. Sansa looked at it calmly, not seeing it at all. It did not really look like Lord Eddard, she thought. It did not even look real. "How long do I have to look?" Joffrey seemed disappointed.
"Do you want to see the rest?"
There was a long row of them.
"If it please your grace."
Joffrey marched her down the wall walk, past a dozen more heads and 2 empty spikes.
"I'm saving those for my Uncle Stannis and my Uncle Renly," he explained.
The other heads had been dead and mounted much longer than her father. Despite the tar, most were long past being recognizable. The king pointed to one and said,
"That's your scepter, there."
But Sansa could not even have told that it was a woman. The jaw had rotted off her face, and birds had eaten one ear and most of a cheek. Sansa had wondered what had happened to Septa Mordane, although she supposed she had known all along.
"Why did you kill her?" she asked. "She was God-sworn."
"She was a traitor."
Joffrey looked pouty. Somehow she was upsetting him.
"You haven't said what you mean to give me for my name day. Maybe I should give you something instead. Would you like that?"
"If it please you, my lord," Sansa said. When he smiled, she knew he was mocking her.
"Your brother is a traitor too, you know."
He turned Septa Mordane's head back around.
"I remember your brother from Winterfell. My dog called him the Lord of the Wooden Sword. Didn't you, dog?"
"Did I?" the hound replied. "I don't recall."
Joffrey gave a petulant shrug.
"Your brother defeated my Uncle Jaime. My mother says it was treachery and deceit. She wept when she heard. Women are all weak, even her, though she pretends she isn't. She says we need to stay in King's Landing in case my other uncles attack, but I don't care. After my name-day feast, I'm going to raise a host and kill your brother myself. That's what I'll give you, Lady Sansa. Your brother's head."
A kind of madness took over her then, and she heard herself say,
"Maybe my brother will give me your head."
Joffrey scowled.
"You must never mock me like that. A true wife does not mock her lord. Sir Meryn, teach her."
This time the knight grasped her beneath the jaw and held her head still as he struck her. He hit her twice, left to right, and harder right to left. Her lips split, and blood ran down her chin to mingle with the salt of her tears.
"You shouldn't be crying all the time," Joffrey told her. "You're more pretty when you smile and laugh."
Sansa made herself smile, afraid that he would have Sir Meryn hit her again if she did not. But it was no good. The king still shook his head.
"Wipe off the blood. You're all messy."
The outer parapet came up to her chin, but along the inner edge of the walk was nothing but a long plunge to the bailey 70 or 80 feet below. All it would take was a shove, she told herself. He was standing right there, smirking at her with those fat worm lips.
"You could do it," she told herself. "You could. Do it right now."
It wouldn't even matter if she went over with him. It wouldn't matter at all.
"Here, girl."
Sandor Clegane knelt before her, between her and Joffrey. With a delicacy surprising in such a big man, he dabbed at the blood welling from her broken lip. The moment was gone. Sansa lowered her eyes. "Thank you," she said when he was done. She was a good girl, and always remembered her courtesies. Daenerys. Wings shadowed her fever dreams. "You don't want to wake the dragon, do you?" She was walking down a long hall beneath high stone arches. She could not look behind her, must not look behind her. There was a door ahead of her, tiny with distance, but even from afar she saw that it was painted red. She walked faster, and her bare feet left bloody footprints on the stone. "You don't want to wake the dragon, do you?" She saw sunlight on the Dothraki sea, the living plain rich with the smells of earth and death. Wind stirred the grasses, and they rippled like water. Drogo held her in strong arms, and his hand stroked her sex and opened her and woke that sweet wetness that was his alone, and the stars smiled down on them, stars in a daylight sky. "Home," she whispered as he entered her and filled her with his seed. But suddenly the stars were gone, and across the blue sky swept the great wings, and the world took flame. "Don't want to wake the dragon, do you?" Ser Jorah's face was drawn and sorrowful. "Rhaegar was the last dragon," he told her. He warmed translucent hands over a glowing brazier where stone eggs smouldered red as coals. One moment he was there, and the next he was fading, his flesh colourless, less substantial than the wind. "The last dragon," he whispered, thin as a wisp, and was gone. She felt the dark behind her, and the red door seemed farther away than ever. "Don't want to wake the dragon, do you?" Viserys stood before her, screaming, "The dragon does not beg, slut! You do not command the dragon. I am the dragon, and I will be crowned." The molten gold trickled down his face like wax, burning deep channels in his flesh. "I am the dragon, and I will be crowned!" he shrieked, and his fingers snapped like snakes, biting at her nipples, pinching, twisting, even as his eyes burst and ran like jelly down seared and blackened cheeks. "Don't want to wake the dragon." The red door was so far ahead of her, and she could feel the icy breath behind sweeping up on her. If it caught her, she would die a death that was more than death. Howling forever alone in the darkness, she began to run. "Don't want to wake the dragon." She could feel the heat inside her, a terrible burning in her womb. Her son was tall and proud, with Drogo's copper skin and her own silver-gold hair, violet eyes shaped like almonds. And he smiled for her and began to lift his hand toward hers, but when he opened his mouth, the fire poured out. She saw his heart burning through his chest, and in an instant he was gone, consumed like a moth by a candle, turned to ash. She wept for her child, the promise of a sweet mouth on her breast, but her tears turned to steam as they touched her skin. "Want to wake the dragon." Ghosts lined the hallway, dressed in the faded raiment of kings. In their hands were swords of pale fire. They had hair of silver, and hair of gold, and hair of platinum white, and their eyes were opal and amethyst, tourmaline and jade. "Faster!" they cried. "Faster! Faster!" She raced, her feet melting the stone wherever they touched. "Faster!" the ghosts cried as one, and she screamed and threw herself forward. A great knife of pain ripped down her back, and she felt her skin tear open and smelled the stench of burning blood and saw the shadow of wings. And Daenerys Targaryen flew. Wake the dragon. The door loomed before her, the red door, so close. The hall was a blur around her, the cold receding behind. And now the stone was gone, and she flew across the Dothraki sea, high and higher, the green rippling beneath, and all that lived and breathed fled in terror from the shadow of her wings. She could smell home. She could see it, there, just beyond that door, green fields and great stone houses and arms to keep her warm. There! She threw open the door. The dragon. and saw her brother Rhaegar, mounted on a stallion as black as his armor. Fire glimmered red through the narrow eye-slit of his helm. "The last dragon," Ser Jorah's voice whispered faintly. "The last, the last." Dany lifted his polished black visor. The face within was her own. After that, for a long time, there was only the pain, the fire within her, and the whisperings of stars. She woke to the taste of ashes.
"No," she moaned. "No, please." "Khaleesi?"
Jikwi hovered over her, a frightened doe. The tent was drenched in shadow, still and close. Flakes of ash drifted upward from a brazier, and Dany followed them with her eyes through the smoke-hole above. "Flying," she thought. "I had wings. I was flying." But it was only a dream.
"Help me," she whispered, struggling to rise. "Bring me—"
Her voice was raw as a wound, and she could not think what she wanted. Why did she hurt so much? It was as if her body had been torn to pieces and remade from the scraps. "I want—" "Yes, Khaleesi." Quick as that, Jikwi was gone, bolting from the tent, shouting. Dany needed something. Someone. What? It was important, she knew. It was the only thing in the world that mattered. She rolled onto her side and got an elbow under her, fighting the blanket tangled about her legs. It was so hard to move. The world swam dizzily. "I have to—" They found her on the carpet, crawling toward her dragon eggs. Ser Jorah Mormont lifted her in his arms and carried her back to her sleeping silks, while she struggled feebly against him. Over his shoulder she saw her 3 handmaids, Jogo with his little wisp of moustache, and the flat, broad face of Mirri Maz Dur.
"I must," she tried to tell them. "I have to—"
"Sleep, princess," Ser Jorah said.
"No," Dany said. "Please, please."
Yes, he covered her with silk, though she was burning. "Sleep and grow strong again, Khaleesi. Come back to us." And then Mirri Maz Dur was there, the Magi tipping a cup against her lips. She tasted sour milk and something else, something thick and bitter. Warm liquid ran down her chin. Somehow she swallowed. The tent grew dimmer, and sleep took her again. This time she did not dream. She floated, serene and at peace, on a black sea that knew no shore. After a time, a night, a day, a year, she could not say, she woke again. The tent was dark, its silken walls flapping like wings when the wind gusted outside. This time Dany did not attempt to rise.
"Irri," she called. "Jikwi. Doria."
They were there at once.
"My throat is dry," she said. "So dry."
And they brought her water. It was warm and flat, yet Dany drank it eagerly and sent Jikwi for more. Irri dampened a soft cloth and stroked her brow.
"I have been sick,"
Dany said. The Dothraki girl nodded.
"How long?"
The cloth was soothing, but Irri seemed so sad it frightened her.
"Long,"
she whispered. When Jikwi returned with more water, Mirri Maz Dur came with her, eyes heavy from sleep. "Drink," she said, lifting Dany's head to the cup once more, but this time it was only wine. Sweet, sweet wine. Dany drank and lay back, listening to the soft sound of her own breathing. She could feel the heaviness in her limbs, as sleep crept in to fill her up once more.
"Bring me,"
she murmured, her voice slurred and drowsy.
I want to hold."
"Yes?" the Magi asked. "What is it you wish, Khaleesi?"
"Bring me egg. Dragon's egg. Please."
Her lashes turned to lead, and she was too weary to hold them up. When she woke the third time, a shaft of golden sunlight was pouring through the smoke-hole of the tent, and her arms were wrapped around a dragon's egg. It was the pale one, its scales the colour of buttercream, veined with whorls of gold and bronze, and Dany could feel the heat of it. Beneath her bed-silks, a fine sheen of perspiration covered her bare skin.
"Dragon dew,"
she thought. Her fingers trailed lightly across the surface of the shell, tracing the wisps of gold, and deep in the stone she felt something twist and stretch in response. It did not frighten her. All her fear was gone, burned away. Dany touched her brow. Under the film of sweat, her skin was cool to the touch, her fever gone. She made herself sit. There was a moment of dizziness and the deep ache between her thighs. Yet she felt strong. Her maids came running at the sound of her voice. "Water," she told them. "A flagon of water, cold as you can find it. And fruit, I think. Dates. As you say, Khaleesi." "I want Ser Jorah," she said, standing. Jikwi brought a sand-silk robe and draped it over her shoulders. "And a warm bath, and Mirri Maz Dur, and—" Memory came back to her all at once, and she faltered. "Khal Drogo," she forced herself to say, watching their faces with dread. "Is he—" "The Khal lives," Irri answered quietly. Yet Dany saw a darkness in her eyes when she said the words, and no sooner had she spoken than she rushed away to fetch water. She turned to Doria. "Tell me—" I shall bring Ser Jorah," the Lysine girl said, bowing her head and fleeing the tent. Jikwi would have run as well, but Dany caught her by the wrist and held her captive. "What is it? I must know. Drogo, and my child." Why had she not remembered the child until now? "My son, Rhaego. Where is he? I want him." Her handmaid lowered her eyes. "The boy, he did not live, Khaleesi." Her voice was a frightened whisper. Dany released her wrist. "My son is dead," she thought, as Jikwi left the tent. She had known somehow. She had known since she woke the first time to Jikwi's tears. No, she had known before she woke. Her dream came back to her, sudden and vivid, and she remembered the tall man with a copper skin and long silver-gold braid bursting into flame. She should weep, she knew, yet her eyes were dry as ash. She had wept in her dream, and the tears had turned to steam on her cheeks. "All the grief has been burned out of me," she told herself. She felt sad, and yet she could feel Rhaego receding from her, as if he had never been. Ser Jorah and Mirri Maz Dur entered a few moments later, and found Dany standing over the other dragon's eggs, the two still in their chest. It seemed to her that they felt as hot as the one she had slept with, which was passing strange. "Ser Jorah, come here," she said. She took his hand and placed it on the black egg with the scarlet swirls. "What do you feel?"
"Shell. Hard as rock."
The knight was wary.
"Scales."
"Heat?"
"No. Cold stone." He took his hand away. "Princess, are you well? Should you be up, weak as you are?"
"Weak? I am strong, Jorah." To please him, she reclined on a pile of cushions. "Tell me how my child died."
"He never lived, my princess. The women say—" He faltered, and Dany saw how the flesh hung loose on him, and the way he limped when he moved.
Tell me what the women say."
He turned his face away. His eyes were haunted. "They say the child was—" She waited, but Ser Jorah could not say it. His face grew dark with shame. He looked half a corpse himself.
"Monstrous," Mirri Maz Dur finished for him. The knight was a powerful man, yet Dany understood in that moment that the Magi was stronger, and crueler, and infinitely more dangerous. "Twisted. I drew him forth myself. He was scaled like a lizard, blind, with a stub of a tail and small leather wings like the wings of a bat. When I touched him, the flesh sloughed off the bone, and inside he was full of grave worms and the stink of corruption. He had been dead for years." Darkness, Dany thought. The terrible darkness sweeping up behind to devour her. If she looked back, she was lost. "My son was alive and strong when Ser Jorah carried me into this tent," she said. "I could feel him kicking, fighting to be born." "That may be as it may be," answered Mirri Maz Dur. "Yet the creature that came forth from your womb was as I said. Death was in that tent, Khaleesi."
"Only shadows,"
Ser Jorah husked. but Dany could hear the doubt in his voice.
I saw, Magi. I saw you, alone, dancing with the shadows.
The grave casts long shadows, Iron Lord, Merry said, long and dark, and in the end no light can hold them back.
Ser Jorah had killed her son, Dany knew. He had done what he did for love and loyalty, yet he had carried her into a place no living man should go and fed her baby to the darkness. He knew it, too. The grey face, the hollow eyes, the limp. "The shadows have touched you too, Ser Jorah," she told him. The knight made no reply. Dany turned to the god's wife. "You warned me that only death could pay for life. I thought you meant the horse."
"No," Mirri Maz Dur said. "That was a lie you told yourself. You knew the price."
Had she? Had she? If I look back, I am lost.
"The price was paid," Dany said. "The horse, my child, Quaro and Cotho, Hago and Kaholo. The price was paid and paid and paid."
She rose from her cushions.
"Where is Khal Drogo? Show him to me, god's wife, magi, blood mage, whatever you are. Show me Khal Drogo. Show me what I bought with my son's life."
"As you command, Khaleesi," the old woman said. "Come, I will take you to him."
Dany was weaker than she knew. Ser Jorah slipped an arm around her and helped her stand.
"Time enough for this later, my princess," he said quietly.
"I would see him now, Ser Jorah."
After the dimness of the tent, the world outside was blinding bright. The sun burned like molten gold, and the land was seared and empty. Her handmaids waited with fruit and wine and water, and Jogo moved close to help Ser Jorah support her. Aggo and Rakaro stood behind. The glare of sun on sand made it hard to see more until Dany raised her hand to shade her eyes. She saw the ashes of a fire, a few score horses milling listlessly and searching for a bite of grass, a scattering of tents and bedrolls. A small crowd of children had gathered to watch her, and beyond she glimpsed women going about their work, and withered old men staring at the flat blue sky with tired eyes, swatting feebly at blood-flies. A count might show 100 people, no more. Where the other 40,000 had made their camp, only the wind and dust lived now.
"Drogo's Khalasar is gone," she said.
"A Khal who cannot ride is no Khal," said Jogo.
"The Dothraki follow only the strong," Ser Jorah said. "I am sorry, my princess. There was no way to hold them. Kopono left first, naming himself Kalpono, and many followed him. Jocko was not long to do the same. The rest slipped away night by night, in large bands and small. There are 12 new Khalasars on the Dothraki Sea, where once there was only Drogos."
"The old remain," said Aggo, "the frightened, the weak, and the sick, and we who swore. We remain."
"They took Khal Drogo's herds, Khaleesi," Rakara said. "We were too few to stop them. It is the right of the strong to take from the weak. They took many slaves as well, the Khal's and yours, yet they left some few."
"Eroa?"
asked Dany, remembering the frightened child she had saved outside the city of the Lamb Men.
"Maego seized her, who is Khal Jocko's blood rider now," said Jogo. "He mounted her high and low and gave her to his Khal, and Jocko gave her to his other blood riders. They were 6. When they were done with her, they cut her throat."
"It was her fate, Khaleesi," said Aggo.
"If I look back, I am lost." "It was a cruel fate," Dany said. "Yet not so cruel as Maego's will be. I promise you that, by the old gods and the new, by the Lamb God and the Horse God and every god that lives, I swear it by the Mother of Mountains and the Womb of the World. Before I am done with them, Maego and Kojako will plead for the mercy they showed Eroa."
The Dothraki exchanged uncertain glances.
"Khaleesi,"
the handmaid Irri explained, as if to a child,
"Jocko is a Khal now, with 20,000 riders at his back."
She lifted her head.
"And I am Daenerys Stormborn, Daenerys of House Targaryen, of the blood of Aegon the Conqueror, and Maegor the cruel and old Valyria before them.
I am the dragon's daughter, and I swear to you these men will die screaming. Now bring me to Khal Drogo."
He was lying on the bare red earth, staring up at the sun. A dozen blood flies had settled on his body, though he did not seem to feel them. Dany brushed them away and knelt beside him. His eyes were wide open, but did not see, and she knew at once that he was blind. When she whispered his name, he did not seem to hear. The wound on his breast was as healed as it would ever be, the scar that covered it grey and red and hideous.
"Why is he out here alone in the sun?"
she asked them.
"He seems to like the warmth, Princess," Ser Jorah said. "His eyes follow the sun, though he does not see it. He can walk after a fashion. He will go where you lead him, but no farther. He will eat if you put food in his mouth, drink if you dribble water on his lips."
Dany kissed her son and stars gently on the brow, and stood to face Mirri Maz Dur.
"Your spells are costly, Magi."
"He lives,"
said Mirri Maz Dur.
"You asked for life. You paid for life."
"This is not life for one who was as Drogo was. His life was laughter and meat roasting over a fire pit and a horse between his legs. His life was an arak in his hand and his bells ringing in his hair as he rode to meet an enemy. His life was his blood riders, and me, and the son I was to give him."
Mirri Maz Dur made no reply.
"When will he be as he was?"
Dany demanded.
"When the sun rises in the west and sets in the east," said Mirri Maz Dur. "When the seas go dry and mountains blow in the wind like leaves. When your womb quickens again and you bear a living child. Then he will return, and not before."
Dany gestured at Ser Jorah and the others.
"Leave us. I would speak with this Magi alone."
Mormont and the Dothraki withdrew.
"You knew,"
Dany said when they were gone. She ached, inside and out, but her fury gave her strength.
"You knew what I was buying, and you knew the price, and yet you let me pay it."
"It was wrong of them to burn my temple," the heavy, flat-nosed woman said placidly. "That angered the great shepherd."
"This was no god's work,"
Dany said coldly.
"If I look back, I am lost. You cheated me. You murdered my child within me."
"The stallion who mounts the world will burn no cities now. His Khalasar shall trample no nations into dust."
"I spoke for you," she said, anguished. "I saved you."
"Saved me?"
The Lazarene woman spat.
3 riders had taken me, not as a man takes a woman, but from behind as a dog takes a bitch. The 4th was in me when you rode past. How, then, did you save me? I saw my God's house burn where I had healed good men beyond counting. My home they burned as well, and in the street I saw piles of heads. I saw the head of a baker who made my bread. I saw the head of a boy I had saved from dead-eye fever only 3 moons past. I heard children crying as the riders drove them off with their whips. Tell me again what you saved."
"Your life?"
Mirri Maz Dur laughed cruelly.
"Look to your Khal and see what life is worth when all the rest is gone."
Dany called out for the men of her caste and bid them take Mirri Maz Dur and bind her hand and foot, but the Magi smiled at her as they carried her off, as if they shared a secret. A word, and Dany could have her head off. Yet then what would she have? A head? If life was worthless, what was death? They led Khal Drogo back to her tent, and Dany commanded them to fill a tub, and this time there was no blood in the water. She bathed him herself, washing the dirt and the dust from his arms and chest, cleaning his face with a soft cloth, soaping his long black hair, and combing the knots and tangles from it, till it shone again as she remembered. It was well past dark before she was done, and Dany was exhausted. She stopped for drink and food, but it was all she could do to nibble at a fig and keep down a mouthful of water. Sleep would have been a release, but she had slept enough. Too long, in truth. She owed this night to Drogo, for all the nights that had been, and yet might be. The memory of their first ride was with her when she led him out into the darkness, for the Dothraki believed that all things of importance in a man's life must be done beneath the open sky. She told herself that there were powers stronger than hatred, and spells older and truer than any the Magi had learned in Ashai. The night was black and moonless, but overhead 1,000,000 stars burned bright. She took that for an omen. No soft blanket of grass welcomed them here, only the hard, dusty ground, bare and strewn with stones. No trees stirred in the wind, and there was no stream to soothe her fears with the gentle music of water. Dany told herself that the stars would be enough. "Remember, Drogo," she whispered. "Remember our first ride together, the day we wed? Remember the night we made Rhaego, with the Khalasar all around us and your eyes on my face? Remember how cool and clean the water was in the womb of the world. Remember, my sun and stars. Remember, and come back to me." The birth had left her too raw and torn to take him inside of her, as she would have wanted, but Arya had taught her other ways. Dany used her hands, her mouth, her breasts. She raked him with her nails and covered him with kisses and whispered and prayed and told him stories, and by the end she had bathed him with her tears. Yet Drogo did not feel, or speak, or rise. And when the bleak dawn broke over an empty horizon, Dany knew that he was truly lost to her.
"When the sun rises in the west and sets in the east," she said sadly. "When the seas go dry and mountains blow in the wind like leaves. When my womb quickens again and I bear a living child. Then you will return, my sun and stars, and not before."
"Never," the darkness cried. "Never, never, never." Inside the tent, Dany found a cushion, soft silk stuffed with feathers. She clutched it to her breasts as she walked back out to Drogo, to her sun and stars.
"If I look back, I am lost."
It hurt even to walk, and she wanted to sleep and not to dream. She knelt, kissed Drogo on the lips, and pressed the cushion down across his face. Tyrion. "They have my son," Tywin Lannister said.
"They do, my lord."
The messenger's voice was dulled by exhaustion. On the breast of his torn surcoat, the brindled boar of Crackhall was half obscured by dried blood. "One of your sons," Tyrion thought. He took a sip of wine and said not a word, thinking of Jaime. When he lifted his arm, pain shot through his elbow, reminding him of his own brief taste of battle. He loved his brother, but he would not have wanted to be with him in the Whispering Wood for all the gold in Casterly Rock. His lord father's assembled captains and bannermen had fallen very quiet as the courier told his tale. The only sound was the crackle and hiss of the log burning in the hearth at the end of the long, draughty common room. After the hardships of the long, relentless drive south, the prospect of even a single night in an inn had cheered Tyrion mightily, though he rather wished it had not been this inn again, with all its memories. His father had set a grueling pace, and it had taken its toll. Men wounded in the battle kept up as best they could, or were abandoned to fend for themselves. Every morning they left a few more by the roadside, men who went to sleep never to wake. Every afternoon a few more collapsed along the way, and every evening a few more deserted, stealing off into the dusk. Tyrion had been half tempted to go with them. He had been upstairs, enjoying the comfort of a feather bed and the warmth of Shay's body beside him, when his squire had woken him to say that a rider had arrived with dire news of River Run. So it had all been for nothing. The rush south, the endless forced marches, the bodies left beside the road, all for naught. Robb Stark had reached River Run days and days ago.
"How could this happen?"
Sir Harris Swift moaned.
"How? Even after the Whispering Wood you had River Run ringed in iron, surrounded by a great host. What madness made Sir Jaime decide to split his men into 3 separate camps? Surely he knew how vulnerable that would leave them."
"Better than you chinless craven," Tyrion thought. Jaime might have lost River Run, but it angered him to hear his brother slandered by the likes of Swift, a shameless lick-spittle whose greatest accomplishment was marrying his equally chinless daughter to Sir Kevin, and thereby attaching himself to the Lannisters.
"I would have done the same,"
his uncle responded, a good deal more calmly than Tyrion might have.
"You have never seen River Run, Sir Harris, or you would know that Jaime had little choice in the matter. The castle is situated at the end of the point of land where the Tumblestone flows into the Red Fork of the Trident. The rivers form 2 sides of a triangle, and when danger threatens, the Tullys open their sluice gates upstream to create a wide moat on the 3rd side, turning River Run into an island. The walls rise sheer from the water, and from their towers the defenders have a commanding view of the opposite shores for many leagues around. To cut off all the approaches, a besieger must needs place 1 camp north of the Tumblestone, 1 south of the Red Fork, and a 3rd between the rivers, west of the moat. There is no other way. None."
"Sir Kevin speaks truly, my lords," the courier said. "We'd built palisades of sharpened stakes around the camps, yet it was not enough, not with no warning and the rivers cutting us off from each other. They came down on the north camp first. No one was expecting an attack. Mark Piper had been raiding our supply trains, but he had no more than 50 men. Sir Jaime had gone out to deal with them the night before. Well, with what we thought was them. We were told the Stark host was east of the Green Fork, marching south."
"And your outriders?"
Sir Gregor Clegane's face might have been hewn from rock. The fire in the hearth gave a sombre orange cast to his skin and put deep shadows in the hollows of his eyes.
"They saw nothing? They gave you no warning?"
The blood-stained messenger shook his head. "Our outriders had been vanishing. Mark Piper's work, we thought. The ones who did come back had seen nothing."
"A man who sees nothing has no use for his eyes," the Mountain declared. "Cut them out and give them to your next outrider. Tell him you hope that 4 eyes might see better than 2, and if not, the man after him will have 6.
Lord Tywin Lannister turned his face to study Sir Gregor. Tyrion saw a glimmer of gold as the light shone off his father's pupils, but he could not have said whether the look was one of approval or disgust. Lord Tywin was oft quiet in council, preferring to listen before he spoke, a habit Tyrion himself tried to emulate. Yet this silence was uncharacteristic even for him, and his wine was untouched.
"You said they came at night,"
Sir Kevin prompted. The man gave a weary nod.
"The Blackfish led the van, cutting down our sentries and clearing away the palisades for the main assault. By the time our men knew what was happening, riders were pouring over the ditch banks and galloping through the camp with swords and torches in hand. I was sleeping in the west camp, between the rivers. When we heard the fighting and saw the tents being fired, Lord Brax led us to the rafts, and we tried to pole across, but the current pushed us downstream, and the Tullys started flinging rocks at us with the catapults on their walls. I saw 1 raft smashed to kindling and 3 others overturned. Men swept into the river and drowned. And those who did make it across found the Starks waiting for them on the river banks."
Sir Clement Brax wore a silver and purple tabard, and the look of a man who cannot comprehend what he has just heard.
"My lord father."
"Sorry, my lord," the messenger said. "Lord Brax was clad in plate and mail when his raft overturned. He was very gallant." He was a fool, Tyrion thought, swirling his cup and staring down into the winy depths. Crossing a river at night on a crude raft, wearing armor, with an enemy waiting on the other side? If that was gallantry, he would take cowardice every time. He wondered if Lord Brax had felt especially gallant as the weight of his steel pulled him under the black water.
"The camp between the rivers was overrun as well," the messenger was saying. "While we were trying to cross, more Starks swept in from the west, 2 columns of armored horse.
I saw Lord Umber's giant in chains and the Mallister eagle, but it was the boy who led them, with a monstrous wolf running at his side. I wasn't there to see, but it's said the beast killed 4 men and ripped apart a dozen horses. Our spearmen formed up a shield wall and held against their first charge, but when the Tullys saw them engaged, they opened the gates of Riverrun, and Titus Blackwood led a sortie across the drawbridge and took them in the rear.
God save us! Lord Lefford swore.
Great John Umber fired the siege towers we were building, and Lord Blackwood found Sir Edmure Tully in chains among the other captives and made off with them all. Our south camp was under the command of Sir Forley Prester. He retreated in good order when he saw that the other camps were lost, with 2,000 spears and as many bowmen, but the Tarashi sellsword who led his free riders struck his banners and went over to the foe.
Curse the man!
His uncle Kevin sounded more angry than surprised.
I warned Jamie not to trust that one. A man who fights for coin is loyal only to his purse.
Lord Tywin wove his fingers together under his chin. Only his eyes moved as he listened. His bristling golden side whiskers framed a face so still it might have been a mask, but Tyrion could see tiny beads of sweat dappling his father's shaven head.
"How could it happen?"
Sir Harris Swift wailed again.
"Sir Jamie taken? The siege broken? This is a catastrophe!"
Sir Adam Marbrand said,
"I am sure we are all grateful to you for pointing out the obvious, Sir Harris. The question is, what shall we do about it?" "What can we do? Jamie's host is all slaughtered or taken or put to flight, and the Starks and the Tullys sit squarely across our line of supply. We are cut off from the west. They can march on Casterly Rock if they so choose, and what's to stop them? My lords, we are beaten. We must sue for peace."
"Peace?" Tyrion swirled his wine thoughtfully, took a deep draught, and hurled his empty cup to the floor, where it shattered into 1,000 pieces.
"There's your peace, Sir Harris. My sweet nephew broke it for good and all when he decided to ornament the Red Keep with Lord Eddard's head. You'll have an easier time drinking wine from that cup than you will convincing Robb Stark to make peace now. He's winning, or hadn't you noticed?" "2 battles do not make a war," Sir Adam insisted. "We are far from lost. I should welcome the chance to try my own steel against this Stark boy." "Perhaps they would consent to a truce and allow us to trade our prisoners for theirs," offered Lord Lefford. "Unless they trade 3 for 1, we still come out light on those scales," Tyrion said acidly. "And what are we to offer for my brother? Lord Eddard's rotting head?" "I had heard that Queen Cersei has the Hand's daughters," Lefford said hopefully. "If we give the lad his sisters back—" Sir Adam snorted disdainfully. "He would have to be an utter ass to trade Jaime Lannister's life for 2 girls." "Then we must ransom Sir Jaime, whatever it costs," Lord Lefford said.
Tyrion rolled his eyes.
"If the Starks feel the need for gold, they can melt down Jaime's armor."
"If we ask for a truce, they will think us weak," Sir Adam argued. "We should march on them at once." "Surely our friends at court could be prevailed upon to join us with fresh troops," said Sir Harris, "and someone might return to Casterly Rock to raise a new host." Lord Tywin Lannister rose to his feet.
"They have my son,"
he said once more, in a voice that cut through the babble like a sword through suet.
"Leave me, all of you."
Ever the soul of obedience, Tyrion rose to depart with the rest, but his father gave him a look.
"Not you, Tyrion. Remain. And you as well, Kevin. The rest of you, out."
Tyrion eased himself back onto the bench, startled into speechlessness. Sir Kevin crossed the room to the wine casks.
"Uncle," Tyrion called, "if you would be so kind—"
"Here." His father offered him his cup, the wine untouched. Now Tyrion truly was nonplussed. He drank. Lord Tywin seated himself.
"You have the right of it about Stark. Alive, we might have used Lord Eddard to forge a peace with Winterfell and Riverrun, a peace that would have given us the time we need to deal with Robert's brothers. Dead? His hand curled into a fist. Madness. Rank madness. Joff's only a boy, Tyrion pointed out. At his age I committed a few follies of my own. His father gave him a sharp look. I suppose we ought to be grateful that he has not yet married a whore. Tyrion sipped at his wine, wondering how Lord Tywin would look if he flung the cup in his face. Our position is worse than you know, his father went on. It would seem we have a new king. Sir Kevin looked poleaxed. A new... who? What have they done to Joffrey? The faintest flicker of distaste played across Lord Tywin's thin lips. Nothing, yet. My grandson still sits the Iron Throne, but the eunuch has heard whispers from the south. Renly Baratheon wed Margaery Tyrell at Highgarden this fortnight past, and now he has claimed the crown. The bride's father and brothers have bent the knee and sworn him their swords. Those are grave tidings. When Sir Kevin frowned, the furrows in his brow grew deep as canyons. My daughter commands us to ride for King's Landing at once, to defend the Red Keep against King Renly and the Knight of Flowers. His mouth tightened. Commands us, mind you. In the name of the King and Council. How is King Joffrey taking the news? Tyrion asked with a certain black amusement. Cersei has not seen fit to tell him yet, Lord Tywin said. She fears he might insist on marching against Renly himself. With what army? Tyrion asked. You don't plan to give him this one, I hope. He talks of leading the city watch, Lord Tywin said. If he takes the watch, he'll leave the city undefended, Sir Kevin said. And with Lord Stannis on Dragonstone, yes. Lord Tywin looked down at his son. I had thought you were the one made for motley, Tyrion, but it would appear that I was wrong. Why, father, said Tyrion, that almost sounds like praise. He leaned forward intently. What of Stannis? He's the elder, not Renly. How does he feel about his brother's claim? His father frowned. I have felt from the beginning that Stannis was a greater danger than all the others combined. Yet he does nothing. Oh, Varys hears his whispers. Stannis is building ships. Stannis is hiring sellswords. Stannis is bringing a shadowbinder from Ashai. What does it mean? Is any of it true? He gave an irritated shrug. Kevin, bring us the map. Sir Kevin did as he was bid. Lord Tywin unrolled the leather, smoothing it flat. Jaime has left us in a bad way. Roose Bolton and the remnants of his host are north of us. Our enemies hold the twins and Moat Cailin. Robb Stark sits to the west, so we cannot retreat to Lannisport on the Rock, unless we choose to give battle. Jaime is taken, and his army for all purposes has ceased to exist. Thoros of Myr and Beric Dondarrion continue to plague our foraging parties. To our east we have the Arryns. Stannis Baratheon sits on Dragonstone, and in the south Highgarden and Storm's End are calling their banners. Tyrion smiled crookedly. Take heart, father. At least Rhaegar Targaryen is still dead. I had hoped you might have more to offer us than japes, Tyrion, Lord Tywin Lannister said. Sir Kevin frowned over the map, forehead creasing. Robb Stark will have Edmure Tully and the Lords of the Trident with him now. Their combined power may exceed our own. And with Roose Bolton behind us... Tywin, if we remain here, I fear we might be caught between three armies. I have no intention of remaining here. We must finish our business with young Lord Stark before Renly Baratheon can march from Highgarden. Bolton does not concern me. He is a wary man, and we made him warier on the Green Fork. he will be slow to give pursuit. So, on the morrow we make for Harrenhal. Kevin, I want Sir Adam's outriders to screen our movements. Give him as many men as he requires, and send them out in groups of 4. I will have no vanishings."
"As you say, my lord, but why Harrenhal? That is a grim, unlucky place. Some call it cursed."
"Let them," Lord Tywin said. "Unleash Sir Gregor and send him before us with his reavers. Send forth Vargo Hoat and his free riders as well, and Sir Amory Lorch. Each is to have 300 horse. Tell them I want to see the riverlands afire from the God's Eye to the Red Fork."
"They will burn, my lord," Sir Kevin said, rising. "I shall give the commands." He bowed and made for the door. When they were alone, Lord Tywin glanced at Tyrion.
"Your savages might relish a bit of rapine. Tell them they may ride with Vargo Hoat and plunder as they like. Goods, stock, women, they may take what they want and burn the rest."
"Telling Shagga and Timmet how to pillage is like telling a rooster how to crow," Tyrion commented. "But I should prefer to keep them with me."
Uncouth and unruly they might be, yet the wildlings were his, and he trusted them more than any of his father's men. He was not about to hand them over.
"Then you had best learn to control them. I will not have the city plundered."
"The city?"
Tyrion was lost.
"What city would that be?"
"King's Landing. I am sending you to court."
It was the last thing Tyrion Lannister would ever have anticipated. He reached for his wine and considered for a moment as he sipped.
"And what am I to do there?"
"Rule,"
his father said curtly. Tyrion hooted with laughter.
"My sweet sister might have a word or two to say about that."
"Let her say what she likes. Her son needs to be taken in hand before he ruins us all. I blame those jackanapes on the council, our friend Peter, the venerable Grand Maester, and that cockless wonder, Lord Varys. What sort of counsel are they giving Joffrey when he lurches from one folly to the next? Whose notion was it to make this Janos Slynt lord? The man's father was a butcher, and they grant him Harrenhal. Harrenhal, that was the seat of kings. Not that he will ever set foot inside it, if I have a say. I am told he took a bloody spear for his sigil. A bloody cleaver would have been my choice."
His father had not raised his voice, yet Tyrion could see the anger in the gold of his eyes.
"And dismissing Selmy, where was the sense in that? Yes, the man was old, but the name of Barristan the Bold still has meaning in the realm. He lent honor to any man he served. Can anyone say the same of the Hound? You feed your dog Bones under the table, you do not seat him beside you on the high bench."
He pointed a finger at Tyrion's face.
"If Cersei cannot curb the boy, you must. And if these counselors are playing us false—"
Tyrion knew.
"Spikes," he sighed. "Heads. Walls."
"I see you have taken a few lessons from me."
"More than you know, father," Tyrion answered quietly.
He finished his wine and set the cup aside, thoughtful. A part of him was more pleased than he cared to admit. Another part was remembering the battle upriver, and wondering if he was being sent to hold the left again.
"Why me?" he asked, cocking his head to one side. "Why not my uncle? Why not Sir Adam, or Sir Flemont, or Lord Serret? Why not a bigger man?"
Lord Tywin rose abruptly.
"You are my son."
That was when he knew.
"You have given him up for lost," he thought. "You bloody bastard, you think Jaime's good as dead. So I'm all you have left."
Tyrion wanted to slap him, to spit in his face, to draw his dagger and cut the heart out of him, and see if it was made of old hard gold, the way the small folk said. Yet he sat there, silent and still. The shards of the broken cup crunched beneath his father's heels as Lord Tywin crossed the room.
"One last thing," he said to the door. "You will not take the whore to court."
Tyrion sat alone in the common room for a long while after his father was gone. Finally he climbed the steps to his cosy garret beneath the bell tower. The ceiling was low, but that was scarcely a drawback for a dwarf. From the window he could see the gibbet his father had erected in the yard. The innkeep's body turned slowly on its rope whenever the night wind gusted. Her flesh had grown as thin and ragged as Lannister hopes. Shay murmured sleepily and rolled toward him when he sat on the edge of the feather bed. He slid his hand under the blanket and cupped a soft breast, and her eyes opened. "My lord," she said with a drowsy smile. When he felt her nipples stiffen, Tyrion kissed her. "I have a mind to take you to King's Landing, sweetling," he whispered. John. The mare whickered softly as Jon Snow tightened the cinch.
"Easy, sweet lady,"
he said in a soft voice, quieting her with a touch. Wind whispered through the stable, a cold, dead breath on his face, but Jon paid it no mind. He strapped his roll to the saddle, his scarred fingers stiff and clumsy.
"Ghost,"
he called softly,
"to me."
And the wolf was there, eyes like embers.
"Jon, please, you must not do this."
He mounted, the reins in his hand, and wheeled the horse around to face the night. Samwell Tarly stood in the stable door, a full moon peering over his shoulder. He threw a giant's shadow, immense and black.
"Get out of my way, Sam."
"Jon, you can't,"
Sam said.
"I won't let you."
"I would sooner not hurt you," Jon told him. "Move aside, Sam, or I'll ride you down."
"You won't. You have to listen to me. Please."
Jon put his spurs to horseflesh, and the mare bolted for the door. For an instant Sam stood his ground, his face as round and pale as the moon behind him, his mouth a widening O of surprise. At the last moment, when they were almost on him, he jumped aside, as Jon had known he would, stumbled and fell. The mare leapt over him out into the night. Jon raised the hood of his heavy cloak and gave the horse her head. Castle Black was silent and still as he rode out, with Ghost racing at his side. Men watched from the wall behind him, he knew, but their eyes were turned north, not south. No one would see him go, no one but Sam Tarly, struggling back to his feet in the dust of the old stables. He hoped Sam hadn't hurt himself falling like that. He was so heavy and so ungainly it would be just like him to break a wrist or twist his ankle getting out of the way.
"I warned him," Jon said aloud. "It was nothing to do with him, anyway."
He flexed his burned hand as he rode, opening and closing the scarred fingers. They still pained him, but it felt good to have the wrappings off. Moonlight silvered the hills as he followed the twisting ribbon of the King's Road. He needed to get as far from the wall as he could before they realized he was gone. On the morrow he would leave the road and strike out overland through field and bush and stream to throw off pursuit. But for the moment speed was more important than deception. It was not as though they would not guess where he was going. The old bear was accustomed to rise at first light, so Jon had until dawn to put as many leagues as he could between him and the wall, if Sam Tarly did not betray him. The fat boy was dutiful and easily frightened, but he loved Jon like a brother. If questioned, Sam would doubtless tell them the truth, but Jon could not imagine him braving the guards in front of the King's Tower to wake Mormont from sleep. When Jon did not appear to fetch the old bear's breakfast from the kitchen, they'd look in his cell and find Longclaw on the bed. It had been hard to abandon it, but Jon was not so lost to honour as to take it with him. Even Jorah Mormont had not done that when he fled in disgrace. Doubtless Lord Mormont would find someone more worthy of the blade. Jon felt bad when he thought of the old man. He knew his desertion would be salt in the still raw wound of his son's disgrace. That seemed a poor way to repay him for his trust, but it couldn't be helped. No matter what he did, Jon felt as though he were betraying someone. Even now he did not know if he was doing the honorable thing. The Southmen had it easier. They had their septons to talk to, someone to tell them the gods' will and help sort out right from wrong. But the Starks worshipped the old gods, the nameless gods, and if the heart trees heard, they did not speak. When the last lights of Castle Black vanished behind him, John slowed his mare to a walk. He had a long journey ahead, and only the one horse to see him through. There were holdfasts and farming villages along the road south where he might be able to trade the mare for a fresh mount when he needed one, but not if she were injured or blown. He would need to find new clothes soon. Most like he'd need to steal them. He was clad in black from head to heel, high leather riding boots, rough-spun breeches and tunic, sleeveless leather jerkin, and heavy wool cloak. His long sword and dagger were sheathed in black moleskin, and the hauberk and coif in his saddle-bag were black ring-mail. Any bit of it could mean his death if he were taken. A stranger wearing black was viewed with cold suspicion in every village and holdfast north of the Neck, and men would soon be watching for him. Once Maester Aemon's ravens took flight, John knew he would find no safe haven, not even at Winterfell. Bran might want to let him in, but Maester Luwin had better sense. He would bar the gates and send John away, as he should. Better not to call there at all. Yet he saw the castle clear in his mind's eye, as if he had left it only yesterday. The towering granite walls, the great hall with its smells of smoke and dog and roasting meat, his father's solar, the turret room where he had slept. Part of him wanted nothing so much as to hear Bran laugh again, to sup on one of Gage's beef-and-bacon pies, to listen to old Nan tell her tales of the children of the forest, and Florian the Fool. But he had not left the wall for that. He had left because he was, after all, his father's son, and Robb's brother. The gift of a sword, even a sword as fine as Longclaw, did not make him a Mormont. Nor was he Aemon Targaryen. 3 times the old man had chosen, and 3 times he had chosen honor, but that was him. Even now John could not decide whether the maester had stayed because he was weak and craven, or because he was strong and true. Yet he understood what the old man had meant, about the pain of choosing. He understood that all too well. Tyrion Lannister had claimed that most men would rather deny a hard truth than face it, but John was done with denials. He was who he was, Jon Snow, bastard and oath-breaker, motherless, friendless, and damned. For the rest of his life, however long that might be, he would be condemned to be an outsider, the silent man standing in the shadows who dares not speak his true name. Wherever he might go throughout the 7 kingdoms, he would need to live a lie, lest every man's hand be raised against him. But it made no matter, so long as he lived long enough to take his place by his brother's side and help avenge his father. He remembered Robb as he had last seen him, standing in the yard with snow melting in his auburn hair. John would have to come to him in secret, disguised. He tried to imagine the look on Robb's face when he revealed himself. His brother would shake his head and smile, and he'd say... He could not see the smile. Hard as he tried, he could not see it. He found himself thinking of the deserter his father had beheaded the day they'd found the direwolves. "You said the words," Lord Eddard had told him. "You took a vow before your brothers, before the old gods and the new." Desmond and Fat Tom had dragged the man to the stump. Bran's eyes had been wide as saucers, and John had to remind him to keep his pony in hand. He remembered the look on father's face when Theon Greyjoy brought forth ice, the spray of blood on the snow, the way Theon had kicked the head when it came rolling at his feet. He wondered what Lord Eddard might have done if the deserter had been his brother Benjen, instead of that ragged stranger. Would it have been any different? It must, surely. Surely. And Robb would welcome him for a certainty. He had to, or else... He did not dare thinking about. Pain throbbed deep in his fingers as he clutched the reins. John put his heels into his horse and broke into a gallop, racing down the King's Road, as if to outrun his doubts. John was not afraid of death, but he did not want to die like that, trussed and bound and beheaded like a common brigand. If he must perish, let it be with a sword in his hand, fighting his father's killers. He was no true Stark, had never been one, but he could die like one. Let them say that Eddard Stark had fathered 4 sons, not 3. Ghost kept pace with them for almost half a mile, red tongue lolling from his mouth. Man and horse alike lowered their heads as he asked the mare for more speed. The wolf slowed, stopped, watching, his eyes glowing red in the moonlight. He vanished behind, but John knew he would follow, at his own pace. Scattered lights flickered through the trees ahead of him, on both sides of the road. Molestown. A dog barked as he rode through, and he heard a mule's raucous haw from the stable, but otherwise the village was still. Here and there the glow of hearth fires shone through shuttered windows, leaking between wooden slats, but only a few. Molestown was bigger than it seemed, but 3/4 of it was under the ground, in deep, warm cellars connected by a maze of tunnels. Even the whorehouse was down there, nothing on the surface but a wooden shack no bigger than a privy, with a red lantern hung over the door. On the wall he'd heard men call the whores buried treasures. He wondered whether any of his brothers in black were down there tonight, mining. That was oath-breaking, too, yet no one seemed to care. Not until he was well beyond the village did John slow again. By then both he and the mare were damp with sweat. He dismounted, shivering, his burned hand aching. A bank of melting snow lay under the trees, bright in the moonlight, water trickling off to form small shallow pools. John squatted and brought his hands together, cupping the runoff between his fingers. The snow-melt was icy cold. He drank and splashed some on his face until his cheeks tingled. His fingers were throbbing worse than they had in days, and his head was pounding too. "I am doing the right thing," he told himself. "So why do I feel so bad?" The horse was well lathered, so John took the lead and walked her for a while. The road was scarcely wide enough for 2 riders to pass abreast, its surface cut by tiny streams and littered with stone. That run had been truly stupid, an invitation to a broken neck. John wondered what had gotten into him. Was he in such a great rush to die? Off in the trees, the distant scream of some frightened animal made him look up. His mare whinnied nervously. Had his wolf found some prey? He cupped his hands around his mouth. "Ghost!" he shouted. "Ghost! To me!" The only answer was a rush of wings behind him as an owl took flight. Frowning, John continued on his way. He led the mare for half an hour, until she was dry. Ghost did not appear. John wanted to mount up and ride again, but he was concerned about his missing wolf. "Ghost!" he called again. "Where are you?" "To me! Ghost!" Nothing in these woods could trouble a dire-wolf, even a half-grown dire-wolf, unless... No, Ghost was too smart to attack a bear, and if there was a wolf-pack anywhere close, John would... have surely heard them howling. He should eat, he decided. Food would settle his stomach and give Ghost the chance to catch up. There was no danger yet. Castle Black still slept. In his saddlebag he found a biscuit, a piece of cheese, and a small withered brown apple. He'd brought salt beef as well, and a rasher of bacon he'd filched from the kitchens, but he would save the meat for the morrow. After it was gone he'd need to hunt, and that would slow him. John sat under the trees and ate his biscuit and cheese while his mare grazed along the King's Road. He kept the apple for last. It had gone a little soft, but the flesh was still tart and juicy. He was down to the core when he heard the sounds. Horses. And from the north. Quickly John leapt up and strode to his mare. Could he outrun them? No, they were too close. They'd hear him for a certainty, and if they were from Castle Black— He led the mare off the road, behind a thick stand of grey-green sentinels. "Quiet now," he said in a hushed voice, crouching down to peer through the branches. If the gods were kind, the riders would pass by. Likely as not, they were only small folk from Molestown, farmers on their way to their fields, although what they were doing out in the middle of the night— He listened to the sound of hoofs growing steadily louder as they trotted briskly down the King's Road. From the sound there were 5 or 6 of them at the least. Their voices drifted through the trees.
"Certain he came this way?"
"We can't be certain."
"He could have ridden east for all you know, or left the road to cut through the woods. That's what I'd do."
"In the dark?
"Stupid. If you didn't fall off your horse and break your neck, you'd get lost and wind up back of the wall when the sun came up."
"I would not." Gren sounded peeved. "I just ride south. You can tell south by the stars."
"What if the sky was cloudy?"
Pip asked.
"Then I wouldn't go."
Another voice broke in.
"You know where I'd be if it was me? I'd be in Molestown, digging for buried treasure."
Toad's shrill laughter boomed through the trees. John's mare snorted.
"Keep quiet, all of you," Halder said. "I thought I heard something."
"Where? I didn't hear anything."
The horses stopped. "You can't hear yourself fart."
"I can too,"
Gren insisted.
"Quiet."
They all fell silent, listening. John found himself holding his breath. Sam, he thought. He hadn't gone to the old bear, but he hadn't gone to bed either. He'd woken the other boys. Damn them all! Come dawn, if they were not in their beds, they'd be named deserters too. What did they think they were doing? The hushed silence seemed to stretch on and on. From where John crouched, he could see the legs of their horses through the branches. Finally, Pip spoke up.
"What did you hear?"
"I don't know," Halder admitted. "A sound. I thought it might have been a horse, but—"
"There's nothing here."
Out of the corner of his eye, John glimpsed a pale shape moving through the trees. Leaves rustled, and Ghost came bounding out of the shadows, so suddenly that John's mare started and gave a whinny.
"There!"
Halder shouted.
"I heard it too."
"Traitor," John told the dire wolf as he swung up into the saddle. He turned the mare's head to slide off through the trees, but they were on him before he had gone 10 feet.
"John!"
Pip shouted after him.
"Pull up," Gren said. "You can't outrun us all."
John wheeled around to face them, drawing a sword.
"Get back. I don't wish to hurt you, but I will if I have to." 1 against 7?
Halder gave a signal. The boys spread out, surrounding him.
"What do you want with me?"
John demanded.
"We want to take you back where you belong,"
Pip said.
"I belong with my brother."
"We're your brothers now," Gren said.
"They'll cut off your head if they catch you, you know," Toad put in with a nervous laugh. "This is so stupid. It's like something the Aurochs would do."
"I would not," Gren said. "I'm no oath-breaker. I said the words and I meant them."
"So did I," John told them.
"Don't you understand? They murdered my father. It's war. My brother Rob is fighting in the Riverlands."
"We know,"
said Pip solemnly.
"Sam told us everything."
"We're sorry about your father," Gren said, "but it doesn't matter. Once you say the words, you can't leave, no matter what."
"I have to,"
Jon said fervently.
"You said the words," Pip reminded him. "Now my watch begins. You said it. It shall not end until my death."
"I shall live and die at my post," Gren added, nodding.
"You don't have to tell me the words. I know them as well as you do."
He was angry now. Why couldn't they let him go in peace? They were only making it harder.
"I am the sword in the darkness," Holder intoned.
"The watcher on the walls,"
piped Toad. Jon cursed them all to their faces. They took no notice. Pip spurred his horse closer, reciting,
"I am the fire that burns against the cold, the light that brings the dawn, the horn that wakes the sleepers, the shield that guards the realms of men."
"Stay back,"
Jon warned him, brandishing his sword.
"I mean it, Pip."
They weren't even wearing armor. He could cut them to pieces if he had to. Mathar had circled behind him. He joined the chorus.
"I pledge my life and honor to the Night's Watch."
Jon kicked his mare, spinning her in a circle. The boys were all around him now, closing from every side.
"For this night,"
Holder trotted in from the left.
"And all the nights to come,"
finished Pip. He reached over for Jon's reins.
"So here are your choices. Kill me or come back with me."
Jon lifted his sword and lowered it helpless.
"Damn you," he said. "Damn you all."
"Do we have to bind your hands, or will you give us your word you'll ride back peaceful?" asked Holder.
"I won't run, if that's what you mean."
Ghost moved out from under the trees, and Jon glared at him.
"Small help you were," he said.
The deep red eyes looked at him knowingly.
"We had best hurry," Pip said. "If we're not back before first light, the old bear will have all our heads."
Of the ride back, Jon Snow remembered little. It seemed shorter than the journey south, perhaps because his mind was elsewhere. Pip set the pace, galloping, walking, trotting, and then breaking into another gallop. Mole's Town came and went, the red lantern over the brothel long extinguished. They made good time. Dawn was still an hour off when Jon glimpsed the towers of Castle Black ahead of them, dark against the pale immensity of the wall. It did not seem like home this time. They could take him back, Jon told himself, but they could not make him stay. The war would not end on the morrow or the day after, and his friends could not watch him day and night. He would bide his time, make them think he was content to remain here, and then, when they had grown lax, he would be off again. Next time he would avoid the King's Road. He could follow the wall east, perhaps all the way to the sea, a longer route, but a safer one, or even west to the mountains, and then south over the high passes. That was the wildling's way, hard and perilous, but at least no one would follow him. He wouldn't stray within 100 leagues of Winterfell or the King's Road. Samwell Tarly awaited them in the old stables, slumped on the ground against a bale of hay, too anxious to sleep. He rose and brushed himself off.
I'm glad they found you, Jon."
"I'm not," Jon said, dismounting. Pip hopped off his horse and looked at the lightening sky with disgust.
"Give us a hand bedding down the horses, Sam," the small boy said. "We have a long day before us, and no sleep to face it on, thanks to Lord Snow."
When day broke, Jon walked to the kitchens as he did every dawn. Three-Finger Hob said nothing as he gave him the old bear's breakfast. Today it was 3 brown eggs boiled hard, with fried bread and ham steak and a bowl of wrinkled plums. Jon carried the food back to the King's Tower. He found Mormont at the window-seat, writing. His raven was walking back and forth across his shoulders, muttering, "Con, con, con." The bird shrieked when Jon entered. "Put the food on the table," the old bear said, glancing up. "I'll have some beer." John opened a shuttered window, took the flagon of beer off the outside ledge, and filled a horn. Hob had given him a lemon, still cold from the wall. John crushed it in his fist. The juice trickled through his fingers. Mormont drank lemon in his beer every day, and claimed that was why he still had his own teeth.
"Doubtless you loved your father,"
Mormont said when John brought him his horn.
"The things we love destroy us every time, lad. Remember when I told you that?"
"I remember," John said sullenly. He did not care to talk of his father's death, not even to Mormont.
"See that you never forget it. The hard truths are the ones to hold tight. Fetch me my plate. Is it ham again? So be it. You look weary. Was your moonlight ride so tiring?"
John's throat was dry. "You know?" "No," the raven echoed from Mormont's shoulder. "No." The old bear snorted.
"Do you think they chose me Lord Commander of the Night's Watch because I'm dumb as a stump, Snow? Avon told me you'd go. I told him you'd be back. I know my men, and my boys, too. Honor set you on the King's Road, and honor brought you back."
"My friends brought me back," John said.
"Did I say it was your honor?"
Mormont inspected his plate.
They killed my father. Did you expect me to do nothing?"
"If truth be told, we expected you to do just as you did."
Mormont tried a plum, spit out the pit.
"I ordered a watch kept over you. You were seen leaving. If your brothers had not fetched you back, you would have been taken along the way, and not by friends. Unless you have a horse with wings like a raven. Do you?"
No. John felt like a fool.
"Pity. We could use a horse like that."
John stood tall. He told himself that he would die well. That much he could do, at the least. "I know the penalty for desertion, my lord. I'm not afraid to die."
"Die,"
the raven cried.
"Nor live, I hope,"
Mormont said, cutting his ham with a dagger and feeding a bite to the bird.
"You have not deserted yet. Here you stand. If we beheaded every boy who rode to Molestown in the night, only ghosts would guard the wall. Yet maybe you mean to flee again on the morrow, or a fortnight from now. Is that it? Is that your hope, boy?"
John kept silent.
"I thought so."
Mormont peeled the shell off a boiled egg.
"Your father is dead, lad. Do you think you can bring him back?"
"No," he answered, sullen.
"Good," Mormont said. "We've seen the dead come back, you and me, and it's not something I care to see again."
He ate the egg in 2 bites and flicked a bit of shell out from between his teeth.
"Your brother is in the field with all the power of the North behind him. Any one of his lord's bannermen commands more swords than you'll find in all the Night's Watch. Why do you imagine that they need your help? Are you such a mighty warrior, or do you carry a grumpkin in your pocket to magic up your sword?"
John had no answer for him. The raven was pecking at an egg, breaking the shell. Pushing his beak through the hole, he pulled out morsels of whiten yolk. The old bear sighed. "You are not the only one touched by this war. Like as not, my sister is marching in your brother's host, her and those daughters of hers, dressed in men's mail. Meg is a hoary old snark, stubborn, short-tempered, and wilful. Truth be told, I can hardly stand to be around the wretched woman. But that does not mean my love for her is any less than the love you bear your half-sisters." Frowning, Mormont took his last egg and squeezed it in his fist until the shell crunched.
Perhaps it does. Be that as it may, I'd still grieve if she were slain. Yet you don't see me running off. I said the words, just as you did. My place is here. Where is yours, boy?
I have no place, John wanted to say. I'm a bastard. I have no rights, no name, no mother, and now not even a father. The words would not come. I don't know.
I do, said Lord Commander Mormont. The cold winds are rising, Snow. Beyond the wall the shadows lengthen. Cotter Pike writes of vast herds of elk streaming south and east toward the sea, and mammoths as well. He says one of his men discovered huge misshapen footprints not 3 leagues from Eastwatch. Rangers from the Shadow Tower have found whole villages abandoned, and at night Sir Dennis says they see fires in the mountains, huge blazes that burn from dusk till dawn. Quarren Halfhand took a captive in the depths of the gorge, and the man swears that Mance Rayder is massing all his people in some new secret stronghold he's found. To what end, the gods only know. Do you think your Uncle Benjen was the only ranger we've lost this past year?
Benjen,
the raven squawked, bobbing its head, bits of egg dribbling from its beak.
Benjen, Benjen.
No, John said. There had been others. Too many.
Do you think your brother's war is more important than ours?
The old man barked. John chewed his lip. The raven flapped its wings at him.
Wah, 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 wah,
it sang.
It's not,
Mormont told him.
God save us, boy. You're not blind and you're not stupid. When dead men come hunting in the night, do you think it matters who sits the Iron Throne?
No, John had not thought of it that way.
Your Lord Father sent you to us, John. Why, who can say?
Why,
the raven called.
All I know is that the blood of the first men flows in the veins of the Starks. The first men built the wall, and it's said they remember things otherwise forgotten. And that beast of yours, he led us to the Whites, warned you of the dead man on the steps. Sir Jeremy would doubtless call that happenstance, yet Sir Jeremy is dead, and I'm not.
Lord Mormont stabbed a chunk of ham with the point of his dagger.
I think you were meant to be here, and I want you and that wolf of yours with us when we go beyond the wall.
His words sent a chill of excitement down John's back. Beyond the wall?
You heard me. I mean to find Ben Stark, alive or dead.
He chewed and swallowed.
I will not sit here meekly and wait for the snows and the ice winds. We must know what is happening. This time the Night's Watch will ride in force, against the king beyond the wall, the others, and anything else that may be out there. I mean to command them myself.
He pointed his dagger at John's chest.
By custom, the Lord Commander's steward is his squire as well. But I do not care to wake every dawn wondering if you've run off again. So I will have an answer from you, Lord Snow, and I will have it now. Are you a brother of the Night's Watch, or only a bastard boy who wants to play at war?
Jon Snow straightened himself and took a long, deep breath.
Forgive me, Father. Robb, Arya, Bran, forgive me. I cannot help you. He has the truth of it. This is my place.
I am yours, my lord. Your man. I swear it. I will not run again. The old bear snorted.
Good. Now go put on your sword.
Catelyn. It seemed 1,000 years ago that Catelyn Stark had carried her infant son out of River Run, crossing the Tumblestone in a small boat to begin their journey north to Winterfell. and it was across the tumblestone that they came home now, though the boy wore plate and mail in place of swaddling clothes. Robb sat in the bow with Grey Wind, his hand resting on his dire wolf's head as the rowers pulled at their oars. Theon Greyjoy was with him. Her uncle Brynden would come behind in the second boat, with the Great John and Lord Karstark. Catelyn took a place toward the stern. They shot down the tumblestone, letting the strong current push them past the looming wheel tower. The splash and rumble of the great water wheel within was a sound from her girlhood that brought a sad smile to Catelyn's face. From the sandstone walls of the castle, soldiers and servants shouted down her name in Robb's and Winterfell. From every rampart waved the banner of House Tully, a leaping trout, silver against a rippling blue and red field. It was a stirring sight, yet it did not lift her heart. She wondered if indeed her heart would ever lift again. Oh, Ned. Below the wheel tower they made a wide turn and knifed through the churning water. The men put their backs into it. The wide arch of the water gate came into view, and she heard the creak of heavy chains as the great iron portcullis was winched upward. It rose slowly as they approached, and Catelyn saw the lower half of it was red with rust. The bottom foot dripped brown mud on them as they passed underneath, the barbed spikes mere inches above their heads. Catelyn gazed up at the bars and wondered how deep the rust went, and how well the portcullis would stand up to a ram, and whether it ought to be replaced. Thoughts like that were seldom far from her mind these days. They passed beneath the arch and under the walls, moving from sunlight to shadow and back into sunlight. Boats large and small were tied up all around them, secured to iron rings set in the stone. Her father's guards waited on the water stair with her brother. Sir Edmure Tully was a stocky young man with a shaggy head of auburn hair and a fiery beard. His breastplate was scratched and dented from battle, his blue and red cloak stained by blood and smoke. At his side stood the Lord Tytos Blackwood, a hard pike of a man with close-cropped salt-and-pepper whiskers and a hook nose. His bright yellow armour was inlaid with jet in elaborate vine-and-leaf patterns, and a cloak sewn from raven feathers draped his thin shoulders. It had been Lord Tytos who led the sortie that plucked her brother from the Lannister camp. "Bring them in," Sir Edmure commanded. 3 men scrambled down the stairs, knee-deep in the water, and pulled the boat close with long hooks. When Grey Wind bounded out, one of them dropped his pole and lurched back, stumbling and sitting down abruptly in the river. The others laughed, and the man got a sheepish look on his face. Theon Greyjoy vaulted over the side of the boat and lifted Catelyn by the waist, setting her on a dry step above him as water lapped around his boots. Edmure came down the steps to embrace her. "Sweet sister," he murmured hoarsely. He had deep blue eyes and a mouth made for smiles, but he was not smiling now. He looked worn and tired, battered by battle and haggard from strain. His neck was bandaged where he had taken a wound. Catelyn hugged him fiercely. "Your grief is mine, Kate," he said when they broke apart. "When we heard about Lord Eddard. The Lannisters will pay, I swear it. You will have your vengeance." "Will that bring Ned back to me?" she said sharply. The wound was still too fresh for softer words. She could not think about Ned now. She would not. It would not do. She had to be strong. "All that will keep. I must see father." "He awaits you in the solar," Edmure said. "Lord Hoster is bedridden, my lady," her father's steward explained. When had that good man grown so old and grey? "He instructed me to bring you to him at once." "I'll take her." Edmure escorted her up the water stair and across the lower bailey, where Peter Baelish and Brandon Stark had once crossed swords for her favour. The massive sandstone walls of the keep loomed above them. As they pushed through a door between 2 guardsmen in fish-crest helms, she asked, "How bad is he?" dreading the answer even as she said the words. Edmure's look was sombre. "He will not be with us long, the maesters say. The pain is constant and grievous." A blind rage filled her. a rage at all the world, at her brother Edmure and her sister Lisa, at the Lannisters, at the Maesters, at Ned and her father, and the monstrous gods who would take them both away from her. "You should have told me," she said. "You should have sent word as soon as you knew." "He forbade it. He did not want his enemies to know that he was dying. With the realm so troubled, he feared that if the Lannisters suspected how frail he was, they might attack," Catelyn finished hard. "It was your doing, yours," a voice whispered inside her. "If you had not taken it upon yourself to seize the dwarf." They climbed the spiral stair in silence. The keep was three-sided, like Riverrun itself, and Lord Hoster's solar was triangular as well, with a stone balcony that jutted out to the east like the prow of some great sandstone ship. From there the lord of the castle could look down on his walls and battlements, and beyond to where the waters met. They had moved her father's bed out onto the balcony. "He likes to sit in the sun and watch the rivers," Edmure explained. "Father, see who I've brought. Kate has come to see you." Hoster Tully had always been a big man, tall and broad in his youth, portly as he grew older. Now he seemed shrunken, the muscle and meat melted off his bones. Even his face sagged. The last time Catelyn had seen him, his hair and beard had been brown, well streaked with grey. Now they had gone white as snow. His eyes opened to the sound of Edmure's voice. "Little cat," he murmured in a voice thin and wispy and racked by pain. "My little cat." A tremulous smile touched his face as his hand groped for hers. "I watched for you." "I shall leave you to talk," her brother said, kissing their lord father gently on the brow before he withdrew. Catelyn knelt and took her father's hand in hers. It was a big hand, but fleshless now, the bones moving loosely under the skin, all the strength gone from it. "You should have told me," she said. "A rider, a raven—" "Riders are taken, questioned," he answered. "Ravens are brought down." A spasm of pain took him, and his fingers clutched hers hard. "The crabs are in my belly, pinching, always pinching, day and night. They have fierce claws, the crabs. Mr. Wyman makes me dream wine, milk of the poppy. I sleep a lot. But I wanted to be awake to see you when you came. I was afraid when the Lannisters took your brother, the camps all around us. I was afraid I would go before I could see you again. I was afraid." "I'm here, father," she said, "with Rob, my son. He'll want to see you, too." "Your boy," he whispered. "He had my eyes, I remember." "He did, and does. And we've brought you Jaime Lannister in irons. Riverrun is free again, father." Lord Hoster smiled. "I saw. Last night, when it began, I told them had to see. They carried me to the gatehouse, watched from the battlements. Ah, that was beautiful. The torches came in a wave. I could hear the cries floating across the river. Sweet cries. When that siege tower went up, gods would have died then, and glad if only I could have seen you children first. Was it your boy who did it? Was it your Rob?" "Yes," Catelyn said, fiercely proud. "It was Rob. And Brynden. Your brother is here as well, my lord." "Him." Her father's voice was a faint whisper. "The Blackfish came back from the Vale?" "Yes." "And Lisa?" A cool wind moved through his thin white hair. "Gods be good. Your sister, did she come as well?" He sounded so full of hope and yearning that it was hard to tell the truth. "No, I'm sorry. Oh. His face fell, and some light went out of his eyes. I would have liked to see her before. She's with her son in the Eyrie. Lord Hoster gave a weary nod. Lord Robert, now. Poor Arryn's gone. I remember. Why did she not come with you? She is frightened, my lord. In the Eyrie she feels safe. She kissed his wrinkled brow. Rob will be waiting. Will you see him? And Brendan? Your son, he whispered. Yes. Cat's child. He had my eyes, I remember. When he was born. Bring him. Yes. And your brother? Her father glanced out over the rivers. Blackfish, he said. Has he wed yet? Taken some girl to wife? Even on his deathbed, Catelyn thought sadly. He has not wed. You know that, father, nor will he ever. I told him, commanded him. Marry, I was his lord. He knows my right to make his match. A good match. A red wine. Old house. Sweet girl. Pretty. Freckles. Bethany, yes. Poor child. Still waiting. Yes. Still. Bethany Redwine wed Lord Rowan years ago, Catelyn reminded him. She has 3 children by him. Even so, Lord Hoster muttered. Even so. Spit on the girl. The Redwines. Spit on me. His lord. His brother. That Blackfish. I had other offers. Lord Bracken's girl. Walder Frey. Any of 3, he said. Has he wed? Anyone? Anyone? No one, Catelyn said. Yet he has come many leagues to see you, fighting his way back to River Run. I would not be here now if Sir Brynden had not helped us. He was ever a warrior, her father husked. That he could do. Knight of the Gate, yes. He leaned back and closed his eyes, unutterably weary. Send him later. I'll sleep now. Too sick to fight. Send him up later. The Blackfish. Catelyn kissed him gently, smoothed his hair, and left him there in the shade of his keep, with his rivers flowing beneath. He was asleep before she left the solar. When she returned to the lower bailey, Sir Brynden Tully stood on the water-stairs with wet boots, talking with the captain of River Run's guards. He came to her at once. Is she dying? She said, as we feared. Her uncle's craggy face showed his pain plain. He ran his fingers through his thick grey hair. Will he see me? She nodded. He says he is too sick to fight. Brynden Blackfish chuckled. I am too old a soldier to believe that. Hoster will be chiding me about the red wine girl even as we light his funeral pyre, damn his bones. Catelyn smiled, knowing it was true. I do not see Rob. He went with Greyjoy to the hall, I believe. Theon Greyjoy was seated on a bench in River Run's great hall, enjoying a horn of ale and regaling her father's garrison with an account of the slaughter in the Whispering Wood. Some tried to flee, but we'd pinched the valley shut at both ends, and we rode out of the darkness with sword and lance. The Lannisters must have thought the others themselves were on them when that wolf of Rob's got in among them. I saw him tear one man's arm from his shoulder, and their horses went mad at the scent of him. I couldn't tell you how many men were thrown. Theon, she interrupted, where might I find my son? Lord Rob went to visit the Godswood, my lady. It was what Ned would have done.
He is his father's son as much as mine, I must remember.
Oh, gods, Ned. She found Rob beneath the green canopy of leaves, surrounded by tall redwoods and great old elms, kneeling before the heart-tree, a slender weirwood with a face more sad than fierce. His long sword was before him, the point thrust in the earth, his gloved hands clasped around the hilt. Around him others knelt, great John Umber, Rickard Karstark, Meg Mormont, Galbart Glover, and more. Even Tytos Blackwood was among them, the great raven cloak fanned out behind him. These are the ones who keep the old gods, she realized. She asked herself what gods she kept these days, and could not find an answer. It would not do to disturb them at their prayers. The gods must have their due, even cruel gods who would take Ned from her, and her lord father as well. So Catelyn waited. The river wind moved through the high branches, and she could see the wheel tower to her right, ivy crawling up its side. As she stood there, all the memories came flooding back to her. Her father had taught her to ride amongst these trees, and that was the elm that Edmure had fallen from when he broke his arm. And over there, beneath that bower, she and Lisa had played at kissing with Peter. She had not thought of that in years. How young they all had been. She no older than Sansa, Lisa younger than Arya, and Peter younger still, yet eager. The girls had traded him between them, serious and giggling by turns. It came back to her so vividly she could almost feel his sweaty fingers on her shoulders and taste the mint on his breath. There was always mint growing in the godswood, and Peter had liked to chew it. He had been such a bold little boy, always in trouble.
He tried to put his tongue in my mouth, Catelyn had confessed to her sister afterward, when they were alone. He did with me, too, Lisa had whispered, shy and breathless. I liked it.
Rob got to his feet slowly and sheathed his sword, and Catelyn found herself wondering whether her son had ever kissed a girl in the godswood. Surely he must have. She had seen Jane Poole giving him moist-eyed glances, and some of the serving girls, even ones as old as 18. He had ridden in battle and killed men with a sword. Surely he had been kissed. There were tears in her eyes. She wiped them away angrily. "Mother," Rob said when he saw her standing there, "we must call a council. There are things to be decided." "Your grandfather would like to see you," she said. "Rob, he's very sick." "Sir Edmure told me. I am sorry, Mother, for Lord Hoster and for you. Yet first we must meet. We've had word from the south. Renly Baratheon has claimed his brother's crown." "Renly?" she said, shocked. "I had thought surely it would be Lord Stannis." "So did we all, my lady," Galbart Glover said. The war council convened in the great hall, at 4 long trestle tables arranged in a broken square. Lord Hoster was too weak to attend, asleep on his balcony, dreaming of the sun on the rivers of his youth. Edmure sat in the high seat of the Tullys, with Brynden Blackfish at his side, and his father's bannermen arrayed to right and left and along the side tables. Word of the victory at River Run had spread to the fugitive lords of the Trident, drawing them back. Carol Vance came in, a lord now, his father dead beneath the golden tooth. Sir Mark Piper was with him, and they brought a dairy, Sir Raymond's son, a lad no older than Bran. Lord Jonas Bracken arrived from the ruins of Stonehenge, glowering and blustering, and took a seat as far from Tytos Blackwood as the tables would permit. The northern lords sat opposite, with Catelyn and Rob facing her brother across the tables. They were fewer. The great John sat at Rob's left hand, and then Theon Greyjoy. Galbart Glover and Lady Mormont were to the right of Catelyn. Lord Rickard Karstark, gaunt and hollow-eyed in his grief, took his seat like a man in a nightmare, his long beard uncombed and unwashed. He had left 2 sons dead in the Whispering Wood, and there was no word of the third, his eldest, who had led the Karstark spears against Tywin Lannister on the Green Fork. The arguing raged on late into the night. Each lord had a right to speak, and speak they did, and shout and curse and reason and cajole and jest and bargain, and slam tankards on the table and threaten and walk out and return sullen or smiling. Catelyn sat and listened to it all. Roose Bolton had reformed the battered remnants of their other host at the mouth of the causeway. Sir Helman Tallheart and Walder Frey still held the twins. Lord Tywin's army had crossed the Trident and was making for Harrenhal. And there were 2 kings in the realm. 2 kings and no agreement. Many of the Lord's bannermen wanted to march on Harrenhal at once, to meet Lord Tywin and end Lannister power for all time. Young, hot-tempered Mark Piper urged a strike west at Casterly Rock instead. Still others counselled patience. Riverrun sat athwart the Lannister supply lines, Jason Mallister pointed out. Let them bide their time, denying Lord Tywin fresh levies and provisions, while they strengthened their defences and rested their weary troops. Lord Blackwood would have none of it. They should finish the work they began in the Whispering Wood. March to Harrenhal and bring Roose Bolton's army down as well. What Blackwood urged, Bracken opposed, as ever. Lord Jonas Bracken rose to insist they ought to pledge their fealty to King Renly, and move south to join their might to his.
"Renly is not the king," Robb said. It was the first time her son had spoken. Like his father, he knew how to listen. "You cannot mean to hold to Joffrey, my lord," Galbart Glover said. "He put your father to death." "That makes him evil," Robb replied. "I do not know that it makes Renly king. Joffrey is still Robert's eldest true-born son, so the throne is rightfully his by all the laws of the realm. Were he to die, and I mean to see that he does, he has a younger brother. Tommen is next in line after Joffrey." "Tommen is no less a Lannister," Sir Mark Piper snapped. "As you say," said Robb, troubled. "Yet if neither one is king, still how could it be Lord Renly? He's Robert's younger brother. Bran can't be Lord of Winterfell before me, and Renly can't be king before Lord Stannis." Lady Mormont agreed. "Lord Stannis has the better claim." "Renly is crowned," said Mark Piper. "Highgarden and Storm's End support his claim, and the Dornishmen will not be laggardly. If Winterfell and Riverrun add their strength to his, he will have 5 of the 7 great houses behind him. 6, if the Arryns bestir themselves. 6 against the Rock. My lords, within the year we will have all their heads on pikes. The Queen and the boy king, Lord Tywin, the Imp, the Kingslayer, Sir Kevin, all of them. That is what we shall win if we join with King Renly. What does Lord Stannis have against that we should cast it all aside?" "The right," said Robb stubbornly. Catelyn thought he sounded eerily like his father as he said it. "So you mean us to declare for Stannis?" asked Edmure. "I don't know," said Robb. "I prayed to know what to do, but the gods did not answer. The Lannisters killed my father for a traitor, and we know that was a lie. But if Joffrey is the lawful king, and we fight against him, we will be traitors." "My lord father would urge caution," aged Sir Stevron said, with a weaselly smile of affray. "Wait, let these 2 kings play their game of thrones. When they are done fighting, we can bend our knees to the victor, or oppose him as we choose. With Renly arming, likely Lord Tywin would welcome a truce, and the safe return of his son. Noble lords, allow me to go to him at Harrenhal, and arrange good terms and ransoms." A roar of outrage drowned out his voice. "Craven!" the great John thundered. "Begging for a truce will make us seem weak," declared Lady Mormont. "Ransoms be damned, we must not give up the Kingslayer," shouted Rickard Karstock. "Why not a peace?" Catelyn asked. The lords looked at her, but it was Robb's eyes she felt, his and his alone. "My lady, they murdered my lord father, your husband," he said grimly. He unsheathed his long sword and laid it on the table before him, the bright steel on the rough wood. "This is the only peace I have for Lannisters."
The great John bellowed his approval, and other men added their voices, shouting and drawing swords and pounding their fists on the table. Catelyn waited until they had quieted. "My lords," she said then, "Lord Eddard was your liege, but I shared his bed and bore his children. Do you think I love him any less than you?" Her voice almost broke with her grief, but Catelyn took a long breath and steadied herself. "Rob, if that sword could bring him back, I should never let you sheathe it until Ned stood at my side once more. But he is gone, and 100 Whispering Woods will not change that. Ned is gone, and Darren Hornwood, and Lord Carstalk's valiant sons, and many other good men besides, and none of them will return to us. Must we have more deaths still?"
"You are a woman, my lady," the great John rumbled in his deep voice. "Women do not understand these things."
"You are the gentle sex," said Lord Carstalk, with the lines of grief fresh on his face. "A man has a need for vengeance." "Give me Cersei Lannister, Lord Carstalk, and you would see how gentle a woman can be," Catelyn replied. "Perhaps I do not understand tactics and strategy, but I understand futility. We went to war when Lannister armies were ravaging the Riverlands, and Ned was a prisoner, falsely accused of treason. We fought to defend ourselves and to win my lord's freedom. Well, the one is done, and the other forever beyond our reach. I will mourn for Ned until the end of my days, but I must think of the living. I want my daughters back, and the Queen holds them still. If I must trade our 4 Lannisters for their 2 Starks, I will call that a bargain and thank the gods. I want you safe, Rob, ruling at Winterfell from your father's seat. I want you to live your life, to kiss a girl and wed a woman and father a son. I want to write an end to this. I want to go home, my lords, and weep for my husband." The hall was very quiet when Catelyn finished speaking.
"Peace," said her Uncle Brynden. "Peace is sweet, my lady. But on what terms? It is no good hammering your sword into a ploughshare if you must forge it again on the morrow." "What did Torrin and my Eddard die for, if I am to return to Carhold with nothing but their bones?" asked Rickard Carstalk. "Aye," said Lord Bracken. "Gregor Clegane laid waste to my fields, slaughtered my small folk, and left Stonehenge a smoking ruin. Am I now to bend the knee to the ones who sent him? What have we fought for, if we are to put all back as it was before?" Lord Blackwood agreed, to Catelyn's surprise and dismay. "And if we do make peace with King Joffrey, are we not then traitors to King Renly? What if the stag should prevail against the lion? Where would that leave us?" "Whatever you may decide for yourselves, I shall never call a Lannister my king," declared Mark Piper. "Nor I," yelled the little Darry boy. "I never will." Again the shouting began. Catelyn sat despairing. She had come so close, she thought. They had almost listened. Almost. But the moment was gone. There would be no peace, no chance to heal, no safety. She looked at her son, watched him as he listened to the Lord's debate, frowning, troubled, yet wedded to his war. He had pledged himself to marry a daughter of Walder Frey, but she saw his true bride plain before her now, the sword he had laid on the table. Catelyn was thinking of her girls, wondering if she would ever see them again, when the great John lurched to his feet. "My lords," he shouted, his voice booming off the rafters, "here is what I say to these 2 kings." He spat. "Renly Baratheon is nothing to me, nor Stannis neither. Why should they rule over me and mine, from some flowery seat in Highgarden or Dorne? What do they know of the wall, or the wolf's wood, or the barrows of the first men. Even their gods are wrong. The others take the Lannisters too. I've had a bellyful of them."
He reached back over his shoulder and drew his immense two-handed greatsword.
"Why shouldn't we rule ourselves again? It was the dragons we married, and the dragons are all dead."
He pointed at Robb with the blade.
"There sits the only king I mean to bow my knee to, my lords," he thundered. "The king in the north."
And he knelt and laid his sword at her son's feet.
"I'll have peace on those terms," Lord Karstark said. "They can keep their red castle and their iron chair as well."
He eased his long sword from its scabbard.
"The king in the north,"
he said, kneeling beside the great John. Meg Mormont stood.
"The king of winter,"
she declared, and laid her spiked mace beside the swords. And the river lords were rising too, Blackwood and Bracken and Mallister, houses who had never been ruled from Winterfell. Yet Catelyn watched them rise and draw their blades, bending their knees and shouting the old words that had not been heard in the realm for more than 300 years, since Aegon the dragon had come to make the 7 kingdoms one. Yet now were heard again, ringing from the timbers of her father's hall.
"The king in the north!
The king in the north!
The king in the north!"
Daenerys. The land was red and dead and parched, and good wood was hard to come by. Her foragers returned with gnarled cottonwoods, purple brush, sheaves of brown grass. They took the 2 straightest trees, hacked the limbs and branches from them, skinned off their bark, and split them, laying the logs in a square. Its centre they filled with straw, brush, bark shavings, and bundles of dry grass. Ricardo chose a stallion from the small herd that remained to them. He was not the equal of Khal Drogo's Red, but few horses were. In the centre of the square, Aggo fed him a withered apple and dropped him in an instant with an axe blow between the eyes. Bound hand and foot, Mirri Maz Dur watched from the dust with disquiet in her black eyes.
"It is not enough to kill a horse," she told Dany. "By itself the blood is nothing. You do not have the words to make a spell, nor the wisdom to find them. Do you think blood magic is a game for children? You call me Magi as if it were a curse, but all it means is wise. You are a child with a child's ignorance. Whatever you mean to do, it will not work. Loose me from these bonds, and I will help you." "I am tired of the Magi's braying," Dany told Drogo. He took his whip to her, and after that the god's wife kept silent. Over the carcass of the horse they built a platform of hewn logs, trunks of smaller trees and limbs from the greater, and the thickest, straightest branches they could find. They laid the wood east to west, from sunrise to sunset. On the platform they piled Khal Drogo's treasures, his great tent, his painted vests, his saddles and harness, the whip his father had given him when he came to manhood, the arach he had used to slay Khal Ogo and his son, a mighty dragon-bone bow. Aggo would have added the weapons Drogo's blood-riders had given Dany for bride gifts as well, but she forbade it. "Those are mine," she told him, "and I mean to keep them." Another layer of brush was piled about the Khal's treasures, and bundles of dried grass scattered over them. Sir Jorah Mormont drew her aside as the sun was creeping toward its zenith. "Princess," he began. "Why do you call me that?" Dany challenged him. "My brother Viserys was your king, was he not?" "He was, my lady." "Viserys is dead. I am his heir, the last blood of House Targaryen. Whatever was his is mine now."
"Queen," Sir Jorah said, going to one knee, "my sword that was his is yours, Daenerys, and my heart as well, that never belonged to your brother. I am only a knight, and I have nothing to offer you but exile, but I beg you hear me. Let Khal Drogo go. You shall not be alone. I promise you, no man shall take you to Vaes Dothrak unless you wish to go. You need not join the Dosh Colleen. Come east with me. Yeti, Karth, the Jade Sea, Ashai by the Shadow. We will see all the wonders yet unseen, and drink what wines the gods see fit to serve us. Please, Khaleesi, I know what you intend. Do not, do not.
I must, Dany told him. She touched his face fondly, sadly. You do not understand.
I understand that you loved him, Sir Jorah said in a voice thick with despair. I loved my lady wife once, yet I did not die with her. You are my queen, my sword is yours, but do not ask me to stand aside as you climb on Drogo's pyre. I will not watch you burn.
Is that what you fear? Dany kissed him lightly on his broad forehead. I am not such a child as that, sweet sir.
You do not mean to die with him? You swear it, my queen?
I swear it, she said in the common tongue of the 7 kingdoms that by rights were hers. The third level of the platform was woven of branches no thicker than a finger, and covered with dry leaves and twigs. They laid them north to south, from ice to fire, and piled them high with soft cushions and sleeping silks. The sun had begun to lower toward the west by the time they were done. Dany called the Dothraki around her. Fewer than 100 were left. How many had Aegon started with, she wondered. It did not matter.
You will be my Khalasar, she told them. I see the faces of slaves. I free you. Take off your collars. Go if you wish, no one shall harm you. If you stay, it will be as brothers and sisters, husbands and wives.
The black eyes watched her, wary, expressionless.
I see the children, women, the wrinkled faces of the aged. I was a child yesterday. Today I am a woman. Tomorrow I will be old. To each of you I say, give me your hands and your hearts, and there will always be a place for you.
She turned to the 3 young warriors of her cos.
Jogo, to you I give the silver-handled whip that was my bride gift, and name you Ko, and ask your oath that you will live and die as blood of my blood, riding at my side to keep me safe from harm.
Jogo took the whip from her hands, but his face was confused.
Khaleesi,
he said hesitantly,
this is not done. It would shame me to be blood rider to a woman.
Argo,
Dany called, paying no heed to Jogo's words. If I look back, I am lost.
To you I give the dragon-bone bow that was my bride gift.
It was double-curved, shiny black, and exquisite, taller than she was.
I name you Ko, and ask your oath that you should live and die as blood of my blood, riding at my side to keep me safe from harm.
Argo accepted the bow with lowered eyes.
I cannot say these words. Only a man can lead a Khalasar, or name a Ko.
Rakaro,
Dany said, turning away from the refusal.
You shall have the great Arak that was my bride gift, with hilt and blade chased in gold. And you, too, I name my Ko, and ask that you live and die as blood of my blood, riding at my side to keep me safe from harm.
You are Khaleesi,
Rakaro said, taking the Arak.
I shall ride at your side to face Dothrak beneath the Mother of Mountains, and keep you safe from harm until you take your place with the crones of the Dosh Colleen. No more can I promise.
She nodded as calmly as if she had not heard his answer, and turned to the last of her champions.
Sir Jorah Mormont, she said, first and greatest of my knights, I have no bride gift to give you, but I swear to you, one day you shall have from my hands a long sword like none the world has ever seen, dragon-forged and made of Valyrian steel, and I would ask for your oath as well.
You have it, my queen,
Sir Jorah said, kneeling to lay his sword at her feet.
I vow to serve you, to obey you, to die for you if need be.
Whatever may come?
Whatever may come.
I shall hold you to that oath. I pray you never regret the giving of it.
Dany lifted him to his feet. Stretching on her toes to reach his lips, she kissed the knight gently and said, "You are the first of my queen's guard." She could feel the eyes of the Commissar on her as she entered her tent. The Dothraki were muttering and giving her strange sideways looks from the corners of their dark almond eyes. They thought her mad, Dany realized. Perhaps she was. She would know soon enough. If I look back, I am lost. Her bath was scalding hot when Eyre helped her into the tub, but Dany did not flinch or cry aloud. She liked the heat. It made her feel clean. Jicqui had scented the water with the oils she had found in the market in Vaes Dothrak. The steam rose moist and fragrant. Doria washed her hair and combed it out, working loose the mats and tangles. Eyre scrubbed her back. Dany closed her eyes and let the smell and the warmth enfold her. She could feel the heat soaking through the soreness between her thighs. She shuddered when it entered her, and her pain and stiffness seemed to dissolve. She floated. When she was clean, her handmaids helped her from the water. Eyre and Jicqui fanned her dry, while Doria brushed her hair until it fell like a river of liquid silver down her back. They scented her with spice flower and cinnamon, a touch on each wrist, behind her ears, on the tips of her milk-heavy breasts. The last dab was for her sex. Eyre's finger felt as light and cool as a lover's kiss, as it slid softly up between her lips. Afterward, Dany sent them all away, so she might prepare Khal Drogo for his final ride into the Nightlands. She washed his body clean and brushed and oiled his hair, running her fingers through it for the last time, feeling the weight of it, remembering the first time she had touched it, the night of their wedding ride. His hair had never been cut. How many men could die with their hair uncut? She buried her face in it and inhaled the dark fragrance of the oils. He smelled like grass and warm earth, like smoke and semen and horses. He smelled like Drogo. "Forgive me, son of my life," she thought. "Forgive me for all I have done and all I must do. I paid the price, my star, but it was too high, too high." Dany braided his hair and slid the silver rings onto his moustache and hung his bells one by one. So many bells, gold and silver and bronze. Bells so his enemies would hear him coming and grow weak with fear. She dressed him in horsehair leggings and high boots, buckling a belt heavy with gold and silver medallions about his waist. Over his scarred chest she slipped a painted vest, old and faded, the one Drogo had loved best. For herself she chose loose sand-silk trousers, sandals that laced halfway up her legs, and a vest like Drogo's. The sun was going down when she called them back to carry his body to the pyre. The Dothraki watched in silence as Drogo and Aggo bore him from the tent. Dany walked behind them. They laid him down on his cushions and silks, his head toward the Mother of Mountains far to the northeast. "Oil," she commanded, and they brought forth the jars and poured them over the pyre, soaking the silks and the brush and the bundles of dry grass, until the oil trickled from beneath the logs and the air was rich with fragrance. "Bring my eggs," Dany commanded her handmaids. Something in her voice made them run. Ser Jorah took her arm. "My queen, Drogo will have no use for dragon's eggs in the Nightlands. Better to sell them in Asshai. Sell one, and we can buy a ship to take us back to the free cities. Sell all three, and you will be a wealthy woman all your days." "They were not given to me to sell," Dany told him. She climbed the pyre herself to place the eggs around her sun and stars, the black beside his heart under his arm, the green beside his head, his braid coiled around it, the cream and gold down between his legs. When she kissed him for the last time, Dany could taste the sweetness of the oil on his lips. As she climbed down off the pyre, she noticed Mirri Maz Dur watching her. "You are mad," the god's wife said hoarsely. "Is it so far from madness to wisdom?" Dany asked. "Ser Jorah, take this Magi and bind her to the pyre."
"To the... My queen, no. Hear me.
Do as I say." Still he hesitated, until her anger flared. "You swore to obey me, whatever might come. Rakaro, help him." The god's wife did not cry out as they dragged her to Khal Drogo's pyre and staked her down amidst his treasures. Dany poured the oil over the woman's head herself. "I thank you, Mirri Maz Dur," she said, "for the lessons you have taught me." "You will not hear me scream," Mirri responded as the oil dripped from her hair and soaked her clothing. "I will," Dany said, "but it is not your screams I want. Only your life. I remember what you told me. Only death can pay for life." Mirri Maz Dur opened her mouth but made no reply. As she stepped away, Dany saw that the content was gone from the Magi's flat black eyes. In its place was something that might have been fear. Then there was nothing to be done but watch the sun and look for the first star. When a horse lord dies, his horse is slain with him, so he might ride proud into the Nightlands. The bodies are burned beneath the open sky, and the Khal rises on his fiery steed to take his place among the stars. The more fiercely the man burned in life, the brighter his star will shine in the darkness. Jogo spied it first. "There," he said in a hushed voice. Dany looked and saw it, low in the east. The first star was a comet, burning red, blood-red, fire-red. The dragon's tail. She could not have asked for a stronger sign. Dany took the torch from Aggo's hand and thrust it between the logs. The oil took the fire at once, the brush and dried grass a heartbeat later. Tiny flames went darting up the wood like swift red mice, skating over the oil and leaping from bark to branch to leaf. A rising heat puffed at her face, soft and sudden as a lover's breath, but in seconds it had grown too hot to bear. Dany stepped backward. The wood crackled, louder and louder. Mirri Maz Dur began to sing in a shrill, ululating voice. The flames whirled and writhed, racing each other up the platform. The dusk shimmered as the air itself seemed to liquefy from the heat. Dany heard logs spit and crack. The fires swept over Mirri Maz Dur. Her song grew louder, shriller. Then she gasped again and again, and her song became a shuddering wail, thin and high and full of agony. And now the flames reached her Drogo, and now they were all around him. His clothing took fire, and for an instant the Khal was clad in wisps of floating orange silk and tendrils of curling smoke, grey and greasy. Dany's lips parted, and she found herself holding her breath. Part of her wanted to go to him, as Ser Jorah had feared, to rush into the flames, to beg for his forgiveness and take him inside her one last time, the fire melting the flesh from their bones until they were as one forever. She could smell the odor of burning flesh, no different than horse-flesh roasting in a fire-pit. The pyre roared in the deepening dusk, like some great beast, drowning out the fainter sound of Mirri Maz Dur's screaming and sending up long tongues of flame to lick at the belly of the night. As the smoke grew thicker, the Dothraki backed away, coughing. Huge orange gouts of fire unfurled their banners in that hellish wind, the logs hissing and cracking, glowing cinders rising on the smoke to float away into the dark like so many newborn fireflies. The heat beat at the air with great red wings, driving the Dothraki back, driving off even Mormont. But Dany stood her ground. She was the blood of the dragon, and the fire was in her. She had sensed the truth of it long ago, Dany thought as she took a step closer to the conflagration, but the brazier had not been hot enough. The flames writhed before her like the women who had danced at her wedding, whirling and singing and spinning their yellow and orange and crimson veils, fearsome to behold, yet lovely, so lovely, alive with heat. Dany opened her arms to them, her skin flushed and glowing. "This is a wedding too," she thought. Mirri Maz Dur had fallen silent. The god's wife thought her a child, but children grow, and children learn. Another step, and Dany could feel the heat of the sand on the soles of her feet, even through her sandals. Sweat ran down her thighs and between her breasts and in rivulets over her cheeks, where tears had once run. Ser Jorah was shouting behind her, but he did not matter any more. Only the fire mattered. The flames were so beautiful, the loveliest things she had ever seen, each one a sorcerer, robed in yellow and orange and scarlet, swirling long smoky cloaks. She saw crimson fire lions, and great yellow serpents, and unicorns made of pale blue flame. She saw fish, and foxes, and monsters, wolves, and bright birds, and flowering trees, each more beautiful than the last. She saw a horse, a great grey stallion limbed in smoke, its flowing mane a nimbus of blue flame. "Yes, my love, my sun and stars, yes. Mount now, ride now." Her vest had begun to smoulder, so Dany shrugged it off and let it fall to the ground. The painted leather burst into sudden flame as she skipped closer to the fire, her breasts bare to the blaze, streams of milk flowing from her red and swollen nipples. "Now," she thought, "now," and for an instant she glimpsed Khal Drogo before her, mounted on his smoky stallion, a flaming lash in his hand. He smiled, and the whip snaked down at the pyre, hissing. She heard a crack, the sound of shattering stone. The platform of wood and brush and grass began to shift and collapse in upon itself. Bits of burning wood slid down at her, and Dany was showered with ash and cinders. And something else came crashing down, bouncing and rolling, to land at her feet. A chunk of curved rock, pale and veined with gold, broken and smoking. The roaring filled the world, yet dimly through the firefall Dany heard women shriek and children cry out in wonder. "Only death can pay for life." And there came a second crack, loud and sharp as thunder, and the smoke stirred and whirled around her, and the pyre shifted, the logs exploding as the fire touched their secret hearts. She heard the screams of frightened horses, and the voices of the Dothraki raised in shouts of fear and terror, and Ser Jorah calling her name and cursing. "No," she wanted to shout to him. "No, my good knight, do not fear for me. The fire is mine. I am Daenerys Stormborn, daughter of dragons, bride of dragons, mother of dragons. Don't you see? Don't you see?" With a belch of flame and smoke that reached 30 feet into the sky, the pyre collapsed and came down around her. Unafraid, Dany stepped forward into the firestorm, calling to her children. The third crack was as loud and sharp as the breaking of the world. When the fire died at last, and the ground became cool enough to walk upon, Ser Jorah Mormont found her amidst the ashes, surrounded by blackened logs and bits of glowing ember and the burnt bones of man and woman and stallion. She was naked, covered with soot, her clothes turned to ash, her beautiful hair all crisped away. Yet she was unhurt. The cream and gold dragon was suckling at her left breast, the green and bronze at the right. Her arms cradled them close. The black and scarlet beast was draped across her shoulders, its long, sinuous neck coiled under her chin. When it saw Jorah, it raised its head and looked at him with eyes as red as coals. Wordless, the knight fell to his knees. The men of her caste came up behind him. Drogo was the first to lay his arak at her feet. "Blood of my blood," he murmured, pushing his face to the smoking earth. "Blood of my blood," she heard Aggo echo. "Blood of my blood," Rakharo shouted. And after them came her handmaids, and then the others, all the Dothraki, men and women and children, and Dany had only to look at their eyes to know that they were hers now, today and tomorrow and forever. Hers as they had never been Drogo's. As Daenerys Targaryen rose to her feet, her black hissed, pale smoke venting from its mouth and nostrils, The other two pulled away from her breasts and added their voices to the call, translucent wings unfolding and stirring the air. And for the first time in hundreds of years, the night came alive with the music of dragons. Appendix. House Baratheon. The youngest of the great houses, born during the Wars of Conquest. Its founder, Orys Baratheon, was rumored to be Aegon the Dragon's bastard brother. Orys rose through the ranks to become one of Aegon's fiercest commanders. When he defeated and slew Argilac the Arrogant, the last Storm King, Aegon rewarded him with Argilac's castle, lands, and daughter. Orys took the girl to bride and adopted the banner, honours, and words of her line. The Baratheon sigil is a crowned stag, black on a golden field. Their words are, "Ours is the fury." King Robert Baratheon, the first of his name. His wife, Queen Cersei of House Lannister. Their children, Prince Joffrey, heir to the Iron Throne, 12. Princess Myrcella, a girl of 8. Prince Tommen, a boy of 7. His brothers, Stannis Baratheon, Lord of Dragonstone. His wife, Lady Selyse of House Florent. Their daughter, Shireen, a girl of 9. Renly Baratheon, Lord of Storm's End. His small council, Grand Master Pycelle. Lord Peter Baelish, called Littlefinger, Master of Coin. Lord Stannis Baratheon, Master of Ships. Lord Renly Baratheon, Master of Laws. Sir Barristan Selmy, Lord Commander of the King's Guard. Varys, a eunuch, called the Spider, Master of Whisperers. His court and retainers. Sir Ilan Payne, the King's Justice, a headsman. Sandor Clegane, called the Hound, sworn shield to Prince Joffrey. Janos Slynt, a commoner, commander of the City Watch of King's Landing. Jalabar Sho, an exile prince from the Summer Isles. Moonboy, a jester and fool. Lancel and Tyrek Lannister, squires to the king, the queen's cousins. Sir Aron Santagar, Master-at-Arms. His Kingsguard. Sir Barristan Selmy, Lord Commander. Sir Jaime Lannister, called the King's Slayer. Sir Boros Blount. Sir Meryn Trant. Sir Aris Oakhart. Sir Preston Greenfield. Sir Mandan Moore. The principal houses sworn to Storm's End are Selmy, Wild, Trant, Penrose, Errol, Estermont, Tarth, Swan, Dondarrion, Caron. The principal houses sworn to Dragonstone are Celtigar, Valerion, Seaworth, Bar Emmon, and Sunglass. House Stark. The Starks traced their descent from Brandon the Builder and the ancient kings of Winter. For thousands of years they ruled from Winterfell as kings in the north, until Torrhen Stark, the king who knelt, chose to swear fealty to Aegon the Dragon, rather than give battle. Their blazon is a grey direwolf on an ice-white field. The Stark words are, "Winter is coming." Eddard Stark, Lord of Winterfell, Warden of the North. His wife, Lady Catelyn, of House Tully. Their children, Robb, the heir to Winterfell, 14 years of age. Sansa, the eldest daughter, 11. Arya, the younger daughter, a girl of 9. Brandon, called Bran, 7. Rickon, a boy of 3. His bastard son, Jon Snow, a boy of 14. His ward, Theon Greyjoy, heir to the Iron Islands. His siblings, Brandon, his elder brother, murdered by the command of Aerys II Targaryen. Lyanna, his younger sister, died in the mountains of Dorne. Benjen, his younger brother, a man of the Night's Watch. His household: Maester Luwin, counsellor, healer, and tutor. Veon Poole, steward of Winterfell. Jane, his daughter, Sansa's closest friend. Jory Castle, captain of the guard. Hallis Mullen, Desmond, Jax, Porther, Quent, Allen, Tomard, Varley, Heward, Kane, Will, guardsman. Sir Roderick Castle, master-at-arms, Jory's uncle. Beth, his young daughter. Septa Mordain, tutor to Lord Eddard's daughters. Septon Chael, keeper of the castle sept and library. Hullen, master of horse. His son Harwin, a guardsman. Joseph, a stableman and horse-trainer. Farlin, kennel-master. Old Nan, storyteller, once a wet-nurse. Hodor, her great-grandson, a simple-minded stable-boy. Gage, the cook. Micken, smith and armourer. His principal lords bannermen: Sir Helman Tallhart, Rickard Karstark, lord of Carhold. Roose Bolton, lord of the Dreadfort. John Umber, called the Great John. Galbart and Robert Glover. Wyman Manderley, lord of Whiteharbour. Meg Mormont, the Lady of Bear Island. The principal houses sworn to Winterfell are Karstark, Umber, Flint, Mormont, Hornwood, Serwyn, Reed, Manderley, Glover, Tallhart, Bolton. House Lannister. Fair-haired, tall, and handsome, the Lannisters are the blood of Andal adventurers who carved out a mighty kingdom in the western hills and valleys. Through the female line they boast of descent from Lan the Clever, the legendary trickster of the Age of Heroes. The gold of Casterly Rock and the Golden Tooth has made them the wealthiest of the great houses. Their sigil is a golden lion upon a crimson field. The Lannister words are, "Hear me roar." Tywin Lannister, Lord of Casterly Rock, Warden of the West, Shield of Lannisport. His wife, Lady Joanna, a cousin, died in childbed. Their children, Sir Jaime, called the Kingslayer, heir to Casterly Rock, a twin to Cersei. Queen Cersei, wife of King Robert I Baratheon, a twin to Jaime. Tyrion, called the Imp, a dwarf. His siblings, Sir Kevin, his eldest brother, his wife Dorna of House Swift, their eldest son Lancel, squire to the king, their twin sons Willem and Martin, their infant daughter Janai. Jenna, his sister, wed to Sir Emmon Frey, their son Sir Cleos Frey, their son Tion Frey, a squire. Sir Tyget, his second brother, died of a pox. His widow Darlessa of House Marbrand, their son Tyrek, squire to the king. Geryon, his youngest brother, lost at sea. His bastard daughter Joy, a girl of 10. Their cousin Sir Stafford Lannister, brother to the late Lady Joanna. His daughters Serena and Muriel. His son Sir David Lannister. His counsellor Maester Crelin. His chief knights and lords bannermen, Lord Leo Lefford, Sir Adam Marbrand, Sir Gregor Clegane, the mountain that rides, Sir Harris Swift, father by marriage to Sir Kevin, Lord Andros Brax, Sir Forley Prester, Sir Amory Lorch, Vargo Hoet, of the free city of Qohor, a sellsword. Principal houses sworn to Casterly Rock are Payne, Swift, Marbrand, Liddon, Bainfort, Lefford, Crackhall, Serret, Broom, Clegane, Prester, and Westerling. House Arryn. The Arryns are descended from the kings of Mountain and Vale, one of the oldest and purest lines of Andal nobility. Their sigil is the moon and falcon, white upon a sky-blue field. The Arryn words are, as high as honour. John Arryn, Lord of the Eyrie, Defender of the Vale, Warden of the East, Hand of the King, recently deceased. His first wife, Lady Jane of House Royce, died in childbed, her daughter stillborn. His second wife, Lady Rowena of House Arryn, his cousin, died of a winter chill, childless. His third wife and widow, Lady Lisa of House Tully, their son, Robert Arryn, a sickly boy of 6 years, now Lord of the Eyrie and Defender of the Vale. Their retainers and household, Maester Coleman, counsellor, healer, and tutor. Sir Vardis Egan, captain of the guard. Sir Bryndon Tully, called the Blackfish, knight of the gate and uncle to the Lady Lisa. Lord Nestor Royce, high steward of the Vale. Sir Albar Royce, his son. Maya Stone, a bastard girl in his service. Lord Eon Hunter, suitor to Lady Lisa. Sir Lynn Corbray, suitor to Lady Lisa. Michael Redford, his squire. Lady Anya Wainwood, a widow. Sir Morton Wainwood, her son, suitor to Lady Lisa. Sir Donald Wainwood, her son. Maud, a brutal jailer. The principal houses sworn to the Eyrie are Royce, Baelish, Egan, Wainwood, Hunter, Redford, Corbray, Belmore, Melcombe, and Hersey. House Tully. The Tullys never reigned as kings, though they held rich lands and the great castle at Riverrun for 1,000 years. During the Wars of Conquest, the Riverlands belonged to Harren the Black, King of the Isles. Harren's grandfather, King Harwin Hardhand, had taken the trident from Auric the Storm King, whose ancestors had conquered all the way to the Neck 300 years earlier, slaying the last of the old river kings. A vain and bloody tyrant, Harren the Black was little loved by those he ruled, and many of the river lords deserted him to join Aegon's host. First among them was Edmund Tully of Riverrun. When Harren and his line perished in the burning of Harrenhal, Aegon rewarded House Tully by raising Lord Edmund to dominion over the lands of the Trident and requiring the other river lords to swear him fealty. The Tully sigil is a leaping trout, silver, on a field of rippling blue and red. The Tully words are family, duty, honour. Hoster Tully, Lord of Riverrun. His wife, Lady Menisa of House Went, died in childbed. Their children, Catelyn, the eldest daughter, wed to Lord Eddard Stark. Lisa, the younger daughter, wed to Lord John Arryn. Sir Edmure, heir to Riverrun. His brother, Sir Bryndon, called the Blackfish. His household, Maester Vyman, counsellor, healer, and tutor. Sir Desmond Grell, master-at-arms. Sir Robin Ryger, captain of the guard. Utherides Wayne, steward of Riverrun. His knights and lords bannermen, Jason Mallister, lord of Seaguard. Patrick Mallister, his son and heir. Walder Frey, lord of the Crossing, his numerous sons, grandsons, and bastards. Jonas Bracken, lord of the Stonehenge. Titos Blackwood, lord of Raventree. Sir Raymond Darry. Sir Carol Vance. Sir Mark Piper. Shella Went, lady of Harrenhal. Sir Willis Woad, a knight in her service. Lesser houses sworn to Riverrun include Darry, Frey, Mallister, Bracken, Blackwood, Went, Ryger, Piper, Vance. House Tyrrell. The Tyrrells rose to power as stewards to the kings of the Reach, whose domain included the fertile plains of the southwest from the Dornish Marches and Blackwater Rush to the shores of the Sunset Sea. Through the female line they claimed descent from Garth Greenhand, gardener king of the first men, who wore a crown of vines and flowers and made the land bloom. When King Mern, last of the old line, perished on the field of fire, His steward, Harlan Tyrell, surrendered Highgarden to Aegon Targaryen, pledging fealty. Aegon granted him the castle and dominion over the Reach. The Tyrell sigil is a golden rose on a grass-green field. Their words are, "Growing strong." Mace Tyrell, Lord of Highgarden, Warden of the South, Defender of the Marches, High Marshal of the Reach. His wife, Lady Allery, of House Hightower of Oldtown. Their children, Willis, their eldest son, heir to Highgarden; Sir Garland, called the Gallant, their second son; Sir Loras, the Knight of Flowers, their youngest son; Margaery, their daughter, a maid of 14 years. His widowed mother, Lady Olenna of House Redwyne, called the Queen of Thorns. His sisters, Minna, wed to Lord Paxter Redwyne; Janna, wed to Sir John Fossaway. His uncles, Garth, called the Gross, Lord Seneschal of Highgarden. His bastard sons, Garth and Garrett Flowers. Sir Morin, Lord Commander of the City Watch of Oldtown; Maester Gorman, a scholar of the Citadel. His household, Maester Lomas, counsellor, healer, and tutor; Aegon Virwell, captain of the guard; Sir Vortimer Crane, master-at-arms. His knights and Lord Bannerman, Paxter Redwyne, Lord of the Arbour; his wife, Lady Minna, of House Tyrell; their children, Sir Horace, mocked as Horror, twin to Hobber; Sir Hobber, mocked as Slobber, twin to Horace; Desmera, a maid of 15; Randall Tarley, Lord of Hornhill; Samwell, his eldest son, of the Night's Watch; Dickon, his younger son, heir to Hornhill; Arwen Oakhart, Lady of Old Oak; Mathis Rowan, Lord of Goldengrove; Leighton Hightower, voice of Oldtown, Lord of the Port; Sir John Fossaway. Principal houses sworn to Highgarden are Verwell, Florent, Oakhart, Hightower, Crane, Tarley, Redwyne, Rowan, Fossaway, and Mullendore. House Greyjoy. The Greyjoys of Pike claim descent from the Grey King of the Age of Heroes. Legend says the Grey King ruled not only the Western Isles, but the sea itself, and took a mermaid to wife. For thousands of years, raiders from the Iron Islands, called Iron Men, by those they plundered, were the terrors of the seas, sailing as far as the port of Ibben and the Summer Isles. They prided themselves on their fierceness in battle and their sacred freedoms. Each island had its own Salt King and Rock King. The High King of the Isles was chosen from among their number, until King Euron made the throne hereditary by murdering the other kings when they assembled for a choosing. Euron's own line was extinguished 1,000 years later, when the Andals swept over the islands. The Greyjoys, like other island lords, intermarried with the conquerors. The Iron Kings extended their rule far beyond the isles themselves, carving kingdoms out of the mainland with fire and sword. King Corred could truthfully boast that his writ ran, "Wherever men can smell salt water or hear the crash of waves." In later centuries, Corred's descendants lost the Arbour, Oldtown, Bear Island, and much of the western shore. Still, come the wars of conquest, King Harren the Black ruled all the lands between the mountains, from the Neck to the Blackwater Rush. When Harren and his sons perished in the fall of Harrenhal, Aegon Targaryen granted the river lands to House Tully, and allowed the surviving lords of the Iron Islands to revive their ancient custom, and chose who should have the primacy among them. They chose Lord Vicon Greyjoy of Pike. The Greyjoy sigil is a golden crochan upon a black field. Their words are, "We do not sow." Balon Greyjoy, Lord of the Iron Islands, King of Salt and Rock, son of the Sea Wind, Lord Reaper of Pike. His wife, Lady Alanis, of House Harlaw. Their children, Roderick, their eldest son, slain at Seaguard during Greyjoy's rebellion; Maron, their second son, slain on the walls of Pike during Greyjoy's rebellion. Asha, their daughter, captain of the Black Wind. Theon, their sole surviving son, heir to Pike, a ward of Lord Eddard Stark. His brothers. Euron, called Crow's-Eye, captain of the Silence, an outlaw, pirate, and raider. Victarion, lord captain of the Iron Fleet. Aeron, called Damphair, a priest of the drowned god. Lesser houses sworn to Pike include Harlaw, Stonehouse, Merlin, Sunderly, Botley, Tawny, Winch, Goodbrother. House Martell. Nymeria, the warrior queen of the Rhoyne, brought her 10,000 ships to land in Dorne, the southernmost of the Seven Kingdoms, and took Lord Mors Martell to husband. With her help he vanquished his rivals to rule all Dorne. The Rhoynar influence remains strong. Thus Dornish rulers styled themselves prince rather than king. Under Dornish law, lands and titles passed to the eldest child, not the eldest male. Dorne, alone of the Seven Kingdoms, was never conquered by Aegon the Dragon. It was not permanently joined to the realm until 200 years later, and then by marriage and treaty, not the sword. Peaceable King Daeron II succeeded where the warriors had failed by wedding the Dornish princess Moriah and giving his own sister in marriage to the reigning prince of Dorne. The Martell banner is a red sun pierced by a golden spear. Their words are unbowed, unbent, unbroken. Doran Nymeros Martell, Lord of Sunspear, Prince of Dorne. His wife, Malario, of the free city of Norvos. Their children, Princess Arianne, their eldest daughter, heir to Sunspear. Prince Quentin, their elder son. Prince Trystane, their younger son. His siblings. His sister, Princess Elia, wed to Prince Rhaegar Targaryen, slain during the sack of King's Landing. Their children, Princess Rhaenys, a young girl, slain during the sack of King's Landing. Prince Aegon, a babe, slain during the sack of King's Landing. His brother, Prince Oberyn, the Red Viper. His household, Arya Hota, or Narvashi Sellsword, captain of guards. Maester Calliote, counselor, healer, and tutor. His knights and Lord Bannerman, Edric Dane, Lord of Starfall. The principal houses sworn to Sunspear include Jourdain, Santagar, Illyrion, Toland, Ironwood, Will, Fowler, and Dane. The Old Dynasty. House Targaryen. The Targaryens are the blood of the dragon, descended from the High Lords of the ancient freehold of Valyria, their heritage proclaimed in a striking, some say inhuman, beauty, with lilac or indigo or violet eyes and hair of silver gold or platinum white. Aegon the Dragon's ancestors escaped the doom of Valyria and the chaos and slaughter that followed to settle on Dragonstone, a rocky island in the narrow sea. It was from there that Aegon and his sisters Visenya and Rhaenys sailed to conquer the Seven Kingdoms. To preserve the blood royal and keep it pure, House Targaryen has often followed the Valyrian custom of wedding brother to sister. Aegon himself took both his sisters to wife and fathered sons on each. The Targaryen banner is a three-headed dragon, red on black, the three heads representing Aegon and his sisters. The Targaryen words are fire and blood. The Targaryen succession, dated by years after Aegon's landing. 1 to 37, Aegon I. Aegon the Conqueror, Aegon the Dragon. 37 to 42, Aenys I, son of Aegon and Rhaenys. 42 to 48, Maegor I, Maegor the Cruel, son of Aegon and Visenya. 48 to 103, Jaehaerys I, the Old King, the Conciliator, Aenys' son. 103 to 129, Viserys I, grandson to Jaehaerys. 129 to 131, Aegon II, eldest son of Viserys. Aegon II's ascent was disputed by his sister Rhaenyra, a year his elder. Both perished in the war between them, called by singers the Dance of the Dragons. 131 to 157, Aegon III, the Dragonbane, Rhaenyra's son. The last of the Targaryen dragons died during the reign of Aegon III. 157 to 161, Daeron I, the young dragon, the boy king, eldest son of Aegon III. Daeron conquered Dorne, but was unable to hold it, and died young. 161 to 171, Baelor I, the beloved, the blessed, Septon and king, second son of Aegon III. 171 to 172, Viserys II, fourth son of Aegon III. 172 to 184, Aegon IV, the unworthy, eldest son of Viserys. His younger brother, Prince Aemon the Dragon Knight, was champion and, some say, lover to Queen Daenerys. 184 to 209, Daeron II, Queen Daenerys' son by Aegon or Aemon. Daeron brought Dorne into the realm by wedding the Dornish princess Arya. 209 to 221, Aerys I, second son to Daeron II, left no issue. 221 to 233, Maekar I, fourth son of Daeron II. 233 to 259, Aegon V, the unlikely, Maekar's fourth son. 259 to 262, Jaehaerys II, second son of Aegon the unlikely. 262 to 283, Aerys II, the Mad King, only son to Jaehaerys. Therein the line of the Dragon Kings ended, when Aerys II was dethroned and killed, along with his heir, the Crown Prince Rhaegar Targaryen, slain by Robert Baratheon on the Trident. The last Targaryens. King Aerys Targaryen, the second of his name, slain by Jaime Lannister during the sack of King's Landing. His sister and wife, Queen Rhaella, of House Targaryen, died in childbed on Dragonstone. Their children: Prince Rhaegar, heir to the Iron Throne, slain by Robert Baratheon on the Trident. His wife, Princess Elia of House Martell, slain during the sack of King's Landing. Their children: Princess Rhaenys, a young girl slain during the sack of King's Landing. Prince Aegon, a babe, slain during the sack of King's Landing. Prince Viserys, styling himself Viserys the third of his name, Lord of the Seven Kingdoms, called the Beggar King. Princess Daenerys, called Daenerys Stormborn, a maid of 13 years. Acknowledgments. The devil is in the details, they say. A book this size has a lot of devils, any one of which will bite you if you don't watch out. Fortunately, I know a lot of angels. Thanks and appreciation, therefore, to all those good folks who so kindly lent me their ears and their expertise, and in some cases their books, so I could get all those little details right. To Sage Walker, Martin Wright, Melinda Snodgrass, Carl Keim, Bruce Baugh, Tim O'Brien, Roger Zelazny, Jane Linscold, and Laura J. Mixon, and, of course, to Paris. And a special thanks to Jennifer Hershey for labors above and beyond the call. End of A Game of Thrones, A Song of Ice and Fire, Book 1, by George R. Martin. Read by Roy Avers in the studios of the American Printing House for the Blind, Louisville, Kentucky, for the Library of Congress, August 1998. A Bantam Spectra book, published by Bantam Books, 1540 Broadway, New York, 10036. Further reproduction or distribution in other than a specialized format is prohibited.
End of book.